Chapter 1. We have only this one daughter. If she perishes, I shall tear that Jasmine to shreds. The anguished and frantic voice echoed in her ears. Who is making such a racket? The heaviness in her chest rendered her breathless. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes. Before her stood a worried face. A hand that had been stroking her head paused in midair, astonishment etched across its features. Shu Tong instinctively parted her lips. Who are you? My foolish child. Do you not recognize your mother? Has the fall into the water injured your head? The woman before her boasted a mane of fiery red hair, akin to flames. Her face resembled a silvery platter, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed down, adorned in a garment of leopard print hide. An outfit that was strikingly primitive. Shu Tong swallowed hard, her eyes wandering uncontrollably around the surroundings. Wait a moment, this is not hell. It seems reminiscent of some primitive tribe. Moreover, she noticed several small creatures resembling wild chicks perched upon her legs. A sudden pain shot through her head, and a multitude of unfamiliar images flooded her mind. Minutes later, she was once again in shock. After 30 years of drifting as a ghost, she had unexpectedly traversed into another realm. The woman before her was her mother, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan. The chicks upon her legs were her one-month-old younger brother, and as for her, she was the sole female offspring of the clan leader. Due to a conflict with another female of the same tribe, she had been pushed into the river of the tribe. Although a beast man had passed by and attempted to save her, the original owner of this body had perished. Thus, she had taken possession of this vessel. In simpler terms, she had been reborn in another's form. She was a person who adapted to circumstances as they came. Since she had not met her demise and had acquired a new identity, she resolved to live well. Seeing her daughter occasionally frowning and sighing, the matriarch's heart sank. Could it be that she had suffered after effects from the fall and had become daft? Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly urged her companion, who was crouching on the ground, to fetch the shaman. Feng Xiao, quickly go find the great shaman and tell him that the child has sustained an injury to her head. As she finished speaking, she couldn't help but berate. I always said Jasmine was no good. She insisted on letting the child play with her. Now look where it has led us. She's gotten her wish while my child suffers. Shu Tong accepted the reality of her transmigration and spoke up. Is there any water? The matriarch immediately replied, Child, wait here. I shall fetch you some water. Where else do you feel unwell? With a swift motion, Mei poured the water and extended the cup towards Shu Tong, her other hand gently caressing Shu Tong's cheek. Shu Tong felt a twinge of discomfort. She had not been in contact with another person for 30 years. To be precise, she had not engaged in close conversation or physical contact with a living being for 3 decades. Her situation was unique. She had lived as a normal human until the age of 8, when an accident claimed her life on her birthday. Later, she learned that it was due to a clerical error by the underworld personnel that she was unable to reincarnate, thus wandering the realm for 30 years. In what felt like an instant, she had finally been granted a chance at rebirth. Having just secured her ticket to reincarnation, she found herself here. This could be considered a form of compensation. Unconsciously tilting her head, she grasped the black ceramic cup and took a sip, mumbling, I just feel a bit tight in my chest, nothing else is amiss. Mei let out a sigh of relief, her heart aching as she admonished. Do not spend time alone with Jasmine again. You have just reached adulthood, and it is time to choose a robust partner. There are beast men in the tribe who wish to mate with you. This male Jasmine fancies became envious and took action against you. Shu Tong's drinking motion froze, and she looked up to inquire. I have come of age? You still say you are fine, yet you have forgotten that you have just reached adulthood, Mei exclaimed anxiously. I have to find a partner? Shu Tong pressed on. Indeed, upon reaching adulthood, it is only natural to seek a mate. Rest assured, my child. With your mother here, I will ensure you choose the strongest beast man, and together you will bear even mightier offspring. Mei, observing her daughter's bewildered expression, assumed she was merely afraid and spoke with great confidence, almost patting her heart in assurance. Shu Tong felt an overwhelming reluctance. She had just come of age before she could relish the beauty of life. She was expected to marry and bear children. Moreover, the offspring might very well be beastly, a notion she found utterly unacceptable. She hastily replied, "I'm still a child." May did not press the issue, but was nonetheless filled with trepidation. Her little one must have truly suffered a blow to her head. Where was the great shaman? He needed to examine her head to ensure no water had entered. As if summoned by her thoughts, the great shaman arrived promptly. May had never felt the arrival of the great shaman to be so timely. The clan leader Feng Xiao lifted the crude curtain, revealing a figure. Leading the way was a slender beast man with a head full of silver hair, his cascading locks obscuring his face, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Before he could approach, Mai's voice rang out in urgency. "Great shaman, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have torn Jasmine apart." The matriarch Mei was known for her fiery temperament, and many beastmen had learned to tread carefully around her, with the great shaman being the only one unperturbed by her presence. His voice was calm and deep. "Do not fret, her awakening signifies that all is well." With the great shaman's assurance, Mei felt a slight alleviation of her worries. Yet, she remained cautious. She stepped aside, revealing Shu Tong sitting on the bed. Upon hearing this, Shu Tong looked up and their gazes locked. She was drawn into a pair of silver eyes, deep and swirling like a vortex. Staring too long could be utterly captivating. She instinctively lowered her gaze as old beastman was no ordinary figure. The great shaman's eyes flickered slightly as he took measured steps toward Shu Tong, gazing down at her. "Where do you feel discomfort now?" Shu Tong, feeling a flutter of nervousness, replied with a quivering voice. "My heart feels heavy." She mused how this old shaman instilled more fear in her than the ancient specter who had once guided her. This fear was primal and uncontrollable. "Extend your hand," the great shaman instructed. Cautiously, Shu Tong reached out. Suddenly, a rough hand clasped her wrist, causing her to shiver instinctively. Why did his hand feel as cold as stone? It was akin to the touch of a cold-blooded creature. She yearned to retract her hand. Then he spoke. "There is nothing amiss. You have merely been startled. A little medicine will suffice. And consider it a blessing in disguise." The great shaman's tone was far gentler than before. Moreover, she could distinctly feel his hand tremble. Shu Tong felt puzzled, but remained on guard. Mei exchanged glances with her husband. What did the great shaman mean by that? "Come with me to fetch some medicine. You must take it daily until the young female is completely healed," he stated before releasing her hand. Before departing, he added, "Once you are well, come find me. I will teach you about medicinal herbs." He offered Shu Tong no opportunity for refusal and vanished in a thin air. Reflecting on the great shaman's gaze and words, Shu Tong found them perplexing. Having floated for 30 years, she had encountered numerous individuals and witnessed a myriad of events. She could usually discern the thoughts and intentions behind words and actions. This great shaman's intentions were far from simple. Mei rushed to the bedside, exclaiming joyfully, "My child, you have been chosen by the great shaman. Is there any significance to this?" Shu Tong cradled a chick in her arms. Squeezing its beak, the soft texture became an addictive delight for her. After 30 years, the sensation of touching a living creature felt profoundly sorrowful. Now, she finally experienced it, warm and heartening. Yet, this was the original owner's younger brother, who had yet to transform. A brief play with him should not cause any harm. The great shaman is the treasure of our Phoenix clan. He not only heals, but also glimpses into the future. Many beastmen aspire to become his disciples. Yet he has never accepted anyone who would have thought he would offer you this opportunity today. You must diligently learn from him, Mei said, her excitement causing her to gesture animatedly. Shu Tong inwardly scoffed. She would rather not have such fortune. It was clearly a trap, one that could lead to a fall from which she might never escape. Let whoever desires it take it. Once she was fully recovered, she would refuse him outright. Noting her daughter's lackluster demeanor, Mei refrained from pressing further. However, a pressing matter lingered in her mind. She needed to settle accounts with Jasmine. "You stay here and rest. I have some matters to attend to," she said. Shu Tong observed her mother's expression, understanding that she was going to seek retribution. This was a matter she had to resolve herself, otherwise others would perceive her as a soft target. She would deal with Jasmine in whatever way she deemed fit. "I will go with you," Shu Tong insisted, grasping her mother's sleeve, the scant fabric brushing against her arm. The warmth of the contact was disconcerting for her. She withdrew her hand, May did not think much of it, and waited patiently for her daughter to join. Shu Tong felt dizzy and weak, yet she managed to adapt. She stood barefoot on the ground, astonished to find it warm beneath her feet. Moreover, she noticed that May was also barefoot combined with the room's decor. It was evident that their living conditions were quite challenging. After much effort, they managed to step outside. The glaring sunlight made it difficult for her to open her eyes. A reflexive motion led to the instinctual raising of a hand to block. You possess a gentle disposition and seldom act aggressively, the female cubs of our tribe. Thinking you easy to bully, dare to push you into the water. The courage of our tribe's female cubs seems to have grown bolder this time. Adopt a firmer stance and let Jiali recognize your strength. May lifted her gaze and beheld her offspring striding forward. To her astonishment, the destination was the river within the tribe. Panic surged within her. We're seeking Jiali. Why are you heading toward the riverbank? Shu Tong spotted the tall figure across the river, none other than the one who had saved the original inhabitant. His appearance near the tribe warranted a word of gratitude. I see the orc who rescued me, Shu Tong declared, halting in his tracks. Who? May inquired. The shaman of the wolf tribe, Shu Tong replied, his gaze fixed on the opposite bank. This individual possessed flowing silver hair cascading to his waist, a towering stature, and wore a black animal hide around his waist. He stood still, gazing intently in Shu Tong's direction, though the distance rendered his features somewhat indistinct. Is it the healer of the wolf tribe? May exclaimed in astonishment. What is it? Shu Tong questioned, perplexed. Mai's reaction was peculiar, not one of joy or gratitude, but sheer surprise. With a look of terror, May yanked Shu Tong back, disregarding her cub's confusion, and led him homeward. She did not forget to add, this is a demon. He is cruel and bloodthirsty. Anyone who offends him is certain to lose their head. No female cubs who ventured near him have survived. You must steer clear of him, lest he takes your life. Mai's emotions were tumultuous. As she turned her head, her visage was etched with fear. Shu Tong opened his mouth, swallowing his rebuttal. If he were truly bloodthirsty, why would he have saved her? He was likely an orc with a tale to tell. After a few steps, they encountered 4 or 5 orcs surrounding a tall figure. May immediately released Shu Tong's hand, rolling up her sleeves as if preparing to strike. Shu Tong grasped her hand, saying, I will handle this. May asked anxiously, Are you capable? Shu Tong smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Reluctantly, May followed behind, obstructing the path of several orcs. At last, Shu Tong was able to discern the female encircled by the 4 orcs. Her appearance was quite indescribable. Though tall, her skin was dark and coarse, with a robust build. Dressed in red animal hide, she crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at Shu Tong. Well, look who's still alive. Seeing her not only unrepentant, but also spouting insults. Shu Tong wasted no time, lunging forward and seizing Jiali by the throat. A chilling voice emerged. If you cannot speak properly, allow me to teach you. The once arrogant Jiali fell silent, her eyes wide with terror, momentarily at a loss for words. The nearby orcs were equally stunned. Had this female become possessed? Her strength was such that Jiali could not utter a sound. Feng Shu Tong, release her. If you crush Jiali, you will pay with your life, one male orc admonished. Pay with my life? Is she worthy of that? Shu Tong coldly retorted. You are utterly unreasonable, the male orc rebuked, yet he did not dare retaliate. Jiali regained her composure, grasping Shu Tong's wrist and struggling, only to find herself unable to break free. Fear caused beads of sweat to form at her temples. May stared at Shu Tong's back, speechless. How had her offspring become so formidable? Yet the prospect of Jiali's demise was hardly a positive outcome. Cub, just give her a good thrashing, don't tire out your hands. May, with no reservations, encouraged this behavior, leaving the surrounding orcs utterly speechless. As the matriarch of the clan, one would expect a modicum of decorum in both speech and action. Release me. Jasmine felt as though she were on the brink of encountering the beast god. The phantoms before her loomed heavily, her breath coming in short gasps, her eyes trembling violently as she managed to utter, Very well. Shu Qing smiled with a hint of mischief. In the next instant, she flung the heavier female a short distance into the nearby river. With a resounding splash, the surface of the water erupted, and a dark crimson figure thrashed desperately in the depths, accompanied by her cries for help. "Help me!" Several figures leapt into the water, instantly creating a tumultuous scene. Kai, has your strength returned?" Mei inquired anxiously. Shu Qing gazed at her own hands, amazed at her newfound power. Yes, she suddenly grinned. This was a unique ability of the Phoenix clan. The original owner had lost her strength due to an accident years prior. Yet this fall into the water had unexpectedly restored it. Mei could hardly contain her joy. Jasmine, having been rescued from the river, wept and cursed, vowing to seek her father and make Shu Qing pay dearly. The hatred in her eyes was palpable, devoid of any pretense that I wish to speak with your parents as well. Your temperament is too vile and warrants punishment in the back mountains. Jasmine's earlier bravado was abruptly silenced, as though her throat had been constricted. "Take Jasmine to the back mountains. She shall remain there until she repents," Mei declared resolutely at that moment. A few beastmen appear behind her, their expressions grave and menacing. Jasmine cowered in the embrace of her suitor, trembling with fear. The back mountains were known to be a den of demons, where the most vicious of clan members and deranged females were imprisoned. It was said that those confined there often emerged either mad or dulled to the point of foolishness. She could not bear the thought. She was still young and had yet to experience the affection of a male. She refused to go. "That I won't go. I will admit my wrongs." Mei raised her hand to silence the beastmen beside her, then kneel and confessed, Jasmine's face flushed with shame and resentment, yet she had no choice but to lower herself. Bending her knees to the ground, "I was wrong. I will no longer bully hucking s." She bowed her head, her eyes brimmed with hatred. Gripping her admirer's hand tightly, her sharp nails pierced his arm, though he merely furrowed his brow. Kai, are you comfortable?" Mei turned to her offspring with concern. "I am," Shu Qing replied with a faint smile. She relished the sight of someone who could not bear to look down upon her, yet was utterly powerless against her. Mei exhibited an imposing presence, yet it was a pity the original owner had met her demise. That it was best not to divulge this to Mei, for it would surely break her heart. "Begone," Shu Qing declared, turning on her heel and striding towards the dwelling. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted not far away. She turned to see a group of beastmen at the tribe's entrance, their shoulders burdened and hands laden, their faces alight with joy. The hunting party had returned. Surely her brother had brought back some delectable treats. Mei cast aside the earlier unpleasantness and hurried forward, scanning the throng of beastmen for a familiar face. As expected, she soon spotted her male cub. Two towering beastmen, both mature for several years. The eldest, Feng Sheng, bore a serious expression, rarely speaking, always dedicated to his tasks. Yet the most meticulous, he had the most game. Tossing a wild bull onto the clan square, while the remaining hares were reserved for his injured sister. The third brother, Feng Wei, had always been somewhat simple-minded yet possessed the greatest strength, returning with an even greater haul. He set down a goat and slung a sack of rice over his shoulder, a special gift for his sister and mother. Kai, Mei called out from a distance. "Mother," Feng Wei beamed with a simple smile. Her little cub had done remarkably well, managing to procure rice. Clearly her sister had not been in vain in her affections for him. Mei hurried over, grasping Feng Wei's hand and appraising him with delight, not forgetting to praise her female cub. "Mother, I'm hungry." Feng San scratched his head sheepishly. "I'll cook for you when we get home." Mei's gaze shifted to Feng Sheng's face, her joy mounting further. Kai, come quickly and see the rabbit your brother brought." Mei turned to find Shu Qing standing a few meters away, seemingly hesitant to approach. She quickly beckoned her. Shu Qing felt somewhat out of place amid such exuberance, her gaze sweeping over the faces of her two brothers. Though they both bore red hair, Feng Sheng was undeniably more handsome, his brows and eyes sharply defined, exuding an air of cool aloofness. When he looked at others, his gaze was piercing. Feng Wei was taller, his skin a sun-kissed hue, likely from his diet, his physique robust, like a moving mountain. He appeared rather simple-minded. "I'm coming," Shu Qing said after a moment's hesitation. Stepping forward, Feng Wei hurried towards her, his dark eyes sparkling with friendliness. "Sister, are you feeling better?" It dawned on Shu Qing that her third brother had always been somewhat daft. This realization eased her heart, and she flashed a sweet smile. Third brother, I'm almost well. What are we having to eat? Mei sighed in relief, pleased to witness her cubs getting along. Feng Wei, with his simple-mindedness, could only respond, rice. Shu Qing glanced at the beast-hide sack on his shoulder, estimating it contained nearly 100 pounds. According to the remnants of the original owner's memories, rice was a precious commodity here. To acquire so much must have required considerable effort. It seemed her brothers truly cherished her. Feng Sheng observed his sister, noting her improved spirits. Recalling the earlier incident, he turned to Mei. Mother, with how you dealt with Jasmine, her mother will undoubtedly come to cause a ruckus. You must prepare yourself, as we cannot interfere in the beast world. There were rules forbidding males from intervening in conflicts between females, unless both parties consented to male involvement, which was generally disregarded for minor matters. That I was quite merciful in not sending Jasmine to the back mountains. She is ugly and foul-tempered, unable to tolerate your sister's suitors, resorting to violence. If Jasmine's mother comes seeking trouble, I shall have a word with her, Mei declared with a fiery spirit, clearly looking forward to a confrontation of females. Feng Sheng sighed in exasperation. Have you seen a shaman? Mention of the clan shaman brought a smile to Mei's face as she walked. Yes, and she specifically requested that your sister learn to identify herbs once she is well. It seems she desires to take her as a disciple. Feng Sheng questioned, puzzled. Of course, Mei replied. However, Feng Sheng remained skeptical, wondering why the shaman had taken an interest in his sister. The shaman was discerning and would not easily accept disciples. Was there something about his sister worth coveting? Yet he could not fathom it, so he stored the thought away. He glanced at his sister, who appeared as obedient as ever, seemingly lacking any distinguishing traits that would attract the shaman's attention. Could it be that the shaman had lost her senses? He considered this possibility. Shu Qing felt a chill under her eldest brother's scrutinizing gaze, as though he were appraising her worth. That it seemed even a brother's affection could wane. Truly, he was her brother. Thank you, she murmured. Upon returning home, Mei took it upon herself to steam rice and stir-fry rabbit meat. Though the presentation was lacking, it was undeniably natural, after years away from the mundane joys of life. Shu Qing could not resist devouring a large bowl, only to find herself uncomfortably full. She could not rest, and was soon ushered outside, forced to accompany her third brother as they ventured out of the tribe. It was then that she finally took a proper look at her surroundings, resembling the modern Lingnan region, characterized by a subtropical monsoon climate. The flora was familiar, yet the towering trees created a canopy above. As they walked through the woods, the heat was stifling. She wiped her brow and had taken only a few steps when she spotted a figure stumbling ahead. Shu Qing called out to her third brother and hastened towards it, instinctively asking, "Are you all right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the orc in front turned around, his silver hair shining brilliantly. Shu Tong was suddenly taken aback. Her third brother instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of her, roaring, "Do not stare at my sister." It turned out that the orc, who had just rescued her, was indeed perilous, as she learned from Mei's words. Unconsciously, she took a step back. The orc remained silent, one hand pressed against his arm. Shu Tong's gaze fell upon his wrist, realizing that he was injured. His steps were unsteady, and it seemed he could not hold on much longer. Before Yin Mo fainted, their eyes met. He raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself about the cursed fate that had brought them together. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any sound. "Sister, has he died?" Shu Tong let out a long breath, pondering that she could not be a heartless wolf who thrived while others suffered. Otherwise, no one would dare to act heroically or extend a hand to help. "Third brother, it's fine. Let me take a look," Shu Tong said as she stepped forward. However, she was seized by Feng Wei, who forced her to stand still. "Mother said he is a wicked beast. He saved me," Shu Tong replied patiently. Feng Wei furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed as this situation was beyond his comprehension. Shu Tong took the initiative. Crouching down, just as she was about to touch Yin Mo's arm, he unexpectedly opened his eyes slightly, warily gazing at her. Shu Tong immediately cautioned, "If you wish to live, do not move." Yin Mo struggled to keep his eyes open, continuing to fixate on Shu Tong. She noticed him pushing her hand away, lowering his head to glance at his wound. It was deep, as if it had been torn by something. Third brother, bring me the green grass with leaves from under that tree. Shu Tong instructed. Feng Wei, though confused, complied. Shortly after, he returned with a large thistle in hand and asked, Sister, what should I do? Crush it, Shu Tong ordered. Feng Wei nodded, grinding the thorny thistle in his palm until it released its juice, then handed it to her. After a simple application, she placed the thistle on his arm. A sharp pain surged through Yin Mo, prompting a muffled groan from his throat, with no other medicinal herbs available. She had to endure the situation herself. Once she had treated Yin Mo's wounds, she realized a troubling matter. She did not know where this orc resided. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The tribe's shaman lived alone in a treehouse nearby. Seldom disturbed by others, it would be prudent to take this orc there. Third brother, carry him to find the great shaman, Shu Tong commanded. Feng Wei did not refuse, hoisting the unconscious Yin Mo onto his shoulder while walking and saying, If we take him home, Mother will be angry. We're going to find the great shaman, not returning home. This orc must not be seen by anyone else, or he will surely perish. Shu Tong gazed ahead. Across the river lay her tribe. There were no fences, nor high walls, just a few thorny bushes standing guard. Their every move could be under the watchful eyes of others. Today, the humiliated Jasmine would undoubtedly be seething, perhaps waiting to seize any opportunity to harm her. Caution was warranted. Feng Wei obediently strode forward. Soon, they arrived at the great shaman's treehouse. The area was surrounded by various herbs and many jars and bottles. It appeared that the shaman was not merely a mystic but also skilled in pottery. Such an orc undoubtedly harbored secrets in most tribes. The position of shaman was held by a highly respected member of the community. However, the Phoenix tribe was different. They had allowed an orc from the Silver Wolf clan to serve as their shaman, and without any precautions that was simply unfathomable. The most peculiar aspect was that the shaman's identity was unclear. Did he not fear attracting enemies? At that moment, a head peeked out from behind the great tree, showing no surprise. Since you have come, just set him down, and aren't you going to ask who I am? Shu Tong retorted. Those who bring someone here usually do not inquire about their origins, as long as they can heal. You seem to be recovering well. Remember to find me after you heal so that I can teach you the art of medicine. The great shaman appeared to have anticipated their meeting. Shu Tong directed her brother to place the orc on a nearby bamboo chair and said nothing further before departing. The great shaman rose and looked at the person on the bamboo chair, shaking his head with a smile. Fate, indeed. Shu Tong was unaware that the shaman and the orc she had just met shared a deeper connection, one that did not require her to seek opportunities to repay her life-saving debt. Just as she entered the tribe, she encountered Jasmine. Jasmine was entangled with a young orc whose hair was not red but rather gray. From behind, he appeared to be exceptionally handsome, broad-shouldered and tall. Maintaining a subtle distance as they spoke, he seemed to possess great decorum. Feng Wei, seeing Jasmine once again harassing his sister's admirer, angrily exclaimed, Third brother will help you deal with Jasmine. She is utterly intolerable, always stealing the males who like you. Shu Tong looked up at her brother and said, I do not wish to seek a partner. Let her have her way. Third brother, let us go home. Why not? Feng Wei exclaimed, as if struck by a thunderbolt, anxiously asking. Shu Tong replied, I am still young and do not wish to consider the matter of finding a mate, especially since my brothers do not have partners yet. How can I be the first? This was a matter she would never agree to. Feng Wei could not articulate profound reasoning and stubbornly insisted, Feng He is the mightiest orc in the tribe. Only he is worthy of you, and he likes you the most. Shu Tong reiterated her previous statement. I am still young. Feng Wei, in a state of agitation, suddenly shouted, Feng Yi, my sister is here. Shu Tong's expression froze. How had she overlooked her brother's nature? He was akin to a child, acting on impulse. Upon hearing the call, the gray-haired orc turned around, leaving Shu Tong momentarily speechless. This individual was exceptionally handsome, with fox-like eyes that sparkled alluringly. Every smile and frown was like a painting, even more captivating than the wolf she had just treated. Feng, he was a celestial being, while Yin Mo was a divine entity. Feng, he was unsuitable as a partner, merely an object of admiration, while the orc who had rescued her was fit for companionship. She raised a hand to rub her face, pondering whether it had been over 30 years since she had touched a true male. Causing her heart to yearn for escape, perhaps spring was approaching to know, she reassured herself internally, Shu Tong, you have encountered countless spirits. Maintain some composure. Just a small orc should not leave you smitten to tea that moment. Jasmine also turned to look. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Seizing the opportunity, she wrapped her arms around Feng Yi's, boasting, Feng Shu Tong. Feng Yi likes me, not you. You should keep your distance, or I shall not be kind to you. Observing Jasmine's arrogant demeanor, Shu Tong regained her focus. Have you knelt enough, or is your mouth still so unruly? Jasmine's embarrassing moment had been exposed in front of the orc she admired, causing her face to flush crimson. You be quiet. Feng Yi, do not listen to her. It is all Feng Shu Tong's fault. Feng Yi subtly withdrew his arm, creating distance from Jasmine, gently inquiring about Shu Tong's well-being. Shu Tong, are you well? I hunted a red fox for you, to make you a garment. Additionally, there are many delicious fruits outside the forest. I shall help you gather some this afternoon. He smiled warmly, his voice gentle yet firm. Shu Tong promptly declined. Thank you, but my brother will assist me in hunting. You should keep it for your sister. Jasmine, consumed by jealousy, interjected, Feng Yi, Shu Tong does not want it. You can give it to me. I like it very much. Feng Yi's expression remained unchanged, still smiling, unaffected by Shu Tong's immediate refusal. Shu Tong frowned, perplexed at how he could remain unfazed. He was simply not human. Feng Wei jumped in. Feng Yi, I will take it for my sister. Very well. Feng Yi replied with a smile. Jasmine stomped her foot, losing her temper. Feng Wei, you fool. Why do you think you can take Feng Yi's things? That is for me. If you dare to rob me, you will suffer dearly. Shu Tong's complexion changed dramatically, if you wish to speak. Then kindly keep your mouth shut, she retorted. Oli let out a derisive laugh. You truly are a wretched creature, proclaiming disinterest while allowing your foolish brother to take what you deny. How shameless. Your words and heart are at odds, utterly revolting. Upon hearing this, Feng Wei swung his fist in anger. You dare insult my sister? You seek death. Oli screamed in fright. Feng Wei has turned hostile. Shu Tong swiftly sidestepped and caught his descending fist, gently saying, Third brother, please do not resort to violence. I will handle her. Feng Yi felt responsible for the situation and believed it was his duty to resolve it. This is my fault, Shu Tong. I shouldn't have allowed this conflict to arise. Please don't be angry. Let me take care of it, all right? Feng Yi's demeanor was warm and amiable. Shu Tong nodded in agreement. He then turned to Oli, speaking softly. Oli, I do not harbor any fondness for you. Whom you choose to gift is none of your concern. This time, Shu Tong was magnanimous and chose not to hold a grudge. But next time, I cannot guarantee your safety. His words carried a heavy weight. Oli's face turned pale, her eyes quickly reddening. Appearing pitifully devastated, she covered her mouth and fled in distress. Shu Tong observed Oli stumbling away. Feeling indifferent, she smiled at Feng Yi. Thank you, third brother. Shall we return home? Feng Wei, noticing his sister's low spirits, felt a twinge of disappointment and glanced at Feng Yi. Feng Yi smiled, then obstructed Shu Tong's path. You have come of age, and in a few days there will be a pairing ceremony. You will need a male companion. How about me? Feng Yi genuinely cherished Shu Tong, not only for her beauty, but also for her gentle nature. Having grown up together, countless suitors had pursued Shu Tong, yet she remained reserved and kind, rarely giving others the chance to misconstrue her intentions. He had been by her side for so long that he understood her feelings. They were indeed in love. However, everything had been abruptly disrupted by Oli, creating an evident rift between him and Shu Tong, leaving him in a state of disarray. I do not wish to pair so soon. And you should not waste your affections on me. It will lead to no fruitful outcome. Shu Tong's words were harsh and unfeeling, leaving Feng Yi pale with hurt. Is it because of Oli that you do not like me? Feng Yi stepped forward swiftly, grasping Shu Tong's arm. Shu Tong, feeling uncomfortable, exerted force to withdraw, standing defensively behind Feng Wei, wary of Feng. Even a gentle gentleman should not lay hands on me. Feng Yi's expression was wounded. He was genuinely disheartened. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press further. However, without a male companion at the pairing ceremony, it will be a disgrace to your existence. I await your call, should you change your mind. With that, Feng Yi, ever graceful, departed. Feng Wei regarded his sister. Feng Yi was truly a good man. His understanding of goodness was simpler than others. Providing delicacies and fine garments to a favored female was enough for him. Shu Tong paused, then replied, Feng Yi is not suitable. Feng Wei could not fathom why and chose not to insist further. Upon returning home, they found the family in grave spirits, particularly Mei, who had been so authoritative that morning, now sighing heavily. Upon seeing her cub return, she rushed to embrace her, disregarding Shu Tong's struggles, her voice choked with emotion. Poor cub, barely escaping death, and now you are to be sent into the tiger's den. Shu Tong rolled her eyes at Mei's tight grip, nearly losing consciousness. She clawed at Mei's arm, seeking help from her third brother in the distance. However, Feng Wei, sensing the heavy atmosphere, remained silent, standing aside quietly, waiting for the head of the family, their mother, to finish weeping. Mother, please release me. You are going to suffocate my sister. Finally, this plea rescued Shu Tong from her perilous situation. Mei snapped back to reality and began to pat Shu Tong down. Shu Tong felt as if her body was falling apart from the blows, desperately escaping her mother's clutches. Finding a safe spot, she coughed violently, large gulps of air filling her nostrils as she regained her breath. Cub, are you all right? Mei asked, her tone filled with concern. I am fine, Shu Tong replied, raising her hand to ward off further worry. There is no need for unnecessary panic. It's merely a rumor. Feng Qiu interjected. Yet Mei remained anxious, rising to pace back and forth in a limited space, her large physique colliding with various objects. The two males following behind picked up after her, while Mei created chaos ahead. Meanwhile, Shu Tong, feeling directly involved, inquired, what exactly has transpired to cause Mother such distress? Feng Qiu took a deep breath. The king of the bee city is selecting newly matured females from our continent to offer to the powerful families of the upper echelon. Isn't the king of the beast city the mightiest of beasts? Shu Tong exclaimed in shock. No, we are merely denizens of the lower continent. The beast god continent has tiers, with the ultimate beast god continent being closest to the divine beasts. In recent years, the upper continent has been embroiled in severe internal strife, resulting in a scarcity of female births, thus prompting this notion. However, to escape this selection, one must find a partner and complete the pairing ceremony. Otherwise, we must adhere to the king's decree and send forth young, fertile females. Feng Qiu's expression was grave. He did not wish to send his cub away, knowing that in the upper continent's chaos, the fate of sent females was grim. They would be killed after giving birth to female cubs. He and his partner had finally been blessed with such a precious cub and did not wish to risk her life. Is there no other way? Shu Tong questioned, unwilling to concede. There is. We must offer a tribute of 10,000 prey, all of the finest pelts. However, just last year we faced a severe drought, and the animals migrated, making it exceedingly difficult to gather such a bounty. Even for the stray beasts, hunting such prey is no easy feat. Feng Qiu shook his head. This is harder than reaching the heavens. Then it appears we have no choice but to pair. Shu Tong declared, we could forge a pact to feign partnership. After the matter is concluded, we could simply part ways. Feng Qiu seemed to anticipate his cub's thoughts and delivered a harsh blow. A false partnership is unviable, as one must bear cubs within 6 months. Shu Tong gasped in shock. Who devised such a cruel scheme, leaving her with no avenue of escape? It seemed she must choose a partner before being sent away. She held no affection for Feng Yi. For reasons unknown, she recalled the shaman of the Silver Wolf tribe whom she had saved. He was notoriously fierce, and few beastmen dared to confront him. Thus, even if they feigned partnership without producing cubs, no beastman would dare to act against them. Her desire for solitude was now thwarted. This compensation was rather steep. She could not bear this burden. Unable to devise a suitable plan, the family was engulfed in sorrow. However, Shu Tong thought of someone and stealthily left the tribe, heading straight for the shaman's dwelling. That he was the most suitable candidate, and he was not lacking in other respects either. At the very least, he was handsome, so a genuine partnership would not be a loss. Shu Tong stood beneath the tree, observing the shaman in his busy state. Her expression shifting. After a while, she spoke. "Shaman, has he awakened?" The shaman, engrossed in cataloging the properties of herbs, turned to look. "Ah, it's you. He has not yet awakened. His wounds are deep, and he has been slightly poisoned. It will likely take 2 days. Have you encountered something troublesome?" This shaman was quite perceptive. He understood that something significant was amiss in the tribe, and Shu Tong would not come to him lightly. Shu Tong hesitated. The king of the beast city is selecting partners for the males of the upper continent, and all newly matured females here are to be sent. Fearing the shaman would not comprehend, she added, "I have thought it over, and you are the only one who can assist me." The shaman bent slightly, his pupils deepening, but he is very savage. It is said that any female who gets close is torn apart. "Are you not fearful of such a fierce beast, man?" The great shaman inquired deliberately. "I have a fondness for such orcs. They instill in me a sense of security. May I pay him a visit?" Shu Tong inhaled deeply. Seeking the shaman's approval, "Go ahead, but do not fixate on his eyes," the shaman cautioned. "His eyes?" Shu Tong hesitated. "Indeed, they harbor a murderous intent. Once locked onto an adversary, they can consume one's soul, leading to the demise of the orc or prey that draws too close." "Understood." Shu Tong readily acquiesced. It was merely a matter of avoiding his gaze. She simply would not look. She could focus her attention elsewhere. The shaman regarded her with a peculiar glance, noting that Shu Tong had indeed come forth. It seemed that the hope of the Silver Wolf clan rested upon her shoulders. Shu Tong ascended to the second floor with ease, standing at the threshold and observing the room's decor. Unsurprisingly, it was rather shabby. Lacking even a proper place to set foot, the tattered remnants exuded a strong medicinal odor, and the pitiful orc lay amidst the debris. His silver hair cascaded beside him, somehow rendering him even more enchanting. Indeed, a handsome figure remains captivating even amidst filth. After admiring him for a moment, the second most beautiful visage of the realm, Shu Tong stealthily leaped inside. The shaman's dwelling was in dire need of tidying up. She approached Yin Mo aside and sighed in relief. He had not been crushed by the refuse. Suddenly, she glanced down, noticing the orc lying in the muck, his face flushed. Cautiously extending her hand, she felt a heat emanating from him that could scorch the very earth. This great shaman was undoubtedly a charlatan, unworthy of his station, carelessly mishandling the situation. It was no wonder he was so overheated. Without cooling him down, it would be a miracle if he survived. Scanning the area, she found no water. Shu Tong poked her head out the window and shouted, "Great shaman, is there any water?" "He is going to perish," the shaman, indifferent, replied. "The water is in the jar to your left. Just feed him and hope he survives. If not, it's his fate." Shu Tong gasped in shock. This was a matter of allowing him to fend for himself. He was doomed. She adjusted her mindset and looked sympathetically at Yin Mo. Eventually, she located some water, but there was no suitable vessel. In desperation, she resorted to transferring it with her mouth. Yin Mo, even with his eyes closed, resisted. Shu Tong was not fond of physical contact with outsiders. Yet, in front of Yin Mo, she broke her own rule. Shu Tong raised her voice suddenly. "Could you please stop resisting? Drink the water obediently." Yin Mo, his consciousness fading, plunged into darkness. Utterly unaware of what was transpiring, he merely felt a warmth on his lips as liquid flowed into him. He found this sensation deeply unpleasant and thus resisted. Shu Tong, her patience waning, firmly grasped his chin, forcing Yin Mo to open his mouth and administer the water. After more than 10 attempts, Yin Mo was compelled to drink copious amounts, his brow relaxing. Noticing he was about to awaken, Shu Tong hurriedly sat up, placing the jar aside while wiping her mouth. Yin Mo, possessing formidable strength, regained consciousness shortly thereafter. He felt a heaviness in his head and an intense itch in his throat. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat, regaining clarity. "I at you." Upon recognizing her, he expressed mild surprise. "Yes, it is I have a matter to discuss with you." "Are you feeling well enough?" Shu Tong felt a twinge of guilt, having taken advantage of him. Although circumstances dictated her actions, it was inappropriate to invade his personal space without consent. Moreover, as a reincarnated soul at the age of 38, she bore the suspicion of being overly eager. Yin Mo remained silent. Rubbing his head, he glanced at his treated arm and recalled that it was Shu Tong who had aided him before losing consciousness. His demeanor softened significantly. "Speak," he commanded, raising an eyebrow. Shu Tong promptly feigned interest in something else. Diverting her gaze. "News from Beast City indicates that they intend to send newly matured females to the upper states to find mates. I am reluctant, so I thought of you as of now. I have not found a suitable female. Why not we join forces? Help me through this crisis, and rest assured, I shall not cling to you. Once the danger is past, we shall part ways amicably." Yin Mo cast a sidelong glance at the female squatting nearby, her gaze averted from his. For some reason, the warmth lingering on his lips had yet to dissipate. He raised a hand to touch his mouth. "My fearsome reputation precedes me, and you are not lacking in attractiveness. I have heard that you are the offspring of the clan leader, and many males desire you. Why, then, do you specifically choose me?" Shu Tong felt a pang of guilt, but straightened her posture, responding, "Precisely because of your fearsome reputation, it signifies your prowess. You know, females are most drawn to formidable males, while our clan possesses many worthy orcs. None have captured my interest. You are precisely the type I find appealing." This was the first time Shu Tong had made such a disingenuous declaration, causing her cheeks to flush. Yin Mo observed her audacity with a cold expression, recalling something that seemed to amuse him. "Since I have saved you and you have saved me, we are even. However, I am not inclined to engage in a sham partnership. If you wish to truly navigate this challenge, we must genuinely become mates. In our Silver Wolf clan, once a partner is chosen, it is for life." Shu Tong clicked her tongue. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yin Mo could not escape this reality either. Yet, with an arrow knocked, he had no choice but to shoot. She could not choose an orc from the Phoenix clan, as they had grown up together, and her true nature would be easily discerned. The male before her was relatively unfamiliar, allowing her to reveal her true self. "Very well. Are you not going to regret this?" Yin Mo suddenly inquired. "No," Shu Tong replied firmly. "In 3 days, I shall visit your clan and present the betrothal gifts." Yin Mo did not finish his thought and simply turned to lie down. Shu Tong was left bewildered. Betrothal gifts? Yet, observing his aloof demeanor, she cautiously approached, grasping his wrist. "I possess some healing techniques. Let me examine you." Yin Mo did not refuse. He was agile and robust. He would recover in 2 or 3 days, but he must avoid vigorous activity to prevent reopening his wounds and thwarting the shaman's intentions. "Do you practice medicine?" Yin Mo asked without turning his head. It would not be a bad idea to perform sterilization on any disobedient males. Shu Tong withdrew her hand. Meanwhile, Yin Mo, lying down, felt an inexplicable chill between his legs, and he suddenly understood the implication. "Leave," Yin Mo commanded, ushering her out. Shu Tong complied and departed. Once she was gone, the shaman ascended with the bitter medicine intended for Yin Mo, observing him lost in thought. "How do you feel?" "Very foul," Yin Mo replied as he rose. Although somewhat weak, he felt significantly bettered. "I was referring to the female's lips," the shaman retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "What do you mean?" Yin Mo asked, puzzled. "Are you savoring the moment?" The shaman feigned ignorance, aware of the jest. "Just because you raised me does not grant you the license to jest indiscriminately in my presence." Yin Mo's expression grew serious. The shaman chuckled nonchalantly. "You were exceedingly hot earlier. It was Shu Tong who fed you the water with her mouth. I witnessed it." Yin Mo felt an odd sensation wash over him. So, it was not merely a dream. "Let us speak of serious matters." He redirected the conversation. "The 8 beast clans of the upper continent have lost all sense of decency, abducting females from here, subsequently breeding them, and then killing the mothers to control their clans." Upon mentioning this, the shaman's expression turned grim. "It is only a matter of time before they perish by their own hands. As Shu Tong's arrival signifies her plea for my assistance, and I have consented." Yin Mo repeated impassively. "She is the fortunate star capable of altering this calamity. Why being with her, you can change the current situation, subsequently rectifying the chaos among the 8 beast clans of the upper continent and avenging yourself." "You must not show mercy," the shaman implored earnestly, kneeling beside Yin Mo. "I understand." The restlessness of Yin Mo was unprecedented. He lay amidst the refuse, rendered speechless. In the afternoon, Shu Tong encountered another brother. His name was Feng Rue. Remarkably gaunt, due to years of avoiding sunlight, his skin was pallid and devoid of color. He was squatting in his dwelling, deftly weaving a bamboo basket. Upon hearing a sound, he looked up. Sister, Shu Tong stood in the sunlight. Cradling a watermelon, tea had been brought to her by Feng Wei, who was reluctant to consume it and thus bestowed it upon her. She intended to immerse it in water to cool it. At that moment, she spotted her second brother. Second brother, would you like to bask in the sun? Shu Tong felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. That I would. Feng Rue replied with a smile. I shall place the watermelon in the basin and return to carry you. Second brother, Shu Tong rarely felt such genuine delight in an endeavor. Feng Rue chuckled softly and resumed weaving the bamboo basket. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached. Shu Tong's figure darted in, holding a makeshift stool aloft. Feng Rue gazed at her in surprise, but before he could utter a word, he was lifted and placed upon the stool. Shu Tong found a blanket and draped it over her brother's legs, then lifted both him and the chair with ease. That up we go. Feng Rue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, grasped the sides of the stool, sensing himself elevated by an entire meter. The glaring sunlight beamed down upon him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yet, as he looked down at his sister's face, calm and unflustered, he was taken aback. His sister's strength had returned. Shu Tong found a spot where the sun was not too harsh and settled her brother comfortably. She dashed off again to retrieve his tools. Dutifully, she squatted beside him, curiously rummaging through his toolbox. Inside lay a plethora of items, all crafted from bone. She picked one up and applied gentle pressure. Cracked. It broke cleanly and two. Panic washed over her, and the atmosphere grew tense. Second brother, I shall help you rework it, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment, still unaccustomed to her newfound strength. It's all right. Your strength has returned. Which is a good thing. I heard you had a falling out with Mo Li. Feng Rue shook his head, dismissing the matter. In fact, he offered words of consolation. Indeed, I tossed Mo Li into the river. Shu Tong exhibited no hint of shame. Feng Rue was momentarily stunned. Although she spoke so casually, the change in his sister was quite profound, leaving him somewhat bewildered. She was envious of your affection for Feng and sought to harm me. Shu Tong explained, Oli has long been a tyrant in the tribe, and ordinary females cannot contend with her. Pushing you into the water was unjust, and returning the favor is no fault of yours. Shu Tong smiled brightly. You're the best. Second brother, I shall draw up a blueprint for a four-wheeled stool for you to construct. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Feng Rue's legs. She contemplated reaching out, but hesitated. Fearing it might be too forward and change her mind, I shall heed your advice. Now that you are of age, have you considered what type of partner you seek? Feng Rue inquired. Shu Tong pondered for a moment before replying. I have decided. It shall not be from our tribe, but rather a wolf clan shaman who instills fear in beasts. Feng Rue found nothing peculiar about her choice. He cast a glance at the playful younglings nearby, but said nothing. After a considerable time, he noticed Shu Tong watching him with trepidation and spoke earnestly. Yin Mo is, in truth, a formidable male that I believe it would be wise for you to pursue him as a partner. With his protection, no beast man would dare lay a hand on you. You should pursue him with confidence. Upon hearing her brother's words, Shu Tong's heart settled back in her chest. She promptly stood, striking her palm against a nearby tree. Crack! The tree splintered instantly, startling the nearby playful cubs, who began to wail. Feng Rue, seated on the stool, shifted nervously, casting a fearful glance at his sister. Why did she resort to violence so readily? He awkwardly shifted, gazing at her as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. This tree deserved it, Shu Tong lamented. She then noticed the frightened cubs huddled in their mother's embrace, peering through their fingers at her mischief. She felt no shame whatsoever. It is the tree's fault for being so frail, Feng Rue remarked. Shu Tong found it hard to counter, and she reverted to her obedient demeanor. The siblings enjoyed a harmonious interaction. At that moment, a figure burst through the tribe's entrance, leaping unceremoniously toward Shu Tong. Feng Shu Tong, came a melodious call. Who is it? Shu Tong dodged, only to see the black figure trip and fall to the ground. unable to rise. Ouch, that hurts. The shadow rolled over, cradling its injured leg, curling into a ball and wailing. Shu Tong, you little brat, the figure on the ground cried out indignantly, seeing the fallen tree nearby. Shu Tong picked it up, sensing that her stance was somewhat intimidating. Sister, what do you intend to do? Feng Rui asked, alarmed. Shu Tong, effortlessly carrying the tree, responded with unexpected gentleness. Fear not, I will not harm her. After all, she is a female. Feng Rui mused to himself that in her eyes, the distinction between male and female seemed irrelevant. The tree was then tossed beside the shadow. Ah! The startled female sprang to her feet, leaping about in a panic as if she had a thorn in her backside. Feng Rui swallowed nervously, just as he suspected. Shu Tong, are you trying to get yourself killed? I am Yin Chuan. The shadow called from a distance. Shu Tong turned to face her. This female was strikingly beautiful, but her raven hair seemed to have a mind of its own, wildly growing in all directions. At that moment, her delicate brows were furrowed, reflecting her exasperation. Yin Chuan, I must apologize for my earlier oversight, Shu Tong chuckled. This was an old friend of the original owner, now visiting the Phoenix clan, and her failure to recognize her nearly led to her being ejected from the tribe. That would have been unfortunate. I noticed that ever since you fell into the water, your tongue has become quite sharp, Yin Chuan remarked, preparing to voice further complaints. But upon noticing Feng Rui seated nearby, she abruptly regained her composure. Since you've arrived, please take a seat. Shu Tong also realized the situation, and soon the three of them sat together. Shu Tong propped her chin on one hand, casually observing her friend as she ranted about her desire to exact vengeance on Mo Li. That little female, Mo Li, is simply insufferable. Your previous timidity made me feel quite stifled, she exclaimed, feeling a bit vexed. She pulled Feng Rui into the conversation, lamenting for quite some time. Feng Rui refrained from engaging in such trivial matters but still showed affection for his sister, adding Mo Li dares not take action, for she has failed to choose a satisfactory male and must participate in the female selection at the Bee City. Shu Tong, you haven't failed to choose a satisfactory male. Have you? Feng is quite a good option, Yin Chuan remarked, her gaze fixed on her friend, her expression one of disbelief. It is not Feng, Shu Tong replied. Who then? Yin Chuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Your brother, Shu Tong replied dismissively. Get lost. Where would I have a brother? Yin Chuan retorted, her irritation palpable. With a delayed reaction, she covered her mouth, eyes widening in horror. Yin Mo, Shu Tong chuckled, not entirely foolish. You are quite bold. Yin Chuan trembled slightly. Her brother was certainly an oddity, and Shu Tong was even more so. Not the slightest hint of fear was evident on her face. It seemed she had made up her mind. When had these two ever seen eye to eye? And when had they been secretly entangled behind her back? As Shu Tong observed her, she could see that Yin Chuan had indeed concocted a thrilling and heartfelt love story in her mind. What a pity she wasn't an editor. Unfortunately, there was none here. Compared to her previous companion, this one was even more gossipy. After sitting for a while, Feng Rui began to feel a bit dizzy. He shifted his legs beneath the blanket, but alas, felt little sensation. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Shu Tong's head. Sister, I want to go home. All right, Shu Tong replied, regaining her focus as she carried both the chair and her second brother back into the room. Upon returning for tools, Yin Chuan blocked her at the doorway, her gaze landing mischievously on Shu Tong's belly. You're not expecting, are you? Get lost, Shu Tong retorted, her face darkening. Her deep, dark eyes glared at her gossiping friend. In an instant, Yin Chuan was taken aback, looking down at her own toes, not realizing she had misjudged the situation. Yet, how could Shu Tong have captured her brother's heart? Meanwhile, inside the room, Feng Rui perked up his ears, listening intently to their exchange. Shu Tong resumed her aloof demeanor, returning the items in her hand. She held a charcoal pencil, sketching 4 wheeled stools on a piece of template. Second brother, can you make this? Certainly, Feng Rui replied with a smile. Shu Tong noticed her second brother's hand tremble slightly. He clenched his teeth, a flush creeping onto his face. It was excitement. She quickly averted her gaze, chuckling, if you're short on materials. Let me know. I still have plenty of energy. Yin Chuan stood by, bewildered by what the siblings were up to, her anxiety palpable as she fidgeted. Shu Tong, are you coming home with me? Yin Chuan inquired. Observing her friend's foolish expression, she felt certain she would perish from embarrassment. Finally, with resignation, she said, I'll go deliver food shortly. For my brother? Yin Chuan pressed, unwilling to relent. Yes, Shu Tong affirmed. I'm going too. Yin Chuan volunteered eagerly to go catch fish. Shu Tong commanded without ceremony. All right, Yin Chuan replied, sprinting forward, and in the next moment, leaping into the river as dust descended, a pot of fish soup simmered to perfection. Feng Wei squatted by the pot, salivating profusely, all while keeping a watchful eye on Yin Chuan, who frequently cast furtive glances. Their gazes met, sparks igniting. Neither wished to relent. It was Shu Tong's first attempt at cooking, and though somewhat clumsy, her quick comprehension yielded surprisingly good results. Yin Chuan approached with a bowl, signaling Shu Tong to serve her a portion to test the seasoning. Feng Wei objected, thinking it audacious to eat the food prepared by his sister, whom they hadn't yet sampled. Thus, he stubbornly blocked the pot, fixated on the pristine fish soup, continuing to salivate. Feng Wei, you want to monopolize the food, Yin Chuan fumed, hopping in frustration. Don't compete with third brother. There's plenty more, busy slicing meat. Shu Tong looked up to address her friend. Where is it? Yin Chuan asked, bewildered, turning in circles with her bowl. Shu Tong had no chance to respond, and 10 minutes later, the foolish Yin Chuan and Feng Wei had begun to fight. The two were embroiled in a fierce quarrel over a bowl of rice. Feng Sheng stood in the middle, perplexed, watching the two childish beings engage in a water fight. Upon seeing Feng Sheng, Yin Chuan immediately regained her composure. Timidly, she murmured, Why is he here? Bowl, Shu Tong commanded, gesturing to the side where the quail-like Yin Chuan was pretending to be inconspicuous. Startled, Yin Chuan hesitated, unable to meet Feng Sheng's gaze. Cautiously, she leaned closer to Shu Tong and whispered, Are you going to deliver food to my brother? If your family finds out, will there be an argument? Why would there be? Shu Tong replied, puzzled that at worst, it would be a matter of stopping them. It wouldn't escalate to a quarrel that moment. Shu Tong ladled the fish soup into a bowl and served the other's rice. As her gaze swept across the room, Yin Chuan remained silent. Feng Qiu looked at her daughter and asked, Have you found a suitable match? Everyone turned their attention to the composed Shu Tong, eagerly awaiting her answer. After serving the rice, Shu Tong replied, I have found someone. Feng. Her mother, Mei, asked impatiently, clearly supportive of Feng. Not only was he handsome, but he was also gentle and doted on her daughter. In her eyes, no other beastman seemed fitting. Her daughter, being well-behaved, was bound to choose Feng. The two who had just learned the truth lowered their heads to eat, but their ears perked up to hear what Shu Tong would say. Shu Tong bit into a rib and said earnestly, It's not him. Feng Yi is not right for me. Not Feng Yi. Could it be his brother, Feng Liang? Mei speculated, refusing to give up. Feng Yi's mother had a knack for bearing young ones. Not only were the female offspring beautiful, but the males were also commendable. Feng Liang's looks were remarkable, even breathtaking. However, he was cold and aloof, more daunting than Shu Tong's younger sibling. Did Shu Tong truly fancy such a beastman? No, she replied, feeling an immense pressure. Mei grew anxious. Most formidable beastmen in the tribe already had their partners. Did she fancy any of them? Let me tell you, my daughter cannot engage in such reckless behavior, or I will no longer dote on you. Seeing her mother feign anger, the usually calm Shu Tong found herself at a loss for words. Mei genuinely loved her daughter and wished to shield her from harm. The reason she favored Feng, it was that they were from the same tribe, having grown up together, knowing each other well, and no one could care for her daughter quite like Feng Yi. Yet all suitable candidates have been dismissed. Mei could not fathom who it could be as the head of the family. Feng Qiu attempted to lighten the mood, smiling as he said, As long as it makes our daughter happy. That is what matters. This only fueled Mei's fury. She turned her ire towards her partner. It's all your fault. You've spoiled her to the point of recklessness. Feng isn't good enough for her. How can she be so picky? If you can't present a stronger male today, I'll pack you both up and throw you out. Feng Qiu had no words to express his plight, shrugging at Shu Tong, indicating he had done his best. The young ones remained silent, hiding beneath the table, awaiting the storm to pass. Shu Tong realized she couldn't dodge the issue any longer and was about to speak when her second brother, mustering his courage, said gently, "It was I who introduced my sister to him." May's expression darkened, resembling an impending storm. I could see that moment. Feng Rue, who usually preferred not to venture outside, spoke up, barely suppressing his fury. "Your friend?" he asked, his tone flat. "It's Yin Mo," he stated. Upon hearing this, May was stunned, her mind filled with thoughts of that bloodthirsty silver wolf. Why choose him of all people? It was clearly meant to infuriate her. However, she couldn't unleash her wrath on her own son, so she tugged at her partner's ear for a serious discussion. Once the parents left, Shu Tong sheepishly remarked, "Second brother, you shouldn't have to bear the brunt of the anger. It should be father. It's father who can't come home tonight." Feng Sheng's cold voice interjected, casting a disapproving glance at his younger siblings. "It seems I've raised two leeches." Inchuan dared not speak and avoided eye contact. After finishing their meal, she pulled Shu Tong along, clutching a jar, and dashed away. Once outside the tribe, Inchuan, still shaken, said, "Your mother is truly formidable." "Indeed, very impressive," Shu Tong chuckled. "If only my mother were that powerful." Inchuan suddenly fell into a state of melancholy. "Shall we switch?" Shu Tong inquired. No, that won't do." Inchuan recalled May's fierce countenance and shuddered. "It would be better for her to remain honest. For the original is always the finest. Although her mother may not excel in culinary skills, at least she is gentle." "What nonsense! Lead the way." Shu Tong grasped a jar and, leaving a remark, urged her friend onwards. Inchuan swiftly dashed ahead. 10 minutes later, they arrived beneath the Great Witch's treehouse. "Here we go again, delivering food." The Great Witch peered out from behind the tree, his face obscured in darkness, yet his teeth gleamed white. His expression seemed somewhat softened. Perhaps it was merely Shu Tong's illusion, but she sensed something amiss in the way the Great Witch gazed at her. Fearing she might be overthinking, she merely nodded. Preparing to seek out Yin Mo, yet Inchuan began to chatter excitedly. This fish soup was personally brewed by Feng Shu Tong, said to be beneficial for her brother's health, and she claimed that drinking it would invigorate him instantly. Shu Tong desperately wished to silence her. What a blabbermouth! While it was indeed her handiwork, her intention was to be an unrequited helper. "Thank you for spreading the word everywhere. Hurry up and go. Inchuan, come down and assist me with the medicine." The Great Witch seemed all the more pleased, though a trace of worry lingered in his heart. He had never courted a mate, nor had he endeavored to please a female. Thus he was clueless about the nature of affection. With Feng Shu Tong lavishing attention upon him, would she not warm the heart of their young master? If she truly did, how would they avenge their grievances later? Inchuan smirked slyly and without hesitation betrayed her friend. "You go ahead. I'll help out." Shu Tong inhaled deeply, refraining from further comment as she ascended the stairs. The treehouse remained as chaotic as ever. Amidst the heaps of refuse lay that ethereal beauty. One hand rested over her eyes, revealing her fair, well-defined cheek. Such an adorable sight. Shu Tong had a request of her. Her demeanor softened considerably, but as she tread carefully over the clutter, she finally reached her destination. She placed the jar down to one side and called softly, "Are you awake? Would you like some fish soup? I brewed it myself." Yin Mo remained motionless and spoke. "You need not flatter me. I will agree to your request." "Flatter?" Shu Tong questioned, puzzled. "Isn't bringing fish soup a form of flattery?" Yin Mo's words were rather irksome. Shu Tong's attitude shifted dramatically. Offering fish soup was a rare gesture of concern. If he was unwilling, she would not force him, and why kindness is not to be trampled upon. "It's not as if I am utterly dependent on you." Shu Tong lifted the fish soup she had prepared with her own hands and turned to leave. "Leave it, Yin Mo commanded. I suddenly have no inclination for it." "Farewell," Shu Tong retorted, ignoring him. How spoiled he was! She knew full well that Yin Mo needed her too. Had she not intervened, he would have perished in flames long ago. Moreover, upon careful consideration, Yin Mo still owed her. "Quite the temper," Yin Mo remarked suddenly, seizing Shu Tong's arm. She froze. This was the first time in 30 years as a spirit that she had been grasped by a man with no blood relation. Instead of pulling away, she felt an odd sensation. Yin Mo too realized he had acted somewhat abruptly, promptly retracting his hand and adding, "Put down the fish soup. I will seek you out in 3 days. And I shall not hinder your important matters." Yin Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose, but he must be mad to grasp a female's hand and still engage in such matters with her. Shu Tong set down her belongings and walked away without looking back. The awkwardness was palpable. She felt she could scrape together 3 rooms and a hall from it. Upon descending, she found Yin Chuan squatting to one side, playing with a small insect. She had not even begun to grind the medicine. Evidently busy creating what she deemed opportunities to... "Oh, soon," Yin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Shu Tong replied, her expression impassive, "It was merely delivering soup. It's not as if I'm missing limbs. Must I feed him too?" "Surely not. Surely not. Did nothing happen? Did my brother not express gratitude or suggest your return?" Yin Chuan pressed on, skeptical. "You talk far too much," Shu Tong said, a hint of annoyance flickering across her face. This little Yin Chuan, if given a trumpet, would surely become a loudspeaker. Boasting throughout the tribe, I delivered a drink to Yin Mo, and concocting sweet tales of reluctant farewells and tender moments. Yin Mo was a fool. With newfound courage, Yin Chuan declared. Shu Tong could no longer bear to linger, ignoring Yin Chuan's lamentations as she turned to leave. Upon entering the tribe, she was confronted by the battered Mo Li, accompanied by several females blocking her path. "What do you seek the shaman for?" "That's none of your concern," Shu Tong retorted curtly. "Feng Shu Tong," Mo Li shouted in anger, "that I'm right here. Has my granddaughter missed me?" Shu Tong crossed her arms, exuding an air of calm. "Feng Shu Tong, do not overstep," Mo Li fumed, smoke practically billowing from her ears at a frail female beside her interjected, "Shu Tong, do not be upset. Mo Li means well. She fears for your safety against the roaming beasts." This female, golden-haired and delicate in appearance, spoke with an air of concern. One could tell she was a product of the beast world. Why did such creatures seem to be everywhere? She had encountered them during her spirit years, and now they reappeared. It made her want to strike out. Lien is correct. The outside world is perilous. Rumor has it that roaming beasts have been sighted. Be cautious not to be captured. This female was Feng Yi's sister, named Feng Cha. The original had a strained relationship with her, as Feng Cha was friends with Feng Lien. She favored the idea of Feng Lien with her brother, unaware that her second brother was blind and had set his sights on the timid original. Thus, wherever Feng Shu Tong went, Feng Cha and Feng Lien would follow. The two scheming friends that "I do not require your concern," Shu Tong dismissed them, glancing at them before continuing on her way. Little did she know, Feng Lien suddenly began to tearfully lament. "It is our fault. We should not have mentioned the roaming beasts. You are quite self-aware, realizing your meddlesome nature, yet still failing to keep quiet." Shu Tong observed her tear-streaked visage. Her irritation surged, her patience wearing thin. "Feng Shu Tong, you are unwell. Lien is only looking out for your best interests." Feng Cha retorted indignantly. Is she a beast god? Why is she so meddlesome? If she has so many tears to shed, she should go elsewhere. They need her there." Shu Tong expressed her impatience coldly. Indeed, Feng Cha was incensed, while Feng Lien wept profusely, and Mo Li, unusually, remained silent, merely watching the spectacle unfold. Truly, it was a tiresome farce. As Feng Lien bowed her head, her face wore a fierce expression. This Feng Shu Tong was ungrateful and had even sullied her own reputation. That little wretch truly deserved a beating. Why had she not been swept away by the waters? If she were to disappear, Feng, you would surely notice her instead. Just wait for it. The commotion attracted the attention of the beastmen preparing to rest. Among them, the male Feng Lien admired. "What is the matter?" "Feng," he inquired. Feng Cha quickly seized the opportunity to complain. Lien feared for Feng Shu Tong's safety when she saw her alone, warning her about the roaming beasts. Yet Feng Shu Tong did not appreciate it and even made Lien weep. Feng Yi's gaze drifted lazily to Feng Lien's tear-streaked face, noting its artistic quality. Her complexion was pristine, her eyes glistening with moisture, devoid of any snot. Typically, when females weep and wail, they end up with their faces smeared. How had she achieved such a feat? "Are you all right, Shu Tong?" Feng Yi asked, glancing at her before turning to the impatient Shu Tong. I am fine. They have issues. They love to talk and stir up trouble. I merely indicated that I do not need their help. Shu Tong replied candidly. Brother, see how arrogant she has become. She must have been too talkative, which is why Mo Li pushed her into the water. Why isn't she drowned? Feng Cha's words were unfiltered and laden with implications. The two individuals, steeped in nuance, found themselves in a tense atmosphere that Jasmine's complexion darkened, her frustration nearly palpable, while Shu Tong harbored an aversion to even glancing in her direction. T least feigned some fragility, some semblance of decorum, if only to honor the prestige of her tea name, she thought, as Feng Cha's bluntness revealed her naivety. Clearly, she was merely cannon fodder in this scenario. Enough of this nonsense. How dare you speak so? Feng Yi's expression turned icy, her voice laced with authority. Feng Cha froze, disbelief etched across her features as she regarded her brother. For the sake of an ineffectual female, he chose to unleash his ire upon her, prompting her to retort with indignation. It is all Feng Shu Tong's doing, ensnaring you in her charms, while she harbors no affection for you, seeing you merely as a foolish male. Return at once. Feng Yi commanded, unwavering, that I shall seek our mother. With a huff of indignation, Feng Cha stormed away, her footsteps echoing with defiance. Feng Lian cast a significant glance at Shu Tong before saying, Feng Yi, fret not, that I shall check on Cha. With that, she departed, frequently glancing back as she left. Jasmine remained rooted, uncharacteristically resolute, as she declared, Feng Shu Tong, in a few days, envoys from the B City will visit our tribe. Are you prepared for the possibility of being chosen? Shu Tong met her gaze coolly, replying, You should be more concerned about yourself. I fear you may have to go. You? Jasmine fumed, her anger palpable as she stormed off. Do you wish to go to the B City? Feng Yi inquired, adjusting her expression cautiously. Most likely, Shu Tong replied, clearly reluctant to elaborate. Yes, I've said before. If you are unwilling, seek me out. Feng Yi was particularly mindful of Shu Tong's feelings. Shu Tong observed him, his profile illuminated by the sun, his porcelain skin glowing, the shadows casting an alluring contour to his face. His features were strikingly handsome, yet Shu Tong felt no stirrings of affection. Thank you, but I shall not trouble you further. You ought to find a new partner, she stated firmly before striding away. Feng Yi stood apart, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes, as he turned once more. He cast a glance toward the distant treehouse, as if arriving at a resolute decision. Upon returning home, Mei was still in a huff, ignoring her. Shu Tong had no choice but to cradle her younger brother. Taking small steps. Mother, she called softly, I am not your mother. Mei retorted, genuinely angry, engrossed in sewing with a piece of unblemished hide. Without a second thought, she replied to Shu Tong's gentle call. Shu Tong smiled helplessly. Mother, she persisted, undeterred, I am not your mother. You are mine. Now that you have come of age, I can no longer dictate your choices. Mei scolded, her back turned in irritation. Feng Yi is admirable, but unsuitable. Shu Tong resignedly settled to the side, patiently asserting, Feng Yi is unworthy of you. Why not ascend to the heavens? Mei was genuinely exasperated. She had nurtured her daughter with care, shielding her from hardship. Yet, when it came to finding a partner, she exhibited a stubbornness that was unbecoming. She refused Feng Yi, opting instead for the wolf tribe Shaman, having explicitly warned her about Yin Mo's bloodthirstiness and brutality, deeming him an inappropriate choice. Stay away from him, she had said, only to find her daughter defying her words. It infuriated her. Feng Yi was a ray of sunshine, warming all. Mei wished for a partner akin to her father, one who would wholeheartedly care for her mother's well-being. Despite Yin Mo's reputation as a ruthless beastman, his act of saving her proved that appearances could be deceiving. Shu Tong had a keen eye for character. Everyone harbors a secret or two. As long as it does not jeopardize the family or their lives, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. You have merely lived 18 years and dare to challenge us. Impressive, is it not? She chided. Child, it is not your mother who endangers you, but rather, Yin Mo's troubled past complicates his life. Shu Tong placed her hand gently on Mei's knee, resting both her and her brother's heads against it. The scent of their mother was unforgettable, warm and sweet. May, who cherished cleanliness, bathed daily with roses from outside the tribe, filling the air with a comforting floral aroma. This sensation was both nostalgic and slightly alien to Shu Tong, who had not experienced it in 30 years. Disregarding parental advice leads to unending regret. Yet, she knew Feng Yi was indeed unsuitable. How could she convey this? Observing her child's obedient demeanor, May inhaled deeply. As long as you are content, that is what matters. This was her unspoken agreement. If it proves ill-suited, return home, and I shall care for you. May, with heartfelt sincerity, addressed her little phoenix. Chirp, chirp, I shall care for you too. Shu Tong understood, her eyes welling with emotion as tears escaped. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, Yin Mo arrived with several subordinates, creating quite a stir among the tribe. Leading the group, Yin Mo donned his silver mane, exuding an aura of dominance. The guards of the Phoenix tribe were rendered speechless by his imposing presence, standing aside in silent subjugation. The tribe leader, Feng Xiu, felt a pang of anguish upon seeing Yin Mo, as though his cherished Phoenix offspring were being sullied by this wolf. However, he concealed his feelings, while May stood defiantly at the forefront, hands on her hips, exuding an air of formidable authority as she scrutinized Yin Mo with utmost scrutiny. In her mind, she thought, I have raised my child with love, and now this beast dares to take her away. It is already disheartening enough. Now, brazenly presenting lavish betrothal gifts. How could that possibly appease me? This prospective mother-in-law was not easily swayed. Yin Mo was well aware of this, and had heard of May's fearsome reputation for her prowess in verbal battles and her fierce protectiveness. Yin Mo, what brings you here? May demanded, unwilling to let him dominate the conversation. Tio proposed. Yin Mo replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate on such a significant matter than a proposal. Who did he intend to wed? Surely not Feng Shu Tong. She was the tribe leader's beloved child. How could he, a beast, expect to claim her? The surrounding tribespeople murmured in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Yin Mo sought Feng Shu Tong's hand, regardless of her beauty. Her status as the tribe leader's daughter rendered her untouchable by most males, unless they possessed exceptional prowess. Have you sought your parents' approval? May asked knowingly. No, Yin Mo replied honestly. Without parental consent, what right did he have to propose? May's stance was clearly one of disapproval. Feng Xiu stood behind her, intentionally placing his partner in a difficult position before Yin Mo. This is my precious daughter, raised with utmost care, after years of marriage. We have had only one daughter, coddled and sheltered from hardship. We would not wish even a hint of suffering upon her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she is to be handed over to this brute. They were naturally indignant. As for Shu Tong, what did she think of the betrothal gifts? If she found them unsatisfactory, he would send his subordinates to procure more. Yin Mo did not engage with this line of questioning, instead clarifying his intentions. News of Feng Shu Tong's impending union with Yin Mo spread like wildfire through the tribe. Upon hearing this, Jasmine was elated, dancing with glee, as now no one would vie for Feng Yi's attention. Yet, what would Feng Yi's reaction be upon learning this news? She mused with a hint of malice. Soon after, she, accompanied by her entourage, intentionally approached Feng Yi's residence, raising her voice for effect. The wolf tribe shaman has come to propose, and the partner he seeks is none other than Feng Shu Tong. You think Feng Shu Tong has been cursed by the beast god? Cursed indeed. Who does not know of Yin Mo's ferocity? When he goes mad, none can stand in his way. The delicate Feng Shu Tong would surely meet a grim fate. Jasmine eagerly anticipated the scene of Feng Shu Tong being devoured by Yin Mo. Several female figures engaged in lively conversation, their voices drifting naturally into the room. Reaching Feng Yi's ears, startled, he abruptly trembled, clutching a bone in his hand, and then, like a whirlwind, he swept aside the door curtain and vanished without a trace. Jasmine cast a fleeting glance at his retreating figure. She had anticipated that Feng Yi would seize her arm and demand to know the veracity of the news. Instead, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving her countenance even more displeased. It was evident that Feng Shu Tong had done nothing to deserve Feng Yi's affections. Why was it that Feng Yi's heart and mind were solely occupied by Feng Shu Tong, neglecting the admiration of others like herself? A wave of bitterness surged within her. Frowning, she suddenly turned to her companion and said, "Let us join the fray. I wish to see what Shu Tong intends to do." Her little follower, puzzled, asked, "What are we going to see?" Jasmine replied with fervor, "We are going to witness her folly." With no other choice, the little follower trailed behind Jasmine, and a throng of them made their way to the gathering. Moments later, in the tribe square, the beastmen had formed several circles, gazing at the lavish betrothal gifts piled upon the platform, unable to suppress their astonishment. Although Yin Mo was indeed fierce, his prowess was not to be underestimated. A few years prior, their lower continent had suffered a calamity, leaving scant prey and the surviving beastmen struggling for existence to end the past. During courtship, they would offer 4 or 5 beasts, with the finest being a single red fox, which had been a source of envy. Yet today, Yin Mo arrived with an impressive array of gifts, both abundant and of exceptional quality. The number of red foxes alone exceeded 50, all alive. In stark contrast, the betrothal gifts previously received by the females appeared pitiful. Seizing the opportunity, Jasmine remarked, "While Shu Tong may face peril, I must admit, these gifts truly evoke my envy." Beside her, Fingy cast a disdainful glance, his tone laced with hostility. "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." His mood, already soured, darkened further upon witnessing the plethora of prey, as if he had been dealt a severe blow. The 50 gifts he had meticulously prepared paled in comparison to Yin Mo's offerings. Jasmine shrank back, noticing Shu Tong approaching with a calm demeanor, clad in newly tailored garments that accentuated her delicate beauty. She moved gracefully amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. "You truly keep your promises," Shu Tong remarked, her gaze sweeping across the more than 200 beasts presented, a hint of astonishment evident in her expression. Yin Mo's eyes drifted lazily over Shu Tong's face. Indeed, she was a striking female, especially with her appearance today. "Since I have made a promise, I must fulfill it. Do you like it?" Yin Mo's tone softened considerably. "I do," Shu Tong replied earnestly, acknowledging the delightful feeling of being cherished. Suddenly, the platform trembled, causing Shu Tong to lurch forward, bringing her close to Yin Mo. He instinctively placed a hand on her shoulder, discreetly creating distance between them. "Are you all right?" Yin Mo inquired, his expression subtly altered from before. Noticing Shu Tong's composure, he felt a complex mix of emotions stirring within him. "I am fine," Shu Tong reassured, stepping back and recognizing Yin Mo's gentlemanly demeanor in public. She wondered if he would behave differently in private. However, each sought their own needs. This scene did not escape Fingy's cold gaze. "Elder, are you truly willing to entrust Shu Tong to Yin Mo? After all, he belongs to the wolf tribe." Harboring ulterior motives, "I fear that if Shu Tong becomes his partner, it won't be long before she returns as a corpse." His words held weight. The wolf tribe, their neighbors, had been notorious for their misdeeds, seizing whatever they desired with utmost ruthlessness. With Yin Mo as their backing, their actions were solely his doing. "Since we are to unite, we will not engage in the slaughter of our partners, should we betray our vows. May the heavens strike us down," Yin Mo declared coldly, his gaze shifting abruptly. "You wolves swear oaths as if drinking cool water. How can we trust you?" Fingy's irritation mounted as he pushed aside those standing beside him, striding up to the platform to confront Yin Mo. They stood nearly eye to eye, both stunning beastmen, creating a striking tableau. In their intense gaze, neither yielded. "Shu Tong is the female I desire. I refuse to see her harmed by you." Funny muttered. Yin Mo's eyes gleamed with icy disdain as he regarded the arrogant beastman before him. "That if you truly care for her, why did you not confess your feelings sooner? Now that I present such an abundance of gifts." It is clear that Shu Tong is enamored. After a brief pause, he added provocatively, "It is utterly impossible for you to claim her as your partner now. Heed my words and refrain from making a fool of yourself here." Yin Mo subtly advanced, his towering presence overshadowing Funny. Funny felt the chill emanating from him, forcing him to step back. When he regained his composure, he seethed with frustration. "Shu Tong is not a female who is easily swayed by gifts. She possesses discernment. Even if she does not favor me, she would not choose you as her partner." Fungy's gaze fell upon Shu Tong's face, silently hoping she would speak. Drawing a deep breath, Feng Shutong approached quickly, her demeanor apologetic as she addressed Feng. I appreciate your goodwill. I have indeed taken a liking to him. Why would you debase yourself in such a manner, even if you do not care for me? Seeking him as a partner is akin to throwing yourself into the fire, Feng Yi replied, his expression pained. Unconsciously, he retreated several steps, clutching his aching heart, on the verge of tears. Feng Shutong was not one to cling to the past. She turned to shield the gazes of the beastmen and solemnly reiterated, I truly harbor no feelings for you. We have grown up together. I do not wish to hurt you. Therefore, it is my freedom to choose any male as my partner. And I hope you will not interfere in my affairs. Furthermore, I wish you well in finding a partner you cherish. Feng Yi's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed silently for a moment. Until Feng Shutong's impatience grew, he suddenly declared, Very well, since this is your choice, I shall not press you further, but I leave you with this. Should you find yourself wounded and without refuge, I will offer you a safe haven. With that, Feng Yi transformed into a magnificent phoenix, flapping his wings and disappearing from sight. Yin Mo interjected, I did not anticipate your romantic prospects to be so plentiful. This male possesses considerable capability. Why not choose him? Feng Shutong smiled, appraising him thoroughly. Having already delivered his betrothal gifts, speaking thus seems redundant. Since you have honored your promise, shall I move in tonight? You truly have impressed me. Yin Mo remarked before leaping down from the platform. Feng Shutong indeed proved to be more amiable than he had anticipated. Moreover, her gaze lingered on the gifts without revealing any greed. It became evident that she genuinely sought his sanctuary and was not merely fixated on his offerings. No wonder the silver phoenix appeared so wounded. Alas, love may be sincere, yet the currents of fate are indifferent. With Feng Shutong agreeing to become Yin Mo's partner, the matter was settled. Despite Mei's fervent attempts to intervene and dissuade her male offspring, the outcome remained unchanged. Several beastmen with close ties to the chieftain rose swiftly to express their limited concern. Feng Shutong surveyed the betrothal gifts on the platform. Mother, let's keep enough for our family and distribute the rest to the elderly. Infirm and vulnerable within the tribe, Mei fell silent for a moment, restrained by the fact that everyone else was not yet angry. Subsequently, she gestured for her offspring to distribute the items. Oli did not leave. Instead, she watched as Feng Shutong received heartfelt blessings from everyone, while Feng Yi departed in sorrow. She observed Shu Tong, surrounded by numerous beasts, whose dark visage was tinged with coldness. It was astonishing that she had truly abandoned Feng Yi, who had cherished her for so many years, for an outsider. This female was not to be underestimated. While keeping Feng Yi dangling, she had secretly sought out a fierce beastman, garnering the affection of many, yet betraying the sincere hearts of others. When did the daughter of a mere chieftain become so adept at manipulation? Since you disdain Feng Yi and heartlessly cast him aside, prepare to face retribution. She would ensure that Feng Shutong comprehended the consequences of offending her beloved. Lost in such thoughts, Feng Lian approached, her face etched with anxiety. Grasping the hand of her kin, she inquired fervently about Feng Yi's whereabouts. Her expression akin to that of a female mourning the loss of her young. Oli was momentarily taken aback, but quickly trotted over. What is the matter? Have you also heard that Feng Shutong sought out Yin Mo and discarded Feng Yi, wishing to take revenge on her? Feng Lian cast a disdainful glance at her from the corner of her eye. Feng Shutong can choose whomever she pleases as a partner. It is her prerogative and has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, Feng Yi is the male I admire. If he is mistreated, I shall not let those beasts go unpunished, seeing the contempt in her gaze. Mo Li's expression darkened, her once cheerful demeanor now clouded. Feng Cha, who had never liked Mo Li, was now obstructing Feng Lian from seeking her brother and nurturing their relationship, immediately placing herself in their path. Mo Li, are you not tired? Do not block Lian. Why are you always in the way? Your brother has been hurt. It would be one thing if you didn't pursue him, but why obstruct us? Feng Cha, how can you be so heartless? Mo Li, towering over her, retorted, I'm aware of my brother's injury, so I do not require your false kindness. Do not approach him again. I fear he might recall your past misdeeds upon seeing you. Feng Cha's face was filled with scorn. Oli was taken aback, her expression stiffening, but she was not easily intimidated and pushed Feng Cha aside. Close your mouth. What misdeeds have I committed? I merely pity Feng Yi. The female he admires is a beast man who is only interested in gifts. It is a pity for his good intentions that I stand for his sake. So what right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? You dare push me? Feng Cha exclaimed incredulously. Just as it seemed they were about to clash, Feng Lian seized Feng Cha's hand. Let us set this aside for now and find your brother. There are truly rogue beasts about, and I fear he may be attacked alone. Feng Cha snapped back to reality. Nodding vigorously, she cast a look of "You will regret this" before turning and running off. From a distance, Shu Tong observed everything unfold. Indeed, none of them were to be trifled with. Oli turned around, noticing Shu Tong standing afar, smiling at her. She had expected a display of contrition, considering she had wronged Feng Yi. To her surprise, Shu Tong appeared utterly indifferent, igniting a surge of anger within her. She strode forward, confronting, "It's all your fault. If not for you, how could Feng Yi have run off?" Shu Tong's fair face was adorned with a smile. Her tone decidedly nonchalant. "So, what do you intend to do? Strike me?" "You," Oli stammered, rendered speechless by Shu Tong's audacity. She had never anticipated that Shu Tong could be so brazen and cold-hearted. "You are truly cruel." "This is cruelty? I suggest you return to your mother's womb and stay there for another 10 months. I fear you may not withstand the shock and faint." "Feng Shu Tong," Oli shouted in frustration. "I am not deaf. What business do you have with me, dear aunt?" Shu Tong replied with palpable disdain. "Prepare to face the consequences. Waiting is fine. Even if you were to be reborn, you would still be the same. So do not compel me to teach you how to conduct yourself." Seeing Oli nearly driven to the brink of fury, Shu Tong felt a surge of delight. How amusing it was to see her. The old hag prance about. If she were to bully her, she would kneel and call her mother. She wouldn't even bear the surname Feng. "Feng Shu Tong, you will regret this. I will make you weep bitterly." Oli vowed with malice. Having been thoroughly schooled by Shu Tong once again, Oli found herself at a loss for words. Drawing curious glances from the other beastmen, Oli was known for her prowess in both combat and repartee. Why then, was she now rendered mute before the seemingly fragile Shu Tong? Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. With Oli encountering a formidable opponent, she would likely refrain from bullying their young in the future. The beastmen buzzed with fervent discussions, while Shu Tong remained unaffected. Her third brother arrived, casting Oli a fierce glare that sent her fleeing. She dashed 10 meters away, panting heavily as she dared to glance back. Oli's complexion was pallid, and her timid minion stood cautiously to the side. Not wanting to reveal her vulnerable side, Oli maintained an air of calm. "Where has Feng Yi gone? Has Feng Lian found him?" Noticing her lack of inquiry about the earlier incident, the minion breathed a sigh of relief. Scanning their surroundings, she lowered her voice to say, "They have yet to return since they went out. Could they have encountered rogue beasts? I heard that some have been lurking near our tribe, seeking to snatch females." Oli froze. Was this information true? She had thought it was merely a fabrication by some female to frighten the young. To her dismay, it was indeed a reality. As she fell into silence, her minion boldly stepped forward, grasping her wrist. The patrolling beasts discovered traces of rogue beasts outside the tribe, and their scent is overwhelmingly foul. Thus, Oli, you should avoid going out for now. I fear you may be attacked. You have many admirers. It is not worth losing a vast expanse of forest over one Feng Yi. With her minion's words, Oli finally grasped the situation. Just because she coveted Feng Yi did not mean that Feng Lian could claim him as well. Feng Yi had been outright rejected by Feng Shu Tong, and with resentment in his heart, he would naturally not accept other females. This meant she still had a chance in the short term. Now, she needed to conserve her strength and secretly communicate with the rogue beasts, so she could deal with that shameless female, Feng Shu Tong. With this thought, her earlier gloom dissipated considerably. She silently resolved, "Feng Shu Tong, wait for me. You may revel in your arrogance now, but will not be long before you are weeping and begging me." Imagining the scene of Feng Shu Tong being tormented to death filled her with joy. It seemed that Shu Tong and she were fated to be at odds. She had to find other beastmen to take her down a peg. This little wench would certainly pay for her insolence next time, as she seized the opportunity to push her into the water, allowing her to experience the taste of drowning. Subsequently, she would deliver her to the rogue beasts, ensuring her life would become a torturous cycle of desperation. The minion cautiously observed her leader's expression, noting its complexity. She must be in a state of obsession. Otherwise, why would she be consumed by such thoughts all day? Nevertheless, Shu Tong had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Had she perhaps been possessed by something? Moments ago, they had mercilessly bullied Jasmine, hurling insults at her without a hint of hesitation, entirely unafraid of her ambitions. There must be some underlying issue, yet they could not pinpoint it in that fleeting moment. Thus, the two of them reluctantly departed together. The previous moment had seen Shu Tong exuding an air of nonchalance. Now, she bore the weight of pity. After bidding farewell to the congratulatory guests, Mei sat there, enveloped in gloom. The despondency of the matriarch cast a shadow over the entire household, rendering even Xiao unusually silent in her agreement. The oppressive atmosphere gnawed at Shu Tong's heart, prompting her to speak. Now that we have reached this juncture, let us consider how to proceed. Mei shot her a pointed glare, her annoyance palpable. Are you so eager to abandon us? Mother, how could that be? Shu Tong denied fervently, her tone excessively obsequious. Is it not true that your earlier acceptance of the betrothal gifts and your generous demeanor in doing good for your father were mere facades? Mei pushed Shu Tong aside onto a nearby stool, her expression one of accusation. I hadn't anticipated this either, Shu Tong murmured, rubbing her hands together. It was indeed a precarious situation, with so many pairs of eyes from the clan scrutinizing her. Should she return the betrothal gifts with an unruffled demeanor, it would undoubtedly invite scorn upon her family. With her third brother unpartnered, her mother needing to mingle with the clan, and her father managing their kin, the loss of game was a small price to pay for stability. Mei understood her child's sentiments and felt a sense of comfort. However, the thought of her beloved child being subjected to the harshness of the wolf tribe filled her with dread. Hence her continued discontent. Feng Rue often secluded himself in his quarters, rarely engaging in family matters. Today, however, his younger sister sought a suitor, and Silver Ink's attention to the matter delighted him, albeit tinged with sorrow. Shu Tong was the jewel of the family. Had it not been for the sudden duty, she would not have been hastily pushed into a union. Moreover, she had inadvertently driven away such a fine beast-man like Feng. He surveyed the room and found no trace of joy. Swallowing hard, he spoke. Mother, my sister will not reside elsewhere. Mei immediately inquired. Having accepted the betrothal gifts, the earliest we can send her is tonight, and at the latest by tomorrow afternoon. Besides, the envoys from the 10,000 Beast City will arrive shortly. We cannot afford to delay. That may be so, but Silver Ink can come to our tribe, Feng Rui asserted, bearing immense pressure. Mei was momentarily taken aback, feeling immense frustration for not having considered this. Silver Ink, as a shaman of the wolf tribe, moved freely, unhindered by command from beastmen, as Shu Tong's partner. Her status was low yet significant, allowing her to settle anywhere. The wolf tribe will not consent to their shaman residing in our territory, Feng Xiu said, leaning against the wall with narrowed eyes. Her disdain evident that they dare refuse. Mei countered, it is not a matter of daring. It is that the clan members are unwilling. Feng Xiu replied, rendered speechless. As the clan leader, you lack the authority to dictate where my child resides. Why did the clan not decline when the betrothal gifts were presented? Mei maintained her principled stance. Though she felt somewhat weakened by the lack of distributed game, the clan's acceptance of her child's betrothal gifts could not be easily dismissed. We agreed out of our own volition. Will Silver Ink acquiesce? Mei pressed on. Our child is treasured in our home, just as Silver Ink is in the wolf tribe. Thus, it cannot simply be as you wish. Feng Xiu insisted, not be obstinate, Mei. This concerns our child's life. Mei's expression darkened, her demeanor remaining unyielding. Instead, she turned her back in anger, refusing to speak. Observing her parents quarreling over her, Shu Tong stepped forward to offer comfort. There will surely be a solution that satisfies both parties. Silver Ink is a male, not made of porcelain. He can endure challenges that, if absolutely necessary, we can arrange a temporary abode behind the shaman's treehouse. Once the warm season passes, your brothers can build you a new home, and we shall be neighbors, understand? Shu Tong nodded. She too did not wish to marry far away, fearing the absence of familial support in times of anger. When feeling lethargic and unmotivated, she desired the option to share meals with her family. Should the children cry endlessly, they could be sent back to their mother, but a family would remain a family. Feng Xiu absent-mindedly agreed. You decide. It was still before noon when Shu Tong took her third brother out. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, they found Feng Yi appearing dejected, as if deeply wounded. Feng Wei approached him with genuine concern. There are stray beasts outside the tribe, Feng Yi said softly. The others gasped in astonishment. Feng Lianlian displayed a gentle demeanor, understanding and empathetic. There are more than just one or two. The numbers are vast, and their abilities formidable. Upon encountering weaker beastmen, they attack without hesitation. Did you witness this firsthand? Feng Wei, though somewhat naive, possessed a certain astuteness in specific matters. Feng Lianlian's gentle expression belied her inner contempt. It was clear that they had sent a fool to converse with them, fully aware of Feng Yi's affections for someone. Now that Shu Tong had a new partner and accepted the betrothal gifts, it would not be long before they lived together. Feng Yi looked to his elder brother for information, using him as a means to gather intelligence. This only irritated Feng Lianlian further, inciting her to grit her teeth in frustration. Shu Tong remained silent, observing from a distance, appearing as an outsider. Before she could act, Silver Ink's presence frightened them away. Feng, despite knowing his inferiority, maintained his integrity. He would not resort to slander or claim undue credit. It was only then that Shu Tong glanced at him, noticing his improved demeanor and vitality, prompting her to look away. Silver Ink had been particularly ferocious, swiftly severing a beastman's neck, blood gushing forth as he heedlessly feasted. Feng Linlin's expression turned one of disgust and fear. Shu Tong chuckled softly. Recognizing the clever ruse of this beast world's White Lotus, It seemed a display of Silver Ink's might, yet it merely highlighted his crudeness. In truth, many beastmen had progressed beyond the stage of merely surviving on raw flesh. They cultivated themselves into nobility, aiming to find superior partners and produce better offspring. Alternatively, they sought to ascend to the upper continents through introductions from the royal beasts of the 10,000 Beast City, thereby enhancing their lineage. Silver Ink's actions would inevitably evoke disdain among the beastmen, as expected. Feng Cha, unwilling to remain in the shadows, remarked on his brutish demeanor, suggesting only a blind individual like Feng Shu Tong would find him appealing. It's merely a few hundred prey, who cannot hunt equally well. Feng Yi chided in a low voice. If you have nothing to say, then be silent. Brother, it is evident Feng Shu Tong looks down upon you. Why are you still defending her? Feng Yi's face turned a vivid shade of blue and purple, a sight to behold. You have spoken. Now be quiet. He was an exceptionally gentle beast man, yet if provoked, he would not hesitate to show his displeasure. Feng Cha's eyes reddened with anger as he stomped his foot. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Shu Tong, silently blaming her for the situation. Shu Tong dismissed it as a mere trick, uninterested in engaging. Just as she was about to call for her third brother, she found Feng Yi stepping forward, blocking her path. What I said this morning remains unchanged. If you ever have regrets, return to me. This will always be your safe haven. In stark contrast to his earlier fierce demeanor, his current disposition could be deemed remarkably gentle. However, the expression directed towards Shu Tong revealed an inexplicable stubbornness. Shu Tong nodded decisively and stated, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am not worthy of such concern. Feng Yi froze momentarily, wounded anew, yet he managed a particularly gentlemanly smile, uttering nothing as he departed. Feng Lianlian trailed closely behind Feng Yi, seizing the opportunity while the other beastmen remained oblivious, revealing a sinister smile. While the other beastmen were unaware, Shu Tong perceived everything with clarity, deliberately addressing her third brother. She urged, Third brother, you must leave now. If you linger any longer, beware of certain eyes that may pierce you to your core. Feng Wei, puzzled by her words, nonetheless sensed the change in atmosphere and, being quite perceptive, nodded obediently, positioning himself before, "If others bully you, I, your third brother, shall protect you. There is nothing to fear from the wandering beasts, for I am here." Shu Tong smiled lightly, catching a glimpse of Feng Lilian's pale visage from the corner of her eye. With a soft chuckle, she thought it was naive to engage in mind games with someone like her. The two siblings ambled leisurely out of the tribe and arrived beneath the treehouse. Where they encountered the shaman, he instructed Feng Wei to stay behind, stating he had matters to discuss with him. Feng Wei hesitated, gesturing to himself. He could refuse any female or tribesman, but not this shaman before him. "Why must my brother stay?" Shu Tong questioned anxiously. This shaman was nothing short of a deceiver. What if, with just a few words, he lured her brother away and endangered his life? The shaman cast a subtle glance at Shu Tong before taking Feng Wei's hand and walking away without looking back. Panic surged through Shu Tong as she stepped forward, inadvertently triggering some mechanism. Suddenly, thorns sprang forth, nearly striking her face. With a jolt of fear, she retreated. This shaman was indeed not to be underestimated, to be frank. She always felt there was something peculiar in the shaman's gaze towards her, an inscrutable quality that left her bewildered. Thus, she turned and, relying on her memory, headed towards the wolf tribe, but a river separated the wolf tribe from the phoenix tribe, its waters flowing gently, with a bridge spanning its center. Typically, they cross via this river. Yet today, Shu Tong chose an alternative route. She spotted a towering tree with drooping branches not far off. Her knowledge of botany was limited, rendering her unable to identify the plant. However, the twisted roots, stout trunk, and half-dry branches all suggested the tree was ancient. She skillfully traversed the trunk, descending onto the verdant grass 10 minutes later. Barefoot, she felt the softness of the ground beneath her. After much deliberation, she selected a spot and soon noticed two figures obscured behind a large tree. Driven by curiosity, she crept closer, overhearing a menacing voice declaring, "How dare you be in the same group as us? Yin Mo, you are merely a shaman of the wolf tribe. Why does noble blood flow through your veins akin to mine?" The voice was coarse and grating. "Who do you think you are, the son of the beast god?" Yin Mo's tone was icy, suppressing his fury. "Your perception is commendable, as you discern my lineage as the beast god's son. Alas, lowly beast such as you do not deserve to share my blood. Today, I shall send you on your way." The towering male spoke with arrogant bravado, provoking ire in those who listened. Shu Tong concealed herself behind the tree, her eyes peeking out. The two beastmen were positioned in a secluded area, obscured by massive stones and thick foliage, rendering them nearly invisible. Were it not for her keen hearing, she would have missed this unfolding drama. Yin Mo faced her, while the other beastman remained elusive in appearance. Yet he shared the same silver hair as Yin Mo, explaining the earlier remarks. Evidently, silver hair was a unique trait of the silver wolf tribe. That's so. Yin Mo retorted defiantly, suddenly transforming into a giant wolf, advancing with a fierce countenance. The other male also shifted into his beast form as he lunged at Yin Mo, yet he was unfortunately of mixed breed and shorter than Yin Mo. His demeanor reeked of a lack of refinement. Likely due to prolonged indulgence in comfort, he bellowed threats, declaring, "I shall tear you apart. You do not deserve to live," like a rampaging bull, forcing Yin Mo into a corner. Yin Mo, exuding an air of nobility, disdainfully attempted to bite his neck. In a flash, the mixed-breed wolf leaped, narrowly evading the attack. Concealed behind the tree, Shu Tong's mind raced. She was certain Yin Mo would prevail. The battle raged on. Trees were uprooted, and dust flew as rabbits foraging in the underbrush scattered in terror. The woodland creatures were in a state of panic, some colliding with obstacles, rendered unconscious. Shu Tong needed no visual confirmation to understand the brutality of this clash. A piercing scream echoed, marking the abrupt end of the confrontation. The outcome was startling. Yin Mo had seized the challenger's leg and viciously tore at it, blood gushing forth. The provocateur writhed in agony on the ground. Terror etched in his eyes as he gazed up at Yin Mo, who loomed above him. The primal fear of impending death compelled him to flee in a panic, blood pooling around him. Just as Shu Tong let out a sigh of relief, Yin Mo's figure vanished inexplicably. How long do you intend to hide? A chilling voice emerged. Shu Tong froze, realizing he had arrived without her noticing. Would he resort to silencing her? In a bid for self-preservation, she forced a smile that straddled the line between awkwardness and politeness. You have already seen me. Yin Mo showed no hesitation, his disdain evident. If I were unaware of a female hiding behind me, I would likely be the one losing a leg today. His words dripped with scorn. I am aware you would not resort to silencing me, Shu Tong declared, rising abruptly to confront him. The two stood in a tense standoff. What makes you so certain? Yin Mo's massive wolf jaw tightened into a line, his claws digging into the earth subtly. Shu Tong relaxed momentarily, recognizing they were in the same boat, and it was too late to jump ship. Because I accepted your betrothal gift, and my third brother is aware, I came to find you. Her conviction strengthened. Yin Mo, with a smirk of disdain, replied, Is it because I owe you a life? Today, I spare you, but that does not guarantee your safety in the future. Shu Tong felt exasperated. The Yin Mo she encountered was starkly different from her expectations. Yet, it was undeniable that his fighting prowess was captivating, each move executed with precision and without hesitation. She could feel the mixed-breed wolf's ribs being crushed under the force of the blows. The suffocating sensation of death looming as it scampered away with its tail between its legs. Was this the power of the strong? Silently, she trailed behind him. Are you so eager to live with me? Yin Mo transformed back into human form, standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters. Exuding an air of authority, he adjusted his stride to accommodate Shu Tong. What do you think? She replied through gritted teeth. I will fulfill your wish. Suddenly, Yin Mo halted, and before Shu Tong could react, he spun around and effortlessly lifted her, striding forward with purpose. Yin Mo, are you out of your mind? The posture of being forcibly carried was exceedingly uncomfortable, causing a distressing sensation in her stomach that nearly prompted her to vomit. Just as they turned a corner, Yin Mo pivoted, leading Shu Tong into the cramped and unpleasant woodland. After struggling for a while, Shu Tong ceased her efforts, feeling a pervasive fear of various entities as a human. It was only after becoming a spirit that she realized her greatest fear lay in the human heart. For those who have departed, the absence of remembrance from the living leads to a gradual fading from memory, until ultimately, no one recalls you. This is the most lamentable fate. Thus, she remained unperturbed, silent, and expressionless, exuding an air of acquiescence. After traversing for over 10 minutes, they halted before a cave. We have arrived. Yin Mo's cold voice echoed. It was then that Shu Tong was benevolently released, allowing her to survey her surroundings. What a remarkable contrast! Outside was a realm of ice and fire, while within lay a veritable paradise. And oh wonder the inhabitants thrived. All sustenance resided here. Your taste is commendable, she remarked, observing the flourishing greens planted at the entrance. They appeared lush and vibrant. A handful would surely enhance a hot pot. Yet, could it be that the wolf, with its carnivorous diet, also suffered from constipation? Her gaze lingered on Yin Mo's abdomen for a few seconds, causing him to tense. This female's gaze was rather inappropriate. Where was she looking? You phoenixes are omnivorous beastmen, consuming all, so feel free to select from the greens at the entrance, Yin Mo retorted before turning towards the river. Before Shu Tong's eyes, he shed the last remnants of his animal skin skirt and entered the water, bearing all. Shu Tong's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively turned away, covering her eyes. How uncouth! He didn't even announce his intention to bathe. Forcing her to witness what should have remained unseen, it was truly a sight too stimulating for the eyes. However, one could not deny that Yin Mo possessed an admirable physique, his bone density quite impressive. With a skull particularly suitable for anatomical study, as for him personally, he would serve better as a specimen. Such thoughts were merely fanciful. Were she in his position, a ghostly master devoted to research would not let such an opportunity slip, let alone the beast man before her. After all, it was her first visit to Yin Mo's abode, and she felt compelled to observe. She meandered around the courtyard, gaining insight into Yin Mo's living conditions and his familial relations. Subsequently, she inspected the kitchen and dining utensils, which were devoid of dust, indicating daily maintenance. This individual was adept both in the grand hall and the kitchen, unpretentious in demeanor. She refrained from entering the master bedroom. As Yin Mo was absent in a corner, she spotted a fluffy rabbit, adorably cute, a creature she cherished like a tea that moment. A piercingly vigilant gaze fell upon her. Shu Tong turned her head, locking eyes with the freshly cleaned Yin Mo. His gaze bore an unusual intensity. Shu Tong frowned. A wolf would not take a liking to a rabbit, would it? Perhaps in this era, wolves and rabbits coexisted peacefully. The authors of fairy tales would surely awaken with laughter. Since Yin Mo had an affinity for the creature, she decided to refrain from making any sudden movements, lest she risk losing a hand. Observing Yin Mo stepping toward the house, she abruptly obstructed his path. Since I have accepted the betrothal gifts, it implies we shall cohabitate. What I mean is, Shu Tong was cut off by Yin Mo. Where you reside is entirely up to you? Shu Tong queried, uncertainty coloring her tone. You undoubtedly cannot stray far from home. While I am not inclined to adapt to sharing my territory with a female, Yin Mo replied, his brow furrowed, discomfort evident in his voice. Yet, Shu Tong beamed with delight. Then how about we find a treehouse situated between our two tribes? I shall refrain from prying into your affairs, and you shall not intrude upon my life. Yin Mo did not anticipate this outcome, but upon reflection, he deemed it the most suitable solution. Agreed. Shu Tong clapped her hands together and added, then I shall take my leave, without awaiting Yin Mo's response. She hastily took a few steps away. Yin Mo's voice followed her. If you like that rabbit, take it with you. Rabbit? Shu Tong halted, turning to gaze at the grazing creature. A battle of thoughts ensued as she weighed the choice between caring for the rabbit and attending to her younger brother. Ultimately, she resolved to prioritize her brother. No, I lack the means to care for it. She shook her head. The tribe certainly did not possess the resources to nurture a rabbit, and she had matters to address. Yin Mo ceased his persuasion and entered the house. Shu Tong cast one last glance at the rabbit before departing without a backward glance. Just as Shu Tong left, the shaman appeared, looking particularly concerned as he regarded Yin Mo. Did she discover something? No. She merely failed to discern the true appearance of the scruffy wolf, Yin Mo stated, revealing his injuries without a flicker of emotion. You are all set to bond. Why not spend more time together? She could prove useful, the shaman expressed, an uncommon urgency evident in his demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, an ineffectual beast man from the Silver Wolf clan had made an appearance, and he had had an altercation with their young master. Although the young master had only sustained minor injuries, it was only a matter of time before trouble would come knocking. Their Silver Wolf clan had significant ties to the upper echelons of the 8 prominent families. She is quite astute, Yin Mo remarked with sincerity. Shu Tong was more intelligent and composed than he had anticipated. This collaboration would yield delightful surprises. I intend to teach Feng Shu Tong medicine, hoping to impart all my knowledge to her. She shall be a loyal companion to the young master for life. After the shaman adeptly tended to his wounds, he sat to the side, suddenly appearing despondent. Yet his medical skills seemed to have grown even more refined. The shaman displayed a look of disappointment. Your abilities have diminished over the years on this lower continent, and even your vigilance has waned. Be more cautious. Do not return to the clan empty-handed, or you may lose your life. Yin Mo's expression turned grave. However, looking at the shaman before him, a part of his heart softened. That I will, the shaman replied, somewhat awkwardly. Have you eaten? He inquired, suddenly regaining focus. Yin Mo, accustomed to his incessant chatter, rose to gather his belongings. That rabbit can serve as a meal. It will help you regain your strength, the shaman said eagerly. Intending to catch the rabbit for dinner, save it for Feng Shu Tong. Yin Mo's tall figure faded from sight. The shaman thought he had misheard. Their young master intended to gift Feng Shu Tong a rabbit? He peered out, observing the sun shining brightly in the east, bemused as he wondered if it had emerged from the west. If he intended to give it, then so be it. Females were indeed somewhat delicate. Yet, the manner in which their young master sought to please the female was rather peculiar. Rather than overtly showering her with affection, he implied his intentions without revealing them outright. Such efforts seemed futile. At the very least, he could have maintained a facade of kindness in her presence while harboring ulterior motives behind her back. Shu Tong departed the narrow path, returning to the opposite bank of the river. Reflecting on the earlier events, she found Yin Mo remarkably agreeable. Could it be that he truly harbored ulterior motives, feeling guilty and seeking to atone? With this thought, everything fell into place. Indeed, there are no unearned favors in this world. She shook her head, taking a few steps before spotting her third brother, his face etched with worry as he searched around. Third brother, Shu Tong called out from a distance, "Sister, you have finally returned." Feng Wei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his sister, his heart swelling with happiness. After confirming her safety, he smiled and ruffled her hair. "Where is the shaman?" Shu Tong queried, glancing around suspiciously, only to find the shaman absent. "He seems to have matters to attend to. Never mind. Let us return home," Feng Wei replied, scratching his head in a rather foolish manner. Shu Tong dismissed the thought, preparing to step away when Feng Wei suddenly grasped her waist, lifting her onto his shoulder. Third brother, so swift. Feng Wei possessed immense strength, swiftly carrying Shu Tong with remarkable speed. Shu Tong could only smile helplessly. Feng Wei had the heart of a child, so she decided to go along with him. Upon returning home, the atmosphere within the family had significantly improved. They prepared various items, contemplating how to create a comfortable room for Shu Tong, ensuring her stay would be pleasant. The family gathered to discuss matters. But Shu Tong suddenly recalled something important. "Father, are there any Silver Wolf clans in this lower continent?" Feng Qiu, feeling the tug on his ear from his partner, was urged to produce fine leather to adorn Shu Tong. He paused, taken aback by her inquiry. "Did you encounter them?" Feng Qiu's voice trembled, a rare display of anxiety. Shu Tong noticed his sensitivity. Yes, by the Wolf Clan River, they appeared quite fierce. She did not conceal the truth. "So soon?" Feng Qiu exclaimed. "Father, are the Silver Wolves truly terrifying?" Shu Tong pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. Feng Qiu gestured for his young ones to guard the door and settled into a comfortable position to speak earnestly. When discussing the Silver Wolf clan, one could not overlook the 8 great clans of the Upper Continent. Years ago, the leaders of these clans perished due to illness, plunging the clans into chaos. Some beastmen claimed the Silver Wolf clan as their own, electing a new leader. Although relatively young, Feng Qiu's father had been open-minded, allowing him to wander and broaden his horizons. He had the fortune of visiting the Upper Continent and witnessing the grandeur of the 8 great clans. His knowledge of the intricacies was limited, mostly hearsay. However, he was aware that the Silver Wolf clan in the Lower Continent was merely a branch of the authentic clan, having somehow fallen into their current territory and established dominance. It was rumored they had close ties with the wandering beasts. What happened next? The others eagerly inquired. Feng Qiu chuckled bitterly. Eventually, the Silver Wolf clan was slaughtered, and the branch was expelled from the Upper Continent. Since then, the true lineage of the Silver Wolves had vanished. What about Yin Mo? Feng Sheng suddenly asked. He was the illegitimate son of the mixed-breed Silver Wolf King. Feng Qiu asserted confidently. Shu Tong glanced at her father. Recalling the scene she had witnessed, something felt amiss. Yin Mo could not possibly be the illegitimate offspring of that Wolf King. Perhaps his lineage was even more prestigious. The Beastmen placed great importance on bloodlines. Much like their Phoenix clan, purebred Phoenix offspring were either crimson or golden, while gray, white, or mixed colors did not qualify as purebred. Feng, he possessed a pure bloodline, but due to genetic alterations during gestation, his color was less vibrant than that of a true purebred, resulting in diminished combat prowess. This was partly why he had few admirers. However, he had the blessings of the beast god and was undeniably handsome. In contrast, Yin Mo clearly possessed a superior lineage. "I don't believe it," Feng Rue remarked, skillfully carving something in the dim light. "Why not?" Feng Qiu questioned, perplexed. He had never considered this possibility. Yin Mo's fur was pure, entirely silver, exuding immense power, while the mixed-breed Silver Wolf King he had encountered once had bristly fur of improper color, making it impossible for him to sire such offspring. Feng Rue's words were resolute. Shu Tong silently praised her second brother's sharp insight. He shared her thoughts. What if it were due to some external factor? Feng Qiu persisted. That it's possible, but the chances are slim, Feng Rue replied. Thus, Feng Qiu swallowed the remaining words. His mind in turmoil. Goodness, what is happening? What kind of partner has my cub chosen? We must return the betrothal gifts, Mei suddenly spoke up in the quiet room. It's too late. Feng Xiu rubbed his face. Everyone has already partaken. There's nothing to be done. Then we shall hunt and repay him. Mei grasped her partner's hand. There's no time, and there aren't enough prey. Cub, you must be strong. Understand? Feng Xiu suddenly looked at his female cub, realizing for the first time that the little one in his hands must grow strong. What nonsense are you talking? If his identity is indeed special, should we as parents merely watch as our cub wades through murky waters? Mei exclaimed, exasperated. Fear not. Mother, we are here for whichever path we choose. We must face danger. Feng Sheng spoke with particular determination. Protect your sister. Jiao, protect your elder sister. We are here for you. The family suddenly united. Shu Tong rose, smiling as she declared, whether it is fortune or misfortune, if it is meant to be, we cannot escape it any time, as long as we are together. She extended her hand, and the others, initially hesitant, reached out as well. The family clasped hands, bound together as one. The matter of Yin Mo's identity reached a temporary conclusion, yet doubts lingered in their hearts. Whose offspring was Yin Mo, and did it have any connection to the Silver Wolf clan that had been expelled by the 8 great clans? Feng Xiu had matters to discuss with his kin and turned to leave. Mei handed Shu Tong some fine leather, explaining its various uses as she babbled on. Her demeanor was charming, warming Shu Tong's heart. Although she struggled with human interactions, Mei possessed a certain magic that captivated her. This was the essence of a mother. She leaned closer, intending to grasp her mother's hand, only to find Mei wearing a helpless expression. Did you not hear what I said? Shu Tong froze, carefully withdrawing her hand and rubbing her knees timidly. Yin Mo said he would not constrain me to a location. I wish to remain at home for safety. Mei's brow furrowed slightly, torn between fearing for her cub's well-being and worrying about being rejected. She felt conflicted. A large, gentle hand rested on Shu Tong's head, offering comfort. You should have your own room. It is the duty of parents to provide this for you. I es it because I am female. Shu Tong stiffened. Soon, however, she began to relish her mother's touch. Silly cub, even if you are male, when you come of age, we will still prepare a room for you. Mei took a deep breath. Gazing at Shu Tong's seemingly stunted growth, her heart softening. We have grown up. It should not be the parents' sole responsibility to provide everything. Now is the time for us to show our filial piety. Starting tomorrow, I shall help gather wild fruits and cook, Shu Tong asserted resolutely. She refused to be idle. Moreover, through her observations, she noted the dire living conditions of their clan. They resided in wooden huts, which leaked during the rain. Meat was scarce, and they mostly subsisted on weeds and wild fruits. The cubs in the tribe were healthy yet frail. Many of the older beastmen, some disabled and unable to care for themselves, were gathered in the damp caves of the tribe. The environment was humid, with rampant mosquito breeding, leading to malaria. Each day, a portion of the beastmen succumbed to malaria and starvation. She could no longer bear to witness such suffering. All right, Mei did not intervene. Shu Tong had matured and must now shoulder her own responsibilities, bearing offspring, caring for her family, protecting herself, and nurturing her partner and parents. Undoubtedly, her progeny would prove to be exceptional, destined to become a companion to the royal beast. Thus, she refrained from dissuading her. Instead, she offered her full support. After their conversation, Shu Tong retreated to her chamber, enveloping herself in her blankets, gazing at the ceiling while contemplating various matters. The misfortunate scruffy wolf beast injured today might survive if fortune favored it. But if luck turned sour, only death awaited. Yet, given the nature of malevolence that has plagued the ages, it was likely that it would not perish, but instead become a crippled beast filled with inner turmoil and vengeance. The Phoenix clan might suffer the consequences. She needed to prepare weapons and medicinal herbs to safeguard her kin. Additionally, her second brother required a means of transportation, which would be completed by tomorrow, granting him freedom of movement and thus providing her with an additional allied at AS for her third brother. Strong yet obstinate, he would remain a free laborer. Her eldest brother was set to assume the position of clan leader, a matter of urgency, though he could still be consulted on various issues. With her mind swirling with thoughts, Shu Tong found sleep elusive. She styled her red hair into a disheveled mess. but due to her inability to roam freely. She felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Ultimately, she lay in bed counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 5,000 sheep. The outcome was hunger. She patted her grumbling stomach and dressed before venturing out. After wandering the tribe for half an hour, she managed to catch only a dying mouse, which she promptly discarded out of fear of the plague. She returned home with her stomach still empty. The following day, early in the morning, after a simple breakfast, Shu Tong joined the tribe's foraging party, carrying a woven basket crafted by her second brother. As she reached the entrance, she heard the delicate voice of Feng Lian, "I am feeling unwell, so I shall not go." Mei furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is it a stomach ache?" Feng Lian coughed lightly, her tone seemingly meek yet laced with arrogance. During the tumultuous season, the scent of blood will attract wandering beasts. Mei scrutinized her for a moment before turning to the other females in the tribe. Is there anyone else in a similar situation as Feng Lian? If so, stay behind to assist with the tanning of hides. If not, we shall depart. Out of over 30 robust females, 4 or 5 remain behind. Some are with child, others genuinely unwell, and some merely seeking to take advantage of the situation, like Feng Cha. Lian is unwell. I will stay with her. That is acceptable, but the hides must be cleaned, and remember to turn the fruits to dry. Mei held a low opinion of Feng Cha. Not only was she unappealing in appearance, but her personality was also disagreeable, characterized by laziness, deceit, and gossip. To Mei's surprise, Feng Cha obediently acquiesced. Mei narrowed her eyes. Something was amiss. What was Feng Cha up to? It seemed prudent to remain vigilant. Over 20 females exited the tribe, and soon encountered Yin Chuan, who waved from a distance. "Shu Tong, are you going out too?" Shu Tong smiled at her friend. "Yes, I just saw brother." Yin Chuan approached, greeting the other females before seamlessly joining the group. And then, Shu Tong felt no particular excitement. "You two have become partners. Why do you not live together?" Yin Chuan, sensing Shu Tong's lack of enthusiasm, grasped her hand and asked, still adjusting, "And besides, we have yet to choose a residence. There is no rush." Shu Tong clearly wished to avoid this topic. She was on the hunt for food and, more importantly, medicinal herbs. If the beastmen in the tribe fell ill and were not properly treated, the illness would spread, leading to further casualties. The envoy from 10,000 B City had yet to arrive, so the matter of cohabitation was not urgent. My brother, not capable." Shu Tong's lips curled slightly. Yin Chuan's words were quite surprising. How could she know if Yin Mo was capable? Did she intend to ask directly? That would be folly, that I understand. He is not gentle. Yin Chuan adopted an air of experience, fearing her surprising remarks. Shu Tong hurriedly covered her mouth as they moved forward. Upon leaving the tribe, they ventured westward, where the trees grew denser, nourished by the rains of the past years, yielding an abundance of edible resources. However, this was primarily limited to fruits and plants consumed by small animals, which they rarely dared to try. Thus, hunger was a frequent companion. After a few steps, Shu Tong discovered some scallions. She took out a simple spade and carefully began to dig. Yin Chuan spotted a cluster of red berries and exclaimed, "Shu Tong, come look at this. It's edible." Shu Tong unearthed the scallions and promptly covered the hole again. Turning her head, she confirmed that the berries were indeed consumable. "Be careful." "All right." Yin Chuan tiptoed, reaching for a branch. Suddenly, a red object whizzed past, striking her arm directly. "Da-da!" Her cry rang out. Shu Tong immediately dropped her belongings and rushed over. 2 snake fang marks appeared on her fair wrist. And within mere seconds, the wound darkened. Not move," Shu Tong commanded sharply, forcing Yin Chuan to sit down. She grasped her arm, swiftly removing the leather tie that held her hair and wrapped it tightly around the injury. Then, with a bone knife, she made a cross incision and pressed down forcefully to expel the venomous blood. The actions flowed seamlessly until the blood turned red. Yet, Shu Tong was still not reassured. "Wait here. I will find some herbs for you to not move, and do not use your mouth." With that, she ignored Yin Chuan's anxious, tear-filled eyes and began searching through the dense woods. Generally, where venomous snakes lurked, antidotes could also be found. Moreover, due to the unique constitution of beastmen, timely treatment could significantly reduce mortality, that a dose of herbal medicine would have her feeling better soon. The commotion attracted Yin Mo, who was hunting nearby. Hearing the screams, he swiftly appeared, only to find Yin Chuan sitting on the ground, clutching her arm, tears streaming down her face, with something tied around her injury. What happened? He hurried over. I was bitten by a venomous snake. Yin Chuan sobbed upon seeing Yin Mo, a venomous snake. Yin Mo's pupils contracted. We must find a shaman quickly. I will carry you back. Yes, he spoke. He moved to scoop her up. But Yin Chuan shook her head. No, Shu Tong will help me. She told me not to move and when to find medicine. Yin Mo furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the shaman's words. All right, brother, you send a betrothal gift. Why do you not live with Shu Tong? Is it because you are incapable? Yin Chuan's face was wet with tears, curiosity etched upon it. Yin Mo's expression darkened. What are you filling your head with? Naturally, it is brains. Could it be feces? Shu Tong is beautiful and skilled in healing, and she is gentle. You, with your icy demeanor, do not smile and are not endearing. Having finally acquired a partner, you should strive to win her favor. Be cautious. Shu Tong may not want you, Yin Chuan asserted boldly. This only deepened Yin Mo's frown. Your head is indeed filled with nonsense. You. Yin Chuan bared her teeth in frustration, but held her tongue. She felt emboldened to speak out against Yin Mo because his life had been saved by their father, and their family had raised him, allowing him to survive in the tribe. Otherwise, she would never have dared approach him with such familiarity. Yin Mo sought to offer comfort, but found Shu Tong approaching, who merely smiled upon seeing him. Her gaze quickly shifted to Yin Chuan. After applying the medicine, just chew on a few more leaves, and you'll be fine. However, I recommend you return home to rest and let the shaman prepare some medicine for you. Can this flower be eaten? Yin Chuan inquired, eyeing a rosy flower adorned with dew. Appearing freshly picked, we shall find out by trying. Shu Tong jested playfully, her laughter causing a riot of blossoms to flourish. Her beauty was so striking that it rendered one unable to open their eyes. Yin Chuan, entranced, remarked, Shu Tong, you are incredibly beautiful. It seems you are not poisoned, but rather smitten. Shu Tong retorted, somewhat irked. Yin Mo stood silently to the side, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, when Shu Tong smiled, she was breathtaking. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her delicate nose and pearly teeth radiated like a flower in full bloom. This expression had never been directed at him, and he felt a sudden pang in his heart. Then I shall not accompany you. Let your brother keep you company, he said. Having applied her medication, Yin Chuan decided to return home for safety's sake, simultaneously providing an opportunity for the two. All right, Shu Tong agreed. Yin Chuan was escorted back by her kin, while Shu Tong, with her burden basket, hurried to catch up with the main group. Behind her, Yin Mo followed at a leisurely pace, ensuring Shu Tong's safety. Recently, stray beasts had appeared in the vicinity, seeking to share in the bounty by abducting fertile females and forcing them to bear offspring, only to slaughter them once they no longer served a purpose. This cycle continued, leading to an ever-expanding tribe of strays, yet females remained scarce. Shu Tong stumbled upon a new food source. Mushrooms growing beneath the pines, hidden from view. She crouched down, carefully brushing away the earth. Jasmine suddenly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, Why do you eat everything? It's filthy. Who said I can't eat? Why must you meddle? Shu Tong carefully uprooted the matsutake, recovering the earth afterward. Satisfied, she wiped her face. Shu Tong. Do not think that just because you have a partner, you can disregard me. I shall soon win over and make you furious. Jasmine was nothing but a petty troublemaker, unable to tolerate the success of others. Shu Tong chose to ignore her and continued on her way. Shu Tong, do you look down on me? Jasmine blocked her path. Which of my eyes has seen you being disrespected? Do you suffer from delusions of being bullied? Shu Tong spotted food once more, and as she attempted to pass, Jasmine obstructed her again, souring her mood. I saw with both my eyes. You must apologize and say, I will bond with Feng. Jasmine persisted. You're like a toad on a foot, harmless yet bothersome, that if you have the ability, go bond. If not, stop buzzing and let me find food. Shu Tong shoved Jasmine aside, sending her sprawling to the ground. Amid Jasmine's accusatory glare, Shu Tong dashed towards the medicinal herbs. Yin Mo followed closely, casting a glance back at Jasmine before departing. "Do not bully her," he warned. Jasmine fell silent. Yin Mo was a fierce beast. Ahead, the females dispersed to search for their treasures. May noticed her young one had found quite a bit in a short time and felt a twinge of worry. "What are you looking for, my little one?" May inquired upon seeing Shu Tong crouch down, meticulously digging. Occasionally, dirt would fly, and her gaze landed on the disarray of Shu Tong's basket, filled with various items. Unsure whether to throw anything away, she approached to observe Shu Tong's excavation. "Mother, I found something wonderful." Shu Tong beamed, her fair face blooming with delight. "You are merely digging up plant roots. What is so remarkable about that?" May reached out to wipe Shu Tong's face, but perfectly missed. Shu Tong continued her digging. "This is ginseng," she exclaimed. The beastmen here were oblivious to its value and had overlooked many treasures. Seeing Shu Tong struggle, Yin Mo approached. "Let me dig," he offered. "Can you manage?" Shu Tong questioned skeptically. "Do you not know that males cannot be deemed incapable?" Yin Mo's expression tightened. He had been doubted twice today, leaving him quite displeased. "Oh," Shu Tong slowly shifted her position, though her gaze involuntarily wandered elsewhere. Yin Mo clenched his legs, feeling irritated yet determined to showcase his prowess. "Be careful. Do not break it." Shu Tong's focus was entirely on the ginseng, and without realizing it, the two beastmen had drawn quite close. A slight turn of her head would bring their lips together. Yin Mo sensed the proximity and instinctively stepped back, losing his concentration and snapping a ginseng root in the process. "Yin Mo!" Shu Tong exclaimed, exasperated, as she looked up at that moment. Yin Mo leaned down, and Shu Tong's lips brushed against his chin, causing both to shudder. The air around them thickened. May quickly turned away, pretending to search for something, though her heart felt eased. After what felt like an eternity, Shu Tong lowered her head, hurriedly digging in the earth. Yin Mo acted as though nothing had transpired, assisting her in unearthing the ginseng. The plum ginseng was as thick as an infant's wrist, though regrettably missing a leg. The rest was intact. Shu Tong hugged the ginseng tightly and planted a fervent kiss upon it. "We've struck it rich." "Is it edible?" May inquired, observing her offspring's exuberance. "Yes, but it must be consumed in moderation," Shu Tong replied, wrapping the ginseng in multiple layers and placing it in her basket, contemplating how to dry it when they returned. Yin Mo's gaze fell upon the ginseng, his expression indifferent, though the lingering warmth of their earlier contact still felt present against his cheek, leaving him quite unsettled. Having found the ginseng, the earlier accidental kiss with Yin Mo faded from her mind. May noticed her young one's carefree demeanor and felt a flicker of anxiety. Yin Mo, a male, blushed and walked with his eyes averted, nearly tripping over himself. In contrast, Shu Tong, unflustered, carried her basket and ventured deeper into another grove. "Little one," May called, watching as Shu Tong climbed a tree to reach some fruit, her face displaying concern. "Mother, this is also edible," Shu Tong announced as she plucked a bayberry, crimson juice dripping from her fingers and staining the ground, resembling blood. "Little one, tonight you shall return home with Yin Mo," May interjected as Shu Tong attempted to change the topic. Shu Tong looked at her mother, perplexed. "Why?" May gazed up at her daughter, about to speak when footsteps approached, revealing a tall figure. "I reside among your Phoenix tribe," he stated. May's expression hardened. "You are a male and a shaman of the wolf tribe. Fearsome indeed. Your presence in the village may frighten the young ones. Take my child back to your dwelling. My partner, Chio, has informed me that the emissaries of the Bee City will arrive shortly." "Mother, I do not wish to go," Shu Tong protested, descending from the tree and gripping May's arm. "Feng Shu Tong, having accepted the betrothal gifts, you must fulfill your promise. The emissaries of the Bee City will arrive in the blink of an eye. They are quite depraved." May was furious, wanted to scold her offspring, but unable to bring herself to do so. Among the emissaries of the Bee City, there would be experienced females tasked with inspecting bonded beastmen. Should they discover any deception, they would deal with the entire tribe. Shu Tong immediately sought Yin Mo's help. Yin Mo's demeanor remained calm, his voice steady and cool. "Your mother's concern arises from the potential for them to verify whether the bond is genuine." Shu Tong's heart raced, her expression shifting to disbelief. A close inspection? Indeed, these beastmen have no sense of boundaries. Close inspections are commonplace. The most terrifying aspect is that they might execute the male on the spot, subsequently binding the female and her family. The female is spared while the young are skinned alive. Little one, do you understand how horrific this is? May trembled, recalling a similar incident 3 years prior, when they were forced to witness a gruesome display. Upon hearing this, Shu Tong placed her hands on her hips, fuming as she paced in circles. With so many tribes, can they not resist? How can they endure such bullying? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing she could deliver a fatal blow to the one who had suggested this idea. Yin Mo glanced toward the distance, where Jasmine was hiding behind a tree. Eavesdropping, he mused that this female would surely take some action. He was eager to observe how Shu Tong would handle the situation. Shu Tong was incensed by this utterly undignified method of examination, her fury boiling over as she turned to Yin Mo. Is there truly nothing the Wolf clan can do in front of the envoy of the Beast City? Yin Mo curled his lips into a cold smile, seemingly dismissive that a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Unable to contain herself, Shu Tong stepped forward. You have no intention of resisting. Why should I resist? You accepted the betrothal gifts. We are to be wed, so what is there to be angry about? Yin Mo's shameless demeanor earned him a fierce glare from Shu Tong. Indeed, a wolf could only meet death in a struggle against a pack of hunters. Moreover, you are not the son of the beast god, able to change things at will. And as for our union, neither of us stands to lose. Since that is the case, let us clean ourselves up tonight and proceed. May covered her face, feeling unable to watch any longer. It seemed that her cub was genuinely furious. The beast world was fundamentally rotten to the core, a situation that not a single beast man could alter, unless someone willingly bore the banner of change. Everyone would continue to live in such a pitiful manner. Yin Mo recognized that Shu Tong was a woman of ideas and approached her. For now, let us endure this injustice and think of a way afterward. Shu Tong regarded Yin Mo, who suddenly seemed friendly, and remained silent, calculating how to minimize the pain. May noticed her cub was sulking. Cub, this is not just Yin Mo's issue. It is a reality that all beastmen in the lower continent cannot resist or change. Do not be angry. Listen to your mother and focus on your union. Then wait for a suitable opportunity to change this world. Shu Tong looked at her mother, her gaze shifting to Yin Mo. The intensity of her stare made Yin Mo's scalp tingled. In the end, he nodded slightly. Shu Tong, somewhat huffily, remarked, "This matter may not have a better solution at the moment, but that does not mean it never will. We are still young. After our union, we should not rush to have cubs. If the living conditions do not improve, it would only bring suffering to the cubs once they are born." Shu Tong's words weighed heavily, and the unprecedented silence from May made Yin Mo surprisingly agree with her. "I have always adhered to your wishes." Adhered to my wishes. Shu Tong thought she must have misheard. Yin Mo was being so obedient. May also heard this, eyeing Yin Mo with suspicion, thinking he must have taken the wrong medicine. Realizing he had misspoken, Yin Mo tilted his head and sought to change the subject. "Can this one you picked be eaten?" May timely broke the awkwardness. "Yes, it's sweet." Shu Tong came to her senses, holding the ripe bayberry in her hand, the bright red juice dripping down. It was sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of honey. So sweet. "Almost like honey," May exclaimed. "Would you like to try it, Mama?" Shu Tong looked up at the wild bayberry tree, which stood 3 to 4 meters high, too tall to pick without a bamboo pole. The best method was to climb the tree, a task she was quite skilled at. Unexpectedly, Yin Mo suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall silver wolf. Towering before her, "Do you want them all?" he asked. Shu Tong was taken aback, swallowing hard. What a massive wolf! His silver fur hung down elegantly, and his jaws could easily engulf her head. She nodded. Yin Mo extended his paw, gripping the central branch and gently shaking it. With a crackling sound, bayberries rained down. "Is this enough?" he inquired again. Shu Tong blinked in astonishment, thinking that had she known it would be this easy, she wouldn't have bothered climbing the tree to that sufficient. After expressing her thoughts, she squatted down to gather the bayberries. The fruits were as large as her fist, and when they struck her, it hurt immensely, leaving bright red marks. The largest bayberries she had seen before were only the size of ping-pong balls. In this beastly world, the bayberries had mutated and grown larger. 2 or 3 would fill her up. Cub, these red fruits are truly sweet. May, undeterred by the potential toxicity, picked one up, biting into it despite its dirtiness. The sweet and sour flavors flooded her tongue, making her mouth water. With so many, it was enough for a meal. Shu Tong collected the unblemished ones in a maize basket, while the damaged ones were wrapped in large leaves. Seeing Yin Mo curiously lick one, his expression turned slightly ferocious. Ha! Shu Tong couldn't help but laugh. His antics reminded her of a dog she had encountered before, gnawing on fruit in the same manner. Rather silly, yet inexplicably endearing. "What are you laughing at?" Yin Mo said, turning his back to continue munching. Cub, May tugged at her child's sleeve. "I understand." Shu Tong fought to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shaking uncomfortably. After gathering bayberries, it was already noon. On the way back, with Yin Mo's assistance, Shu Tong caught a wild chicken and captured a wild rabbit. They had secured lunch, and fortune smiled upon Shu Tong as she found over 20 duck eggs, carefully stowing them in her skirt as she made her way home. Upon returning to the tribe, she spotted Feng Lian, who looked unwell yet wore a joyful expression. Shu Tong furrowed her brow in confusion. She was in her lively period, without any special items. Why was she prancing about, tail wagging and grinning so annoyingly? "Have you finished your chores?" Feng Lian, upon seeing Shu Tong, steadied herself and took a few steps closer. "I heard you found a lot of food. Can you eat it?" Shu Tong cast her a glance, suddenly exclaiming, "Blood is dripping." Feng Lian looked down to see blood indeed trickling down her leg. Unashamed, she spoke with a tone of pride. "It's my first lively period, and it's a bit much. It's quite bothersome." "Shu Tong, I remember you were born in the same year as me. When did your lively period begin?" Seeing her gloating, Shu Tong smiled. "Who can compare to you in this lively period? It took me so long to experience it for the first time. Naturally, I'm ecstatic. As for me, I was rather unfortunate. I had mine at 15, I just found it bothersome and didn't wish to speak of a point 15. She developed so well." Feng Lian's expression changed dramatically. But then she reconsidered. Even if you started your lively period at 15, you still had to wait until adulthood to find a partner. Besides, the partner you chose was fierce and ruthless. I heard he has an illness. Once he goes mad, he could bite someone to death. Perhaps your union won't go smoothly, and you might not even be able to bear cubs. She suppressed her discomfort and added, "You truly have a sense of humor." "Shu Tong, what delicious food did you find?" Yin Chuan, after taking her medicine, had returned again at a lot. "Enough for you." Shu Tong pulled Yin Chuan over and placed the food she had gathered into her palm. "Duck eggs?" Yin Chuan exclaimed, and many more. Shu Tong placed half of them on the communal food pile and took the rest home. Noticing this, Feng Lian exchanged glances with Feng Cha, who stepped forward to block her path. Anything found outside must be shared with the tribe. "Feng Shu Tong, you are no exception." Shu Tong glanced at her. "Are you foolish or selectively forgetful? Isn't there a rule in our tribe that what you find outside allows you to keep half for yourself? I have left most for the tribe. Is it wrong for me to cook something for my brother from the remaining?" Feng Cha's attempt to provoke failed, leaving her humiliated, stomping angrily. Yin Chuan bared her teeth. This Feng Cha is truly something else. She should be afraid of greedily hoarding it all and suffering the consequences. She is merely a knife in the hands of others. Shu Tong shook her head. "You must be referring to Feng Lian's knife, right?" Yin Chuan said with a smile. "You are truly clever." Shu Tong regarded her friend with newfound admiration. "It seems many are not blind." Upon returning home, Shu Tong busied herself with cooking chicken for her mother and preparing medicine. Immersed in a flurry of activity, after 2 hours, the meal was ready. She set aside a portion for Yin Mo. During dinner, she remarked, "Father, the orcs living in the caves of our tribe are not only lacking food, but are also severely ill. I wish to go see them." Feng Chio's brows knitted together, as if she could crush a fly. Kai, the shaman says these orcs are frail, poorly nourished, and won't survive for long." Shu Tong sipped her soup. Gazing into her father's eyes, "I understand, but can you truly turn a blind eye to them?" Feng Chio's expression turned grave. "Since you have a plan, then go, but do take care." "Ate tea that moment," May suggested. "Let Kai and Yin Mo bond tonight. Feng Sheng concurred, "We must hurry. The envoy from Wanshou City will arrive in half a day." Feng Rue glanced at his sister and ultimately gritted his teeth. "For my sister's safety, it must be done tonight." The little phoenixes turned their heads and chirped incessantly, seemingly in agreement. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Shu Tong, who swallowed hard and reluctantly acquiesced. They all breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing their meal, Shu Tong had no time to rest. She took the food to find Yin Mo, as expected. He was still crouched amidst the shaman's tattered belongings, emanating a strong odor. Shu Tong stood beneath the tree. "Come down to eat." Yin Mo, hearing the noise, poked his head out from the window, his gem-blue eyes fixated on her. Shu Tong raised the jar in her hand. "Eat well. Tonight, let us bond." Yin Mo immediately withdrew his head. Shu Tong shrugged in exasperation. He was shy. Was he not supposed to be the one? Just then, the shaman rushed over. "Need any medicine? Does the great shaman have medicine?" Shu Tong squinted her eyes. This great shaman was rather unscrupulous. "Yes, for bruises, cuts, headaches, and bone aches, which do you need?" The shaman was like a salesman, both enthusiastic and lewd. "Oh, you have anything for mind? I recently adopted a stray dog that is not very eager to eat. Constantly fixated on its owner's waist. If it is denied food, it throws a tantrum and insists on consuming its waste to be happy. That I believe it needs treatment. Do you have anything for that?" Shu Tong's eyes sparkled with mischief, her words striking like daggers. The shaman's face stiffened slightly at the retort. Nevertheless, he replied, "There is medicine here. You may look for it yourself." Shu Tong turned and walked away. The shaman discreetly exhaled, feeling utterly vexed. This phoenix cub had quite the sharp tongue. To compare him to a stray dog and suggest he had a troubled mind was infuriating. Shu Tong was unrelenting. After rummaging for a long while, she found numerous medicines. She expressed her gratitude before departing. Yin Mo descended from the second floor, amused by the shaman's misfortune. "That I was thoroughly bested by her. Young master, if you truly wish to bond, shall I give you some medicine?" The shaman offered a jar. Yin Mo glanced at it. "You certainly need to take some medicine." He disdainfully shot a look before taking the jar and walking away. The shaman, having been bested twice, found himself at a loss for words. Shu Tong returned with the medicine and instructed her mother, May, to prepare it according to her method. She then fashioned an improvised mask and protective gear, compelling her third brother to don them completely. The two ventured to the innermost part of the tribe, where the caves housing the ailing orcs were located. They subsisted on the worst of foods, such as the offal from hunts, rotten fruits, and roots or tree bark. Such sustenance was hardly sufficient and left their stomachs distressed. Upon arrival, they found many elderly and sickly orcs lying in the shade, sunbathing and gnawing on fruits. Shu Tong glanced at them, her heart heavy with sorrow. She exhaled deeply, her gaze landing on the face of one orc that he appeared to be around 40, strong yet missing an arm, sitting in a corner and weaving a bamboo basket with one hand. Hearing the commotion, he lazily lifted his eyelids. "What do you want? It's dirty and smelly here." His voice was hoarse, tinged with bitterness. "Uncle Pai, I've come to help you clean the cave and check on your health." Shu Tong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Uncle Pai's movement stiffened. "Shu Tong, you cleaned our cave and brought us food before, but I had no idea you could tend to ailments with medicine from the shaman." Shu Tong replied with a smile. "The great shaman's skills are commendable, but we have aged and do not wish to waste the medicine." Uncle Pai shook his head, declining. "What do you mean by waste? If it goes into the stomach, it is not a waste. That I have noticed many orcs recently vomiting, coughing, and suffering from sores all over. If we do not take proper care, it could cost them their lives." Shu Tong insisted, disapprovingly. Uncle Pai glanced at her, but continued to lower his head, weaving the bamboo basket with deft movements despite his missing arm. The other orcs lay languidly, offering no words. "Third brother, go fetch a broom and sweep the cave. I will kindle a fire to dispel the musty smell." Shu Tong inhaled deeply, feeling pity for these orcs. They were helpless to change their situation and could only wait for death. Shu Tong was motivated to act because the original owner had once received help from these orcs, and she felt compelled to repay that kindness. All right, Feng Wei, tall and swift, took the newly made broom and entered the cave. Those who could not rise had to cover their mouths and noses. Enduring the stench, Shu Tong carried in dried mugwort and ignited it at the cave entrance. The unique aroma wafted in with the wind. Coughed out a chorus of coughs erupted. Shu Tong, what are you doing? Uncle Pai could no longer endure it. The stench was unbearable. The thick smoke made it hard to breathe. The sickly orcs inside could not withstand it either and were carried out into the courtyard by Foam Wei. Disinfection. Shu Tong stood her ground, deliberately provoking him. Shu Tong, don't waste your efforts. We live one day at a time, so why squander medicine and food? Uncle Pai lowered his head, his eyes reddening and his throat tightening. They understood Shu Tong's intentions. But many orcs in the tribe were in similar situations, and coupled with the harsh environment, only the strong could survive. Uncle Pai, since he can weave baskets, the other uncles and elders could do some labor to exchange for food. It has nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, belittling oneself is truly dreadful, Shu Tong stated, her expression unreadable as she regarded them. Remaining half alive here was merely a result of self-abandonment. Uncle Pai could not continue. Shu Tong approached him, crouched down, and picked up the bamboo basket he had woven. This basket is well crafted. It is evident that you put your heart into it, and no one in the tribe can match your skill. Others have their strengths, firing pottery, crafting bone knives, tanning hides, making clothing. All of these can be exchanged for food as long as the heart changes. There's hope for a brighter future. This is useless, Uncle Pai stubbornly retorted. If it were useless, why would you toil daily to cut bamboo? Even ants can survive. How much more so for you orcs? If you're sick, seek treatment. If you're hungry, eat out as long as you are alive. There is hope. Shu Tong gazed intently at the orc before her. In truth, he was not very old. Orcs have remarkably long lifespans, with some living to 300 or 400 years, while the shortest typically reach 100 or 200. Unless, of course, they're among the unfortunate who meet with accidents. Given such a lengthy existence, why not choose to live it well? Uncle Pai felt utterly embarrassed, seeing that her efforts had borne fruit. Shu Tong fell silent. After preparing the medicine, she watched them drink it down. Subsequently, she reminded them to pay attention to hygiene and diet each day, before finally leaving, satisfied. Meanwhile, Mo Li was plotting mischief. After finishing her meal, she stepped outside. She discovered the whereabouts of the stray beasts, led by a robust tiger, whose striking appearance and charming demeanor captivated her. She found herself enamored at first glance. Thus, after a clandestine rendezvous with him, she urged him to deal with Shu Tong. Navigating through the dense woods, they walked for a mile, only to find several males lounging against a stone wall, asleep. Not far off lay some unfinished prey. Emoli licked her lips. Who goes there? At that moment, a white tiger suddenly turned to look at her. I am a female of the Phoenix tribe, seeking to discuss a matter with you. Emoli recoiled slightly. As she met his dark gaze. A cold sweat trickled down her temples. A female of the Phoenix tribe, so audacious. The white tiger rose, advancing with a graceful yet menacing stride. Emoli was intimidated by his massive form, instinctively retreating. Suddenly, she sensed a chilling presence behind her, as if something were licking her face with a long, serpentine tongue. With a soft thud, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her hand brushed against something, and upon glancing down, she gasped in horror, fainting on the spot. Isn't a phoenix merely a bird? So timid, yet daring to come and play with us? A chilling voice echoed. He had not been close to a female in ages. Although the one before him was far from pleasing in appearance, at least she was a female, better than bullying a male. Bai Yi, you surely find this female unappealing. Allow me to sample her, said the orc who had frightened Mo Li into unconsciousness. He was a colossal figure of the Cobra tribe, and he indulged in both meat and vegetables indiscriminately. Take it easy. Be wary of kidney deficiency. Bai Yi yawned lazily. Yi Feng, you grunt at me. I possess greater stamina than you. Are you afraid of being mocked for your inadequacies? Upon saying that, he coiled his tail around Mo Li and pulled her into the cave. The remaining stray beasts exchanged glances, and one by one, they eagerly followed him inside, content to partake in the indulgence. Only Mo Li, whose life was in peril, emitted a shrill cry. Afterward, Yi Feng emerged and inquired, Bai Yi, what does this female want from us? Now that he thought of the matter, he realized Bai Yi was not as dull as he seemed. Don't be so sharp-tongued. Bai Lauda generally, orcs avoid strays. But her approach signifies she must have something of value to offer. You not wish to know? Yi Feng sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Females of their stray tribe were scarce, failing to meet their daily needs. For years, they had relied on raiding to find partners. Instances of females presenting themselves were exceedingly rare. Today, this one had not yet bonded with an orc and was already subjected to their whims. Yet, orcs were inherently greedy. With a female so pristine, who would still wish to contend for one sullied by another? Though they were ferocious, they still yearned for offspring. They could desire, but not resort to indiscriminate choices like you. Once she awakens, let us inquire if she possesses anything valuable. If so, we shall seize it. Bai Yi shot him a defiant look. Yi Feng took a deep breath, knowing conversing with him was a mental exertion. An hour later, a disheveled and filthy Mo, reeking of foulness, was tossed into the water. Glug. She gulped down copious amounts of water before finally choking back to consciousness. Upon realizing the orcs before her, she frantically retreated, truly terrified. Unexpectedly, Shu Tong had not been harmed. She had fallen into this predicament herself and was now at the mercy of several orcs. Ugly Phoenix, what brings you to us? Yi Feng nonchalantly dipped his tail in the water, idly stirring it. Seeing the dark-skinned Mo made him feel slightly nauseous. He turned his head, gagging a few times. Mo, hearing his words, turned to look. This male had the upper half of a human, with delicate features and pale red lips, far from unattractive. Yet he bore a fierce demeanor, capable of tearing, biting, nearly sending her to meet the beast god. Now, confronted with him, Mo instinctively recoiled. I come bearing a female. A female? The orcs were taken aback. Surely, this female could not be the one herself. Someone scanned the area, finding no one else, feeling as though they had been played for fools, their anger boiling. Where is the female? Could it possibly be you, with such an appearance? Do you not have any self-awareness? Yi Feng spat venomously. Speak. Which female? Bai Yi glared down at her. Mo dared not meet his gaze, trembling in fear. Regret washed over her for her impulsive actions. She spoke cautiously. Our tribe leader's female cub, named Shu Tong, is fair-skinned, tall, and has been in her prime since the age of 15. The orc's expressions changed drastically. Only Bai Yi remained composed. You harbor a grudge against her. Mo suddenly grew agitated and furious. Grudge? She stole my beloved male, choked me, forced me to kneel, and insulted me at every turn. I cannot abide her. I wish to see her reduced to a lowly female, subjected to the scorn of all beasts. Bai Yi scoffed coldly. You think we are fools, taking risks for your sake? Your calculations are astute, but before Mo could interject, Yi Feng interjected. Being unattractive is one thing, but dreaming in broad daylight is another. Mo felt as though she had been deeply wounded. She cried out. Tonight, Shu Tong is to bond with a mate in the treetop outside the tribe. Yi Feng cleared his throat, glancing at Bai Yi. Shall we go? Bai Yi licked his paw, raised it, and slapped it on his shoulder, indicating that this envious female must have something worthwhile, hence they should definitely attend. The two conversed in beast language. After a while, Yi Feng chuckled. Bai Lauda, you truly are wicked. Li understood their words, her eyes narrowing. Tonight, I shall make you suffer worse than death. Shu Tong. The leading tiger beast was indeed quite impressive. It was a pity she had not savored the experience herself, instead being taken advantage of by these miscreants. Just wait. Tonight, you shall not escape unscathed. What are you two discussing? The other orcs inquired, crowding closer with anxious expressions. That moment, Yi Feng turned his back and whispered a few words to them. The orcs nodded in satisfaction, eager for something better. Ultimately, Mo was inexplicably returned. Nightfall approached swiftly. Under the guardianship of her two brothers, Shu Tong was escorted to Yin Mo's abode. We're leaving. Feng Sheng cast a glance at Shu Tong. Speaking harshly, elder brother, Shu Ting trembled with anxiety. She was like a Navi spirit, having never encountered the world. The envoy from B City had arrived, currently in the leper tribe, set to inspect each tribe the following day. Feng Sheng callously pushed Shu Tong's hand away, then departed with Feng Wei, Leaving her hesitating on the narrow path of the wolf tribe, that moment, Yin Mo emerged. "Let us go," he said nonchalantly. The wolf's face betrayed no emotion, yet Shu Tong was trembling with trepidation. "Is there no other way?" she inquired, unwilling to relent. "There is." Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, Yin Mo led the way. "What method?" Shu Tong inquired with anticipation. "A fated partner, or perhaps a family member." Yin Mo's voice, cold as ice, pierced Shu Tong's heart, shattering her hopes simultaneously. She stood there, dumbfounded. "You are lying." Yin Mo furrowed his brows, reluctant to further inflict cruelty. Although he too was disinclined to forge a bond, this matter was imperative. Otherwise, it would be dire for all involved. His years of effort would amount to naught if she doubted him. She could test it with the lives of their kin. Yin Mo's demeanor grew even more unyielding. Alas, Shu Tong numbly trailed behind him. Ultimately unable to escape her fate, they traversed through dense woods, waded across a small river, and arrived at a spacious clearing. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of buzzing insects or any bothersome sounds. Occasionally, the distant call of an owl echoed, amplifying the surrounding stillness. "Where shall we stay?" Shu Tong asked, clutching her bundle. Ahead stood a treehouse. Yin Mo transformed into his human form, unexpectedly pulling her into his embrace. He swiftly lifted her off the ground. Shu Tong gasped in shock, instinctively striking out that if one wished to witness a pig's head and share a night with him, then by all means strike. Yin Mo not only remained unfazed, but also found the situation amusing. Meanwhile, he grasped Shu Tong's waist, lifting her high as he took strides toward the river. "It's cold." Shu Tong shivered, her new clothes doing little to shield her from the chill. Moreover, the prospect of coupling under the open sky, with the potential gaze of beastmen upon her, was mortifying. She valued her dignity. "Are you afraid?" Yin Mo looked down to see Shu Tong gripping her bundle tightly, trembling all over, unable to suppress a chuckle. He noticed her anxiety intensifying with his laughter. The atmosphere felt peculiar. Ultimately, Yin Mo opted for the treehouse, shutting the door behind them. As he drew near, Shu Tong instinctively recoiled. "Have you bathed? Are you stalling?" In the dark, Yin Mo's blue eyes emitted an eerie glow, further unsettling Shu Tong. "Let us assess the situation," Shu Tong said, mustering her courage. Yin Mo understood her discomfort, but felt cornered. Yet with the arrow drawn, it must be released. He leaned down, silencing Shu Tong's incessant chatter with his lips. The contact made Yin Mo tense, while Shu Tong found herself paralyzed with fear. Swiftly, he seized the moment. Shu Tong felt dizzy, a chill creeping over her shoulder. As she reached out to push him away, Yin Mo suddenly halted, perking up his ears and whispering, "Don't move." Shu Tong's anxiety escalated. Observing Yin Mo's tense expression, she sensed the presence of others. Outside the wooden cabin, a group of beastmen stealthily approached, led by a tiger whose dark eyes glinted ominously. "Boss," Yi Feng called out, "what a delightful scent." The other beastmen echoed his sentiments. "Be quiet," Bai Yi admonished softly. The beastmen trembled with excitement as they drew closer to the cabin. Just then, the door burst open, and a silver wolf charged out, toppling the nearest beastman. On its back rode a female, slender and tall. Her face concealed, yet her fair skin shimmered under the moonlight. "She truly did not deceive us," Yi Feng said, his voice dripping with desire. "Are you vagabond beasts?" Yin Mo shot a cold stare. "Since you are aware of our identity, leave the female behind. Out of respect for her, we shall grant you a chance to escape. Otherwise, only corpses will remain." Bai Yi stepped forward. In the moonlight, he and Yin Mo were evenly matched, both exuding an imposing aura. He was determined to have her. The female's scent was enticing, not foul, igniting a primal urge within him. Bai Yi regarded the silver wolf, his eyes flickering. How could a silver wolf exist in the lower continent? Was it a mere accident or a genetic mutation? Had he truly been so oblivious all these years? "Boss, this female is truly delectable." Yi Feng licked his lips, barely able to contain his impatience. "Indeed, boss, she is very fragrant." The other beastmen chimed in, their expressions filled with obsession. Some even began to sway their hips. Shu Tong, clinging tightly to Yin Mo's fur, wrapped her legs around his waist. terrified that these beast men might attack. The suddenness of the situation left them unprepared. Yet, how could they have known the location of their coupling? Who had revealed it to them? Or was it merely a coincidence? Now was not the time for such inquiries. Release the female, and you may go. Bai licked his claws, his white fur glowing eerily in the moonlight, as if merging with it. Enough chatter. Let us attack together. Yin Mo turned to Shu Tong, his eyes signaling her to hold on tightly. Do not underestimate yourselves, my brethren. Capture the female, and the male shall be dealt with. Bai Ye's jaws parted slightly as he issued the command. 5 or 6 beastmen surrounded them, baring their teeth and producing threatening growls. Yin Mo assumed a fighting stance and lunged forward, telling Shu Tong, act according to the situation. Understood. Shu Tong braced herself for battle. The nearby owl turned its head and hooted twice, observing the beastmen below. Suddenly, Yin Mo leaped, his massive form crashing into the lead white tiger. The tiger lunged to bite. That moment, Shu Tong sprang up, securely grasping a branch nearby. The sheer force of the two beasts colliding made them recoil in pain, neither yielding an inch. The remaining beastmen, witnessing Shu Tong's agility, immediately shouted, "Yi Feng, the female is escaping." They sprinted beneath the tree. The males merely needed to intimidate, allowing their leader to stall while ensuring the female could not flee. "Little female, where do you think you're going? Stay put and let me have my way with you," Yi Feng taunted, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he eyed the nimble female before him. "Dream on," Shu Tong scoffed. Did this snake-brained beast think she would comply? Unless he had lost his mind. "Little darling, I quite enjoy your spirit. It's invigorating." Yi Feng's massive serpentine body slithered across the grass, covering dozens of meters in an instant, closing the distance between them. Shu Tong felt a chill run down her spine as the beastmen dashed forward, quickly blocking her escape route. Taking a deep breath, she realized the confrontation was inevitable. As Yi Feng blocked her path, she prepared herself, choosing the right moment to strike. Her fists itched with the promise of inflicting pain. Yi Feng was taken aback that Shu Tong dared to leap down. Underestimating her strength, he stood upright, preparing to embrace her, only to be met with a powerful punch from her. Hiss! He winced as her fist connected with his skull. "Little darling, you pack quite a punch. You've flattened my head." Yi Feng staggered from the blow, rubbing his head with his tail while searching for Shu Tong with his small, bead-like eyes. Shu Tong rolled away, wondering if this snake-brained beast had a head made of stone. Nearly cracking her bones, she flipped over and took off running. That if she didn't escape now, would she wait to be beaten? "Help! There are vagabond beasts!" Yi Feng could not locate Shu Tong. Instead, he heard her cries echoing in the distance. A sly smile crept across his lips as he followed closely behind, continuing to taunt her. "Little darling, conserve your strength. Be careful, or you may find yourself unable to scream later." He pursued her relentlessly, while several other beastmen split into multiple groups, converging from all directions in an attempt to encircle Shu Tong. However, they underestimated the swiftness of the female, which caused disarray among them as they scattered. Wary of causing her harm, Shu Tong dashed forward, spotting a large tree not far away. Suddenly, she leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent a gust of wind toward one of the beastmen. Her foot struck with remarkable speed and force. For an ordinary female, such a kick would merely serve to scratch an itch for a male, but this single blow knocked out a tooth from a local wolf. "Brother, my tooth!" cried the wolf, clutching its mouth in dismay. "Foolish wolf, unable to capture even a single female. Just watch how I do it," Yi Feng retorted, casting a disdainful glance in its direction as he advanced. Shu Tong, unable to halt her momentum, braced herself as Yi Feng unexpectedly collided with her. "Little darling, your feet are quite small," he remarked, only to find that she felt as though she had kicked into a cloud of cotton. In that moment, a hand, resembling that of a snake, seized her foot, taking the opportunity to caress it. Transforming into a half-human, half-beast form, he exuded an aura of lewdness. The grip on her foot was icy, sending a shiver down Shu Tong's spine. Gritting her teeth, she exerted pressure with her leg, causing Yi Feng to stagger. "Darling," he barely finished speaking when a punch landed squarely on his cheek. Shu Tong twisted her body in defiance, striking him with a forceful blow. Your snake-like mouth is truly foul. How repulsive. Yi Feng grumbled, forced to release his grip as he rubbed his cheek. This fierce female was more endearing than he had anticipated. It seemed that a little playful bullying was necessary for her to recognize her own strength. With renewed determination, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Shu Tong's waist to gain control over her. Taking advantage of the moment, he lowered his head to inhale her scent, which ignited his primal instincts and stirred a desire for a fierce confrontation. Shu Tong, feeling the pressure, pulled away, and in a surprising turn of events, she charged at Yi Feng with formidable force. The impact was so intense that had he not dodged swiftly, he might have suffered a crushed nose. What a fierce female, if we were to become mates. Would I have to endure such ferocity daily? He mused. Little darling, temper your ferocity, where you may find yourself without the affection of a beast-man. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yi was flung several meters away, crashing into a tree and coughing up blood. Before he could rise, a silver wolf seized him by the throat. Release my mate, or you shall meet the beast god. The silver-blue eyes of Yin Mo brimmed with murderous intent. Boss! The other beastmen exclaimed in alarm. Bai Yi coughed violently, blood trickling from the corners of his lips, staining his fur. His eyes widened as he caught sight of Shu Tong being restrained not far away. And what if we don't? Suddenly, Yin Mo's claws flashed, and with a piercing scream, Bai Yi's left eye was raked with 4 deep gashes, nearly injuring his eyeball. Will you release her? Yin Mo inquired coldly. Blood blurred Bai Yi's vision, and he remained silent as Yin Mo's claws dug into his abdomen, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that we will release her. Yi Feng, who had been so self-assured moments before, now turned pale. No female, no matter how beautiful, could compare to their leader's importance. Their lives were given by Bai Yi. Shu Tong was pushed back and quickly ran to hide behind Yin Mo. Release our leader. Yi Feng urged anxiously. Who revealed my location to you? Yin Mo retracted his claws, transforming back in a human form as he cradled Shu Tong in his arms, his tone icy. The female of the Phoenix tribe is rather dark. Yi Feng commented. Before Yin Mo could respond, he swiftly carried the injured Bai Yi away, fleeing like a startled deer. Watching their hurried retreat, Shu Tong's legs buckled, and she leaned against Yin Mo, gasping for breath. Thankfully, Yin Mo was formidable. Otherwise, she would have been left to wander helplessly. You are quite impressive, Yin Mo praised her. Thank you, Shu Tong replied, her voice weak and exhausted. The brute strength of the Phoenix tribe paled in comparison to the might of the formidable males. Do you know who seeks to harm you? Yin Mo asked, holding Shu Tong close as he turned to walk in another direction. My bag. Shu Tong exclaimed urgently. Come retrieve it tomorrow, Yin Mo replied. Striding forward. Moly, Shu Tong asserted with certainty. The female who pushed you into the water, Yin Mo frowned. How could this female conspire with a wandering beast to harm her own kin? You have a good memory. Shu Tong remarked without reservation that I can hardly forget any female who is particularly unattractive. Yin Mo, rarely one to show humor, chuckled. Their budding relationship was interrupted once more as they had narrowly escaped death. Both utterly fatigued. Yet, Yin Mo was relentless, unwilling to relent until he achieved his goals. Moreover, the envoy from the Beast City had arrived, and inspections across the various tribes would commence the following day. Truly vexing. Upon returning to Yin Mo's abode, they pushed open the door, with Shu Tong being led deep inside, where a natural hot spring awaited. He set her down at the water's edge and, before her eyes, stripped off his clothing and stepped barefoot into the pool. Shu Tong's gaze lingered on Yin Mo's back, admiring the smooth lines of his muscular physique. Yet, after a fleeting glance, she quickly averted her eyes, for there was no covering in sight. Taking a deep breath, she turned her back to remove her garments, her hands resting on her waist as she felt an unsettling gaze upon her. What are you looking at? She inquired without turning around. Is there another female besides you? Yin Mo replied coolly. His words held a certain truth, rendering Shu Tong speechless. Steeling herself, she cautiously moved to the other side, hastily discarding her clothes before stepping into the water. Despite the dimness of the room, Shu Tong's fair skin was evident, and Yin Mo, possessing keen eyesight, could see her clearly. How could a female's neck be so elongated and delicate? Resembling a piece of jade, she was even more beautiful than the Swan tribe and the Giraffe tribe's beastmen. He involuntarily swallowed hard. The envoy from the beast city, truly formidable. Shu Tong turned to observe Yin Mo's unusual demeanor, fearing she had misjudged him. After confirming her suspicion with another glance, she realized it was indeed true. Yin Mo remarked, his tone unexpectedly harsh, as the steam enveloped them. The ambience became just right. When Shu Tong finally submerged herself completely, Yin Mo observed her every movement with clarity. He pondered how Shu Tong had been coddled like a delicate flower, yet she possessed muscle and grace. Was everything merely a fade? It appeared far more complex than he had anticipated. He then rose, wading through the water to approach Shu Tong. The splash startled her, and she instinctively sank deeper until she sensed someone beside her. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice laced with caution. Her body tense in anticipation, a powerful grip seized her, lifting her from the water and pressing her back against the pool wall. "Become my mate." Silver ink left a phrase lingering in the air. He lowered his head and kissed Shu Tong, disregarding her struggles. The female emitted a pained cry, her voice gradually descending into a hushed tone. Outside, the moonlight was just right. Meanwhile, Feng Yi of the Phoenix clan was grappling with an indescribable predicament. He had just finished dinner when he heard that Shu Tong intended to bond with Silver Ink. A fire ignited within him, and in a fit of anger, he decided to intervene. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, and his body collapsed to the ground, paralyzed yet retaining a semblance of consciousness. Soon after, his sister's voice reached him. Lien, I saw second brother finish the soup, leaving not a drop." Feng Lien felt a twinge of anxiety. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Upon hearing this, Feng Cha scoffed. "What's inappropriate about it? My second brother is exceptionally handsome and quite capable. He is well matched with you. Lien, I am determined to make you my family. While that little wretch, Feng Shu Tong, is unworthy." Feng Lien feigned reluctance. "But what if Feng Yi finds out? What then? The rice is already cooked," Feng Cha replied. "What can he do?" Lien, you are in a lively season. And the envoy from the Bee City has already arrived. If you don't bond soon, you will be taken away, and I do not wish to lose you as a friend. As she spoke, Feng Cha pushed Feng Lien inside and locked the door. Once in the inner chamber, Feng Lien pretended to inquire, "Feng Yi, are you well?" The room was engulfed in darkness, forcing her to navigate by touch. Suddenly, she stumbled upon an obstruction at her feet. Instantly, she crouched down to grasp it, inadvertently seizing Feng Yi's face. His skin was burning, and his breaths were rapid. Feng Yi instinctively resisted, yet the strong scent of blood in the air, combined with the effects of the drug, rendered him incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. Thus, he yanked Feng Lien towards him, embracing her while calling out Shu Tong's name. "Shu Tong, I feel so unwell." "Shu Tong, is that you?" The previously joyous Feng Lien's expression froze, but she swallowed her discomfort. Imitating Shu Tong's voice, she responded, "Feng Yi, I am Shu Tong. You're Shu Tong." Feng Yi could not discern the truth. Believing her to be the female he cherished, an avalanche of kisses descended upon her. Feng Lien feigned reluctance while subtly manipulating the situation with her voice, all the while experiencing an unprecedented tenderness. At the moment of success, tears welled in her eyes, a mixture of joy and humiliation. For Feng, he continuously murmured Feng Shu Tong's name with a peculiar gentleness tinged with madness. Feng Cha, hearing the commotion from within, smirked. It worked. Come the dawn, when her second brother discovers that he is bonded with Feng Lien, despite his reluctance, it would be too late to turn back. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted her elder brother standing there, his dark eyes coldly scrutinizing her. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Feng Cha's heart raced, yet she couldn't help but question. "Cha, he is still your second brother, our blood sibling. For the sake of a female, you have entangled him. Today, you may feel elated, but tomorrow he will surely tear you apart." Feng Liang's icy voice rippled through the air. Feng Cha trembled uncontrollably. Despite her elder brother's frosty demeanor, he was not as fearsome as he appeared. In contrast, her second brother, when roused to anger, could be perilous. Even though she was afraid, She held her head high and replied. Shu Tong has already found a new partner. She can no longer hold affection for second brother. Lian has liked him for a long time, and I have helped them fulfill their wishes. He will appreciate me for this. As Feng Cha observed the calculating gaze of her elder brother, her fear intensified, prompting her to retreat. Tomorrow, Feng, he will deal with you. Do not expect me to shield you. Feng Liang stated before lifting the curtain and departing. Feng Cha, heart racing, patted her chest. None of her brothers were normal. Feng Lian was no less attractive than Shu Tong. Polite, gentle, and exceptionally charming. Unlike Shu Tong, who was often cold and caustic, one was a prized gem, while the other was a mere lump of dirt. Any rational being would choose Feng Lian. Furthermore, with Feng Lian now in her prime, her second brother's enthusiasm would soon lead to offspring. Would he then have regrets? Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the next day. The chirping of birds outside heralded the dawn, while a shaft of sunlight pierced through the window, illuminating the bed. Beneath the fur blanket, a fuzzy head nestled in, curled up and sound asleep. A long arm cautiously reached over, carefully lifting itself and placing a foot on the ground. Shu Tong awoke. I need water. She murmured, her throat parched as if she had traversed 100 miles. Exhaustion enveloped her. Internally, she cursed Silver Ink for his stubbornness, as his body betrayed him after a night of exertion. Yes, Silver Ink replied, his gaze resting upon the bed where Shu Tong's crimson hair spilled across the white fur, her delicate face flushed in slumber, her skin soft and tender. The sight stirred a longing within him, a desire to taste her once more. Recalling her wild cries from the previous night, warmth surged through his body, prompting him to cover his nose and flee. Shu Tong lay sprawled on the bed, for the first time realizing the merit of same-sex experiences. Men's words were deceitful, and beastmen were no exception. Back in her days as a wandering spirit, she had often heard those unfortunate souls rambling on and on, their words laced with bitterness. She had dismissed them as mere fabrications, but now she understood the depth of their pain. They were all pitiful souls wounded by love. Sigh. Not long after, Silver Ink returned, holding a bowl of warm water, approaching the bed. Drink, he said. Feed me, Shu Tong commanded, assuming an air of authority. Where are your hands? Silver Ink inquired, puzzled. They are injured, Shu Tong retorted. Injured, you say? Silver Ink pressed further. Curse you. Silver Ink, pretending to be innocent. You are nothing but a white-skinned, black-hearted sesame seed, appearing respectable while harboring a wicked and lascivious nature. Oh, you not know why I am injured. Shu Tong suddenly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Silver Ink unclothed before her, launched into a tirade. Silver Ink frowned, confused by the term black sesame filling, but he understood the implication of being lecherous. Wasn't that how bonding worked? Were there alternative methods? Shu Tong felt dissatisfied with herself, realizing she needed to consult the Wolf Clan leader, who was experienced and could impart wisdom. Silver Ink assisted Shu Tong in drinking water and then showcased another of his virtues by preparing breakfast. Once they had finished eating and returned to the Phoenix clan, they found the tribe bustling with unfamiliar beastmen. 17 or 18 new faces stood atop a platform, assessing them like livestock with unfriendly, disdainful gazes. Feng Xiao, how come there are only this few adult females in your clan? What about the others? Inquired a fox, maintaining its beast form and flicking its tail as if it were a pompous eunuch. Its expression was far from gentle, instead revealing a critical nature. This year, we have 10 newly matured females, 6 of whom have found their partners and just recently bonded. The remaining 4 are without partners. They have voluntarily gone to the upper continent to bear offspring for the 8 great clans. Feng Xiao did not exude her usual commanding presence. Instead, she adopted a more humble demeanor, the fox. However, broke into laughter, one after another, attempting to deceive us. Let me tell you, Feng Xiao, concealing and fabricating reports is not as simple as merely facing capture. I advise you to obediently surrender the adult female, or else your Phoenix clan shall await annihilation. The fox envoy, skeptical, remarked, if that is the case, then I find myself at a loss. Suddenly, Feng Xiao straightened her back, adopting a resolute posture. Yes, that's so. The fox envoy chuckled as he leapt down from the high platform. Surveying the surroundings, he unexpectedly approached Mo, sniffing the scent that clung to her. With a disdainful gesture, he covered his nose, disregarding the indignation on Mo's face. Such a foul stench. I cannot fathom which beastman was responsible for this. Mo's dignity was trampled underfoot, and she suddenly declared, "The clan leader's offspring is a false mate." Upon hearing this, many beastmen displayed expressions of panic, casting reproachful glances at Mo for daring to utter such words. "Oh, so it is that frail phoenix cub named Jiao Ruo who possesses such audacity." The fox envoy sneered coldly, then swiftly ascended the platform, directing his gaze at Feng Xiu. "You claim you have not deceived us. What then is this?" Unfazed, Feng Xiu replied, "It is merely the folly of the younglings. They quarreled over a female and, harboring animosity, spoke thus. If the fox envoy does not believe me, I shall summon my cubs for verification." "Is that so?" The fox envoy grinned, then seated himself. "Clan leader, you deceive. Your cubs are evidently false mates. Just yesterday, while I sought fruit, I overheard them declare such "Oh, you dare to confront this?" Mo, steeling herself, cried out again. Even the mother of Mo allows her offspring to court disaster. Mo, such matters are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, it could cost lives. Feng Xiu sighed in resignation, lamenting Mo's foolishness. Once the clan discovers a deceiver, none shall escape unscathed. How pitiful! I speak no falsehood. If you doubt me, inquire of Feng Cha. The name Feng Cha recoiled, feigning fear that I, too, heard it. The wolf clan shaman is quite ruthless. Shu Tong pretended to mate to avoid going to the city of beasts. Feng Xiu, should one female make such a claim, I might dismiss it. But now, there are two, which places me in a difficult position. The fox envoy remarked, licking his claws, clearly entertained. Then let us summon my cubs. Let the females of the city of beasts verify. Feng Xiu maintained a smile on her face while seething with resentment within. These fools not only jeopardized their kin, but also subjected her cubs to humiliation. This grudge would not be forgotten. "Please proceed," the fox envoy yawned. "The leopard clan's females truly lack the ability to serve beastmen. Their methods are woefully inadequate. I am still suffering from a sore waist. Hold on. To demand a verification is to show utter disregard for the dignity of females." Shu Tong raised her voice. The assembly of beasts turned to gaze at her. She wore a silver beast-skin skirt, her fair skin exposed, bearing marks upon her neck, back, and arms that spoke of last night's wildness. Moreover, the imposing figure of Yin Mo shielded her from the sunlight. As they approached, they emanated an aura that commanded submission from the beastmen. "You are Feng Xiu's cub?" The fox envoy's eyes sparkled. He had encountered numerous females of varying shapes and sizes, yet none had left such an indelible impression as the one before him. "Indeed, I am Feng Shu Tong. Whether or not I have a mate, the envoy's discerning, I would surely see the truth. The reason these two females speak so brazenly is purely out of jealousy for my formidable partner. They seek to tarnish my reputation, in the past. A single slap followed by a kick into the river would suffice." Shu Tong paused, casting a cold smile before continuing, "In such an important setting where the lives of our kin are at stake. To casually fling accusations is unacceptable, but if we do not set an example, imitators will follow suit, endangering not only our kin, but also challenging the authority of the Beast King. Thus, a heavy punishment is warranted." "Envoy, what say you?" Shu Tong's expression was one of laughter, yet her eyes remained icy. "Should you wish for my demise, be prepared to face the same consequence." "Feng Shu Tong, you have lost your senses. We are your kin," Mo cried out. "Feng Shu Tong, you are distorting the truth. It is you who has falsely claimed a mate to harm us all. Avoid being implicated by your actions. We have acted out of righteousness." Feng Cha, too, recognized the peril and shouted, "Shu Tong, cease this folly." Shu Tong sked, observing their grotesque faces. "What a double standard. Under the pretense of goodwill, you engage in despicable acts." She shook her head in disappointment and continued, "You were unafraid when you slandered me earlier. Why the guilt now? Fox envoy, as long as you give the word, I will submit to verification. Otherwise, let us all remain here in stalemate." Shu Tong could not swallow this bitter pill. They were instigating trouble without regard for the occasion or their kin. Why should I extend you any courtesy? If you wish to abandon civility, so be it. The fox envoy laughed heartily. How amusing. You are correct. Verification is indeed a humiliation for females. Since you speak with such conviction, surely you can provide a comparative measure. Feng Qiu interjected. Let me set the terms. If I am a false mate, you may take my head for sport. If I am truthful, I shall handle these too, as disputes among females should not escalate to involve entire clans, lest we disrupt the peace. Shu Tong stepped forward, eager to take charge. Feng Qiu, being both her father and the clan leader, was not in a position to administer punishment, but she may also step forward if my cub is a false mate. I, as her mother, shall share her punishment. However, if she is truthful, I will not hold back. May stood tall, resembling a small mountain, and despite her tension, she stepped up for the safety of her cub, trusting her offspring to know their limits. The fox envoy yawned. Then, you shall handle it yourselves. We shall take these few who are unwed for now. Song, remember to bring back good news. Standing here is dreadfully uninteresting. His skin was wrinkled from the sun. Moreover, he could see that the female before him was not one to deceive. Curiosity piqued, he anticipated Shu Tong stirring up trouble in the city of beasts. Understood, the female named Song acknowledged, leading several towering beastmen as they awaited the outcome, while the fox envoy departed with the newly acquired females. With the envoy gone, the atmosphere softened, yet the tension in the scene remained palpable. May, you have gone too far. How can you bully a female cub? Mo Li's mother confronted her. May stepped forward, seizing her collar and pulling Hua Yin closer. The last time my cub was pushed into the water, I refrained from holding you accountable because we are of the same clan. I chose to overlook it, and only shows no remorse or acknowledgement of her faults. Yet I can. But today, in such an important setting, you act out of jealousy that May's heart raced. After a pause, she added, is it merely jealousy that Feng Yi favors my cub before the envoy of the city of beasts? You slandered and conspired against her, leading her to ruin. You think you can escape unscathed? Have you stuffed your brains with straw, or are you simply foolish? May, let go. We can discuss this civilly. There is no need for violence. Hua Yin gasped, her eyes rolling back in distress. May released her grip. And as for Feng Cha, your laziness is one thing, but to speak such nonsense in a setting like this. Do you not fear divine retribution? Will you not meet a dire fate? May, you have gone too far. How can you curse my cub? Feng Cha's mother, delicate and exquisitely beautiful, was not pleased to hear May's curses. Not only shall I scold her, but I shall also teach her a lesson. This ungrateful wretch, a master of deceit. I wonder how you will find a partner in the future. May's eyes blazed with fury as she stepped forward, seizing Feng Cha's hair and delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed like thunder, leaving Feng Cha dazed, stars dancing before her eyes, her teeth loosened. Yet, she felt unsatisfied, continuing to pinch and strike at a mama. Save me. Feng Cha, typically lazy and physically weak, being of short stature, could only plead for mercy as May held her hair tight. May, let go, let us speak civilly, implored Xiaoyao, Feng Cha's mother, rushing forward to intervene. But Shu Tong was quicker, grasping her wrist and pulling her aside while delivering two swift kicks. Feng Cha, battered and bruised, shrank in her mother's embrace, weeping pitifully. Seeing this, the mother-daughter pair of Jasmine turned to flee, only to be blocked by Shu Tong. With a mocking tone, she inquired, isn't the experience of being close to a stray beast rather delightful? Jasmine shuddered, her face flushed with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense, you say? Just last night, 5 or 6 strays appeared near our tribe, charging towards us that, if not for my partner's prowess, I might very well be wandering the streets now. Shu Tong retorted. The beastman you acquired with your body is hardly reliable. He could sell you out in an instant. You lie. Jasmine dodged to the side, unable to meet Shu Tong's gaze, her heart racing. Why were those strays so cowardly? When bullying their own, they were immensely powerful against Feng Shu Tong, yet now appeared utterly useless. Then why do you reek of cobras? Shu Tong sniffed the air, closing the distance between them. Jasmine instantly tensed, her body on high alert. She despised feeling threatened. What are you talking about? I am bonded to my beloved Feng Li. You can ask him yourself. In a panic, Jasmine pointed to the male standing not far away, too intimidated to approach. Yet that male frowned and protested. When did I bond with you? Feng Li was honest and simple. But he was no fool to wear a cuckold's horns. Before taking on such a burden, he deserved to experience the thrill himself. Jasmine's disdain for Feng Li was evident. She insulted him upon meeting and tossed aside the gifts he had given her. What do you want from me now? Even Feng Li was unwilling to back her lies. Jasmine, you are truly pitiful, colluding with strays to harm your kin. Such a grave sin cannot go unpunished. Tell me, what should be the method of your punishment? Exile or execution? Shu Tong whispered into Jasmine's ear. Stay away. I have done nothing. Jasmine suddenly fell to the ground, scrambling backward. How can you mothers be so cruel? Intent on our demise? Hua Yin cried, clutching her offspring. Indeed, I simply find you displeasing and wish to teach you a lesson. Are you unwilling to fight back? Shu Tong sneered, her words dripping with scorn. Such bravado from one who has suffered misfortune and been abducted, living in dire straits, bullied day in and day out, giving birth only to die. But who can blame me for my fortune? Escaping the jaws of a tiger? Naturally, I must settle the score. Feng Xiao, as the tribe leader, will you not manage your family? Hua Yin questioned, turning her head. The matters between females are delicate. However, Jasmine's collusion with strays to harm her own kin cannot be overlooked. We must devise a plan for her punishment. Otherwise, our tribespeople will follow her example, and the Phoenix tribe will face annihilation. Indeed, the leader speaks wisely. Other disputes may be resolved with mere quarrels, but colluding with strays is intolerable. A beastman echoed. Severe punishment for Jasmine. Exile her to the mountains. The tribe unanimously supported Feng Xiao, their approval evident. I could see that moment. Song spoke up. Now that your tribe's affairs are settled, it is time for me to conduct my inspection. Yin Mo frowned at these words and stepped forward. This is the evidence. Why must we inspect further? Seeing is not always believing. Do not make this difficult for us, or you shall face the consequences. Song declared, unafraid. Shu Tong shook her head. This cannot be avoided. Just be gentle. Yin Mo instructed anxiously, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. These beastmen would eventually be dealt with. Ignoring the tension, Song led Shu Tong into a room. Moments later, she reemerged. Was it a forgery? Someone inquired. If they had exerted themselves for just 2 more nights, the offspring would be en route. Song remarked coldly, leaving those present in shock. Everyone turned to Shu Tong. Filled with sympathy, Shu Tong, endowed with beauty and a gentle disposition, displayed an uncharacteristic strength in front of the fox envoy today. Many beastmen found themselves drawn to her, yet upon seeing Yin Mo's dark expression, they hesitated. The reason Yin Mo refrained from acting rashly was that the timing was not right. Otherwise, who would dare bully his partner? He swiftly approached Shu Tong, enveloping her in his embrace. I am sorry. It is my inadequacy. I am fine. Song is quite capable, Shu Tong replied with a smile. Yin Mo was filled with confusion. What is happening? Yet he could not voice his questions. May, witnessing their harmonious interaction, smiled with satisfaction. The farce concluded with Jasmine being cast into the mountains. The reason for not executing her on the spot was the unique circumstances, and Feng Xiao and others considered Jasmine a female. To take her life would be a waste. They wished to offer her a chance. However, Shu Tong disagreed. If we do not eradicate the root of the problem, we will face endless troubles. Jasmine may very well cause further issues. Upon returning home, May prepared a feast to reward Yin Mo and Shu Tong. Today had been quite exhilarating for her. May's spirits soared as she recalled the incident with Shu Tong falling into the water, which had emboldened several beastmen to continue their harassment. This day's events had allowed her to vent the pent-up frustration, leaving her feeling quite relieved. I am quite happy, but should not Feng Lian have been taken away? Where is she? Shu Tong mused, gnawing on meat, suddenly remembering someone. Typically inseparable from Feng Cha. Where was Feng Lian today? She is with Feng Yi. May sighed suddenly. Such a fine male, and yet he has been taken advantage of. Hearing this, she was so incensed that she had not even eaten breakfast. Shu Tong exclaimed. Feng Rue glanced at Yin Mo, noting his unperturbed demeanor, and breathed a sigh of relief before explaining, "Last night, Feng Yi was outsmarted by his own sister, who drugged his soup, allowing Feng Lian to take advantage of him. He is still asleep now." Good heavens, such audacity. Feng Lian is truly formidable. Shu Tong swallowed nervously. How fierce. Feng Yi would go mad. Feng Wei foolishly remarked. "All right, let's not dwell on such matters. The envoy from the Beast City has departed. Next, we must engage in tribal planning and then tend to the fields to store provisions." Feng Qiu cleverly shifted the topic. After all, why bring up others in front of Yin Mo? They were now a family, and no matter how pitiful Feng Yi was, she was still a female. After all, Feng Lian truly harbored feelings for him. Moreover, their own offspring had no feelings towards Feng. If they did, it would have been Feng Lian taking action first. There's still time to cultivate the fields? Shu Tong inquired curiously. There is indeed time. The temperature here is high enough for 3 harvests a year. However, to allow the land to recuperate properly, we only permit 2 harvests, and during the remaining time, we will rely on the flora and fauna of the mountains to stave off hunger. Feng Xiu explained with a smile. "So, that is how it is." Shu Tong nodded, and no wonder the tribespeople were not anxious. It turned out they had a plan in place. Meanwhile, Feng Yi slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself dizzy, particularly uncomfortable in his body. He turned his head and noticed a figure sleeping on his bed, covered by a fur blanket that revealed a snow-white shoulder. Looking further down, he saw bloodstains on the bed. The once pristine bedding was now in disarray. What had happened last night? His memories were vague. Only recalling Feng, Shu Tong repeatedly exclaiming, "Not enough, it hurts, wait." He rolled over cautiously, his heart filled with trepidation, reaching out to touch the female's shoulder. I could see that moment. Feng Lian turned over, revealing her face. Feng Yi's expression changed dramatically, his heart assaulted by waves of shock. The Feng Shu Tong he had been thinking of had transformed into Feng Lian. Moreover, how did she end up in his room? Who had brought her in? Had they successfully bonded as mates? With this thought, his head throbbed painfully. He felt as though he wished to die. He hurriedly rose and walked outside. Feng Yi, just then, Feng Lian, wrapped in a blanket, called out, "What are you doing here? Who permitted you to come?" Feng Yi's stunning visage was laced with coldness, as if he were ready to devour someone, with eyes as red as blood. He demanded answers. "That it was you who held on to me tightly, mistaking me for Feng Shu Tong. I could not push you away, so I stayed. That if you do not wish for me to be here, I can leave," Feng Lian said, tears streaming down her face, but a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she lowered her head. Did she truly think herself easy to bully? Did she take him for a fool? Feng Yi stepped closer, grabbing Feng Lian's arm. "What are you saying, Feng Yi?" Feng Lian's heart raced with panic. "What am I saying? Last night before I left, I drank a bowl of soup sent by Feng Cha. Then I felt unwell, and you appeared here. Think about it. What did you all do?" Feng Yi suddenly seized Feng Lian by the neck, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Let go of me. Release me." Feng Lian was terrified by his vicious demeanor. Although she had anticipated this outcome, she never imagined Feng Yi would truly act on it. "You think that because we have bonded as mates, I will be your partner? Dream on. After you finish your medicinal soup, get lost." Feng Yi flung Feng Lian to the ground, lifted the curtain, and strode out. Dazed and disoriented, Feng Lian coughed as she regained her senses. After a while, she pounded the ground in frustration, cursing inwardly. "Damn Feng Shu Tong, it's all your fault, you wretched beast. May you suffer a terrible fate." Where was the gentle demeanor? He was nothing short of the devil. However, she could not allow her disheveled state to be seen by others. She rose, dressed herself, and tidied her hair, just before stepping out. A brilliant idea struck her. She tugged down her clothing from her shoulder, exposing her fair and slender neck, now marked with purple bruises. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Feng Cha rushing towards her. Feng Cha's face was swollen, obscuring her previously delicate features. "How is it? Did it work?" she asked anxiously. Feng Lian instinctively frowned, a look of disdain crossing her face. "Who are you?" "I am Cha. "Am I that ugly?" Feng Cha squinted her eyes, which were swollen and bruised from being hit, barely opening them. Just before she entered, she had encountered her elder brother, who was seething with anger and had left her with a threatening remark. "If you dare to scheme against me, be prepared to face the consequences." Feng Cha was so frightened that she fell to the ground, not daring to speak. The look in Feng Yi's eyes as he departed was too fierce. She could not even bear to meet his gaze. Yet upon reflection, she was Feng Yi's sister, and no matter how much he resented her, he would not harm her. With that thought, her expression softened slightly. But why did Feng Lian look at her with such disdain? She was perplexed. Could it be that she intended to cut ties once she crossed the river? Would she truly betray her? Surely, such a beautiful being would not stoop so low. "Who did this to you? Tell me, and I will avenge you." Feng Lian quickly responded, adopting an expression of righteous indignation. Yet deep down, she looked down on this foolish girl. The envoy from the beast city had come. Feng Shu Tong had not been brought down, and yet she had turned into a pig-headed fool. Truly, she was more of a liability than an asset. With a sorrowful expression, Feng Lian's heart burned with resentment. Was it Feng Shu Tong? Mentioning Feng Shu Tong made Feng Cha grit her teeth in anger. She grasped Feng Lian's hand, crying out, "It was her! Otherwise, how could I have ended up like this?" Emoli was thrown into the back mountain by her. Feng Lian frowned. She and Emoli had always had a feud, but who would dare venture into the back mountain? This was clearly an attempt on Emoli's life. Feng Cha was still trembling with fear, touching her swollen face as she recalled the beating she had received. The memory sent chills down her spine. After all, Emoli had colluded with the roaming beast to reveal the location where Feng Shu Tong was bonding with someone. Thinking that she would be captured, but the plan had failed, Feng Cha's eyes flickered with regret as she said, "What a pity. Indeed, such a pity. And my face as well," Feng Lian lamented. Feng Cha covered her swollen face, inadvertently brushing against a wound that made her wince in pain. "All right, I will take you to see the shaman. A female's face is of utmost importance." Feng Lian deliberately moved closer to Feng Cha, subtly exposing her delicate neck, where the marks became even more pronounced. Lian, did you succeed?" Feng Cha finally noticed and exclaimed in delight. "Amicham." Feng Lian nodded, playing coyly. Feng Cha forgot her pain, circling around Feng Lian in disbelief. "My elder brother appears to be such a gentle beast man, yet after encountering you, he has become so crazed. Did he hurt you?" Feng Lian felt triumphant, even as her whole body ached. "Feng, he still thinks I am not putting in enough effort." She feigned regret. "He is disdainful of you? How shameless. He is a male, and when bonding, he must put in more effort to win the affection of the female." Feng Cha was utterly astonished. Feng Lian's heart ached with bitterness. How could it be more than just effort? It was nearly a matter of life and death. However, it was all for someone else, and not for herself. She clenched her fists, silently vowing to make Feng regret his actions. "I've said enough. I want to go home." Feng Lian adopted a pitiful expression. "Didn't they even give you breakfast?" Feng Cha seemed to have discovered something alarming. Feng Lian felt even more grieved. The physical toll of bonding was immense, and once he discovered the truth, he nearly killed her. How could he possibly make her food? She felt a pang of fear in her heart. Yet the die was cast, and there was no turning back. Even though Feng did not harbor affection for herself, she remained her partner. The two stepped outside, when Lian's admirers swiftly encircled them. "Lian, how are you? Does it hurt? Did Feng lay a hand on you?" The formidable orcs of the clan gazed intently at Feng Lian. She was obedient and sensible and possessed striking beauty. Many orcs admired her, yet Feng Lian maintained her reserve, rarely revealing signals of coupling. Who would have thought she had quietly bonded with Feng? After all, Feng was merely a mixed-breed phoenix, lacking in abilities. Why would Wind Lian choose to partner with him? It truly seemed like Feng had struck gold. "Thank you. I am well," Wind Lian replied with a demeanor of understanding. Someone noticed the fingerprints on her neck, as if she had been grasped. Feng really would resort to violence against a female. Who would have imagined? An orc exclaimed in shock. "Really? Lian, why didn't you say anything?" Feng Cha gasped. Wind Lian was momentarily taken aback, quickly covered her neck as she said, "He got a bit carried away. He didn't mean it, and I actually like it. Observing her demeanor, the orcs misunderstood. They assumed Fengyi must have been forceful, taking advantage of Feng Lianlian, who, being so considerate, did not want to see him wronged. What a wonderful female she was. My second brother is utterly detestable. He hasn't even fed Lianlian, Feng Cha exclaimed, brimming with anger. Wind Lianlian grasped Feng Cha's hand, saying, "Don't blame him. It's my fault for not performing better. After all, he likes someone else. Fengyi is truly in the wrong. He likes someone else, but still forces you that we should confront him." An envious orc suggested that a mixed-breed phoenix, taking advantage, yet still complains about the female. He should reflect on his own worth. Without waiting for Feng Lianlian to respond, they set off together. Feng Lianlian expressed her concern. "What if this causes trouble?" Feng Cha, pulling her along, replied, "My second brother needs a lesson. He must be out of his mind to have a female like you and still be dissatisfied. If it were me, I would treat you like royalty. Forget about him. He is a fool and deserves to be punished." "But that doesn't seem right," Feng Lianlian said, her voice tinged with sadness. I could see that moment. Shu Tong happened to be passing by with some items and overheard their conversation, nearly feeling nauseated. How can such a female exist in this world? Taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Thankfully, their relationship is poor. Otherwise, having to be around an idiot all day would be unbearable. Life might become intolerable, and then she would have to resort to violence. Suddenly, she smirked, thinking it was merely a matter of petty theft. Feng Lianlian's actions clearly placed her in the spotlight. "Don't think you can prance about freely. There will come a time when you will regret it." Yin Mo followed closely behind Shu Tong, curiously asking, "Why would you serve such ugly orcs? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your eyes?" Shu Tong paused, surprised by Yin Mo's unexpected humor, although she did not like Feng Lianlian. She had to admit that Feng Lianlian was indeed beautiful. Even in her own era, she would have been celebrated as a rare beauty. "Do you truly find them ugly?" Shu Tong pressed on. Unconvinced. Point one is cunning. The other is dreadfully foolish. How could they be appealing? Yin Mo replied dismissively. She chuckled, just as Feng Cha spotted Shu Tong. Forgetting she was in the presence of a fool, she boasted from a distance. "My second brother has found a partner. Some females are foolishly trying to pursue him." Shu Tong pointed to herself, asking, "Are you referring to me?" Yin Mo smirked, "Certainly not me. I have no interest in males." "Huh." Shu Tong laughed at his jest. "Then I thank you for not keeping me in mind," she said nonchalantly. Feng Cha, incensed, stepped forward to block her path. You think my second brother is only worthy of you?" I said, "Thank you for not considering me. Is your brain made of straw?" Shu Tong feigned, covering her eyes in disgust. "You're truly repulsive. I wonder what kind of courage it took for you to step outside." Feng Cha felt insulted. "It's because of you that I've become this way. You owe me. Good dogs don't block the way. Can't you understand human speech? Don't flaunt yourself in front of me." "Next time, it won't be as simple as being a fool." Shu Tong shot back, casting a disdainful glance. "This appearance tarnishes the image of the Phoenix clan." "Feng Tong, you're quite something," Feng Cha retorted, daring not to continue the confrontation as she turned to leave. Watching Feng Cha's pitiful retreat, Shu Tong shrugged at Yin Mo. "Arguing with a fool who betrays her own brother diminishes my intelligence. By the way, doesn't Yin Mo have anything better to do? Shouldn't he be back with the Wolf clan or investigating the movements of the envoy from the Bee City for better planning?" As the clan members dispersed, the tribe fell into a quieter state. Shu Tong followed Yin Mo out, first stopping by the Shaman for medicine before returning to their abode. "This rabbit is for you," Yin Mo said, lifting a small white rabbit by its neck and handing it over. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Shu Tong exclaimed in surprise, glancing around, unsure where the rabbit's cage had gone. It was evident that someone had been eyeing it for a meal. "You only want to eat it?" Yin Mo shook the rabbit slightly. "This little bunny is so adorable. It should be made into spicy rabbit meat to showcase its true value," Shu Tong replied with a smile. Genuinely fond of the rabbit, yet she knew it could not be kept. Rather than letting someone else benefit, it would be safer to consume it herself. "Are you reluctant?" Shu Tong cautiously asked, noticing Yin Mo's blank expression. "As long as you are happy," Yin Mo said, tossing the rabbit aside and turning to leave. Shu Tong hurriedly cradled the rabbit in her arms, Following closely behind. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the wolf clan. Observing the clan that seemed even worse off than her own, Shu Tong swallowed hard. You serve these orcs? Yin Mo remained silent. Here they come. Just then, a tall orc emerged from a nearby building. Upon seeing them, the handsome and robust orc smiled and said, Yin Mo, have you brought your partner to dinner? Judging by his appearance, he was undoubtedly Yin Chuan's father. Yes, we're here for a reunion dinner. Yin Mo replied tersely, usually not one for many words, and often wore a stern expression. Yet today he spoke with a full smile. Shu Tong felt as though the sun had risen in the west. Glancing upward to confirm the sun hung high in the sky. Everything was as it should be. Dinner has been prepared. Please come in. The hospitable host invited them inside. Soon, Shu Tong spotted her friend Yin Chuan, sitting on the edge of the bed, cradling a newborn wolf pup. The males were busy preparing the meal. The exterior of the house appeared modest, but inside it was spacious and bright, meticulously organized, indicating the owner's love for cleanliness. Upon hearing the commotion, Yin Chuan turned and, upon recognizing the visitors, exclaimed, Shu Tong, what brings you here? She set down the little wolf and joyfully rushed over. But we're here to eat. Shu Tong replied, taking her hand, and no wonder my father had my brother cook early this morning. He must have wanted to invite you. Did the envoy from the beast city give you trouble today? Yin Chuan realized the situation, grabbing Shu Tong's hand. No. Why didn't you come? Shu Tong settled into a seat as they whispered together, Am I in a lively phase? Shu Tong frowned, noting that Yin Chuan was still some time away from adulthood. If this lively phase were discovered, it would be a disaster. Don't speak of it to others. Yin Chuan, with a tone of caution, emphasized, Shu Tong nodded in acknowledgement that Yin Chuan's father, Yinch, spoke solely with Yin Xin. Approximately 20 minutes later, they took their seats. Yinch cautiously remarked, The envoy from the beast city has just departed. We dare not indulge too extravagantly, and I apologize for making you suffer. Yin Xin picked up his chopsticks and served dishes for Shu Tong. In response, he remarked nonchalantly, This is quite sumptuous. The envoy from the beast city cannot be easily deceived. I've heard that they are currently residing with the leopard clan, and next time it may be our turn. So it is prudent to remain low-key. Indeed, we share the same sentiment that it is said that the upper continent is exerting pressure on the beast king, insisting on gathering 500 females. If there aren't enough, those who have just mated this year, without offspring, will be compelled to comply. Yinch's expression darkened, rendering him unable to eat. The number of beast men in the lower continent is substantial, yet they remain constrained by the upper continent. They are akin to fish at the mercy of others, lacking the capacity for resistance. That's excessive. Yin Xin stated, We all recognize the injustice, yet we are powerless to change it unless we alter the status quo. Overthrow the 8 major clans of the upper continent and elect new rulers. Yinch inhaled deeply, lowering his voice. Shu Tong listened intently, seemingly able to envision the arrogance and tyranny of the 8 clans. The timing is insufficient. Yin Xin replied. For reasons unknown, Shu Tong's gaze lingered on Yin Xin's face, sensing something. This person, Yin Xin, with a troubled background, could potentially be a significant figure, one capable of altering the status quo of the 8 clans. Shu Tong fixated on her partner. Her fervent gaze impossible for Yin Xin to overlook. The food unappetizing? He turned to inquire. No, it is quite delicious. I am curious why the wandering beasts are not afraid of the envoys, nor do they fear the 8 major clans of the upper continent. Shu Tong withdrew her gaze, her expression tinged with confusion. Yin Xin cast a glance at her. Because the wandering beasts are willing to take risks. Shu Tong furrowed her brow in bewilderment. Willing to take risks? Yes, the wandering beasts have unstable settlements. And 90% of them are males. They do not have enough of their own females and rely on what they can seize. Their future is bleak. Who would fear this? Yinch, with his raven hair, regarded Shu Tong with a gentle gaze, devoid of any disdain. Is it akin to those who have nothing to lose? Shu Tong asked uncertainly. Partially correct, and partially because their influence is feared by the upper continent. Prompting avoidance, Yin Xin finished his meal and sipped his soup. He elucidated. Why not collaborate with the wandering beasts? Yin Chuan asked unexpectedly. Several gazes turned towards her. Yinxun shrank back, casting a furtive glance at Yinxin. Yinxin's face darkened, but he understood that Yinxun spoke truthfully. Collaborating with the wandering beast was currently the best course of action. However, such an alliance would be akin to bargaining with a tiger. Once power is attained, one must pay the price. His tone shifted to one of somber warmth. This approach is sound, yet the cost is too high. The wandering beasts are also seeking opportunities. They are waiting for us to approach them. Once the conversation begins, it will be uncontrollable. Yinch concurred. Yinxin is correct. The wandering beasts have become increasingly ambitious over the years, to the extent that even the upper continent fears their presence. Various attempts have been made to suppress them, all of which have failed, resulting in the loss of several promising individuals. Yinxuan immediately glanced nervously at Yinxin. This approach is unfeasible. Then we would merely be lambs awaiting slaughter. Only Shu Tong continued to eat leisurely, seemingly unperturbed by the current predicament. After Yinxin finished his meal and wiped his mouth, he stated, "To live or to perish, we choose the latter." Silence enveloped the room, as if everything were a mere dream. A small cub, hungry, weakly called out, Yinxun exclaimed, springing from her seat and diving in her blanket, cocooning herself, not daring to reveal her head. "Oh, we must simply wait," Yinxin remarked, his expression impassive. Yinch picked up his chopsticks, slowly resuming his meal, refraining from further comment. The other tall males surrounding the table remained silent, swiftly clearing the dining area. After finishing, he departed with Shu Tong. On the way back, he remarked, "Do you remember the scruffy wolf I fought with a couple of days ago?" "Yes, he broke his leg. He is likely to come seeking vengeance." Shu Tong nodded. After their meal, they did not return to their dwelling, but instead headed to the treehouse where they had intended to mate the previous night. To retrieve Shu Tong's belongings, Yinxin's demeanor grew serious as he continued. "They are one of the 8 major clans of the Upper Continent, a collateral branch of the Silver Wolf clan. It is said that when the Silver Wolf clan was annihilated, they fled the Upper Continent to survive, ending up here. Being intruders, many beastmen dislike them and have united to bully them, which is why the scruffy Wolf King chose to ally with the wandering beasts." Shu Tong pinched her brow, finding it all quite intricate. Beastmen engage in treachery, betray their kin, and even sell their souls for survival. And then, Yinxin's cold voice rang out, harboring a hint of cruelty. The consequence is that their Wolf King offered his favored female to the leader of the wandering beasts. This female was tormented, abused, and bore a formidable cub for the leader of the wandering beasts, named Hao. "Have you crossed paths with him?" Shu Tong inquired hesitantly. In a manner of speaking," Yinxin replied ambiguously. Shu Tong chose not to press further. Upon arriving at the treehouse, they discovered that the package was missing, leaving her disheartened. "This was my mother's labor of love, and now it's gone." Shu Tong surveyed the area, standing by the water's edge. "I will assist you in hunting." Yinxin replied nonchalantly, "No need. Let us return to the clan. I wish to engage in farming." Shu Tong shook her head. "These items can be replaced, but without food, one can only perish." "Very well," Yinxin conceded, as they retraced their steps. The discarded package lay beneath the paw of Bei. "Boss, last night was perilous. You nearly lost your life there," he then lamented. "I never anticipated that little female to be so ruthless. She struck my head, and I am still dazed." Observing his dazed leader, he quickly added, "How could you allow yourself to be bested? Your injury must be treated, or it may fester and lead to your demise. Stop hiding the package. I saw it clearly. Does it hold more importance than your life?" Yifeng reached out to pry it away, but was met with a swat from his leader. "Do not entertain thoughts of taking the package. And you, having been bullied by a female, how can you even suggest that you should have embraced her and fled? How could I possibly feel threatened?" Yifeng fell silent. In their eyes, females were akin to garments, while Bei was akin to kin. Their lives were all saved by Bei. They could not forsake him. Bei uncovered the package, revealing the beast-skin clothing inside. He lowered his head to sniff it, as if still detecting the lingering fragrance of the female. He hugged it closer. "This little female has caught my attention. Just because I stumbled at the hands of her partner does not mean I will falter next time." Yifeng glanced over, recalling Shu Tong's iron-like fists, which he had experienced firsthand. Those blows truly hurt. Yet there was a strange satisfaction in the pain. If only they could claim Shu Tong as their partner, he would amend his ways and cease his dalliances with other females. He would serve Shu Tong, pouring her tea and washing her feet and clothes. If he could bear cubs himself, then Shu Tong would not have to endure such burdens. The other beastmen exchanged glances, each revealing a glint of cunning in their eyes. A wolf that has lost its teeth speaks with a lisp. Her partner is a silver wolf. Speaking of which, I find it curious how there could be silver wolves in the lower continent. Yifeng was equally intrigued. I know that male. He is the illegitimate son of the scruffy wolf king, Inshu. Illegitimate son? Bei asked, puzzled. Indeed, not long after Inshu arrived at the lower continent, he colluded with our king before he had even established himself. In order to secure Wang's support, he offered up his favored companion to the king. Our Wang's most cherished male cub, Hal, is indeed that female offspring, as one bear elucidated. Does this imply that Hal and this silver wolf may share a fraternal bond? Bai Yi, feeling agitated, rubbed his temples. In no wonder he is so formidable. Moreover, he truly exhibits the same ferocity as Hal. Yifeng gently patted Bai Yi's shoulder with his tail. Boss, this is quite troublesome. Troublesome? Isn't it all due to humans? No rush, Bai Yi replied, burying his head in the animal hide, awaiting an opportune moment. The Phoenix clan. Shu Tong once again ventured to the clan's cave, discovering that Uncle Pai, after a coaxing, was in much better spirits. He even took the initiative to organize them to clean the cave, brew medicine, fish, and craft tools. Engaging in such activities invigorated the spirits of the people. Shu Tong brought along some medicine. Uncle Pai, could you help me make a tool? She placed the medicine aside, waiting for it to warm before consumption. What do you need? Uncle Pai inquired without looking up. A fish basket, Shu Tong replied. Understood. Uncle Pai continued weaving the basket. Uncle Pai, you are truly skilled. Shu Tong continued to flatter him. Just say what you need, and no need for flattery. Uncle Pai paused his work to gaze at Shu Tong. You are still impressive, knowing exactly what I desire. There's one more thing I would like, but it is not difficult, Shu Tong said with a playful grin. Speak up, and I will see if I can assist you. Uncle Pai remarked, clearly not wishing to see such a beautiful face. Her presence reminded him of his own self-destructive past, a significant shame in his beastly existence. Very well, Shu Tong said, producing a drawing and handing it over. After examining it carefully, Uncle Pai instructed her to return in 3 days, waving his hand to signal her departure. This was clearly an expulsion. Shu Tong, unable to linger, stood up to leave, but added, remember to take your medicine. If you run out, come find me. Hurry along, Uncle Pai dismissed her with a wave. Shu Tong turned cheerfully to depart. Once Uncle Pai watched her fade into the distance, he retrieved the drawing to continue his work. If he could successfully create this, he would gain greater mobility with his arms. This little female was quite thoughtful, like a sturdy fur coat. Shu Tong must have been afraid of admitting her own shortcomings on the spot, which was why she indirectly requested to craft something. She not only preserved her dignity, but also offered a chance for the disabled beastman to be active. After finishing her errands, Shu Tong returned to her room, just as she intended to take a nap. She was pulled up by Mei. Aren't you going to choose your treehouse? Shu Tong paused in her task of arranging the bedding upon hearing this. Mei, noticing her silence, assumed she was merely shy. Cubs, it's just about the treehouse renovations, right? Your 3 brothers are available to help you. Shu Tong's throat moved slightly as she contemplated for a moment before responding, I will follow whatever mother decides. Now that's more like it. By the way, why was that female envoy from the Beast City song treating you so well? Mei recalled this matter. Because I am clever, Shu Tong lied without batting an eye. Mei beamed with pride. Of course, after all, I am your mother. Put in some effort tonight and have those cubs early. I will help care for them. Before leaving, Mei assigned her this formidable task. Shu Tong sighed softly. A life, why must you always make things difficult for this poor little one? With the envoy from B City gone, all should be well. Who would return to check if I have birth cubs? Ah, this life is unbearable. She buried her head under the blanket, nearly suffocating herself. Yin Mo arrived at the tree hollow. The great shaman held a medicine jar, wearing an inquisitive and gossiping demeanor. Young master, how do you feel? Yin Mo paused on the stairs, turning back to ask, why are you pretending to be innocent? Didn't you bond last night? Are you feeling unwell or experiencing anything difficult to discuss? Tell me, and I can help, the great shaman smiled, questioning. A single old wolf who hasn't T-bonded. How dare you offer me advice? Yin Mo retorted before heading upstairs. Hey, the shaman exclaimed, noticing the young master was indeed glowing after the bonding. The marks on his neck indicated last night was harmonious. The concerns he had were now surfacing. Clutching the medicine jar, he rushed up the stairs, asking urgently, Did you take the medicine afterward? No, Yin Mo replied. The shaman grew anxious. Why, young master? How could you be so foolish? You cannot have cubs. Why not? Yin Mo asked, confused. Are you not planning to go home? The shaman inquired. That I do want, Yin Mo answered. Then you cannot have cubs, the shaman asserted firmly. Yin Mo rolled over, blocking his ears. The shaman, realizing it was futile, turned to leave. Bustling about, he took the medicine jar to the Phoenix clan, directly finding Shu Tong and explaining the reason before administering the medicine. You have just come of age, and your body was harmed in the past 2 days. That it is inappropriate to have cubs right after bonding. Furthermore, as I intend for you to be my apprentice, becoming pregnant would hinder your activities. This medicine will temporarily prevent you from conceiving. Shu Tong felt somewhat stifled by sleep. Upon hearing the shaman's words, she instinctively asked, Did Yin send you to give me the medicine? What? The shaman was taken aback. Was it Yin Mo's idea, or yours? Shu Tong pressed on that it was my idea. The shaman replied, But on what grounds do you get to decide whether I bear cubs or not? Acting as if you were Yin Mo, Shu Tong rose, gripping the animal hide tightly. Although she did not wish to have cubs prematurely, having her reproductive rights stripped by others was a different matter entirely. Moreover, why should the great shaman presume to dictate Yin Mo's authority? I said, You had just come of age, and it is unsuitable. The shaman reiterated, Yes, that's so. Shu Tong scoffed, then accepted the medicine bowl, raising it to drink when Yin Mo suddenly appeared, snatching it from her grasp. You actually intend to drink it. Isn't this your idea? Not wanting cubs sounds wonderful. Shu Tong stood up, attempting to reclaim the bowl. However, Yin Mo smashed it to the ground, turning back to the shaman and saying, You may leave now. The shaman sighed, turning to walk away. The door closed behind him, leaving only the two of them inside. One stood, the other sat, their gazes locked. Yin Mo suddenly leaned in, caressing Shu Tong's face as he said, Cub, let us keep this is that the truth? Shu Tong asked, not shying away that it is the truth, Yin Mo affirmed. Yin Mo, we bonded out of necessity. The situation is unique, making it inappropriate to have cubs now. Your attitude brings me joy, but it is unsuitable for others to decide whether I bear cubs. Shu Tong tilted her head, observing her expression. Yin Mo sighed deeply. I understand, he replied, turning to leave, but Shu Tong grasped his wrist. We are in this together. From now on, let's communicate openly to avoid misunderstandings. Shu Tong looked up at him. I understand. Suddenly, Yin Mo sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch Shu Tong's face, his gaze lingering on her lips, his eyes darkening. Shu Tong leaned in, kissing him abruptly, biting his lip fiercely. The metallic taste of blood filled their mouths. Yin Mo wrapped one arm around Shu Tong's waist, pulling her closer, their lips entwined. After a long moment, he nibbled at the nape of her neck, stating, In our Silver Wolf clan, each individual has only one mate. If that mate is lost, the other half will not survive. Shu Tong stiffened. Was this a confession? Tentatively, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Can I let go now? It's safer to stay here tonight. Yin Mo straightened his posture, his gaze fixated on Shu Tong's fair neck, tempted to taste it once more. Yet he restrained himself. Why not build a treehouse outside? Shu Tong was perplexed. Well, we won't. Once the envoy from the Beast City selects the females, we shall escort them there, and I will take you to explore the Beast City. Yin Mo withdrew his hand, exhibiting remarkable self-control. Shu Tong's eyes lingered on his lips. I want to go too. Very well. With that, Yin Mo stood and departed. Shu Tong exhaled deeply, relieved that it was not Yin Mo's insistence. Regrettably, this body was somewhat frail, making pregnancy impossible for the time being. Nonetheless, she felt reassured. The day passed swiftly. In the evening, after the family had finished their meal, May suggested they discuss the ferocity of the stray beasts. Naturally, the one with the most authority to speak was Yin Mo, the son-in-law despised by his mother-in-law. You. Gritting his teeth, he sat at the table, all eyes upon him. Rarely did Yin Mo swallow hard, recounting an incident from 2 years prior to those gathered, perhaps due to his cold demeanor. His words were accompanied by a chilling atmosphere. Shu Tong found herself unusually frightened, clutching her third brother's arm, her eyes refusing to blink as she listened intently to Yin Mo's tense narration. Suddenly, a couple of phoenix chicks knocked over an oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Unable to contain herself, Shu Tong screamed, "Ah, sister," Feng Wei called, grasping Shu Tong's hand. "It's nothing, just a mouse," as Shu Tong raised her head. Her expression returned to normal. Yin Mo looked up to see her face pale, evidently feigning bravery. This was peculiar. During last night's battle, she had deftly outmaneuvered the stray beasts. What was she afraid of? He had merely mentioned that the stray beasts placed caterpillars on the females. Could it be that she feared this? Feng Wei, being somewhat simple-minded, could not discern the truth and protectively shielded his sister. Meanwhile, Shu Tong tried to act tough, stealthily pressed her ear against Feng Wei's sturdy back. Yet, Yin Mo's voice permeated through. Her mind was filled with the image of writhing caterpillars, the very creatures she dreaded most. When she was a ghost, they had terrified her into screaming, nearly causing her to be struck dead by the old ghost. Yin Mo then announced, "That's all for tonight. We should return to sleep." "All right," Mei and the others replied, left wanting more. Observing her brother rising, Shu Tong, filled with panic, clung to Feng Wei's arm and leapt onto his shoulder, fearful that a caterpillar might suddenly appear on the floor. To her surprise, Yin Mo caught her. "I'll take you back to your room, Dutto." "Okay." Shu Tong clutched Yin Mo's clothing, too frightened to move. After they exited, they made their way directly to Shu Tong's private quarters. Watching the two in harmonious coexistence, Mei felt a sense of relief. Once outside, Shu Tong's anxiety diminished considerably. The writhing caterpillars were the bane of her existence, and merely thinking of them sent shivers down her spine. Throughout their walk, Yin Mo did not let go of her hand, and Shu Tong paid no mind to it. Their interactions seemed to grow increasingly harmonious. Even the initial awkwardness of physical contact vanished. It was rather strange. Yin Mo escorted her to her room and inquired, "Are you afraid of the stray beasts?" Shu Tong shook her head. "No. While the stray beasts are indeed terrifying, they are ultimately beastmen. I can subdue them when necessary, or find a way to escape if I cannot. In truth, what terrifies me are the insects that a phoenix is essentially a bird. Generally, they prefer to feast on insects. To fear your own food is quite the sight to behold." Yin Mo teased her. Shu Tong pouted, then turned to lie down, not even leaving space on the bed for him. Yin Mo stood at the bedside, observing her for a while, but soon squeezed onto the bed beside her. The mattress sagged under their weight, creaking in protest due to years of neglect. As her blanket was pulled aside, Shu Tong instinctively shielded her body. "Not tonight." "What?" Yin Mo rested his chin on Shu Tong's shoulder, his warm breath cascading over her neck, making her uncomfortable enough to shrink away. Too intimate, Shu Tong fiercely defended her boundaries. "Then aren't you worried the envoy from the Beast City might return?" Yin Mo chuckled, gazing at the fluffy crown of her head. The 8 great clans of the upper continent were quite wicked. The Beast King had no choice but to compel each clan to contribute females. However, they seemed to have forgotten one crucial point. If pressed too hard, everyone would retaliate. Shu Tong relaxed her body. Yin Mo cautiously leaned closer, refraining from further actions. "You are still rather naive," he remarked with a light chuckle. "Is that so?" Shu Tong arched an eyebrow, immediately flipping over to meet his gaze. In the darkness, Yin Mo's sapphire blue eyes shone brightly, almost piercing into her soul, rendering her unable to maintain direct eye contact. Yet at that moment, she felt compelled to establish some ground rules. "Yin Mo, I understand you have grand ambitions that are bound to shake the world. I choose you to help me navigate these challenges. And you must choose me to conceal your brilliance, that we are to fulfill our respective needs. However, it is imperative that during this exchange, we respect one another. I cannot bear to have offspring at this time." Yin Mo's expression froze as he fixed his gaze on the female before him. Finding her more astute than he had anticipated, he instinctively reached out, aiming for her neck. Shu Tong was quick to catch his wrist. Are you trying to silence me? That would be rather cruel, don't you think? Have you forgotten our physical connection? She scrutinized Yin Mo's face, noting his calm yet decisive demeanor. They were both testing the waters, struggling to see who would be the first to yield to emotion. Yin Mo turned her hand over, holding it firmly in his, leaning in to gaze at her. I do miss our physical connection. Would it be too much to rekindle it tonight? He said shamelessly. Not at all. It is only right, after all. I have accepted your betrothal gift and boarded your wolf ship, Shu Tong retorted, pulling her hand free and wrapping her arms around Yin Mo's neck. The two engaged in a contest of wills, passionately expressing their innermost feelings that night, in the adjacent room. Feng Sheng heard the commotion and turned to look at his younger brother. Yin Mo. Did we perhaps make a mistake? Feng Rue lay flat on his bed, covered with a light blanket, listening to his third brother snoring like a rower. Whether right or wrong, it cannot be changed now. Could it be that Yin Mo is a beast man from the upper continent? Feng Sheng was cautious. The Silver Wolf clan was not uncommon in the upper continent, rumored to be easily encountered. The surviving Silver Wolf beastmen were ostracized and oppressed, performing the dirtiest tasks while receiving the least sustenance, serving a bunch of fools and enduring life's injustices. They bullied the females. The lower continent was populated by collateral lines, not purebred, possessing inferior abilities, and often malicious. That it was evident that Yin Mo was not the illegitimate child of some scruffy wolf king. His aura was powerful, and the local ordinary wolf clans held him in high regard. Whether he was or was not was no longer significant. After all, he was one of their own. Feng Rui remained unperturbed. You and the shaman are equally superstitious, Feng Sheng retorted, then turned to give his younger brother a resigned pat on the back of his head. It's all about our sister's choices. Sister should have chosen Feng Yi. It would have been less troublesome, Feng Rui remarked helplessly. Feng, he currently has his own troubles to deal with. He can barely manage himself, let alone be less of a burden. After saying this, Feng Rui fell asleep. The mentioned Feng, he was engulfed in turmoil, having been schemed against by his own sister. Unwittingly becoming Feng Lianlian's partner, his dismay. The medicine he had sent was outright rejected by Feng Lianlian, who ran to his mother to wail about it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao glared at him coldly. You already bonded with Lianlian. What more do you want? It's her. Feng Yi retorted icily. Mother. Feng Cha added fuel to the fire. Not only did second brother physically assault Lianlian, but he also insulted her and refused to feed her. Feng Yi, have a bit of self-awareness. You're merely a mixed-breed phoenix with limited abilities. You should rely on your looks to find a suitable partner. If Lianlian doesn't mind you, you should be grateful. The peony spoke with a sharpness akin to a knife. Slicing through the air as it grazed Feng Yi's face, he fixed his gaze upon his mother, his expression one of disdain that was truly unbecoming. My second brother still harbored feelings for Feng Shu Tong. Who among us does not know that she has no regard for you? The mixed-feathered phoenix? Otherwise, she would have seized you long ago, rather than waiting for Lian to take you off her hands. Feng Cha, with someone backing her, had grown brazen. And what else? Feng Yi inquired calmly, regarding them with an unyielding stare. You still have the audacity to ask? Let me tell you, unless you can charm Feng Lian into being happy and prompt her to bear you a child soon, do not even think of returning home. The peony raised an eyebrow, issuing orders with a wave of her hand. Feng Cha regarded her second brother's countenance, arms crossed defiantly. The toad dreams of consuming swan meat. It should first consider whether it is worthy of such a feast. Lian, with her kind heart, has accepted you, so you must serve her with utmost respect. If you manage to make her comfortable, she may reward you with a child, which could alter your very essence. Feng Yi, with an air of tranquility, surveyed the faces of her family and slowly strode towards them. Feng Cha stood her ground, continuing to voice her disdain. In a flash, Feng Yi halted before her, raising her right hand to swiftly grasp Feng Cha's neck. What else? She demanded. Feng Cha sensed the murderous intent emanating from her second brother and turned to her mother for assistance, only to find her mother seemingly frozen, staring vacantly at her. Second brother, let go. I can't breathe. Were you not quite spirited just a moment ago? Feng Yi retorted, With such harsh words, I was led to believe that Feng Lian was your sister, as you spared no effort to defend her while deriding and insulting me. Had it not been for me all these years, you would not have enjoyed such abundance. Mother, Feng, he wants to kill me. Feng Cha stammered, her voice faltering. Cold sweat trickled down her back as she turned once more to her mother for help. The peony, now pale and trembling, stammered, Cha is your sister. You cannot go too far. Sister, Feng Yi chuckled lightly, tightening her grip around Feng Cha's neck. Instantly, Feng Cha's face flushed crimson, her mind blank, forgetting even to struggle. Feng Liang, please help, the peony pleaded, turning to Feng Liang for support. This is clearly Cha's fault. Your favoring Feng Lian is beyond my understanding, especially since I am also a mixed-feathered phoenix. Feng Liang replied coldly, evidently unwilling to intervene. The females in the household have been overly indulged, leading them to be unaware of the consequences of their actions, recklessly harming familial bonds. Since outsiders treat you so well, why not simply follow Feng Lian? Why command them to hunt and manage household chores? Upon finishing, she turned and lifted the curtain. Exiting, the peony was genuinely frightened. She knew her cultured offspring would indeed take action and strangle Feng Cha. Thus, she hurriedly rose, striding forward to grasp Feng Yi's hand. We were in the wrong. You are free to choose your partner. But Cha is our only female. You cannot harm her. It was too late to plead. Feng exerted a forceful push, toppling the peony to the ground while simultaneously lifting Feng Cha by her neck, relishing the sight of her struggling in midair. For the first time, she felt that to confront those who dared to bully her was gratifying. Feng Yi, the peony cried out, scrambling to her feet. Feng Yi achieved her aim, forcefully throwing the asphyxiating Feng Cha to the ground. Next time, it will not merely be a matter of squeezing a neck. You might find yourself without a burial place. With that, she exited, leaving the night air laden with tension. The warm night breeze seeped in, yet the mother and daughter felt no warmth, only cold sweat dripping down their backs. Feng Cha abruptly regained her senses, coughing violently, having learned firsthand the severity of her second brother's wrath. This time, she understood the lesson well and dared not challenge his authority again. The two exchanged a glance, filled with lingering trepidation. The peony raised a trembling hand, brushing the remnants of Feng Yi's murderous intent from her daughter's neck. She was genuinely frightened and dared not utter another word. Feng Cha, trembling, reached up to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, soon glaring fiercely in the direction her second brother had vanished, channeling all her resentment toward Shu Tong. Finally, the two women supported each other as they returned indoors. Unable to sleep, Feng Yi stood by the riverbank of the tribe, his mind consumed with thoughts of his bond with Feng Lian. He closed his eyes, striving to cast these images aside, only to find it futile. Eventually, he opened his eyes to see the full moon reflected upon the water surface, and beside him stood another figure. Are you here to persuade me? It would be wise to abandon that notion, he remarked without turning around, fully aware of the visitor's identity, that I will not counsel you, for you are my brother. Feng Liang responded, gazing at the river. A profound sorrow filled his heart. Only you regard me as kin, yet my partner is not Shu Tong. Feng Yi replied, laden with melancholy. She has already chosen her partner. You should let go and find someone more suitable. If you do not wish to remain in the tribe, then venture to the city of 10,000 beasts, where there are more options. Feng Liang observed the night shrouded in moonlight. Most of the houses nearby had extinguished their lights, leaving only a faint glow where they stood. Suddenly, the moon was obscured by clouds, plunging the area into darkness. Feng Yi inhaled sharply, feeling as though the moon conspired against him. The night grew darker still, he mused that perhaps it would be better to seek adventure in the city of 10,000 beasts. I intend to leave, Feng Yi declared, watching the clouds conceal the moon, reminiscent of his own uncertain future. Very well, Feng Liang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the house, Shu Tong curled up in Yin Mo's embrace. Drenched in sweat, the bedding soaked through, she attempted to rise to relieve herself but accidentally brushed against something furry, freezing in place, drenched in perspiration. More terrifyingly, her legs felt weak, her mind racing at the thought of encountering her greatest fear. A caterpillar. Surely not, if it truly is. I might as well wish for death. Despite her fear, her mind was clearer than ever, images flashing before her eyes. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grasping her arm, followed by a warm chest pressing against her back. Shu Tong, Yin Mo, called out. Startled, she turned her stiff neck, only to find that Yin Mo had been sitting behind her all along, adopting a protective stance. Yin Mo, she replied. Where do you intend to go at this hour? Yin Mo sensed her trembling and held her tighter. I wish to relieve myself. Shu Tong admitted. Swallowing hard that I will take you, he asserted, pretending to rise from the bed, gathering her into his arms as he moved toward the exit. My clothes, she exclaimed, clutching his arm. Very well, he paused, turning to find a beast skin garment, draping it over her head before leading her outside. The wind hit her, instantly refreshing her senses. Grasping Yin Mo's hand, she signaled for him to turn away while she squatted in the sand to relieve herself. Sensing her anxiety, he held her hand, their palms pressed together, warmth radiating between them, bringing her some comfort. As they made their way back, Yin Mo asked, Why are you so frightened? If I were not by your side, what would you do? Shu Tong was taken aback. Where do you plan to go? I said if, Yin Mo replied, falling silent for a moment before continuing. There is no if. If there were, you should give me a heads up in advance. Shu Tong responded in kind. Yin Mo remained silent, leading Shu Tong back into the house, where she once again faced his bullying. As dawn broke the following day, she discovered that Yin Mo was still asleep, prompting her to wake him in a spirit of vengeance while also preparing breakfast. An hour later, May and others sat at the table, evidently lacking vitality. Shu Tong inquired with vigor, What shall we do today? May, puzzled, replied, What's wrong, child? Nothing at all. I'm perfectly fine. I just feel that as a member of the household, Yin Mo should contribute a bit. Shu Tong expressed that she was well, even standing up to demonstrate her energy. Noticing Yin Mo eating nearby, she playfully tugged at him. May indeed shared this thought. Then let's clear that patch of land near the tribe. I intend to plant some vegetables. Yin Mo, do you still possess strength? May implied. Yes. Yin Mo replied expressionlessly. That's good to hear. May said with an ambiguous smile. Soon after finishing breakfast, Yin Mo was taken to the designated area. Observing the barren land before her, Shu Tong's lips twitched. This was hardly wasteland. It was clearly a desolate stretch overrun with stones and weeds. Due to neglect, the undergrowth flourished, while she could even spot scurrying mice within. Lacking suitable tools, would they expect Yin Mo to uproot everything with his bare hands? What shall we do? Shu Tong asked. Yin Mo, impassive, transformed into a silver wolf. Your tribe possesses a wooden plow. First, allow me to clear the area. Then you can harness the plow while I pull it. Shu Tong frowned at this suggestion that it was her first experience using a wolf for plowing. Moreover, her mother appeared to be deliberately making things difficult for Yin Mo without tools. Uprooting everything could take an entire day. Yet, as she pondered, Yin Mo began to move. His claws were remarkably sharp. With a swift motion, stones were pried up, and weeds were uprooted, clearing a substantial area in the blink of an eye. And no wonder he was so confident. Ah, so you were waiting here, Shu Tong thought. Not wishing to remain idle, she returned home to fetch tools and began laboriously cutting grass nearby, all the while keeping an eye out for any creeping insects. Just as she became overwhelmed with tasks, Feng Yi arrived. Shu Tong, a gentle voice called out. Turning to look, Shu Tong noticed Feng Yi standing not far off, carrying something in his hand. Following his gaze, she observed that Feng Yi's complexion was quite poor, as though he had not slept all night. Feng Yi, Shu Tong exclaimed, discarding the weeds and moving closer. I have brought you something. Feng Yi gazed at Shu Tong with longing. In just 2 days, she had grown more beautiful, likely due to Yin Mo's influence. You, Shu Tong's words faltered. I must leave, Feng Yi stated, thrusting the items into Shu Tong's hands before quickly stepping back. Where are you going? Shu Tong questioned, confused to a far-off place. I likely won't return for a while. Feng Yi replied earnestly. Shu Tong felt a tumult of emotions within her. It seemed the beast world was unfriendly to any beast person. The class distinctions were stark, abilities flaunted, and the law of the jungle prevailed. Feng Lianlian thought she had won, Yet she was the one who suffered the most. Then I wish you good fortune. Shu Tong said, taking a difficult breath. I will. And remember, if you are ever bullied, I will still protect you. Shu Tong, I hope you do not encounter any calamities. Feng Yi's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to tranquility. Thank you, Shu Tong expressed sincerely, leaving the gift behind. Feng Yi turned and walked away, this time departing for good. As she watched his figure disappear, Shu Tong turned back to see Yin Mo having cleared a significant area. During a moment of rest, he remarked, he is unwilling to accept this. You noticed? Shu Tong retorted, I could guess with my feet. Yin Mo replied. You are remarkable, Shu Tong said, placing the items aside to assist. Yin Mo's cold voice echoed. The city of beasts offers many opportunities, yet the setbacks are substantial. If Feng Yi wishes to rise above, he must sacrifice his pride. Why is that? Shu Tong questioned, perplexed. The internal strife within the city of beasts had long since spiraled out of control. Otherwise, how could the Beast King be so inept and confused? Yin Mo scoffed at her words. Shu Tong furrowed her brow and spoke in a measured tone. If a system is flawed, it must be overturned. Perhaps Feng Yi and the others will encounter favorable opportunities. Yin Mo remained silent. It seemed this matter would be difficult to execute. Shu Tong shook her head, reflecting on how hard life was for everyone. Throughout the morning, the two of them cleared the land, subsequently applying fertilizer and watering it in preparation for sowing vegetable seeds the following day. Upon returning home, Mei wore a grave expression. You're back. What is wrong, mother? Shu Tong quietly inquired, pulling Mei aside. The messenger from the city of beasts has relayed news. Tomorrow your father is to take the tribe to the leopard clan to discuss escorting the females. Mei's mood for cooking had evaporated. Isn't escorting females voluntary? Shu Tong recalled what Yin Mo had told her. The requirement was mutual exchange, but not enforced. Rogue beasts have been rampant lately. I heard that last night. A female was abducted, and several males were killed. Originally, they had 17 or 18 days, but now it was shortened to tomorrow. Mei clenched her fists tightly. This situation is absurd, she added, filling in additional details with a sense of indignation. Rogue beasts are savage and ruthless, akin to bandits. I fear for your father's safety when he goes out. Shu Tong could not afford to be dismissive. Her father's safety was at stake as a female cub. She must assist. Do not worry, mother. Yin Mo has assured me he will volunteer to accompany the escort for the females. Thus, I wish to accompany him to aid my father. You want to go? Mei exclaimed, unable to believe her ears. Yes, I want to see the city of beasts, to understand the situation there, Shu Tong affirmed with a nod. Though Mei was somewhat concerned, she ultimately agreed. Bring more people. Do not go too few, as it may lead to trouble. Shu Tong linked her arm with Mei's. Mother, rest assured, Yin Mo will be with you. Do not take this lightly. This matter is significant, Mei said, casting a glance at Yin Mo not far away, who was engaged in conversation with Feng Xiao. His powerful aura was undeniable. For the first time, she felt this son-in-law was somewhat acceptable. Be wary on your journey. Ensure Yin Mo does not fall prey to other females. Mei whispered. Shu Tong was taken aback that can females really snatch males away? In truth, this was not uncommon in the beast world, but it had become rare in recent years. For some females would play tricks, grabbing a male and not letting go, using the unborn cubs as leverage. If the male refused, they would spread rumors of his behavior, leading him to be scorned by the beast people and thus forcing him to become a rogue beast. That sounds truly tragic, Shu Tong sighed in resignation. It feels like being framed. Yet with Yin Mo's strength, should that even be a concern? Who would dare approach? With his wolf claws, he could easily dispatch anyone. Do not dismiss it. While Yin Mo is not favored here, he is quite sought after outside. Mei cautioned in a hushed tone. Shu Tong nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If her partner were to be exploited by other beast people, it would simply reflect her inadequacies that in this era, a woman could not afford to be perceived as weak. After discussing the matter, everyone settled down. Feng Xiao brightened up, saying, after we conclude discussions tomorrow, we shall depart. Feng Sheng, you must protect the tribe and be especially cautious of those recent troublemakers. Feng Sheng nodded. Father, do not worry. I understand. Feng Xiu glanced back at Mei. Your temperament is fiery. You must also be careful not to fall prey to their schemes. Whom do you look down upon? If you dare to scheme against me, prepare to face my wrath. Mei raised her fist, threatening fiercely that I am aware of your prowess, yet your impulsiveness may lead you astray, allowing them to manipulate you. With our second child by your side, you could be forewarned against falling into their traps that, if our tribe faces significant challenges, we shall consult the shaman. Feng Xiu chuckled wryly, feeling reluctant to see her partner harmed. Mei nodded. She turned to Silver Ink, giving an unceremonious admonition. Silver Ink, you have bonded with my child, and henceforth you shall share life and death together. Protect her on your journey. Should she suffer any injury, do not blame me for turning hostile. Mother, Silver Ink is quite responsible, Shu Tong interjected, exasperated by her mother's threatening tone. When seeking assistance, one should at least adopt a gentler approach to soothe the heart. Your impatience, as if eager to unleash a punch, leaves no room for refusal. Yet Silver Ink remained unfazed. Since I have promised to take her out, I shall ensure her safe return, with Silver Ink's assurance. Mei proudly proclaimed, that is more like it. Eat more. She awkwardly served Silver Ink some meat, a gesture that drew glances from the family. Shu Tong gasped, expecting Silver Ink to decline, yet to her surprise, he accepted it with a good-natured demeanor. Shu Tong felt a sweat of anxiety. After 2 days of acquaintance, she understood Silver Ink's temperament. Though he spoke little, he would not hesitate to act if provoked. Regardless of gender, Mei, seemingly unbothered, continued to eat her meal calmly, then confidently began to pack her belongings. The onlookers were left in a daze. Finally, Feng Xiu swallowed hard. Regardless of the circumstances, we must embark safely and return unharmed. Shu Tong nodded fervently, agreeing with her father. She mused, finding it rather amusing. Truly, one thing begets another. The mother-in-law and son-in-law are not inherently adversaries. Peaceful coexistence hinges on the son-in-law's ability to navigate the relationship. Generally, a sensible man would seek to please his mother-in-law unless he is mentally unhinged and constantly stirs up trouble. This meal concluded in a state of astonishment. After dining, Silver Ink prepared to return to the wolf tribe, parting ways with Shu Tong. Exhausted from the morning's exertions, Shu Tong retreated to her room and collapsed on her bed. Halfway through her slumber, she recalled an important matter, the gift bestowed upon her by Feng Yi before his departure. She rolled over, climbed up, and examined the gift, only to find it was a stone meticulously polished into a human form. Upon closer inspection, she realized it bore her likeness, intricately carved and colored, a testament to the original owner's genuine fondness. Shu Tong observed it for a while before placing it on the table. This object cannot be touched. What if Silver Ink becomes jealous? Thus, it is best to keep it hidden. Silver Ink met with the shaman first. Upon their encounter, the shaman opened his mouth and rambled on endlessly about trivialities. Silver Ink frowned at the barrage of words, but patiently listened. When the shaman broached the subject of Silver Ink's intimacy with Shu Tong, he sighed wearily, advising, "You lack experience in this matter. Do not meddle. Young master, to return, you must sever all emotions, particularly the desire to bear offspring." The shaman suppressed his anger, yet his agitation seeped through, nearly affecting Silver Ink. Silver Ink replied flatly, "It is impossible for us to have offspring so soon, and besides, Shu Tong does not consent." This incited the shaman's ire. "Does Feng Shu Tong disdain the young master? Why do you speak on her behalf?" "Very well. We may depart the day after tomorrow. The Phoenix tribe and the Wolf tribe will be entrusted to you. Should you encounter any stray beasts, do not hesitate to confront them." The shaman fell silent for a moment before nodding. Rest assured, Silver Ink took a deep breath. Having dealt with his mother-in-law and now needing to contend with the incessant chatter of the shaman, he felt utterly drained. Leaping down from the treehouse, he plunged into the forest, heading to his secret base, where his subordinates lay sprawled at the cave entrance. Upon sensing movement, they instinctively leapt up on high alert. Seeing Silver Ink, they gathered around. "Young master, has there been any news in the past few days?" Silver Ink hopped onto a large rock, gazing at them with calm composure. A silver wolf stepped forward. The mixed-breed wolf, Yin Tai, had been recuperating in his tribe after Silver Ink had removed his front legs. However, due to his incapacitation, the mixed-breed Wolf King, Yin Chu, had pushed his second cub, Yin Gon, into the limelight, with rumors suggesting the future position of young master will be bestowed upon him. Is there anything else? Silver Ink descended from the rock. Yes, the stray beasts have returned, this time with 1,000 heads. Mentioning this made Yin Ting fume. They had toiled to claim their territory, only to have it snatched away by the strays. Moreover, every time they ventured out to hunt, they were bullied by these beasts. If it weren't for their patience, they would have confronted them long ago. Endure a little longer. It won't be long before we can return. Silver Ink reassured, his expression serene, seemingly unaffected. I heard the young master has taken a mate? Yin Ting asked hesitantly, just as Silver Ink was about to turn away after jumping down from the rock. He heard this question. Indeed. What of Yin Mei? Yin Ting suddenly inquired again. I have no ties to her, nor have I made any promises. When I encounter her next, I shall inform her to find a companion and bear offspring. Silver Ink replied coldly. The subordinates resting nearby all frowned but dared not speak out. After all, it was the young master's choice of mate, not theirs, yet they felt genuine pity for her. After Silver Ink departed, the out-hunting Yin Mei returned. She was an exception, capable of transformation and possessing considerable abilities, devotedly waiting for Silver Ink. Unbeknownst to her, Silver Ink harbored no feelings for her in the Phoenix tribe. Shu Tong began to disturb her second brother. Seeing him seated beneath a tree, busily engaged in his work, he appeared to be in good spirits. Shu Tong took a deep breath and approached Feng Rui. Second brother, is there something you need? Feng Rui looked up and asked. Have you completed the items from the blueprints I gave you? Shu Tong sat beside Feng Rui. Upon hearing this, Feng Rui's eyes lit up. Almost, but it will still take 4 or 5 days. Are you in a hurry? Not really. I just feel like you should get out and explore more. Shu Tong shook her head, selecting a suitable tool from his toolbox. She picked up some wood from the side and diligently began carving a bowl. Feng Rui regarded her with suspicion, pondering whether his sister's relationship with Silver Ink was strained. But if that were the case, how could one explain the commotion from the previous night? Thus, it must not be that. Could it be related to another beastman? Suddenly, he thought of someone. Sister, you aren't still pining for Feng? Are you? Feng Rui glanced around, confirming there were no other beastmen present, and quietly asked, Where did you get such an idea? I merely feel uneasy leaving you all at home while we head to Wanshou City the day after tomorrow. Shu Tong paused her carving, squinting her eyes as she gazed ahead. Jasmine and Feng Cha are nothing to worry about. The true concern lies with Feng Lian. Her cunning words and schemes could easily endanger my brother. Becoming her sister-in-law would be a troublesome affair. That would be the most formidable predicament. What is there to worry about? In the past, we protected you, and we've managed just fine over the years. You and father will be in more danger heading to Wanshou City. Feng Rui halted his actions, extending his hand to gently pat Shu Tong's head in a gesture of reassurance. You must be cautious of Feng Lian. I fear she may employ the same tactics to bully you. Shu Tong spoke with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, should she dare to do so, I shall cast her in the water, Feng Rui replied with a gentle demeanor. With this, Shu Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Truly, they were siblings, their methods of dealing with beastmen strikingly similar. Well said, Feng Rui chuckled in agreement, observing the ongoing banter between the siblings. Yin Mo, who had been silently watching from the side, finally interjected, Have you two finished your exchange? If so, may I borrow Shu Tong for a moment? The siblings looked up to see Yin Mo standing there. It was worth noting that Shu Tong felt a tinge of trepidation towards Yin Mo, ultimately awaiting his inquiry. Speak, he suddenly declared. I wish to take you out for a brief excursion. Where to? Shu Tong asked, bewildered. You shall find out once we arrive, Yin Mo replied. Turning away without revealing the destination, Shu Tong cast a glance at her elder brother before following him. Once outside the tribe, Shu Tong inquired, You don't intend to silence me permanently, do you? I would not be so foolish. To eliminate someone, one must first engage them closely before taking action, Yin Mo retorted, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Shu Tong frowned. Goodness, you lecher, to harbor such sordid thoughts. Truly, One cannot judge a wolf by its appearance. It seems you are no exception. A sardonic smile crept across Shu Tong's face. Yin Mo lowered his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, indicating a rather pleasant mood. Let us gather our belongings, and we shall set off, he announced, halting abruptly. Observing a few beastmen in the distance, he turned to Shu Tong. I share your thoughts. Traveling to the city of 10,000 beasts necessitates an overnight stay, and with insufficient provisions, our journey may be delayed. Shu Tong ceased her jesting, expressing her thoughts earnestly. I will heed your counsel. But it appears you are in a spot of trouble now. Yin Mo's tone was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Shu Tong gritted her teeth in annoyance. You find this amusing, do you? I am your companion. As the confrontation escalated, Feng Cha, the eager little follower, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the oncoming threat with a punch. Feng Lianlian's eyes were puffy and red, evidently having wept profusely. They approached Shu Tong directly. Before Shu Tong could utter a word, Feng Cha raised her hand and began to hurl insults. Shu Tong, you little wretch, having a partner yet shamelessly pursuing my elder brother. With remarkable speed, Shu Tong seized Feng Cha's hand, twisting it to redirect her, but a swift kick sent Feng Cha tumbling toward the muddy puddle, approximately half a meter deep and teeming with filth. A piercing scream was muffled as she fell into the murky waters. Shu Tong calmly withdrew her foot, dusting off her hands in disdain. Have you consumed excrement? Your foul mouth suggests as much. It appears my previous lesson was insufficient to deter you from thinking me an easy target. The sudden turn of events left those present momentarily stunned. Shu Tong lazily lifted her gaze, her stunningly beautiful eyes locking onto Feng Lianlian. You find delight in causing trouble for others, do you not? Feng Lianlian, skilled in the art of pretense, quickly donned a fade of sorrow after a brief moment of shock. What are you saying? What am I saying? You know full well. That fool constantly obstructs my path. While you may find joy in this, I do not. When I am displeased, I shall not hesitate to act. Shu Tong raised an eyebrow in admiration. It would be ashamed not to pursue a career in acting. You would undoubtedly win an Oscar for your performance, devoid of any trace of artifice. Those trained in the performing arts pale in comparison to your talent, that we merely wish to inquire about Feng Yi's whereabouts. Shu Tong, how can you resort to violence? Feng Lianlian began to shed tears once more. As she lowered her head, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes, relishing the feeling of having someone wronged. Feng Yi, how would I know? Shu Tong crossed her arms, rolling her eyes in a particularly blunt manner. This morning, someone saw you conversing, Feng Lianlian asserted. Did Yin Mo witness this? Shu Tong turned to him. Do you dare to continue watching the spectacle? We are family. Not all, Yin Mo replied, playing the fool. See, there is nothing. Shu Tong feigned innocence, stating, I witnessed it. He even gifted you something to tea that moment. A male emerged at IS, that's so. I seem to have forgotten, Shu Tong said deliberately. Feng Lianlian suddenly leaned in, attempting to tug at Shu Tong's sleeve. Shu Tong skillfully evaded her grasp, unwilling to be ensnared. Let us speak civilly. Do not paw at me. Shu Tong, I implore you, return Feng Yi to me. We have just bonded as partners, and he vanished before I could even see him. You haven't hidden him away, have you? Feng Lianlian's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet she feared Shu Tong, forcing herself to feign vulnerability to elicit sympathy. Shu Tong stood aside, her teeth clenched in irritation, wishing to spit in disgust. How could such a creature exist in the world? To turn the tables and play the victim, feigning tears as if her sorrow were genuine. Her tears fell as swiftly as they came, faster than any golden droplet. The sight of the weeping beauty sent the nearby male into a frenzy of concern. Shu Tong, Lianlian is pleading so humbly. Please reveal Feng Yi's whereabouts. The male's urgency was palpable as he leaned closer to Feng Lianlian, who, in turn, nestled against him, crying like a rain-soaked flower. Shu Tong understood that, in the beastly world, females often chose partners based on strength and numbers. She comprehended Feng Lianlian's actions, but could not tolerate the slander. I am not Feng Yi. Where he goes is his decision alone. He is a grown male. He can choose his own path. Shu Tong exhaled, feeling weary. But Feng Yi favors you. He will surely inform you of his whereabouts. Feng Lianlian persisted. Shu Tong glanced at Feng Cha, still in a state of disarray after being kicked into the puddle, and feeling nauseated, she quickly turned away, smirking coldly. There are many who adore me. Do you expect me to keep track of their every move? Feng Yi's disappearance is a matter for you to ponder. Perhaps your methods were a tad too extreme. Feng Lian seemed to falter, sliding down to the ground. We were merely forming a legitimate bond. I have not claimed it was unlawful. Yet your actions are inexplicable. Your partner is missing, and you come to me for assistance? I cannot be held responsible for your troubles based on mere words, Shu Tong declared as she turned to leave. Feng Shu Tong. Feng Lian, still sobbing, could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Keep your voice down." "I am not deaf," Shu Tong remarked disdainfully, digging at her ears and casting a scornful glance in her direction. The contempt in her eyes was unmistakable, nearly causing Feng Lian to topple over in fury. Yet, to maintain her image of kindness and gentleness, she struggled to compose herself that I am genuinely trying to communicate with you. If you know where Feng Yi is gone, please share that we were restless all night. And now, in this bustling period, I may very well be carrying his offspring as a father. His absence worries me immensely, Feng Lian implored, cradling her belly. The male beside her gazed at her with admiration. Feng Lian is truly remarkable. She conceived in a single night. Shu Tong suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. The expressions of the onlookers soured, except for Yin Mo, who stood by, suppressing a smile. What are you laughing at? Feng Lian inquired. I laughed. You are truly bold. I shall tell you once more. I do not know. Do not bother me, or else you will also have to take a bath. Shu Tong gracefully sidestepped and departed. Feng Shu Tong. Feng Lian was genuinely furious, shouting loudly. Feng Shu Tong was clearly mocking her, ridiculing herself for being discarded by a male, and now being laughed at by a female of her own kind in public. Her dignity was shattered, unable to maintain her composure any longer. My dear, I am here, Shu Tong replied with a beaming smile. Feng Shu Tong, do not be so arrogant. Feng Lian, frustrated by her failed attempts at provocation, felt a surge of anger. Stomping her foot, she turned and left. Shu Tong pondered to herself that Feng Yi must have fled, likely having committed every mistake a man could make, albeit forced into it. Poor Feng Yi. Just then, Yin Mo approached. Have you had enough fun? The opponent was too weak. The insults were unsatisfying, leaving me unable to retaliate. Otherwise, I would not have been so mild. Feng Lian was as fragile as a flower. I feared she might accuse me of wrongdoing. Shu Tong suddenly sighed. Do not take advantage and then act innocent. Yin Mo abruptly exposed her. Shu Tong instantly shifted to a cheerful expression, but it was not enough fun. Observing her haughty demeanor, Yin Mo barely lifted his eyelids that if we do not leave soon, the sky will darken. Only then did Shu Tong remember the matter at hand. She leaned closer, acting all mysterious. Where exactly are we going? Yin Mo, unaffected, walked exceptionally slowly, as if he had not just urged her to hurry. Shu Tong, incensed by his silence, felt her heart race. She immediately pinched the area between her lips to calm herself. Noticing her lack of movement, Yin Mo turned to look, discovering Shu Tong's peculiar behavior. What is wrong? I am fine. Shu Tong gritted her teeth in response. Do not hold back if you are unwell. It could lead to complications, Yin Mo said with particular concern. Curse you, Yin Mo. Shu Tong kicked in frustration. Yin Mo leaped into the air, standing several meters away. Watching Shu Tong angrily berate him, that he smiled slightly, intending to convey to Shu Tong that joy could swiftly turn into sorrow, and one must learn to face it with equanimity. Seeing him enjoying the spectacle, Shu Tong fell silent, bracing herself against her chest. Sooner or later, he would be the death of her. Observing her sudden stillness, Yin Mo dashed forward and lifted Shu Tong in his mouth, sprinting at lightning speed. Shu Tong's expression instantly morphed into one of terror as the wind tousled her hair into disarray. Her heart raced as if she were on a roller coaster. It was not until over 10 minutes later that they came to a halt. She stood on the ground, her legs trembling, her eyes wide, unable to stop shivering. Yin Mo crouched beside her. We have arrived. His voice, like an enchanting melody, brought her back to reality. Thank you, Shu Tong stammered, her fear rendering her tongue clumsy. No need for such courtesy, Yin Mo replied with a smile. Stepping forward, Shu Tong found herself frozen, fearing that a misstep would lead to an embarrassing fall. She could only watch as Yin Mo disappeared into the distant reeds. Soon after, wild ducks flapped their wings and scattered. Feathers flying everywhere, to Shu Tong's astonishment. Yin Mo returned, holding a package. "Are your legs weak?" he asked, belatedly noticing. Shu Tong plopped down onto the ground, silent. She glanced at the snakeskin-wrapped package, clearly questioning what it contained. "A gift for you," Yin Mo declared. Pulling it closer, "Gift?" Shu Tong echoed, perplexed. It is something a partner must give to their companion. Yin Mo, with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, presented the carefully prepared items to Shu Tong, in the lower realms. Beastmen did not have such elaborate rituals for bonding, but in his memory, it was a romantic affair that required a sense of ceremony. Regardless of the reasons behind their union, they were destined to live together in the future. This gift was essential for Shu Tong. Seeing his serious demeanor, Shu Tong cautiously opened the package, revealing several large pearls, a piece of shark silk, and most precious of all, a wolf's tooth, Yin Mo's own tooth. Shed at the age of 10 to be given to his partner. "All of these are for me?" Shu Tong inquired, examining the pearl. Its value was unknown, but such pure, natural pearls were rare. "They are all yours," Yin Mo confirmed. "Then I shall accept them. But I have nothing to give you in return." Shu Tong realized the significance of the moment. Yin Mo had presented her with a betrothal gift and prepared a small gift for himself. What should she prepare for him? "You are the best gift," Yin Mo said. That moment. Shu Tong looked up and met his gaze, noticing the sincerity in his eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh my, such blatant love words struck her heart unexpectedly, making it race uncontrollably. She felt herself truly falling in love. No. Feng Shu Tong, you must maintain your composure. It is as if you have not seen a male in decades. She immediately shook her head. Yet, the stars in Yin Mo's eyes were impossible to resist. It was utterly unfair. She had reason to believe Yin Mo had been planning this for a long time. "I suppose I should prepare something for you," she thought, lowering her head to alleviate the awkwardness. "All right," Yin Mo replied. Having achieved his goal, he turned to leave. "Are you not going to admire the scenery?" Shu Tong asked, gazing at the shimmering lake, the lush reeds, and the ducks occasionally floating on the water. It was rare to have such leisure time. "If we do not return home, are you not afraid of caterpillars?" Yin Mo suddenly remarked. The emotions Shu Tong had just been cultivating were immediately cast aside. She yelped and leaped onto Yin Mo's back, forgetting all about the package. Yin Mo looked down, the corners of his lips curling into a smile, relishing the triumph of his scheme. He carried the snakeskin bag and returned to the tribe. The cave, located only a mile from the reeds, awaited them. Bai Yi, feeling restless, rubbed his face. "Why are they not back yet?" "Boss, why are you so anxious? You cannot rush things," Yi Feng said, splashing his tail in the water. "I heard that the females brought back to Wanshou City are leaving." "What have you found out?" Bai Yi asked, his temper flaring. "Today, several clan leaders will gather in the Leopard clan to discuss tomorrow's escorting arrangements. I suspect there will be many beastmen this time," Yi Feng replied, invigorated. "These females are all offerings for the 8 clans of the upper realm. Unfortunately, those useless males are unworthy of them. It is a shame to waste such females. Thus, they decided to rescue the females and help them conceive and bear young. There are quite a few of them, and we, the wandering beasts, are not to be trifled with. However, I have little interest in these females," Bai Yi remarked. "Boss is thinking about that fiery one from the Phoenix clan. Right? Just imagining it brings happiness," Yi Feng teased, licking his lips. "Feng Shu Tong is bold and strong. When bullied, it must be quite thrilling. Alas, she looks down on us." This ignited his competitive spirit. "Do not set your sights on her," Bai Yi warned. "Boss, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but she simply does not see you," Yi Feng retorted, his tongue sharp. Bai Yi felt a sense of frustration upon recalling this matter, after finally setting her sights on a female. She had been swiftly claimed by another. It was truly disheartening. However, being in a partnership did not preclude the possibility of separation. Contemplating her plans to seize what she desired, she envisioned nightly tormenting her, ultimately resulting in numerous offspring. "Eldest brother, you seem quite affected," Yi Feng remarked incredulously. "Your elder brother is not flawless. It is only natural to feel disheartened, but that little wild one truly stirs one's heart. By ye mused, seemingly savoring a memory. Oh, Yi Feng replied, rubbing his head. While the pain had subsided, the sensation lingered, causing him to shudder. That little wild one had sharp claws, capable of scratching both flesh and heart. It was a blend of love and hatred, a tangled web of emotions that Yi Feng gazed earnestly at his elder brother, then at the package pressed beneath his claws. Did he truly think he was unaware of his elder brother's lewdness? Clutching such items, he indulged in wicked thoughts at night. For the past few nights, he had been unable to sleep, opting instead for cold baths. His elder brother had descended into madness. In the end, what awaited him was merely the solitary release of his inner turmoil, while they had to gather intelligence and prepare for the impending heist. The Phoenix clan. Shu Tong delivered the items to Mei. What is this? Mei inquired, her curiosity piqued at a gift from Yin Mo. Shu Tong replied, I sent it just a gift. What is there to be surprised about? Mei nonchalantly remarked. Mother, would you like to see? Shu Tong coaxed. No, this is a gift for you from Yin Mo. Why should I care about it? Just hide it away, and come help me pack what you need for your departure tomorrow, Mei responded. Her impatience evident. Shu Tong shook her head. What a splendid opportunity to show off. How could her mother not understand? Indeed, there was a generational gap. Yet it was for the best, as it preserved their privacy. In a world where civilization was not yet prevalent, her mother's ability to maintain such boundaries was already quite precious. Shu Tong slowly returned to her room, clutching the snakeskin bag. Upon her return, she found her mother had laid out the items across the floor, meticulously selecting what could be of use. The sight of her mother bustling about was heartwarming. Shu Tong stood still, gazing intently. Come help me choose your favorites, Mei urged, noticing Shu Tong's lack of movement. I'm coming, Shu Tong replied, snapping out of her reverie and rushing forward. As she busied herself with the items, she warned, Mother, you must be cautious of Feng Lianlian. Why? Mei asked. She came to find me today, insisting I hand over the Phoenix ceremonial item, and we had a quarrel over it. Feng Lianlian is indeed formidable. I've already warned you to be wary of females from this clan who are of the same age as you. Don't be deceived by Mo Li's fierce demeanor. She is merely foolish and easily manipulated. The truly insidious one is Feng Lianlian. Mei paused her tasks, looking at her offspring. Experience comes with age. Shu Tong said, giving her mother a thumbs up. Stop joking. In truth, Feng Lianlian isn't even the most formidable in our tribe. Mei responded, swatting Shu Tong's hand lightly. There are even stronger ones? Shu Tong asked. Taken aback. Indeed. Mei nodded. Shu Tong bit her lip, pondering the matter. Her mother's words surely held merit. But who could this person be? She struggled to recall. It's Feng Wan, Mei stated. Who is she? Shu Tong searched her memory but found no trace of this individual. She was sent to the city of 10,000 beasts, rumored to be a companion to the offspring of the Beast King. Last year, she bore a female cub, Mei said, showing little interest in the matter. Brushing it off with a few words, Shu Tong thought she would undoubtedly encounter her eventually, so she let it go. That evening, Feng Chiu returned, his demeanor calm, yet revealing traces of joy. Mei noticed her partner had been drinking and, with a frown, admonished, I told you to be cautious while out. Why do you never listen? Feng Chiu turned, attempting to wrap his arms around Mei's waist, only to receive a cold shoulder. Get away from me. We depart tomorrow, and you're still here drinking. Mei scolded, genuinely angered. They envy me, Feng Chiu confessed. Shu Tong's eyelids flickered. Surely her father wasn't he about to spill secrets due to inebriation or boast about someone? The thought made her quite anxious. Feng Chiu patted his chest, his face flushed with excitement. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him, light and inexplicable. What exactly did you say? Mei demanded, gripping her partner's ear and shouting into his ear. I said, I have secured a fine son-in-law. Feng Chiu replied. As expected, Shu Tong thought. Yin Mo blushed, having emerged from the mouth of his father-in-law. Attracting countless gazes, surely, this was no trivial matter. What was initially inconsequential now felt significant, especially with Yin Mo's air of mystery. She sensed that trouble was brewing. You can't keep quiet, can you? Next time, drink. They're clearly up to no good, and yet you refuse to heed my warnings, Mei lamented, utterly speechless. Feng Xiu had only indulged in a few drinks due to his elation. Although it wasn't the alcohol, it still clouded his senses as for what he'd said. He truly could not recall. Now, being chastised by his partner, he could only embrace her waist and act endearingly. Shu Tong felt that this scene was not one she should witness, so she took her brother and left the room. Outside, they gazed up at the pitch-black night sky. Eldest brother, Shu Tong called. "What is it?" Feng Sheng replied. Initially indifferent, he couldn't help but pay attention to Shu Tong's serious expression. "We are heading to the city of 10,000 beasts. The family will be in your hands. There is no need for you to remind me." "I know," Feng Sheng said, ruffling Shu Tong's hair with just the right amount of force. "I understand your seriousness, but with the rogue beasts rampant and discord among the clan, it poses a grave threat. After my father and I leave, you must be vigilant regarding clan affairs, especially since you should be seeking a mate. Don't fall victim to schemes." Shu Tong gazed into the night sky, knowing that prevention was paramount. This matter could not be taken lightly. Feng Sheng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly looking up with surprise etched on his face as he regarded his sister. Seeing his astonishment, Shu Tong exhaled and continued. "What I'm saying is true. Your status is different, and you possess great abilities. Many females in the tribe have their eyes on you. You often wear a stern expression, as if everyone owes you something, which deters them. But regardless of how taciturn a partner may be, if they are handsome, it suffices. Moreover, the situation here is unstable. It is essential to choose a strong male. Being treated coldly is of little concern." With that, she turned to leave. "Sister, don't go. Am I really that indifferent?" Feng Sheng questioned, perplexed. "Isn't it obvious? I'm not blind. I can see it clearly," Shu Tong retorted quickly. Feng Sheng remained unconvinced, recalling how many males he played with, all of whom enjoyed his company and praised his prowess. How could he be so unwelcomed in his sister's eyes? The two siblings locked gazes, each pondering their thoughts. After a long silence, Feng Sheng finally spoke. "I'm not in a hurry to find a mate. After all, my qualifications are quite good." "Indeed, but if you wait too long, you won't even get to hold a female's hand." Shu Tong shot back, dousing his confidence that if I want to find one, age is not a barrier, Feng Sheng asserted, brimming with self-assurance in this regard. Shu Tong was utterly astonished. Her elder brother was quite the narcissist, and it seemed old Phoenix was keen on tender grass. Truly, men are eternally youthful at heart. She offered a bland smile. "Then I shall congratulate you, brother, on securing a beautiful mate." Shu Tong turned and walked away. Feng Sheng gazed at her sister's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. However, she soon resolved that there was no need to rush into the matter of finding a partner. With a firm resolve, she decided to enjoy a period of carefree existence. Shu Tong returned to her room to pack her belongings. At that moment, Mei entered. "Have you finished packing?" "Almost. Where's father?" Shu Tong stood up and moved aside. Mei surveyed the room and then placed a neatly packed bundle in front of Shu Tong. "We set off tomorrow. Time is of the essence. There isn't too much to pack, so you'll have to make do for half a month. Once we arrive at the city of beasts, you can rest well, but there is one crucial thing to remind you. You must conceive as soon as possible." Mei's expression was grave. "Is it really that urgent?" Shu Tong furrowed her brow. "Yes, it cannot be delayed. The journey to the city of beasts will take half a month. Coincidentally, it coincides with the envoy's second inspection. Without a child, you may not be allowed to return. Such harsh conditions. What if I cannot conceive? Are they really going to force me?" Shu Tong gasped, incredulous. "What absurd rules! Who can guarantee every beast man is in perfect health? It is utterly unreasonable. They disregard these matters, focusing solely on the outcome." Mei took Shu Tong's hand and pressed something into it. "What is this?" Shu Tong looked down to see a dark, unappetizing substance, its odor quite unpleasant. "It is a medicine to help you conceive," Mei whispered, lowering her voice, fearing her child might feel embarrassed. Shu Tong's brow furrowed in concern. She feared that consuming it might lead to a monstrous offspring. "It was truly absurd. That I will not take it," Shu Tong declared. "This is not up to you. We care for you, but others will not. The city of beasts is no longer what it once was. The Beast King has grown old, and the young ones around him are vying for his position. It is said that the one with the highest standing is Feng Wanwan's partner. Once a new Beast King is established, it will surely lead to upheaval. May's expression darkened, clearly disapproving of Shu Tong's recklessness. The priority is survival. Once dead, what can you do? Shu Tong understood her mother's good intentions. Yet, she would not take the medicine. There was no telling if it had side effects. If she were to give birth to a deformed child, she would be burned alive. Many wished to see her fail. She could not allow herself to be manipulated. But to ease her mother's worries, she feigned compliance. Oh, not worry, mother, I will. All right, get to bed early. We leave before dawn. May caress Shu Tong's cheek. Shu Tong nodded. You should also sleep early. After seeing May out, Shu Tong gazed at the medicine in her palm, opening it to inspect the contents. It nearly made her sick. Dirt, some herbs, and the bodies of insects were mixed together, faintly tinged with blood. She could not discern what it truly was, but she felt certain it was not something good. Immediately, she grabbed a lamp, intending to incinerate it. Just then, Yin Mo arrived. He lifted the curtain and saw Shu Tong burning something. What are you doing? He asked, his voice wafting from behind, startling Shu Tong, causing her to shudder. The oil from the lamp dripped on her hand, making her wince. She quickly blew on her skin to cool it. You're moving about so quietly. You nearly frightened me to death, she said, her fair face scrunching in displeasure. Are you guilty of something, yet you blame my quiet footsteps? Yin Mo shook his head. Shu Tong had become quite adept at turning the tables. You still think you have point, she retorted, then proceeded to burn the contents. The room filled with an indescribable stench. What are you burning? Yin Mo sniffed the air, nearly gagging it. It's a medicine my mother sent, meant to help us conceive. Shu Tong arranged the oil lamp and was about to climb into bed when Yin Mo blocked her path. Do you not wish to? He inquired, irritation flickering in his gem-like eyes. This medicine is inedible. It is filled with a mess of insects and weeds, mixed with an unbearable stench. If you make me eat it, I might end up birthing wolf cubs with 7 or 8 legs. And you would be pleased? Shu Tong pouted in exasperation. Finally, she settled on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Is it really that serious? Yin Mo instinctively embraced her waist. Indeed, conceiving requires favorable circumstances. Relying solely on some medicine may not yield results. Even if it does, the offspring may be foolish or abnormal. Do you doubt your own abilities? Shu Tong inhaled deeply, finding the notion foolish, but she could not express this to her mother. She needed a more tactful approach. Yet, Yin Mo was astute and grasped her meaning quickly. His directness did not anger her. Indeed, questioning Yin Mo was ill-advised, as it resulted in him pinning her to the bed. Shu Tong begged for mercy, feeling bullied. Afterwards, she lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. They had just been discussing serious matters, yet in the blink of an eye, it had taken a different turn. Yin Mo lay behind her, asleep. She rose, intending to tidy up a few things, but Yin Mo pulled her back into his embrace. Where are you going? We leave tomorrow. I need to pack. You should sleep. Shu Tong said, glancing at his strong, muscular arms. Their dynamic had grown increasingly intimate and natural, leading Shu Tong to feel as if they had been together for over a decade. She shook her head, reminding herself they had only known each other for a few days, still in the phase of newlyweds. Yin Mo was hiding something, and he was no simple character. They were merely seeking warmth together, growing alongside one another. There's no need to fuss. I've already packed everything for you. Just sleep, Yin Mo replied, seemingly with foresight, having prepared everything in advance. Shu Tong turned her head. That you've packed? How did you know what I needed? Yin Mo forcibly pressed her head against his chest with one hand while the other gripped her waist, rendering her immobile. The sound of his strong breathing filled her ears. Their bodies close, exchanging warmth, making Shu Tong feel somewhat uneasy. She attempted to rise, but Yin Mo had other intentions, rolling over to secure her. Noticing Shu Tong's flushed face, he abruptly asked, "Will you leave me?" What? Shu Tong was taken aback, confused by a sudden question in the dead of night. It felt jarring, and a sense of unease stirred within her. You will stay with me for a lifetime, right? Yin Mo persisted, his tone insistent. As long as our feelings remain steadfast, we will navigate through challenges together. Under favorable circumstances, we shall not part ways. After all, in my dictionary, there is only widowhood, not divorce, Shu Tong replied earnestly. Yin Mo understood. Inwardly, he mused that Shu Tong was truly ruthless, almost wishing for his downfall. He felt displeased. I shall live a long life. Yin Mo gritted his teeth. Are you ill? Shu Tong reached out to touch his forehead. Finding it normal. But why are you speaking nonsense? Beastmen generally hope for longevity. You seem to wish for a shorter life. How peculiar. Shu Tong. Mo suddenly called out with deep affection that not look at me like that. Shu Tong swiftly covered Yin Mo's eyes. His propensity for spontaneous discharges was utterly outrageous. Yin Mo did not remove Shu Tong's hand. Instead, he moved restlessly, leaving Shu Tong feeling thoroughly defeated. She offered no response, closed her eyes, and lay still. Time passed swiftly. The following day, as the morning star shone brightly, more than a dozen orc warriors prepared themselves. They hastily finished their breakfast and departed the tribe under the watchful eyes of their families. Shu Tong held tightly onto the boiled eggs her mother had prepared, their warmth radiating through the fabric, a tangible reminder of her mother's care. Yin Mo, disliking the idea of his partner being carried by others, took charge with a bundle of supplies and a hanging basket, in which Shu Tong was placed. The morning air in the forest was somewhat brisk. Lying in the basket, Shu Tong stifled yawns. Feng Qiu transformed into a phoenix, soaring high above. We will patrol ahead. Should we detect any danger, we shall inform you. Everyone be cautious. Feng Qiu's voice echoed. Understood, the tribe answered in unison. Soon, several figures swept through the sky, heading into the distance. Before departing, Yin Mo bid farewell to the shaman. Here are the medicines I have prepared for your journey, the shaman said, his demeanor serious as he stuffed a package into their belongings. He left with a parting remark. Casting a knowing glance at Yin Mo, the two shared an unspoken understanding. Yin Mo sprang into action, leaping several meters upon landing. After a few minutes, they encountered the wolf tribe at a fork in the road. Led by Yin Chuan's elder brother, Yin Tong, tall and clad in black, his imposing figure raised questions as to why he was called Yin Tong instead of He Tong. Shu Tong found herself unable to provide an answer, but she soon spotted Yin Chuan among the group. Are you out of your mind? Shu Tong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief upon seeing Yin Chuan. This reckless individual had ventured to the bustling beast city instead of remaining safely within the tribe. Risking everything why father sent me, Yin Chuan replied, firmly secured on her brother's back, her presence exuding an intense aroma. The males, already restless at dawn, followed closely behind, their spirits invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. This is reckless. It will undoubtedly attract stray beasts, Shu Tong thought. Fearing for Yin Chuan's father's sanity, it's safer for her to come along. Leaving her behind is even more perilous, Yin Mo asserted. Why? Shu Tong questioned, perplexed. Normally, given Yin Mo's intelligence and caution, such a blunder seemed unlikely. What had changed? The wolf tribe has suffered a decline in the quality of its warriors in recent years, and they cannot protect a delicate female like Yin Chuan. It is safer in Beast City, where she can find a better mate, Yin Mo replied solemnly. So, all these years, the wolf tribe has terrorized the surrounding areas, instilling fear in many omnivorous beasts who dare not voice their anger. Was it all F.A.? Shu Tong pondered, rubbing her temples in confusion. It's all too complicated. She found it unsettling. Even if they were not formidable, they were still superior to omnivorous beasts. Yin Mo's words seemed audacious, yet he was not entirely wrong. The underlying genetic makeup could not be altered. The early departure had overwhelmed the females, leaving them unable to cope and returning to sleep. Shu Tong, unable to find rest, toyed with Yin Mo's fur. Will we encounter stray beasts? She inquired. Yes, Yin Mo answered tersely. Can we avoid them? Shu Tong pressed further to no, we cannot. This area is their territory, and for years they have grown bolder, claiming many parts of the lower continent. With the arrival of numerous females accompanying the Beast City envoy, this is an opportunity they cannot afford to miss. Yin Mo's voice was low yet cold. From his words, Shu Tong sensed the imminent danger. It appeared that this journey would not be safe. However, She felt unafraid. If worst comes to worst, we shall fight. Though my punches may be weak, the orcs raised in a sheltered environment are not equipped to withstand the harsh realities of the world. To survive longer, one must brave the storms, Shu Tong mused nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Yin was jolted in the basket, feeling nauseous. Brother, could you please slow down? She pleaded. No, we must reach the leopard tribe before sunrise. Everyone must gather. Yin replied. But I can't sit still. Yin complained, her backside sore from the jostling. She had narrowly avoided being thrown out, and had it not been for her quick reflexes, she might have been trampled. Just endure it. I'll find some beast hide to secure you on my back, Yin said. Not daring to linger, he had to stay close to Yin Mo if a stray beast were to suddenly appear. His sister would be in grave danger. Yin endured the discomfort until they finally reached the gathering spot. She tumbled off her brother's back, grimacing in pain, her meager protective gear insufficient against the blood that flowed freely. Many adolescent orcs were restless, sniffing the air in search of the source of the scent. Fearing trouble, Shu Tong quickly rummaged through her belongings for soft, fluffy beast hides and some cotton-like material her mother had procured. Though not identical to cotton, it served a similar purpose. This rare item was typically reserved, but this time she generously brought it out for Yin Mo and Shu Tong's journey to prepare for the young ones. Let me take you to sort this out, lest other orcs catch the scent. Could your father not wait until you were well before sending you off? Shu Tong expressed her disapproval. This method was perilous, potentially risking Yin life. There's no other choice. Yin smiled ruefully. She was reluctant to comply, but understood that her father only wished to ensure her survival. Beast City was vast, and with so many orcs, even if they were besieged by strays, it would not lead to the tribe's total annihilation. She was still young, yearning to live and find an exceptional mate, and eventually bear offspring. That was her wish. Shu Tong said nothing further, swiftly assisting her. Upon their return, they found an open space crowded with over 1,000 orcs of diverse breeds and appearances, yet somehow harmoniously united. Among them stood approximately 30 females, each in their prime, embodying the hope of Beast City and the coveted prize for stray beasts. Surrounding them were powerful, sturdy females, well prepared for this journey. The escort consisted of various flying beasts, including eagles, owls, hawks, phoenixes, and swans. The primary responsibility fell to a fox-like beast, who appeared exhausted from indulgence in recent days, leaving it unable to speak for itself. A towering black eagle orc, standing nearly 6 feet tall with well-defined muscles and a scar running down his cheek, issued commands, his fierce gaze causing the females to shrink back in fear. Shu Tong, he's terrifying. Yin gasped, equally alarmed. Indeed, quite fearsome, Shu Tong agreed, though inwardly she mused that he could not compare to Yin Mo's ferocity. Yin Mo, almost telepathically, locked eyes with her, creating an awkward atmosphere. Shu Tong touched her face, realizing, did I not wash properly? You are insulting me, Yin Mo stated bluntly. Shu Tong opened her mouth to retort, I did not. It would not be surprising if she had, considering he was indeed more intimidating than any male present. Yin do not speak like that, she admonished. Yin tugged at his sister's arm, displaying a remarkable lack of decorum. Yin Mo, after all, was the shaman of the wolf clan, and only his sister dared to speak so freely. Yin felt indignant. I did not speak falsely, even if your words were not erroneous. It is still inappropriate to say them in his presence. Yin was frustrated by her lack of understanding. Speaking behind his back is one thing, but addressing him directly could lead to his partner disliking Yin Mo. We can take our leave now, that moment. Yin Mo spoke up, do not be upset. Yin you know she means no harm. Yin quickly interjected, ITS of no consequence, having grown up together. What kind words could possibly come from her mouth? True to form, she did not disappoint Shu Tong, always managing to evade trouble. Shu Tong handed the basket to Yin just as they were about to depart. Yin with an expression resembling that of a fierce predator, remarked, in our home, you may speak your mind. Yin Mo will not take offense. However, in public, especially before his partner, you must exercise caution. Yin recoiled slightly. But Shu Tong is also my good friend, and I speak nothing but the truth. Yin felt utterly defeated. What to do with this stubborn head? He sighed, wrapping his sister snugly in a bamboo basket. Yin Chuan shrank her neck, hesitant to utter a word. Up ahead, Shu Tong walked alongside Yin Mo, racking her brain for kind words. Although Yin Chuan's statement held merit, you were certainly more formidable than they. Yin Mo casually regarded Shu Tong, quietly amused. Are you afraid I might be petty? Not at all. I'm merely worried that should you become angered, you might neglect your sister. Shu Tong shrugged. The large group had already set off, many females being carried aloft, while the remainder, like Shu Tong, were perched upon the backs of their oar companions, trekking along on foot. How could I possibly neglect her? Yin Mo, unusually, displayed a hint of concern. I knew you had a heart of gold beneath that sharp tongue. Yin Chuan, you truly do care for her. Shu Tong smiled. After all, Yin Chuan's father rescued me and raised me. I am deeply grateful and would never turn into an ungrateful wretch. Yin Mo's words carried an undertone. Are you referring to me? Shu Tong pointed to herself. Consider oneself an ungrateful wretch would indeed be unjust. I did not mean you, Yin Mo asserted confidently. Shu Tong, of course, remained skeptical, her face clearly conveying, do not forget, I was the one who saved you. Taking a deep breath, Shu Tong endeavored to suppress her hunger for vengeance, speaking gently. Then thank you. Yin Mo remained noncommittal. As the two continued their conversation, a female voice rang out from the center of the group. Feng Shu Tong, are you also heading to Wanshou City? At the mention, Shu Tong turned her head. This was a female from their tribe, fair and delicate, seemingly incapable of self-sufficiency. Yes, I wish to see for myself. How have you fared these past few days? Shu Tong inquired politely. Quite well, eating and sleeping soundly. The female replied with a smile. Shu Tong recalled her name, Feng Weiwei. Known for her quiet demeanor, she typically played alone, but who would have thought she would muster the courage to venture to Wanshou City and carve a path for herself in the upper continent? Commendable bravery. That is good to hear, Shu Tong smiled, for she could not simply ignore a fellow tribeswoman. Noticing Shu Tong's lack of enthusiasm, Feng Weiwei fell silent. The group continued in a heavy silence. Growing increasingly dull, Shu Tong cast a glance at Yin Chuan, who appeared drowsy not far away, and smiled. What is it? Yin Chuan asked. Shu Tong shifted her position, now seated upon Yin Mo's back as he carried her onward. With this wolf as her steed, she felt a surge of pride. Eager to share her joy, she queried, would you like to ride on Yin Mo's back? Not at all, Yin Chuan replied stubbornly, fearing that Shu Tong might persist in her teasing. She added, I intend to seek a partner among other orcs, not within our clan. This statement piqued Shu Tong's interest. She raised an eyebrow and asked, why? Is it because they are not tall or strong enough to satisfy you? Feng Shu Tong, Yin Chuan exclaimed, exasperated, I knew you would find fault with their strength. Shu Tong clicked her tongue in amusement, her straightforwardness particularly infuriating. Feng Shu Tong, come down from there. Yin Chuan glared at her, as if ready to pounce. I won't come down. Do you wish to bite me? Shu Tong retorted playfully. Yin Chuan nearly collapsed from the frustration of her friend. In a huff, she turned her back, adopting an attitude of indifference. Little wolf cub, you cannot play this game. Shu Tong called out triumphantly. That moment, Yin Mo interjected, are you boasting about my prowess? What? Shu Tong asked with suspicion. Why conversing so much with Yin Chuan? You are acknowledging my strength, Yin Mo replied in a neutral tone, though internally he was quite pleased he be recognized by one's partner was a momentous occasion, filling him with a sense of dominance. As if he had ingested a potent tonic, he felt invigorated, capable of running 10 miles without pause, and it would certainly compel Shu Tong to plead for mercy. When did I say you were weak? Shu Tong suddenly commented, her tone languid. Your gaze and your tears reveal your dissatisfaction with me. Yin Mo was unabashed, unafraid to voice such intimate thoughts. Even more surprising was the rowdy cheer from the accompanying orcs. Shaman, your partner seems to think little of you. Do you require our guidance? Shaman, we know you are serious, but for the sake of your partner's happiness, lower your pride and learn a thing or two. Observing their fervent discussion, Shu Tong covered her eyes with her hand, unable to bear it any longer. She felt her cheeks flush like an apple. Compared to these seasoned veterans, she felt like a novice. Moreover, numerous eyes were cast upon her, sympathy, pity, and some even eager to demonstrate. Terrified, Shu Tong kicked Yin Mo lightly. "This is all your fault," she ran off, exclaiming. Yin Mo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "You still blush." "That is merely from heat," Shu Tong retorted. "Oh, just heat, is it?" Yin Mo replied, his tone laced with mirth. Shu Tong, incensed, delivered a few playful punches. Laughter echoed in the wind. Not far away, atop a hill, several orcs lay in wait. Led by Bai Yi. His towering frame was cloaked by leaves, with only his crimson eyes visible. "Boss, with so many females, we must seize the opportunity." Hearing the annoying voice, it was clear it belonged to Yifeng. "Wipe your mouth. Drool is spilling out," Bai Yi replied without turning to why Yifeng was nearly frantic, itching to rush down and snatch the young females being escorted, hoping for some romantic encounter. "If I could capture them all, I could spend days without leaving the cave." Yifeng drooled, his hunger evident. "Silence," Bai Yi scolded, swatting him, causing Yifeng to see stars. "Boss," Yifeng whined. Bai Yi, unflappable, replied, "If you fail to complete this task assigned by Hal, you may as well present your head to him. Since you left home, how many females have you bullied? Are you not concerned about your vitality?" Bai Yi lamented his subordinate's lack of restraint. Yifeng straightened his back, patting his abdomen. "I can handle 10 without issue." "Get lost," Bai Yi shouted in exasperation, prompting numerous ambushed orcs to hastily retreat, their expressions betraying their disbelief. The serpent was clearly deranged, uttering words without restraint, seemingly unafraid of retribution from their leader. The chief, too, was caught up in the frenzy, the entire group of tigers restless as his right-hand man. One would expect you to share in the burden. Yet you chose to provoke him daily. Sooner or later, he would exact vengeance upon you. However, there was one truth in the serpent's words that resonated. These females were indeed alluring. They too desired a share of the spoils. Over the years, their ranks had swelled. Yet upon closer inspection, 90% were males. The remaining females, though delicate and beautiful, even when resembling dark orbs, were regarded as celestial beings amidst a sea of males. Not to mention the true celestial beings present. Let us shadow them for a couple of days. Once they lower their guard, we shall seize the females. One thing I must clarify. These females must be delivered to the tribe unscathed. Should you dare to act recklessly en route, I cannot guarantee your safety. Bai Yi's gaze was sharp, concealing within him the yearning for a female. This time, the impulse to seize one was more intense. Yet one must live to enjoy such pleasures. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. But Chief, we, your brethren, have stood by your side for many years. Adulthood feels like a distant memory for us. Even the males of the smaller tribes have sired offspring. While we remain empty-handed, suffocating in our frustration, why Yifeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, I understand, and I am working to change this situation. But the prerequisite is obedience, no rash actions, and certainly no sabotage of our plans. For Hal is a devil. Bai Yi took a deep breath, feeling a pang of sorrow himself. He had been an adult for 4 or 5 years, yet had never touched the hand of a female, nor kissed their faces. Now that he had identified a target, his excitement surged, but as the leader, he could not afford to panic. The other orcs remained silent, ultimately awaiting news. In the Phoenix clan, Feng Lianlian was still unable to locate Feng Yi, her frustration boiling over as she hurled objects in anger. "Get out!" At that moment, a young female entered. Upon seeing Feng Lianlian's face, she felt an immediate aversion. "I am breaking my own belongings. What business do you have here?" Feng Lianlian shot a glance at her twin sister. They were identical twins, but while elder sister Feng Bai was generous and broad-minded, younger sister Feng Lianlian was adept at playing the role of the gentle and kind-hearted. Upon returning home, however, she donned a different mask, revealing a more sinister demeanor. Feng Bai sat across from her, examining the broken items on the floor with a look of disdain. "Leave," she repeated. "On what grounds?" Feng Lianlian retorted, brimming with indignation. "You've sullied my space," Feng Bai said bluntly. Feng Lianlian, accustomed to being wronged outside, returned home only to add to her family's woes. "You are truly something." Feng Bai remained unruffled, casually cleaning her ears while gazing at her sister's contorted face. her tone laced with mockery. Have you forgotten? I'm the one who governs this household. Phone bye-bye, if you dare act in such a manner. I shall speak to the clan about how you bully your sister, Feng Lian declared, turning to leave. Feng bye-bye narrowed her eyes and added, was it truly Jasmine's fault that Feng Shu Tong fell into the water? Feng Lian froze mid-step, her heart racing as she struggled to maintain her composure. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng bye-bye. To want to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Feng Shu Tong could have saved herself and reached the shore. Yet that stone that struck her head was no coincidence, causing her to need saving by Yin Mo. Feng bye-bye's cold laughter echoed. Despite being born of the same mother, Feng Lian, who received special affection from their parents throughout her life, was not only adept at feigning innocence and stealing, but also skilled in undermining others. That foolish Jasmine had been used as a pawn by her. Now, she was being bullied on the back mountain. You are envious of my beauty, fabricating lies to tarnish my reputation, fearful that Feng Sheng will abandon you. You're the most despicable female, Feng Lian shot back. Feng Sheng was a source of pain for Feng bye-bye. She too had reached adulthood, yet her first partner was not Feng Sheng, all due to Feng Lian's machinations. Years of repressed anger surged within her as she swiftly advanced, striking Feng Lian across the face. The unexpected blow landed squarely, producing a sharp crack that silenced the room. Sisters we may be, yet we should have coexisted harmoniously. However, you constantly flaunt your superiority, preventing me from being with the male I desire. This slap was well-deserved. How dare you strike me? How could you? Feng Lian stared in disbelief at the face that mirrored her own, now filled with coldness. Not only will I strike you, but I will also teach you a lesson. So you may learn to be a proper female. Feng bye-bye exhaled, releasing the pin-up rage within her that it felt liberating. She lunged forward, kicking Feng Lian in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground. Swiftly, bye-bye grabbed her hair and began to strike again, her eyes filled with intense hatred. If it weren't for you, I would never have lost Feng Sheng. It is all your fault. You continuously toyed with my partner, leading him on until he fell to his demise while searching for you. It is all your fault. Otherwise, I would not be a solitary beast, raising weak offspring. How could you be so shameless, even pursuing your sister's partner? Feng bye-bye was genuinely furious. She had lived under Feng Lian's shadow, constantly overshadowed, and what was even more infuriating was that their family chose to turn a blind eye. Today, with everyone absent, she could finally unleash her pent-up fury upon Feng Lian. Born robust, Feng bye-bye had endured the favoritism shown towards Feng Lian, enduring numerous tasks that only strengthened her physically. Moreover, she possessed the same formidable ability as Feng Shu Tong. The brute strength of the Phoenix clan, a form of divine power. The ever-pretending gentle Feng Lian could hardly withstand the onslaught, having maintained her allure by eating less and moving less, always scheming. She was utterly defenseless against the assault, and to her horror, she was knocked unconscious by a single slap. In her mind, she mused that this was no sister. She was a demon, perhaps even a more benevolent one. The sounds of slaps echoed throughout the room, intermittently drifting outside. Feng Lian's mother, returning from work, pushed the door open to find her eldest daughter atop the younger one, delivering a series of blows. Feng bye-bye, you have gone too far. How could you strike your sister? Feng Lian's mother rushed over, attempting to seize Feng bye-bye's arm, only to be forcefully pushed aside by her own daughter. Do not hinder me. If I do not beat her to death today, I shall no longer be called Feng bye-bye. The terrifying strength sent Feng Lian's mother crashing to the ground, her head colliding with the wall, producing a sickening sound. As passing orcs noticed the commotion inside, they peered in, seeing the chaotic scene of the twin sisters in conflict, and hurried off to summon Mei for assistance. Minutes later, Mei appeared, gazing coldly at the disarrayed room. Stop fighting. If this continues, you may truly kill her. Who will care for your offspring? Feng bye-bye, exhausted from her exertions, gazed upon Feng Lian's swollen visage, exhaling a breath of satisfaction. Thank you, Mei. Why the fighting? Mei inquired. Her gaze fell upon Feng Lian's face, which was truly unappealing. Her cheeks had swollen to the size of steamed buns, and her eyes could barely open. A patch of her scalp had been torn away, leaving a cascade of crimson hair beside her, the blood seeping into the animal hide mat. Many females inhaled sharply, lamenting the tragic scene. How could sisters resort to violence, as if they were mortal enemies? Wishing for each other's demise, Feng Bai slowly rose, disregarding the fate of the still unconscious Feng Lian, and paid no heed to her mother's bloodshot eyes. She stepped forward, standing in the courtyard, and wiped her bloodied hands on her garment. The white animal hide attire bore a vivid red fingerprint. She spoke calmly. "I have suppressed my emotions for far too long, yet you cannot resort to lethal force. After all, you are her sister," interjected one of Feng Lian's admirers, unable to watch any longer. "Why should I not? How dare you say that? You have not endured my suffering, so refrain from casting judgment. Each of you adores Feng Lian. I harbor no jealousy or envy, but when she secretly enticed my partner, leading him to his fatal fall, did she ever feel remorse? Did she?" Upon hearing these words, the assembled beast folk murmured among themselves. Is it possible Feng Lian, so charming, could indeed betray her sister's trust? How disgusting! Who dares blame Lian? Perhaps it is Feng Bai's jealousy that fuels such accusations. Regardless, I believe Feng Lian is not innocent. Feng Bai chuckled coldly. Just days ago, she conspired with Feng Cha to drug Feng Yi, forcing a bond upon him, only to later claim to other males that it was Feng Yi who could not resist and took advantage of her. Feng Yi is not blind. Everyone knows whom he truly favors. The beast folk present were taken aback. Now it makes sense, and no wonder Feng Yi fled. Feng Lian even sought to settle accounts with Feng Shu Tong, later adopting a pitiful demeanor. Even if it were true, Feng Yi is merely a mixed-breed phoenix, lacking an ability to— If Lian gained him, it was still he who benefited, one male interjected. Your intellect is truly touching. You are indeed well-suited for her, well-suited to wear the green hat daily. Feng Bai scoffed and turned away. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure among the gathered beast folk. Panic gripped her heart. Had her recent display of ugliness been witnessed? Was it too late for her to escape? Feng Sheng observed her distress keenly, a twinge of pain stirring within him, an unfamiliar sensation. Feng Bai swiftly altered her course, intending to flee, but her mother emerged from the dwelling, brandishing an object and hurling it forcefully. Lost in her own world, Feng Bai, feeling dejected, failed to notice this unfolding scene. Instantly, a hush fell over the crowd of beasts. Someone gasped, "Ah," as the bone struck Feng Bai's nape. A figure darted forward, enveloping her in an embrace. With a resounding crash, Feng Sheng was struck, his face contorted in pain as he felt blood surge within him. Yet he forced it down. Feng Bai, caught off guard, found herself held tightly. A strange, crisp scent filled her nostrils. She froze, unable to blink, fearing this moment might be a figment of her imagination. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions surging within her. She longed to turn and throw herself into the embrace of the male she adored, to confess her feelings. In the beast realm, females were precious. They need not be overly humble in matters of the heart, freely expressing their affections. Even if rejected, it mattered not. But Feng Bai was different. The treatment she had received from her family, the care she received from males, was nearly indistinguishable. This day, she could not comprehend why she was scorned by her kin, nor why she had been ensnared in bonds of love. "Qin, have you lost your mind to strike my daughter?" May's voice seethed with anger as she turned to the bewildered Qin. After a moment's daze, Qin retorted, "I struck my own daughter. Why should your offspring shield Feng Bai? It serve her right. Make it hardly contain her laughter at such outrageousness. You harm your own child, and when the tribe intervenes to assist, you deem it a fault? I see you and your daughter both deserve a good thrashing." "Mother," Feng Bai exclaimed, fists clenched. She scrutinized her mother, who remained as cold as she remembered, inflicting emotional wounds without remorse. "Why do you call for me? Your jealousy drives you to harm your sister. If I were to end your life today, it would hardly be unjust." Qin huffed. "If you wish to kill a female, you must not expect to remain in the tribe." May stepped forward, indignation radiating from her. "Have you lost all sense of reason? Do you treat them as if they are not living beings?" The Phoenix tribe has precious few females. Many males share a single partner, yet you wish to strike down a valuable female, inciting the wrath of the tribe. Seeing her tribesfolk's fierce expressions, Chin remained unrepentant. I gave birth to her. I possess the right to decide her fate. Even if she emerged from your womb, it is not your place to dictate her life or death. Feng Bai, diligent and striking in appearance, had many suitors vying for her affection. Yet it was all for naught when, for the sake of a mere cow, she had been drugged and delivered to Feng Hui. Shortly thereafter, Feng Hui met his tragic end while foraging fruit for Feng Lianlian. This tale was known by all, yet they turned a blind eye, not wishing to lose a female, though they could not ignore your escalating transgressions. Truly, the lack of virtue in your family is astonishing. It seems both mother and daughter require a lesson in humility. May gaze at the foolishness before her, unable to restrain herself any longer. You strike your own child. Why not strike yourself instead? Why not counsel another to be a decent female? Yet you resort to violence against the gentlest and most innocent. May, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? This behavior is merely an attempt to secure a mate for your son. If you adore Feng Bai so much, take her away, Chin retorted, shamelessness reaching new heights. May inhaled deeply, sympathy flooding her heart as she regarded Feng Bai. Poor female, to reside within such a household is truly a calamity. She made a decision that if you do not want her, we shall take her. Initially, it seemed Feng Bai would acquiesce, but instead, she replied, "Thank you, May, but I cannot burden you while I care for my frail offspring." Her beauty, coupled with her aloof demeanor, had captured the hearts of many males. Even as she feigned strength to everyone's surprise, Feng Sheng, who had previously vowed to delay bonding, declared, "If you do not mind, I shall care for you." The moment the words left his lips, Feng Bai stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at Feng Sheng as if she had misheard him. How could such fortune befall her, a hapless female, as she wrestled with her emotions? Feng Sheng continued, "Unless you find me unworthy, a mere ice-cold face lacking in tenderness." Feng Sheng's demeanor had shifted. He now appeared more masculine, a stark contrast to his previous self, who would have remained indifferent. The sight of Feng Bai's pitiful expression pierced his heart, igniting a fierce protective instinct within him. With tear-streaked eyes, she wept silently, droplets cascading down like pearls. The surrounding males chimed in, "Bye, if you do not mind. I too can care for you. I can as well. I am able." A resounding promise resonated through the air. Feng Bai, pushed aside by the Chin, changed her expression several times, resembling spilled paint, blue mingling with purple, purple blending into white, creating a splendid spectacle. May felt a swell of pride for her noble offspring. "Now that we've made our decision, let us return home. I've saved some meat for you to enjoy," she declared with fervor, in stark contrast to the cold indifference of the Chin, making it seem as though May was the true family member. Feng Bai, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of happiness. Her long-held wish had finally come to fruition. She was now able to live openly with Feng Sheng. "Bai, why are you silent? Do you find this arrangement unsatisfactory? If so, we can wait for a more opportune moment to bring you home," May suggested, noticing Feng Bai's tears, mistakenly believing her to be unwilling. She rushed over to check on Feng Bai, only to discover Feng Sheng holding her with one arm as they headed to Feng Bai's home to collect her young. May's hand reached out in vain, watching her noble offspring's back, feeling a fleeting sense of having been forgotten in favor of a daughter-in-law. Yet her heart brimmed with joy, her chest swelling with pride. "You may not want her, but we do. Henceforth, should any issues arise, do not come to us for assistance," she proclaimed, turning her waist to leave. However, the Chin extended her arms, blocking May's path, her expression terrifying. "That is my offspring. And you think you can take her so easily? Not without a hunt in return." May scoffed, her face contorted with disgust. "How dare you even bring that up? Your offspring is being sold for the first time, and you feel no sorrow? Now you wish to sell her again. Are you made of stone? What my heart is made of is none of your concern. She is my child, and I can sell her 10 times over if I choose." The Chin retorted, feigning generosity while clearly reluctant to part with what she claimed. May's fists itched with the desire to strike. were it not for the other females desperately holding her back. She would have surely shown the Qin the consequences of her audacity. Suddenly recalling her partner's warnings before leaving, she took a deep breath. Speak. How many do you require? But once you take this prey, bye-bye will have nothing to do with you. The Qin responded readily. I want 5 prey. You have sold your precious jewel to the wolf tribe as Shaman, and having received such a hefty bride price, you should be able to afford it. Upon hearing this, Mei gasped in shock. She was actually bargaining with her own offspring's bride price. For this price, she had gone to great lengths. How utterly distasteful. The Qin assumed she would refuse. With her hideous demeanor, she leaned in closer, taunting. It's easy to talk big, but can you deliver? Mei, the Qin is clearly a lion baring its teeth. You cannot agree to this. Others whispered in concern. Indeed, do not acquiesce, lest she take advantage of your kindness. Such shameless females should be cast aside. The females trailing behind were incensed by the Qin's audacity, ready to tear her apart. Yet Mei acquiesced that I it not merely 5 prey. I would trade 5 prey for a daughter-in-law. Unlike some, who mistake fish eyes for pearls, I shall not regret this decision that I regret nothing. Phone bye-bye, that harbinger of misfortune. Take her if you wish, but ensure the prey is delivered to me immediately. The Qin was indeed hard-hearted. Mei chose to ignore the situation and called a few males to accompany her to their home. Upon returning, she divided 5 prey among them. Watching the Qin greedily prostrated over her spoils, Mei quickly turned away, fearing she might lose her lunch. Mei, this is your offspring's bride price, one of the females remarked on their way back. These things are born with us and will not follow us in death. Bye-bye is a good female. I am delighted she will bond with my son. Why Shu Tong is sensible and does not covet such things. Mei laughed heartily. You, so fierce in demeanor. Yet today, when the Qin spoke thus, you offered her a slap. Just a single hit would have shown her she is not to be trifled with. The female lamented. Feng Qiu had gone to the city of beasts, reminding me beforehand not to act impulsively. We must return early these days, lest we encounter stray beasts, Mei said, patting her friend's shoulder with sincerity. I shall heed your advice, the female chuckled. Mei gazed into the distance at the bride price being drawn away by the Qin, feeling particularly remorseful for her son, Feng Shu Tong, in her heart. She silently prayed, My dear, do not blame your mother. If you ever find yourself in such a predicament and someone offers assistance, consider it a great boon. Shu Tong and the others had traveled tirelessly through the morning and finally rested by the edge of a meadow. The sun blazed fiercely, the temperature soaring. The females, frail in body, each donned a hide, awaiting the males to return with game for a feast. Shu Tong crouched by the river to wash her face and turned to find that Yin Chuan had developed a rash. Yin Chuan, what has happened to you? Yin Chuan grasped Shu Tong's hand, the red spots on her face itching intolerably. I do not know. Perhaps I picked up something on the way. Please take a look and see what it is. I cannot afford to ruin my looks. Yin Chuan was particularly concerned about her appearance, which she considered her greatest asset in seeking a formidable mate in the city of beasts, just as males displayed their handsome features and formidable abilities. She too could not suffer even the slightest blemish. Let me take a look, Shu Tong offered, cupping Yin Chuan's face and examining it closely. This appears to be eczema. Yin Chuan, unfamiliar with the term, felt a surge of anxiety. Is it easy to treat? She inquired. You seem healthy, but you cannot be exposed to the sun. If you are, your face may sweat and redden. I will prepare a potion for you to apply. And it will be fine, Shu Tong reassured her, taking a deep breath and feeling relieved. It was not a serious issue. Yin Chuan joyfully embraced Shu Tong, wanted to be affectionate, only to find something had leaked out. She appeared distressed. What is wrong? Shu Tong asked again. I am bleeding. Yin Chuan glanced around, ensuring no beasts were nearby, before revealing the cause. Have you not changed since we departed? Shu Tong rubbed her forehead wearily. Feeling emotionally drained in this scorching heat, was she not afraid of developing heat rash? There's been no time, and I do not possess anything suitable. Yin Chuan lamented. I concede to your plight. Let us go. Shu Tong took her hand, quickly seeking a secluded spot. After a lengthy discussion, lunch was prepared. Those familiar gathered together, sharing laughter and conversation. The envoy from the city of beasts, a fox, was surrounded by other males, leisurely sipping hot soup. His representative approached him, suggesting, "The afternoon heat will be intense. Shall we rest for a while and set out once night falls? Will there be enough time?" He raised an eyebrow. Appearing languid, "We will certainly arrive within half a month. Females cannot withstand such heat. Traveling during the day poses little risk of encountering stray beasts, but the number of females will dwindle," the Eagle tribe's representative earnestly explained. The fox envoy pondered for a moment. "Let us try to traverse shady areas. If it is too hot, we will rest by the water. I fear that departing at night may expose us to stray beasts." "That seems reasonable," the Eagle clan orc remarked. "Hein, this time I must trouble you. Once we return to Beast City, I shall certainly speak a few kind words in the ears of the Beast King, ensuring you are chosen the strongest female to bear the healthiest offspring of the Eagle clan." The fox envoy spoke earnestly. "Thank you," Hein replied before resuming his patrol. Shu Tong observed all of this. Turning to her father, "Father, are you tired?" "Not at all, but I do worry about the cubs. Will they manage out here?" Fengxiu offered the finest meat to Shu Tong, who pushed it back. "Father has worked hard. You should eat more. This heat is bearable for me, but I fear the arduous journey ahead." "Do not worry. We are here," Fengxiu assured, patting his chest. Shu Tong nodded. They had their lunch on the grasslands before continuing their journey. Around 2 in the afternoon, the forest felt like a steamer. Each orc trudged forward with great difficulty, the females struggling more than the males, lamenting their plight. Shu Tong sat upon Yin Mo's back, wiping her sweat as she spoke. "It's suffocatingly hot. This is unbearable. Just endure a little longer. Once we trek 2 or 3 more miles and exit the forest, the open grasslands will be a relief." Yin Mo also felt the heat. Unlike cold-blooded beasts, these orcs thrived in summer. Now, as the females gritted their teeth in persistence, the males dared not utter a word. Shu Tong scanned her surroundings, where trees stretched endlessly before her. The stray beasts trailing behind them fared no better. Thus, they sought a shaded spot to rest and prepare for the ambush 2 days hence. After an hour of walking, they could no longer endure and found a place to pause. Shu Tong was utterly exhausted. Slumping against Yin Mo and unwilling to rise in the sweltering heat, Yin Mo, like a furnace, only heightened her irritation. She stood up and began pacing in circles. "Shu Tong, please stop moving. It makes me dizzy," Yin Shan said weakly. "I am hot," Shu Tong complained. Tugging at her clothing, she longed for a waterhole to leap into and enjoy a refreshing soak, drenched in sweat and acutely aware of her body odor. She couldn't fathom how Yin Shan, amidst the heat, managed to endure. "Don't dwell on it, and the heat will dissipate," Yin Shan suggested. Shu Tong found it impossible. Tranquility was elusive. Frustrated, she scratched her head and turned to see Yin Mo lying still on the ground. She immediately approached and tugged at his ear. "Yin Mo, it's too hot." "Lie down here," he said, patting his belly, indicating for Shu Tong to climb atop him. "No, it's hot," she rejected. "How about a little stroll?" Yin Mo inquired. "No, just fan me." Shu Tong shook her head. Splitting from the main group could lead to danger, especially with her father patrolling nearby. She couldn't be a burden. "I'll help you." Yin Mo transformed into human form, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Shu Tong had to look up at him. Yin Mo fanned Shu Tong, but he had to remove his clothing due to the unfavorable environment. Often plagued by venomous insects, he reached in, wiping sweat while fanning her. His back itched, and he scratched it as Shu Tong squinted. Directing him without reservation, Yin Mo's large hand met Shu Tong's back, and he felt a sudden thirst. The delicate skin of the female stirred feelings within him, prompting him to bend his leg to conceal his reaction. Yin Shan, watching from a distance, was filled with envy, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Shu Tong, I envy you so much." "What is there to envy? Once you reach Beast City, countless males will be at your disposal. I fear you will be overwhelmed by choices." Shu Tong turned to look, only to realize many orcs were watching them. And suddenly, she understood. She glanced down at herself. Her clothing was intact. Why did the orcs display such expressions? The answer lay in Yin Mo. Turning to him, she found his expressionless face flushed crimson, and he was still attempting to conceal himself. Driven by curiosity, she spun around to investigate, but Yin Mo grasped her wrist, pinning her onto his thigh. He leaned in abruptly. "Do not move," his voice trembling. "Ah," Shu Tong replied, bewildered. Seeing her still fidgeting, Yin Mo tightened his hold and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "If you move again, I will take you right here." Yin Mo, Shu Tong suddenly realized something, her teeth clenched. "This was your request," Yin Mo replied, awkwardly. Shu Tong was infuriated, her teeth grinding in frustration. All she wanted was to scratch an itch and enjoy a breeze, yet Yin Mo's mind wandered elsewhere. They clung tightly together, while Yin Shan, seated not far off, felt as though she was being force-fed dog food. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, out of sight, out of mind, she turned away to rest. Eventually, dusk descended, bringing cooler temperatures and a refreshing breeze. They set out once more. Traveling at night meant the absence of the oppressive heat, but introduced another nuisance: mosquitoes. The jungle mosquitoes were large and vicious, leaving swollen welts upon the skin. Shu Tong wielded a burning mugwort torch, swatting at them. She longed for a bottle of mosquito repellent to spray liberally, wishing to eradicate the swarms. The torment from the insects was unbearable for the orcs. Throughout the journey, silence reigned as they wrapped themselves tightly against the onslaught. As night deepened, Yin Shan, bundled like a bear, anxiously asked, "When will we arrive?" Shu Tong slapped her back, and her hand was soon stained with mosquito blood. "We've only just started. How could we possibly be there immediately? This is unbearable. Had I known, I would have stayed in the tribe," Yin Shan lamented, swatting at the buzzing insects, her hand also stained with blood. Her elder brother, Yin Tong, failed to care for the females, bouncing around as he walked, leaving her dizzy. After finally finding a comfortable position, she was besieged by mosquitoes. The oppressive heat caused her to sweat profusely while lying in her basket. The males were frantic, able to endure, but the females struggled. They pondered various solutions. Torches were lit among the trees, the rich aroma of mugwort wafting above, significantly reducing the mosquito population. The patrolling orcs ahead darted their eyes about like a weasel on the hunt. Fengxiu, flying above, cast a glance at them. No one was faring well. They hoped to weather the night unscathed. Shu Tong was truly exhausted. Unable to sleep during the heat of the day, she yearned to rest against Yin Mo's back now that the mosquitoes had dispersed. Unbeknownst to her, wrapped in animal skins, she drifted off on Yin Mo's back. The orcs in the jungle dared not run, moving with great difficulty 0.5 miles behind them. Hundreds of stray beasts enjoyed a sumptuous afternoon nap. Their bellies full, Bei, leading the way, swayed leisurely, while Yeffing behind him waited patiently before speaking up. "Boss, I think the time is ripe. Shall we make our move?" Observing his eagerness, Bei replied mysteriously, "It is only the first day. Why the rush? Hunting requires patience to lure the prey." Seizing the opportunity with fervor, he sank his fangs into their necks, reveling in the ecstasy of the hunt. "Boss, your words elude me," Yi Feng remarked, scratching his serpentine head, feeling as if his mind was failing him these past few days. "If your sole focus is to bully the females and indulge in their company, reluctant to leave the warmth of your bed, you will find yourself in this foolish predicament." Bai Yi criticized mercilessly. Yi Feng, utterly humiliated, bowed his head in shame. Noticing his silence, Bai Yi flicked his tail, striking Yi Feng on the head. "You are foolish. Indeed. Move ahead of me now. From this day forth, the patrol duties are assigned to you. Clear your mind of any distractions, or once the females arrive, do not expect even a sip of broth." Yi Feng, in a state of alarm, protested, "Boss, you cannot be so heartless. You cannot abandon me. Now that you've come to your senses, gather your wits," Bai Yi replied, slowly retracting his tail. The package hanging from his neck glimmered enticingly. The days of waiting felt like torment. Without that package, he feared he might not endure. Just as Yi Feng had mentioned, he had relied on it to alleviate his longing. While they traversed, a rogue beast within the ranks became agitated. During the evening's distribution of provisions, he had been overlooked. Now, he was bellowing, "Where's my leg of lamb?" His companions, who shared a close bond with him, wore embarrassed expressions, having momentarily forgotten him. This particular black bear had an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming the equivalent of 3 males in one sitting. The situation was urgent, compounded by the bear's prolonged absence for a bathroom break. Upon returning, he discovered his share had been devoured by his kin, leaving him ravenously hungry and unwilling to work. "Just hold on for another hour, and you shall have your food." A black wolf patted his shoulder. However, the black bear vehemently pushed him away. "I want it now. You all devoured my share. I will seek out the boss." With that, he shoved past several beasts and turned to storm off, instilling fear among them that this reckless black bear might spoil their plans. Alarmed, they lunged at him, attempting to subdue the bear with their collective strength. Yet, to their astonishment, the bear, possessing immense brute force, remained unyielding, dragging them along as he marched forward. This was certain to cause trouble. Bai had explicitly stated that no noise was to be made. Should they alert the other beasts, their fates would be dire. "Black bear, cease your antics." The bear, filled with fury, retorted, "I am not causing a ruckus. I merely want to eat." The commotion inevitably attracted Bai's attention. He turned and commanded, "Go see what is happening." "Understood," Yifeng hastily replied as he dashed over. Upon seeing the black bear, he immediately turned to flee. The bear's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of Yifeng. "Why, Yifeng? I want food." Yifeng, filled with trepidation, recalled his previous encounter with this formidable bear, nearly suffocating in the process. Before he could finish his thought, the black bear lunged, seizing Yifeng's tail and pulling him with relentless force. Still in a temper, in his attempts to break free, Yifeng nearly found himself losing his tail altogether. "Black bear, release my tail." Bai, illuminated by the moonlight, observed the scene with clarity. "What have you done to provoke him?" No one had the chance to respond. Yifeng, the massive serpent, was being dragged, his body taut. And soon, he felt as lifeless as a rope, his head spinning from the exertion, devoid of the strength to call for help. Seeing this, Bai shouted, "Black bear, stop!" The famished bear, oblivious to all, disregarded everyone around him. Even within the rogue beast tribe, not even the young Lord Hal could rein him in, let alone Yifeng, the notorious reveler. He would not admit to his own vulnerability. Now, being towed along, the rough scales of his serpentine body scraped against the ground, igniting sparks. Bai felt a profound headache. With no other choice, he lunged forward. The collision between the black bear and the white tiger sent both creatures staggering back, and Bai seized the opportunity to pursue. "Enough of this. If you desire something to eat, send a few beasts to assist you in acquiring it. Oh, you realize the commotion you've caused? What if the females flee?" he admonished through gritted teeth. The black bear winced in pain at Bai's words. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed his leader's grim expression. In that moment of distraction, several males pounced upon him, pinning him to the ground. "Black bear, cease your antics. The boss has been itching to eliminate a beast. Do not provoke him." One of the beasts pleaded earnestly. The black bear struggled momentarily, but ultimately lay still, reluctant to move. The pressure on his back was unbearable, and he felt tears of indignation welling up. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, a piece of meat was shoved into it. The scent of meat overwhelmed him, and he stifled his tears. With his tantrum quelled, the surrounding beasts collectively exhaled in relief. They had dared to offend this formidable black bear, capable of wreaking havoc. Bai's gaze swept across the group, and those who had erred immediately lowered their heads. In these days, if you can avoid provoking me, do so, for when I am enraged, I might well turn on myself," Bai warned with utmost seriousness. His words were not mere threats. Indeed, when angered, he would chase his own tail in a frenzy, only to exhaust himself without ever catching it. The beasts were well aware of Bai's peculiar method of venting his frustrations, leaving them in a state of trepidation. After Bai managed to subdue the black bear, hundreds of beasts swiftly vanished into the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Shu Tong, having drifted halfway into slumber, was startled awake by a rustling sound. As she looked up, a large hand shielded her view. "Do not look." Although curiosity stirred within her, she obediently remained still. After a while, she sat cross-legged upon Yin Mo's back, and it seemed the surroundings had grown quieter. The females, exhausted from the journey, were now deep in sleep. "Are you hungry?" Yin Mo inquired, glancing back. "Not hungry. We must press on until dawn," Shu Tong replied, gazing into the night. Only they moved within the forest under the cover of darkness. The torch in her hand flickered like a sinuous fire dragon. The sound of wings beating echoed from above, slicing through the air, invigorating Shu Tong. She took a moment to appreciate the night, estimating that by late night they would need to rest, and she promised, when the time comes, I will take you to wash up. Yin Mo, now more considerate than before, turned to her. Shu Tong frowned slightly, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Though she could not articulate the reason, she felt that something significant was about to unfold. Her own life was of little consequence, but not her father's. Suddenly, she leaned in, wrapping her arms around Yin Mo's neck, her voice earnest. If something were to happen, do not concern yourself with me. Protect my father and ensure he returns home safely. In the pitch-black night, her words inexplicably conjured a sense of dread. The typically formidable Yin Mo found himself at a loss for words, as an internal fire simmered within him, igniting a sense of agitation. Why would you not want me to protect you? Shu Tong buried her face in his neck, the coarse wolf fur scratching against her skin, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of peace. I am a female. Her statement hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Intelligent beings recognized that females had a chance at survival, while males, once attacked, faced certain death, unless luck was on their side. That I cannot promise that. Yin Mo was engulfed in fury. Shu Tong, his partner, held a disbelief that he would rise to the occasion in times of peril, instead opting to be a coward, a pitiful wretch. This was a disgrace to the Silver Wolf clan. Yin Mo's hand caressed the sparse soft fur at his neck. You have a mission. You cannot risk everything for a mere female. Yet, I still yearn for the hope that you might save my father in his hour of need. By saving him, you would preserve his life, instilling hope in the Phoenix clan and granting my mother the courage to survive. You know I am intelligent. Even if I were to be taken by the stray beasts, I could endure among them. This was the confidence that buoyed Shu Tong. With Yin Mo's formidable abilities, appealing to him for her father's rescue seemed to guarantee his survival. Yin Mo remained silent, deep in contemplation. How could he minimize the losses? How could he ensure their safe passage to the city of beasts? Shu Tong reflected on the events of the night they had bonded as partners. I believe that group of stray beasts will not relent. They have certainly heard of our intention to offer a female to the city of beasts. The stray beasts, already devoid of partners, would not miss this opportunity. Shu Tong shifted into a more comfortable position, noting Yin Mo's silence, and continued, they will likely launch a surprise attack in a couple of days if the female falls into their hands. It would be manageable, but I fear for your safety as well that I am aware of their recent surge in activity. Yet success is not guaranteed for them. You witnessed the events of that fateful night. I could easily crush the leader of the stray beasts underfoot. Yin Mo shook his head, subconsciously hoping that no calamity would befall them. Yet, fate often defies one's wishes. The upper continent was already in chaos, ravaged by the stray beasts, who seized any female in their sight. Infuriatingly, the stray beasts not only sought members of their own kind, but also demanded specific physical attributes. The onslaught remained unabated as many beast folk flocked to their ranks. The stray beast forces grew more powerful by the day. With such audacity, they were destined to soar to great heights, and the heavens themselves could hardly bear witness to their rise. Hence, I declare the situation quite troublesome. Shu Tong exhaled deeply. Yin Mo surveyed their surroundings, remaining silent. His gaze swept across the area, finally resting upon Yin Chuan, who was fast asleep, entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama. How enviable her carefree demeanor seemed. A rustling sound emerged from ahead. Shu Tong perked up her ears, listening intently before leaning down to whisper to Yin Mo, "Did you hear that?" Yin Mo, disregarding speech, halted, pressing his head to the ground, focusing intently. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "It is the wind of the night." "Yes, that's so." Shu Tong recoiled slightly, feeling the chill of the deepening night. Nevertheless, her drowsiness had considerably diminished. "You should take this time to rest. I will awaken you when a moment is right." Yin Mo clearly had no inclination to converse further. Shu Tong obediently fell silent, contemplating how to confront the impending unknown ambush. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently drifted into slumber. When her consciousness returned, she found herself wrapped in a blanket, her body feeling languid and weak. She reached out to touch her surroundings, only to discover a patch of warmth. Yin Mo was nowhere to be seen. The area was eerily quiet, with the occasional hoot of an owl. Though she felt no fear, anxiety gnawed at her, dreading that Yin Mo might abandon her. Her father would be worried. Rising, she wrapped the blanket around herself and began to search for him. After wandering a few meters, she caught sight of two large figures squatting on a nearby rock. In the moonlight, with their heads raised and gazes fixed ahead, it was unmistakably Yin Mo. Shu Tong could not be mistaken, for she recognized his distinctive coloring. Yet, there was another wolf, noticeably smaller than Yin Mo, nestled beside him in a display of intimacy that stirred discomfort within her. Just then, the moonlight illuminated the second wolf, revealing it to be a silver female. Had Yin Mo betrayed her, meeting a female wolf in the dead of night while bringing along his original partner? This felt exceedingly brazen. With a heart full of trepidation, Shu Tong crept closer, treading lightly. The two wolves appeared oblivious to her approach. The female wolf spoke, her voice heavy with accusation. Yin Mo, why did you bond with a female of the Phoenix clan? Her slender eyes glistened with tears, evoking a profound sense of pity in any creature that beheld her. One could hardly resist the urge to comfort her. Yet Yin Mo remained unmoved, his demeanor icy as he replied, "Because my affairs are none of your concern. What? Are you so bewitched by that Phoenix creature?" Yin Mo's retort was unwavering and resolute. The wolf lurking in the shadows felt a pang of dread. He had clearly warned Yin Mei against disturbing the young master. Not only did she disregard his advice, but she also came forth to challenge him. They were merely the young master's confidants. Certain matters were not hers to meddle in. Desperation clawed at her. "She is my partner. You have no right to speak of her so." Yin Mo's expression darkened, his gaze fixed with palpable displeasure. In a fit of anger, Yin Mei stood abruptly, turning to bare her teeth. How has the young master endured all these years? How could a mere phoenix comprehend his struggles? I have stood by him during his darkest hours, believing that we would unite as partners. Tears glistened in Yin Mei's eyes, and the anguish was unmistakable. Among the beast world, how many females possess the ability to shift forms freely? She was unique. Yet Yin Mo failed to appreciate her worth. How could she not be incensed? Moreover, how much had she sacrificed that he could not recognize? She lifted her paw to wipe away her tears and continued. "We belong to the same clan. Our union could produce powerful offspring. Yet you choose a lowly female from the lower continent. When did the young master become so despondent?" Upon hearing the word lowly, Yin Mo instinctively extended his claw, poised to strike. Yin Mei's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. She leaned forward, offering her head. "Young master, if you wish to kill me, then do so. I accept it. However, I will not spare your female." The resolve in Yin Mei's eyes caused Yin Mo's claw to hesitate. The Silver Wolf clan had suffered significant losses in the lower continent due to circumstances beyond their control. In their quest to strengthen their clan, the younger generation had endured immeasurable hardships. There had been losses and injuries, yet they shared profound bonds. Yet here was Yin Mei, causing strife over his choice of partner. Leaving him disheartened, "I will reiterate, if you lay a claw on my female, you shall face my wrath." With that, Yin Mo turned to seek Shu Tong. Just then, he noticed a figure lurking in shadows. Watching him intently, the usually composed Yin Mo felt a surge of panic that he rushed forward, intending to speak to Shu Tong, only to hear her voice. "Have you finished your conversation? You heard everything." Yin Mo cautiously scrutinized Shu Tong's expression, only to find her remarkably composed, as if nothing were amiss. "I asked that one of your kin." As she posed her question, she turned to leave, but at that moment, a figure lunged forward, murderous intent surging toward Shu Tong. Shu Tong stood frozen, trusting that Yin Mo would come to her rescue. With a thunderous crash, the mother wolf collided with a nearby thicket, propelled by Yin Mo's intervention. Yin Mo turned, using his tail to shield Shu Tong protectively. "I warned you not to lay a paw on her. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to retaliate." Yin Mo's voice was cold and resolute. The mother wolf, struggling to rise from the underbrush, winced from the pain of her back, knowing that Yin Mo had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Yet, the pain she felt was akin to death itself. For the sake of a female he had known for but 2 or 3 days, he had resorted to violence against her. Did that not sting his heart? The she-wolf let out a sharp cry once more, her unwillingness palpable. In an instant, she lunged forward. Yin Mo, with Shu Tong in tow, pivoted gracefully, his forepaw striking the back of Yin Mei. The impact sent Yin Mei tumbling to the ground, leaving her in disbelief as she sputtered twice, gazing incredulously at Yin Mo beneath the moonlight. His cold, sharp features resembled a blade, piercing through her very heart. In front of Shu Tong, she lost her composure, feeling as though she had been subjected to a cruel punishment, and no longer did she howl or struggle. Rising to her feet, she prepared to depart, her tail drooping low before it suddenly arched upward. Her slender wolf eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of ferocity that could not be concealed. As Shu Tong watched her fade into the depths of the night, she abruptly seized Yin Mo's tail. "Why didn't you mention before that you had admirers?" she inquired. Yin Mo winced in pain, but chose to endure it. Suddenly shifting into human form, he cradled Shu Tong in his arms and began to stride toward the warm pool. "I never considered bonding with Yin Mei," he asserted. Shu Tong, caught off guard by the embrace, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Observing Yin Mo's expression, she realized he spoke the truth. Yet the existence of such a female posed a dilemma. She had no time to voice her thoughts. Her questions were silenced by Yin Mo's actions. He placed her atop a high stone, locking eyes with her. The kiss was fervent, nearly taking her breath away. At last, they parted. "Are you attempting to seduce me with your beauty?" Shu Tong boldly questioned. "I am merely proving that my heart belongs solely to you," Yin Mo replied, his thumb gently caressing her cheek. In the hazy moonlight, she appeared even more enchanting, especially as she breathed softly, flooding his mind with intimate images. His heart raced with unease as he grasped her waist, having discovered that it was ticklish. Indeed, Shu Tong felt a sudden itch, struggling fiercely before she accidentally tumbled off the stone and landed atop Yin Mo. He was caught off guard, staring blankly at her. Shu Tong pressed her hand on his shoulder, teasingly saying, "Tonight, I shall serve you well, and in return, how about a little one?" Yin Mo's gaze deepened, his demeanor exceedingly agreeable. "What kind of service do you have in mind?" Shu Tong lowered her gaze, focusing on his lips. "Anything you desire, as long as it pleases me." With those words, her lips met his. Their faces drew close, their breaths mingling. Yin Mo's throat constricted as he looked at Shu Tong, anticipating her next move. Yet, at that crucial moment, she stood up, wrapping herself in a blanket as she declared, "It's late. I must take my leave." Yin Mo's throat tightened. After all this, she intended to depart. How infuriating! Suddenly, he extended his long arm, pulling Shu Tong back into his embrace, his warm lips brushing against her ear. "I will ensure that you willingly bear me a child, that I look forward to it." Shu Tong melted into his arms, her hands growing restless. The moonlight was exquisite, the water of the pool rippling. For reasons unknown, both of them felt a touch of madness that night. Sweat trickled down Yin Mo's temples, splattering onto Shu Tong's face. She reached out, but before she could act, she was turned around. The moon, shy, hid behind clouds. Meanwhile, Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. The latter half of the night was their most exhausting time. "You run once, frighten them, and then return," he instructed. "Boss, is this really a good idea?" Yi Feng asked eagerly. "Try it, and you'll find out," Bai Yi replied, his eyes fixed on the forest. Regrettably, he had yet to spot that little wildling. His heart raced with anxiety. The latter half of the night was when the beastmen were most fatigued. Yi Feng and his companions sprang into action, surging forth like a torrent, swiftly surrounding the resting beastmen. The encirclement tightened gradually. Feng Xiu rested on a branch. Eyes closed, he vaguely heard a sound, and suddenly opened his eyes, peering into the darkness behind him, but saw nothing but shadows. He turned to his companions. "Did you hear anything?" A young male, still drowsy, yawned. "Chief, it was probably the wind." Feng Xiu stretched out his wings, signaling for silence from his kin. He listened to the sounds of night insects buzzing, the snores of males, and the occasional grumbling of females. As dawn approached, the surroundings remained somewhat hazy. After a prolonged silence, he questioned again, "Are you certain you didn't hear anything?" The young beastman, baffled by Feng Xiu's actions, insisted. "No, something fell off. The silence was too profound. Isn't silence a good thing? The young beast man said, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Although he knew there was danger, the unknown threat loomed like a hand in the darkness, poised to strike at any moment. They had only recently come of age, and this trip to Wanshou City was meant to broaden their horizons. Their parents had high hopes for them, wishing they could stay in Wanshou City and secure a promising future. Yet, such a future could cost them their lives. Feng Xiu retracted his wings and took flight, not forgetting to instruct. Go tell the resting beastmen to wake up. The wandering beasts won't take care if you're tired. The young beastman wanted to say something, but complied with the order. Just as he turned, he noticed something in the sky. Have they not grown weary after flying all night? He wondered aloud. Feng Xiu also spotted it. He looked up and saw shadows plummeting from the hazy moonlight. However, halfway down, they seemed to mock Feng Xiu, flapping their wings and dancing mid-air. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry rang out. Feng Xiu shouted at the top of his lungs, "The wandering beasts are coming." Yet, it was too late. From the towering woods surged forth countless figures, toppling the campfire and sending sparks flying. The resting flying beasts in the sky were instantly thrown into chaos. Feng Xiu steadied his nerves and shouted, "Don't panic. Some of you encircle the wandering beasts while the rest protect the females." His command was cut short as two black eagles swooped in, gripping his arms with the intent to tear him apart. However, he was experienced in aerial combat. As he dove, he managed to break free, shedding several vivid red feathers that floated down gracefully. Many beastmen, still in slumber, were unable to rise before the wandering beasts seized their throats. Their cries for help stifled before they were claimed by death. They were closing in. "Curse these wandering beasts!" shouted one of the beastmen. Feng Xiu turned her head and let out a soft snort, already having plotted her course with fierce intent. Upon encountering the beastmen, she lunged to bite, akin to a bandit. The cries of the beasts reverberated through the air as the beastmen hurriedly prepared for battle. Their combat prowess notably feeble. The rogue beasts harbored a singular aim: to disrupt their ranks and unsettle their minds, thereby seizing the females. Consequently, the convoy they were escorting found itself considerably handicapped. Many beastmen were overwhelmed, their fighting capabilities nearly non-existent. The toppled campfire scattered embers that ignited the surrounding trees and underbrush, setting them ablaze in an instant. Some individuals rushed forth with the females in tow. As the beastmen protecting them landed, they swiftly sensed impending doom, for the rogue beasts had brought scorpions. The scorpion beasts, adept at concealment and burrowing, launched a sudden assault. Before they could react, the sharp stingers pierced their abdomens, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain ignited their ferocity. The beastmen bit down on the pincers. This swarm of rogue beasts descended like locusts, leaving no survivors in their wake, although many were capable of fierce combat. The panic caused by the ambush was not to be underestimated. The flames began to engulf the beastmen, their anguished screams striking a chord of pain in the hearts of onlookers. High above, Feng Xiu was about to speak when several ropes shot out from behind, swiftly ensnaring her neck. With a sudden surge of strength, they yanked her down from the sky. The ropes tightened around her throat, and Feng Xiu struggled to shout to her kin beside her, urging them to heed the ropes. The extreme lack of oxygen made her vision dim. Just then, through the flames, two figures burst forth, toppling the attacking beastmen, a thick cloud of smoke obscuring Feng Xiu's view. Meanwhile, the ropes around her neck constricted once more. "Father!" a terrified voice cried out. Startled, she instinctively shouted, "Kai Kai! Flee quickly!" Shu Tong, witnessing her father ensnared by the ropes, felt her heart shatter at the thought of him being torn apart. "No!" she cried out in desperation. As she bore witness to her father's potential demise, Shu Tong was engulfed by panic. The extraordinary abilities that individuals exhibit in times of peril are truly astonishing. She could hardly comprehend how she managed to rush forward, seizing the rope and pulling with all her might. With a sharp snap, the rope broke. The male holding onto the rope lost his footing and crashed into the throng of beasts, becoming a mere pulp beneath their stampede. The sudden release provided Feng Xiu with a moment of respite from his confinement. He transformed his wings into hands, gripping the rope tightly, Coughing violently, a warm hand patted his back. And he heard Shu Tong's concerned voice beside him. "Father, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Feng Xiu replied, swallowing hard before managing a strained smile. Shu Tong had no time for further conversation, her gaze darting upward. Several ropes still dangled above. And to her surprise, she recognized the beast man tugging at them. Narrowing her eyes, she tore at the ropes before her father, completely liberating him. Feng Xiu, clutching his neck, turned to gaze at the nearby beast man. Those piercing eyes were unmistakable. Upon catching sight of Shu Tong, Bai Yi smirked. The earlier ambush had merely been an appetizer. This was his true objective, the female who haunted his dreams, glaring at him with palpable animosity. He felt exhilarated, stepping closer with deliberate slowness. "Little Yi, we meet again. Have you missed me?" Bai Yi's voice resonated, low and tremulous. "You are that tiger who almost lost an eye to Yin Mo last time. Have you no memory? Have you returned here to seek your demise?" Instinctively, Shu Tong shoved her father behind her, ready to protect him. Feng Xiu felt a surge of anxiety, yet his heart swelled with joy. Since coming of age, he had borne the mantle of safeguarding his family, never anticipating that the child he cherished would display such thoughtfulness. His eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. "How cruel, exposing my vulnerabilities. Not very friendly, is it, little Yi?" Bai Yi halted, the scabs on his cheek twitching. This little Yi was far too harsh. He could at least show some courtesy. After all, there would be opportunities for affection later. To bolster his pride. "Enough of this banter. If you wish to fight, then let us." Shu Tong rolled up her sleeves, adopting a combative stance. Behind her, the chaos of the beast horde erupted into a frenzy of males entangled in conflict. Blood splattering everywhere. The warmth of the blood only incited the beast men further. Out of the corner of her eye, Shu Tong caught a glimpse of a silver figure darting through the throng, leaving destruction in its wake amidst the continuous cries of agony. By the time Feng Xiu was rescued, dawn had broken. The flames consuming the forest began to dwindle. Bai Yi observed the dwindling number of beastmen accompanying him and abruptly altered his strategy. "Yi Feng, it's time to seize the females." He let out a howl that echoed through the mountains. Shu Tong turned to her father, saying, "Father, it appears we are in for a fierce battle that if danger arises. You must protect yourself. Mother is waiting for you." Feng Xiu shook his head. Kai, I am older now. If I perish, it matters not, but you must not." Gripping her father's arm tightly, Shu Tong suddenly declared, "If danger arises, we will flee." "Agreed." Feng Xiu nodded. Shu Tong quickly averted her gaze, focusing on the chaotic scene. Her eyes locked onto Bai Yi's point. One pair of eyes burned with intensity, while the other remained icy. After their gazes met, Shu Tong pivoted and sprinted away. "Little Yi, you've caught my attention," Bai Yi remarked, licking his lips as he took off in pursuit. Feng Xiu, alarmed, flapped his wings and dove, snatching Shu Tong and tossing her on his back. The father and daughter coordinated seamlessly. "Shao," Bai Yi called out, "Caw." A black eagle swooped down from the sky, ready to rend the phoenix apart. Bai Yi commanded, "This phoenix is too much of an eyesore. My little Yi cannot escape my grasp." Living in the jungle, Bai Yi was intimately familiar with every nook and cranny. Today he had a target, and he charged forth like a man possessed, after vanishing into the underbrush. The eagle pursued Feng Xiu relentlessly, its massive form creating a fierce wind that nearly knocked Shu Tong off balance. Feng Xiu narrowly evaded it, while Shu Tong swayed precariously, gripping her father's feathers. Looking down, she spotted Yin Mo, who, upon noticing her suspended in midair, shouted, "Jump down." The ground offered cover, while the sky provided no refuge. Should Feng Xiu be attacked, Shu Tong would surely meet her demise from the fall. "All right." Shu Tong took a deep breath and gently patted her father's back. As the eagle swooped down, she suddenly exerted herself, leaping from midair. Witnessing this scene, her brother, who was fleeing with the silver bracelet, could not help but exclaim, "Ah!" She, hidden within the basket, felt no less discomfort. The pursuing beastmen were reckless, seizing anyone they could without regard for the lives of females. They were terrifying. The menacing gazes of the males pierced through her, prompting her to bury her head in the basket, too frightened to utter a complaint, fearing she might die of fright. Yin Tong ran desperately, trying to stay close to Yin Mo, who could protect the females. As Shu Tong fell from the heights, she landed securely on Yin Mo's back, gasping, "This group of wandering beasts has changed their minds. They were merely testing us before, but now they mean business." She clutched Yin Mo's wolf fur tightly, attempting to lower herself down. "Hold on tight," Yin Mo declared, and with that he sprang forward, breaking through the encirclement. Bai Yi licked his lips, visibly displeased. "Boss, this group of beastmen is difficult to capture. The females are right in front of us, swaying tantalizingly. It makes me uneasy. Yi Feng hurried back, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Hurry up and chase them." Bai Yi shot him a glance that sent Yi Feng running away in fright. Bai Yi turned to the black bear, who was busy eating. "Stop eating and block that silver wolf. Be careful of the female on its back. She is mine." "Understood," the black bear replied, quickly finishing his last bite of meat before pounding his chest and charging forward. Once he was in motion, he barreled through with a clear target. Many males grew resentful, clawing at his bare face, yet they could not halt his momentum in the blink of an eye. He reached Yin Mo. Their eyes locked. Yin Mo smirked, overestimating himself. "Hold on tight." With that, he lunged forward, colliding with the bear. Shu Tong, perched on his back, was jolted off, landing on the ground, dazed and disoriented. As she hit the ground, the bear was sent flying into the fire pit. Its fur igniting that he rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. Ignoring her own predicament, Shu Tong scrambled to her feet, only to find a white figure standing before her, looking down at her. "Xiaoyi, are you all right?" "Crazy," Shu Tong muttered, immediately springing up. "I in such a perilous situation." He appeared so relaxed that "Oh, you have any medicine?" Bai Yi asked with a smile, his tiger face adorably charming despite the scar marring his beauty. "What exactly do you want?" Shu Tong stood up, gazing at him. "I only desire you," Bai Yi replied earnestly. Seeing the sparks ignite in his eyes, Shu Tong felt a surge of anger, wanting to strike him. She had suspected that this tiger was not serious. Without further ado, she leaped forward, determined to emulate Wu Song and strike down the tiger with a single blow. Bai Yi, delighted by her sudden approach, danced with glee. Bang! Her punch landed, causing him to see stars. Just as he was about to admonish her to be gentler lest she ruin his future happiness, Shu Tong flipped onto his back, seizing his ears and delivering punch after punch. The impact of her fists against his skull echoed painfully. "Xiaoyi, do not force me to strike at the females." Blood trickled from Bai Yi's nostrils. He understood that this female was intent on his demise, yet he savored it. "I am but a shepherd, generally speaking only to beasts." Shu Tong continued to pound his head, neck, and back, targeting any soft spot until he begged for mercy. "Ah, ah," a cry rang out behind her. Distracted, Shu Tong turned to see the silver bracelet knocked out of the basket, snatched up by a male that a sense of dread washed over her. The silver bracelet was in a period of heat. They would surely not let it go, and no longer entangled with Bai Yi. She jumped down but found her waist ensnared by his tail. "You come and go as you please. Xiaoyi, you greatly underestimate me." Bai Yi seized the opportunity, transforming into human form. Despite his bruised visage, he grinned like a fool. "Let go of me. I must save her." Shu Tong elbowed him, but he caught her hand, attempting to kiss it, only to have her pull away, striking and kicking, yet unable to break free. Observing this, Yin Mo broke free from the beastman's grasp and charged towards Shu Tong. Just then, Yin Mo rushed out. "You cannot go. Step aside." Yin Mo glared, his eyes aflame. "I shall not." Yin Mo stood her ground, the two beasts facing each other. That's so." Yin Mo lunged, claw raised toward Yin Mo. She cried out in pain as his claw sliced her face. Leaving a deep scar that would mar her once she transformed back into her beast form. Yin Mo shouted, disregarding her pain. Yin Mo, however, paid her no mind, intent on pressing forward. Suddenly, a cry rang out. He looked up to see Shu Tong being carried aloft by a black eagle, her scream arising from witnessing Feng Xiu being seized by two other eagles, one of its legs torn off. Feng Xiu swayed and began to plummet. Shu Tong collided with Bai Yi's leg, nearly incapacitating him. The cry had escaped him. Freeing herself from the binding, Shu Tong grasped the eagle's neck, delivering blow after blow. The eagle, in pain, swayed, descending toward Feng Qiu's falling form, but he stared in helpless fury as several figures vanished into the dense foliage. Anger surged within him as he glared at Yin Mo, the cause of his delay. And for the first time, he felt the stirrings of murderous intent. Without a word, he stepped forward, extending his claws to grip Yin Mo's head, smashing it into the ground. In the next moment, blood streamed from her head as she lay motionless on the ground. Yin Mo coldly retracted his claws, and before departing, uttered, "This debt will be settled upon my return." With that, his silver form vanished. Yin Mo, watching his receding silhouette, felt a tumult of emotions. This was a death sentence for her. Yet it was all worth it. With Shu Tong leaping from such a height, her demise was inevitable. As dawn broke completely, the ambush concluded. Dozens of beastmen were lost, 10 females taken, and while the rest remained unharmed. They were terrified, huddling in the arms of the males, too frightened to move. The fox envoy observed the wounded beastmen and said, "Let us rest for a moment before we set out. Everyone is too weary. The wandering beasts are also exhausted. Let us first reach a safe place before resting." Heng Yin replied, truly frightened for the first time upon witnessing so many wandering beasts, even accompanied by scorpions. They had lost many elites. What about the lost females? Heng Yin inquired. There is nothing to be done. Life and death are fated. The fox envoy spoke that he noticed that Shu Tong was also absent, leaving only her friend Yinchuan nestled in her brother's embrace. Weeping, Yin felt a pang of sorrow as well, yet was powerless to assist. Over 1,000 males had perished, nearly 100 of them gone. It had only been a day since the calamity struck. With still over 10 days of journey ahead, they needed to muster their spirits. Before Shu Tong fell, it was Bei who had saved her, though she had inadvertently knocked him unconscious in her desperation to escape. Yet, she could not evade capture. Upon opening her eyes, she found her father lying beside her, one leg shattered, blood oozing from the break. Darkening as time passed, she hastily rose to examine the injury. "Do not exert yourself. He will not survive," Bei's voice echoed. "Get away." Shu Tong bellowed in fury. She harbored no gratitude for Bei's intervention. If not for him and his kind, her father would not have been reduced to this state. She quickly discarded her leather skirt, her hands trembling as she attempted to treat the wound. The area was lush with vegetation, and nearby, medicinal herbs flourished, ignoring the attempts of the roaming beasts to obstruct her. She gathered a few, crushing and mashing them to apply to the injury. Then, her gaze fell upon a corner where 9 females huddled, trembling and with bloodshot eyes, clearly having cried. With Yinchuan absent, she felt a semblance of relief. Yet, even if her father's injury healed, he would remain disabled. Bei remained unfazed. "Staying with us will not be a detriment to you. Your mate is of no use, having been delayed by a she-wolf that blocked your path." "Thus you fell into my grasp." Bei's intent was clear. Shu Tong frowned, inhaling deeply. This tiger's tongue was too sharp. She yearned to slap him, to knock the stars from his eyes. "I accept that we are outmatched. But you shall not lay a finger on my father. Otherwise, I will not rest until I make you pay with your life." For now, while under duress, she needed to adopt a softer demeanor. However, she would not abandon her father. "You wish to save him?" Bei approached, glancing at the unconscious phoenix. "His leg is broken, and he has lost a considerable amount of blood. Can he survive?" "What a ridiculous question," Shu Tong retorted, her tone sharp. "Little Yao, do not be angry. Whatever your method of rescue may be, just do it. However, you must accompany me. Once we reach the lair of the roaming beasts, I shall inform Hal that I intend to take you as my mate. From this day forth, you shall follow me, and we shall bear offspring together. What do you say?" Bei was undeterred. The little Yao's temper was endearing. Now seeing her, his own wounds seemed to fade. "Boss, this little Yao has sharp claws. Be careful she doesn't scratch your face at night." Yefeng chimed in. The moment he laid eyes on Shu Tong, he recalled the kick she had delivered, which still ached mildly. "Fear not. I find her spirited nature quite appealing." Bei grinned lewdly, eliciting a gnashing of Shu Tong's teeth. Yet she refrained from arguing, choosing instead to sit beside her father, surveying her unfamiliar surroundings. This was a strange place, with a pool of water nearby, where many beast men lounged. washing themselves while casting lascivious glances in her direction. She pondered how long it would take for her father to fully recover, plotting her escape for when the time was right. Bei seemed to read her thoughts. Do not dwell on escape, little Yao. Once you fall into our hands, there is no escaping unless you possess the strength to defeat every male present. Otherwise, you must obediently remain with the roaming beast tribe and bear young. Shu Tong naturally ignored him, finding his clinginess bothersome. Just then, her father stirred awake, glancing around until he spotted Shu Tong beside him, calling out in alarm, "Kai Kai!" "Father!" Shu Tong rushed to his side, supporting him as he carefully sat up. "Is there anywhere that hurts?" Fengxiu's face was ashen as he looked down at his leg, staring in shock for a long while he felt pain in his leg, a result of an accidental injury during the fight. To heal completely would require time. Yet, they were now trapped, en route to the roaming beast tribe, and he would have to endure suffering. Shu Tong's heart ached. It was her inadequacy that had led to this. She felt powerless. "It is fine, as long as you are alive," Fengxiu thought, feeling both anxious and distressed. His leg was broken, and without a shaman to tend to it, he would have to live with the remnants of his shattered limb, perhaps never returning to the tribe. The thought of his mate and cubs deepened his despair. Shu Tong observed her father's dejected expression, turning away to wipe away her tears. "It will be all right, as long as I can find medicinal herbs along the way. I can help mend your leg," she reassured, forcing a calm facade. "Silly Kai Kai, my leg was shattered. It is held together by mere scraps of flesh, and recovery is impossible," Fengxiu lamented, his sorrow palpable that he steeled himself to say. "Given the circumstances, do not force yourself. Once we reach the roaming beast tribe, you must take care of yourself. When it becomes absolutely necessary, abandon me and escape. Tell your mother I have let her down." Fengxiu's face was as pale as parchment, his words growing increasingly grim. Shu Tong clutched his arm tightly, her heart heavy. Conditions here were dire, and there was no equipment for surgery, let alone the herbs needed for healing. The roaming beasts completed their tasks, resting for half an hour before preparing to depart. Shu Tong was unwilling to speak further with Bei, yet she found herself in need of his assistance. Reluctantly, she approached him, constrained by circumstance, and said with great reluctance, "My father's leg is injured. He cannot exert himself too much. Would you be so kind as to find a male to assist him for a while? I will do my utmost to meet your needs." Bei regarded Shu Tong with keen interest, circling her like a predator. "Hekati last. You have spoken to me that if you can ensure my father's safety, I will be amiable for 24 hours a day. However, should anything happen to him, I cannot guarantee what madness I might unleash." Shu Tong felt a shiver at his gaze, suppressing her discomfort as she continued, "Though his leg is broken, with timely treatment, he may survive." Bei, clever as he was, understood how to appeal to a female's sensibilities. Shu Tong clenched her hands at her sides, her resolve firm. "Little Yao, you always know how to tug on my heartstrings." "I agree." Bei genuinely cherished Shu Tong. She was a fascinating female, disdainful of herself, yet seeking his favor. Her inherent pride allowed her to lower herself to converse with him. He was both surprised and delighted. If Shu Tong were to demand his life at this moment, he would willingly comply. "Thank you," Shu Tong said awkwardly. Fengxiu, unable to move, watched his daughter with immense sorrow that it was all his fault. Otherwise, how could his daughter possibly demean herself so? He silently vowed to seek vengeance and to escape with his cubs at any cost. Bei was equally astonished. This little Yao had actually expressed gratitude. His excitement was evident, his foolish grin making his subordinates feel embarrassed to observe. Bei led Shu Tong, trailing behind the larger group. Fengxiu was hoisted by a black bear, and the band of beastmen set off on their journey to the roaming beast tribe. "Once I arrive, I will inform Hal that you are to be my mate. I know you are reluctant. But if you wish to survive in the tribe of the roaming beasts, you must heed my words." Bei's voice trembled slightly, the scent emanating from the female making him restless. His drooping tail thrashed about desperately. Were it not for his strong self-control, he might have acted upon his urges. For us females, being sent to the wandering beast tribe means we possess no freedom, nor the power to choose our mates. Shu Tong diligently memorized the route, yet Bei and his companions were cunning. Taking bizarre paths, one moment they traversed the grasslands, the next they wandered through the jungle, then they would pass through caverns. No matter how good her memory was, she could not retain it all. Indeed, upon arrival, you would be assigned a powerful beastman by Hal, and thereafter subjected to nightly torment until you bore offspring. Bei cared little for such matters. His primary concern was Shu Tong and how to arrange things. How would allow him to select because of his merits? Surely, females are not so delicate. Shu Tong feigned ignorance, hoping to extract some information from Bei that might aid her escape. In truth, she had a means of escape, but she could not abandon her father if she were to act upon it. She would be worse than a beast. Are you jesting, Xiaoyi? Bei inquired with a hint of amusement. Isn't it so? Shu Tong retorted, in the wandering beast tribe, females were merely tools for reproduction. No female could earn the favor of a male unless she were an exception. Bei spoke earnestly, stating that they adhered to a doctrine of strength, subjugating females beneath their feet without regard for their feelings. Yet Shu Tong stirred a flicker of compassion within him. With compassion arose the potential for love, leading him to willingly be guided by her henceforth. It is no wonder there are no females in your wandering beast tribe. This is precisely why you have never grown strong, Shu Tong exclaimed with indignation. It is not the delicacy of females that dictates their treatment, but rather mutual affection and understanding that fosters longevity. Who cares? Bei replied nonchalantly. Can I not choose multiple mates? Shu Tong, unwilling to engage in further debate, posed a question of reality. Should such an opportunity arise, she would attempt to employ a scheme of discord. You are mine. No one can take you away. Bei huffed in irritation and anger, for Shu Tong spoke the truth. Hal could not possibly allow him to monopolize Shu Tong due to his achievements. A duel would be inevitable. Seeing his agitation, Shu Tong smiled. The opportunity had finally presented itself. She believed that where there is a will, there is a way. Yet what means would be suitable? She pondered. Bei intentionally sought to frighten her, stating that the males were increasingly ferocious, merely desiring their own offspring, indifferent to the fate of the females. Shu Tong had expected him to offer some other insight, only to realize he was merely trying to scare her. Relieved, she found a comfortable position to lie down, in desperate need of rest to gather strength for the impending challenges. There was little to fear. They could not force a female to conceive immediately, hence death seemed far removed from her reality. Xiaoyi, do not treat this matter lightly. I have lived in the wandering beast tribe for many years. Robust females rarely survive beyond 3 months, and you are quite frail. Bei exhaled, feeling inexplicably vexed at the thought of losing Shu Tong. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. Death is not determined by size. Shu Tong replied indifferently. Bei was confident that Shu Tong would not perish, yet his kin were excessively brutal. How could he prevent Shu Tong from meeting an untimely end? This posed a significant dilemma. His kin were shameless, utterly devoid of decency, and had gone empty. As Shu Tong had said, they were sick that it was absurd that females were not regarded as remedies. Shu Tong was taken to the wandering beast tribe, while Yin Xuan wept throughout the journey in the hanging basket. Can you please stop crying? Yin Tong exclaimed in frustration, having not seen Yin Mo's face, which was dark enough to drip water. Why can't I cry? Why must I suppress my tears? Because we are family, and there are certain things I must say. Yin Xuan wiped her tears. She was on the verge of losing control over the overwhelming emotions within her, ready to unleash her grievances. Yin Mo remained silent. I know you lack shame. How could you be so ineffectual as to be obstructed by that she-wolf? Shu Tong is your mate, and now she has been taken by the wandering beasts. Do you truly believe she can survive? Yin Tong retorted angrily. At this point, can you refrain from speaking out of turn? Is this something Yin Mo can control? Who says he cannot? Yin Xuan snapped back. When it came to bullying Shu Tong, he showed great strength. Yet when it came to confronting the wandering beasts, he faltered. I see he has no concern for Shu Tong at all. Had I known this would happen, I would have preferred she chose Feng Yi instead. Yin Xuan's words brought a chilling silence. Yin Xuan, you must be quiet, Yin Tong commanded sternly. Halting abruptly, he felt that his sister's words were unnecessary. Yin Mo, as Shu Tong's mate, had failed to protect her, allowing her to be taken by the wandering beasts. He was undoubtedly filled with guilt and sorrow, as his family. Instead of offering comfort, she chose to make cutting remarks. He feared that this sister would eventually drive him to despair, I refuse to be silent. Today, I will demand an explanation. Yin Chuan pinched her brother and turned her gaze upon Yin Mo, her eyes sharp as knives, as if wishing to pierce him through. Yin Mo turned to face her, saying nothing, his sapphire blue eyes filled with coldness. He listened quietly as Yin Chuan berated him, her words repeating in a loop. Are you still a male? Weren't you always powerful? Aren't you the shaman of the tribe? Then why not use medicine? And so forth. Yin Tong yelled in exasperation. Can you not keep quiet? Is this not because of you? He had endured her tirade, but could no longer restrain himself. He had not intended to voice such thoughts. But his sister's behavior was utterly outrageous. She disregarded Yin Mo's feelings, stabbing him in the heart with her words. He ought to consider why Yin Mo had faltered. Was it merely because that she-wolf got in the way? He had been protecting her all along. Brother, how dare you scold me? Are you implying it is my fault? Yin Chuan shouted in anger. The advancing beastmen slowed their pace. Yin Chuan leaped from the hanging basket, raising her fist to strike her brother. Oh, you have a pig's brain. Is it not because of you that he risked everything to save you? And the loss of Shu Tong is also connected to you. Yin Tong could no longer contain himself. The previously boisterous Yin Chuan fell silent. Reflecting on the situation, she finally realized that Yin Mo was protecting himself, and Shu Tong was inadvertently seeking his protection. A moment of clarity struck her, leading to a wave of remorse. Suddenly, she burst into tears. It's all my fault. Why didn't I let myself be captured? Stop crying. What good will it do to dwell on this now? Yin Tong's head throbbed with pain. He glanced at Yin Mo's expression, which remained stoic, exuding an aura of chill capable of freezing a person to death. Are you all right? Yin Tong asked cautiously. I will take you to the city of 10,000 beasts. After that, I will go to the wandering beast tribe, Yin Mo suddenly declared. You intend to go to the wandering beast tribe? There are many beastmen there. You cannot go alone. Yin Tong immediately retorted. I must go. Yin Mo insisted. If I cannot dissuade you, then I will accompany you. Yin Tong let out a deep sigh. The disappearance of Shu Tong was indeed related to them. Had it not been for his father's sudden decision to include Yin Chuan, Shu Tong would certainly not have been taken away. I will go too, Yin Chuan said with a stifled sob. You'd best not complicate matters, Yin Tong replied, feeling a headache coming on. Yin Chuan fell silent, curling up in the hanging basket, pondering a solution. They were also marching at a hurried pace, moving swiftly. Even the cries of the females were disregarded. Before long, midday arrived. Shu Tong was by the riverbank, washing up and having a meal. Tea that moment, several females, taking the opportunity to accompany one another, spotted Shu Tong gathering herbs to treat Feng Qiu's injured leg. If you can't heal it, you might as well give up on him, they remarked dismissively. Shu Tong, already irked, turned to them and coldly retorted, My affairs do not require your input. How peculiar you are. We are merely offering suggestions that you think that by foraging for some odd herbs, you can mend this phoenix's leg? Save your efforts, one female scoffed. They were all castaways from the same world, hoping to band together for warmth, but Shu Tong's refusal to acknowledge them left them feeling insulted. Shu Tong frowned. Whether I exert myself is of no concern to you. Mind your own business. If you can abandon even your own father, then you are no better than a beast, she replied sharply. She had no intention of fostering goodwill with these females. They were incapable of empathy. In times of peril, they could sacrifice a male for their own safety. She did not cast blame or impose her will, but she certainly did not require others to meddle in her affairs. If she could disregard family ties, what need had she for the help of others? How dare you insult us? One of the females shouted, hopping with fury, I am busy, do not disturb me, Shu Tong said. Rinsing the herbs and flicking the water off, a few drops splashed onto the female's face, prompting her to wipe it away with the back of her hand before charging forward to grab Shu Tong's arm. However, Shu Tong swiftly kicked her into the river. Splash! Water erupted around her. The female flailed desperately in the current. Help! The river flowed swiftly, and the water was deep. Suddenly falling in, she felt the water quickly invade her ears, nose, and throat, bringing forth pain and terror. The other females huddled together in fear, too frightened to meet Shu Tong's gaze. Just as Shu Tong turned to leave, a male dove into the water like dumplings being dropped in. Rushing to rescue the fox, he went to tend his father's wounds. "Child, you are being rather impulsive," they cautioned. "They are speaking nonsense. How could I abandon you? I simply cannot do it." Shu Tong deftly crushed the herbs and applied them to the broken leg. Feng Qiu gritted his teeth, not daring to make a sound. Sweat beaded at his temples as he intently regarded Shu Tong's small face, saying earnestly, "They are right. You should abandon me. What nonsense is my father spouting? I am not a cold-blooded beast man to simply give up." Shu Tong disagreed. "Females are the most precious asset of a tribe. If I were gone, your mother could still find a mate and continue living. If you were gone, it would mean our demise." Feng Qiu continued, "Do not speak such disheartening words. I do not wish to hear them." Shu Tong was unwilling to entertain such talk. Before even taking action, they were already discussing abandonment, which was stifling to hear. This was not merely a matter of escaping. They needed to turn the world of the vagrant beasts upside down to assuage their deep-seated rage. If she wanted to deal with the vagrant beasts, she needed a foolproof plan. These females were likely incapable of achieving that. Bai Yi, being a native vagrant beast, would surely not abandon his clan for a mere female. Making the situation even more challenging, her gaze fell upon her father's face. The Phoenix clan was notoriously protective, but her brother was not present. What should she do? Feng Sheng said to Mei, "Let Bai Bai stay in my sister's room. Our home is still too small. I will bring the clan tomorrow to build a new house." Feng Sheng placed the frail little cub into his mother's arms, then took Bai Bai by the hand and led her into the house, giving her several important reminders to rest here for now. "Where will you stay?" Bai Bai asked anxiously, fearing that Feng Sheng would not stay with her. If the clan found out, she would be bullied again. "I will stay with you at night," Feng Sheng replied, his heart softening at the thought of her suffering. "All right," Bai Bai said, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she lowered her head. Unable to meet Feng Sheng's gaze, "Tomorrow we will build the house. I will gather some things. I wonder where your father and Shu Tong have gone." Mei sighed, feeling anxious. With Yin Mo around, there is nothing to worry about. Feng Sheng reassured her. Yet he too felt uneasy, but he could not voice his fears, lest he alarm his mother. Indeed, with Yin Mo's strength, they would surely be fine. Bai Bai could stay here for now. And tomorrow she would help build the house. From now on, she would not need to work or hunt. She would only need to care for the cubs and look after the home for Feng Sheng. "Tonight you will bond with your mate, allowing your mother to let go of her worries," Mei said, turning to look at Bai Bai, who immediately donned a bright smile. "We will all listen to Mei." Bai Bai exclaimed excitedly, though she was careful not to show too much enthusiasm, fearing Mei would find her excessive. She should be in her own room, but she dreaded her mother clinging to her like a stubborn adhesive, constantly seeking things. She had once given her sibling a severe beating, and once her wounds healed, she would come seeking trouble again. At that point, they would surely clash, creating chaos in their home, leaving no one at ease. Feng Rue sat at the entrance of the house, observing their comings and goings with a smile. Though his hands were busy with preparations, in just a few days, he would have a new mode of transportation. And then he would accompany his younger brother on hunts to share the burden at home. Feng Wei did not join them this time. Instead, he was summoned by the chief shaman to the treehouse for a mental evaluation. However, most of the time, he was merely assisting with chores. The chief shaman, with a bamboo basket on his back, traversed the woods in search of herbs. Suddenly, a silver wolf blocked his path, nearly causing him to jump in fright. "What are you doing here in such a fluster?" He glanced back, recalling Feng Wei's busy activity in the treehouse, relieved that he had not been discovered. "The young master sent me to deliver some bad news." The silver wolf panted, lying on the ground with difficulty. "What has happened?" The chief shaman's demeanor shifted to one of tension. "The young master and the others have been traveling for about a day. While resting at night, they were ambushed by vagrant beasts. His mate was taken by the vagrant beasts," the silver wolf stated flatly, as if discussing something trivial. The shaman stood frozen, the host slipping from his grasp and nearly crushing his foot. Dumbfounded, he asked, "What did you just say?" "The young master's mate was taken by the vagrant beasts, and the young master is furious. Wanted to kill Yin Mei," the young silver wolf said, rising abruptly before turning to leave. The shaman immediately grabbed its tail. "Clarify that statement. What does it have to do with Yin Mei?" The young silver wolf shook its head and lay back down. during the ambush when the young master tried to save his mate. Yin Mo inadvertently hindered him, causing a delay. The young master watched helplessly as his mate was taken by the vagrant beasts, and in a fit of rage, he nearly killed Yin Mo. However, out of loyalty to her, he spared her life, leaving a warning that when he returns, he will severely punish Yin Mo. What grudge could she possibly have against the young master's mate? The shaman was perplexed. Over the years, he had resided among the Phoenix clan, yet he remained oblivious to how Silver Ink had trained that group. Even more bewildering was the thought that the only shape-shifting female wolf within the team harbored such sentiments. Silver Charm had feelings for the young master, the Silver Wolf declared. The shaman, stunned, repeated the inquiry, feelings for the young master. The young Silver Wolf nodded affirmatively. Silver Charm harbored affections for the young master. We were all aware of that, and had previously advised her against investing her heart in him. Yet, she stubbornly refused to heed our counsel. The news of the young master's chosen mate had been discreetly suppressed. But somehow, she learned of it. When the young master traveled to the city of beasts, she clandestinely met him, leading to a confrontation with his mate, which resulted in the young master physically confronting her. He relayed the entire sequence of events to the Grand Shaman. The shaman, feeling a surge of frustration, stomped his foot, causing his soft hair to become disheveled, a clear indication of his foul mood. How could Silver Charm be so thoughtless? The young master rarely allowed his heart to be swayed, and when he did, it was for a lifetime. That female from the Phoenix clan was no ordinary creature. She could potentially be our opportunity to return to the upper state, and now she was on the verge of ruining it all. The shaman was seething with anger, wishing to confront Silver Charm and give her a stern reprimand. Disregarding her gender, that Phoenix truly so significant? The young Silver Wolf inquired, clearly siding with Silver Charm, having grown up alongside her. Sharing the same clan, their status was exalted. How could they possibly be compared to the lower continent's beastmen? Are you questioning my capabilities? The Grand Shaman retorted brusquely. In the past, he would softly remind the Silver Wolves with a gentle smile, imparting wisdom with heartfelt sincerity. Now, he was far from that demeanor. Silver Charm was nothing but a fool, casting their fortunate star into the realm of the vagabond beasts. Should she jeopardize their grand plans, it would be too late to remedy the situation. Even her demise would serve no purpose. The young Silver Wolf increasingly sensed the gravity of the matter and instinctively curled his tail, wishing to retreat and inform the other males to be on guard the next time they protected her, lest the young master turn against them. The shaman, regaining his composure, coldly commanded, "Very well." With that, he dashed into the woods, disappearing from sight. I could see that moment. Feng Wei emerged from behind. "Shaman," the Grand Shaman turned around, smiling as he approached Feng Wei. "Have you completed your tasks? When did you arrive here?" Feng Wei nodded. "I just got here. I think I saw something fly by." Did the shaman sustain any injuries? The Grand Shaman felt relieved, glancing at him. "It was merely a wild chicken. I'm feeling a bit peckish. You should go hunting." Feng Wei nodded. "Shaman, do you think my sister will be safe?" Just as Feng Wei took a step, he suddenly asked. The shaman instinctively became alert and turned to him. "Did you hear something?" Feng Wei, inherently oblivious to others' reactions, remained unperceptive in the presence of the shaman, resembling a mere cub. "No, I was just thinking about my sister. Father left me in the tribe before he departed. I should have gone with them." He replied earnestly. He was indeed worried. Though he was formidable, his sister was frail. Why did the shaman react so strongly? Could it be that something had happened to his sister? But how would the shaman know if he was with him? He found it perplexing. As his thoughts were limited, the shaman immediately altered his expression. "Speaking kindly, they just left not long ago, and with Silver Ink nearby, nothing will happen. You should go hunting. I'll accompany you back to the tribe to check on your sister-in-law." "Very well," Feng Wei replied. Instantly vanishing into the forest, the shaman's heart darkened with murderous intent, but he refrained from acting. Should the young master discover his intentions, it could lead to a rift between them. Feng Wei would not cause any trouble. He silently prayed. As the shaman continued on his path, he clutched his backpack tightly. In the outskirts, Shu Tong tended to her father's wounds and offered him food. As she sat down to eat, Yifeng leaned in closer, briefly brushing his hand against her wrist before pulling away. Yet, Shu Tong felt the touch. Touch my hand again, and I'll chop off your claws, she warned coldly to Yi Feng, however, wore a mischievous grin. I merely wish to feel if a female's hand is soft. I asked that so. Would you care to test again? Shu Tong suddenly leaned in, the distance between them shrinking, their breaths nearly mingling. Yi Feng's breath hitched. How had this little female suddenly become so bold? He had only been toying with her. If the leader were present, he doubted his fingers would remain intact. In his moment of distraction, Shu Tong seized his fingers and twisted them backward with force. Ah! A faint crack echoed as Yi Feng involuntarily cried out, his exclamation caught by Ye's attention, who turned to observe them. What happened? I was merely arm wrestling with him. See just how strong I am. Wouldn't you agree? Shu Tong smirked, a subtle threat in her tone, that Yi Feng nearly felt his fingers break, fearful of the leader's wrath, and could only muster a reluctant affirmation. Yes, I didn't expect this little female to be so strong. Leader, you should be cautious at night. In the interlude of conversation, he took the opportunity to retract his hand. This female had a grip like iron, nearly breaking his fingers, and it rendered him more compliant. Bai Yi, believing him, accepted it as truth. Eat up. Once we finish, we shall set out again. Bai Yi commanded, continuing his instructions. Shu Tong wiped her hands on her clothing. Should you dare to lay hands on me again, I will ensure you become a crippled beast, despised by others. Such a harsh threat. Little female, you cannot be so ruthless, he retorted. Once we arrive at the vagabond beast tribe, you will still be reliant on us. If you treat me kindly now, perhaps I will offer you protection. Yi Feng nursed his throbbing fingers but remained undeterred. No wonder the leader was smitten with her. Her temperament was both fierce and stubborn, exactly to his taste. What surprised him even more was that she likely possessed much more vigor behind closed doors. Your goodwill is wasted on me. I have no need for it, Shu Tong replied dismissively, turning her attention back to her father. Yi Feng licked his lips, stirred by a competitive spirit. Why was he so drawn to her? Was he too lacking? Since he could not find favor with Shu Tong, he would charm other females. As Yi Feng departed, a female from the Betrothal tribe approached, her face alight with admiration. You are truly impressive. Are you speaking of me? Shu Tong questioned, pointing to herself, uncertain. The girl before her bore a youthful countenance, her face beaming with delight. It is you. If only I were as formidable as you. Shu Tong stared blankly at her, then glanced at several other females who seemed to intentionally isolate the two of them. However, the females were divided into several factions, huddled in corners, eating while casting glances at others, particularly noting Shu Tong's proximity to the delicate little rabbit. Their eyes flickered with various expressions that I'm not that remarkable. If I were, I would have escaped long ago, Shu Tong replied with an unprecedented gentleness. Perhaps it was her gaze, or perhaps her inherent kindness. In any case, she found herself patient with this little female. The little female continued. I clearly saw the fight. You jumped down from a height and were caught by a silver wolf. Is that silver wolf your mate? She inquired innocently. Shu Tong's expression stiffened slightly, forcing a smile. Yes, there are simply too many females. They're spread too thin that I was unwittingly captured. The little white rabbit blinked its eyes and said with deep sympathy, I never expected your partner to be so weak, allowing you to fall into the clutches of a rogue beast. Shu Tong offered a few embellishments on behalf of Yin Mo, but the rogue beast was formidable, no matter how skilled he was. It was impossible for him to prevail, and I bear him no resentment. The little white rabbit, unaware of the source of its information, whispered mysteriously, We saw your partner and intended to rescue you. But we were thwarted by a she-wolf. Does that she-wolf have feelings for him? Shu Tong recalled that moment. She had thought to herself, this she-wolf is not to be trifled with, and she certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Indeed, as she had anticipated, the she-wolf obstructed Yin Mo's path, ensuring that he fell entirely into the hands of the silver wolf beast. The she-wolf harbored malicious intentions, using the rogue beast to orchestrate her deadly plans. The little white rabbit noticed that Shu Tong's expression had darkened, and feeling particularly awkward, it scratched its head. Please don't hold it against me. My tongue has always been quicker than my mind, and I've offended quite a few people. No worries. Ignorance is bliss, Shu Tong replied before returning to her father's side to check his temperature. Everything seemed normal, Bai Yi appeared behind her, plopping down right in front of her. Such a colossal figure was impossible to overlook. I see you were having a pleasant conversation with that little white rabbit. You should travel together from now on, Bai Yi remarked leisurely, observing Shu Tong's demeanor. Shu Tong turned around, her expression particularly grim. Bai Yi abruptly fell silent. If Shu Tong had been fierce, he might have dared to speak further, but her icy silence, her gaze piercing through him as if trying to unearth something from his very thoughts, left him trembling in his soul, rendering him speechless. Shu Tong had no desire to converse and paid no heed to Bai Yi's feelings. Thus, they continued their journey in silence, without uttering a single word. As night fell, the group kindled a fire and took a moment to rest. Shu Tong was unable to sleep soundly. Her head felt heavy as she kept her gaze lowered, failing to watch where she was going. Suddenly, she collided with someone. By the muscular build, she could tell it was a male, towering in height, with a peculiar scent. Stifling yawn, she muttered, "Sorry about that," and turned to leave. Just then, a tail reached out and tripped her. Shu Tong stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. That crucial moment, the male caught her with concern, inquiring, "Did you hurt yourself?" Upon hearing the voice, Shu Tong immediately recognized him. "I'm fine," she replied, subtly retracting her hand, careful not to injure her delicate face while walking. Bai Yi desperately wanted to laugh, but dared not. Out of concern, he offered a word of advice. Shu Tong blurted out, "If it gets broken, can't it be healed?" "Ah," Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. "It's nothing," Shu Tong dismissed, continuing on her way. Bai Yi, feeling uneasy, cautiously followed her, noticing she sought a secluded spot to relieve herself. She kept her head down, oblivious to her surroundings, merely focused on her task. Such a female made him genuinely worried. They were wandering far from home, with scarce provisions that night. They chose a hidden place to rest. Shu Tong leaned against her father, vigilant against the possibility of a fever. She was utterly exhausted and had eaten little, succumbing to sleep while clutching her belongings. Once Bai Yi confirmed she was in a deep slumber, he quietly rose to leave. At that moment, Yi Feng was amusing several young females, causing them to blush and tremble. Suddenly, someone yanked him by the collar. His enjoyment interrupted. He snapped, "Who is it? Are you blind? You've got some nerve to provoke me." Bai Yi raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his head. Yi Feng, dazed, turned to find his older brother's darkened expression, and his heart sank. He feared that his earlier actions with the young females had been discovered. What would he do now? He felt like he was in for a world of hurt. With a morose face, he was pulled aside. The females he had bullied sighed in relief, wanting to red Holly, but fearing that he might turn on them with even greater aggression. Therefore, they held back in the shade of the trees. Yi Feng anxiously glanced at his older brother. "Come on, speak up. It's better to get it over with quickly. Why did Xiao Yi twist your hand?" Bai Yi finally asked. Yi Feng licked his lips, resigned. "I wanted to see if her hand was as soft as the other females that I didn't expect to encounter such resistance. It nearly broke my finger. I knew you had ill intentions, that I care for her deeply and wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. Yet you sought to take advantage of her. Yi Feng, I consider you a brother. Yet you harbor designs on my partner. You not regard me as your older brother?" Bai Yi felt a surge of anger rising within him and slapped Yi Feng's head again, knocking it askew. "Brother, you seem to believe that only you are entitled to claim her as your Xiao Yi, yet she doesn't even wish to remember who you are. Once we return to the rogue beast tribe, can you guarantee you possess the strength to protect her?" "Hal is a devil." Yi Feng, undeterred by the slap, merely called out, "That's why I wanted you here, not to settle scores, but to ensure you stand by my side when the time comes to protect Xiao Yi. From now on, whatever you want to do, I will agree." Bai Yi inhaled deeply, staring at the moonlight, feeling caught in a dilemma for the first time. Love comes at a cost. Losing one's life is inconsequential. But if Xiao Yi were to be bullied by other males, it would gnaw at his heart. "Brother, you talk a big game, but what about your dignity?" Yi Feng taunted. "If you're going to take a dive, it might as well be swift." Bai Yi's anger boiled over. "Right now, I don't have the leisure for jokes." Yi Feng plopped down on the ground. "Brother, what you said is futile, unless you could dethrone Hal. The rules won't change. That if you truly care for this Xiao Yi, marry her tonight and endure a beating when you return, though it may not protect her. The safest course of action. After all, would be to hope she could bear a child. Bai Yi paced restlessly. Growing increasingly frustrated, he glanced at Yi Feng, who was slumped against the tree, dozing off. In a fit of irritation, he kicked him over. Yi Feng, unperturbed, merely lay on the ground. Even if you beat me to death, it won't change the truth. The young female won't let you touch her. How can she conceive? Are you suggesting it happens from a distance? Isn't the young female already mated? Bai Yi suddenly became animated, yanking Yi Feng up from the ground. Disregarding his pained expression, he looked at his older brother, a beaming smile on his face, radiating foolish excitement. Yi Feng retorted, "Are you truly so eager to become a father? Keep your mouth shut. This is the only way to ensure her survival and prevent other males from setting their sights on her." "I don't care about being a father." Bai Yi was thrilled, his eyes gleaming with hope, as he believed he might genuinely become a father. Yi Feng, unimpressed, doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "Brother, can you guarantee that White Wolf will allow his partner to bear offspring?" That posed a valid question, yet he had enough strength when he scratched my face. Surely, he could facilitate a female's conception. Bai Yi stroked his chin, appearing quite hesitant. Yi Feng's eyes shifted as he glanced at Shu Tong, who was reclining at an angle. Upon reaching the tribe, they could summon a shaman for an examination. If indeed there were cubs, it would ensure her safety during the gestation period. However, if she bore cubs, her safety could no longer be guaranteed. This posed a thorny dilemma. Bai Yi, acting impulsively, shoved his younger brother to the ground and cautiously approached Shu Tong. As he neared, the slumbering Shu Tong abruptly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Bai Yi was taken aback. "You weren't asleep?" "I was, but the sound of footsteps roused me." "What is it you wish to do?" Shu Tong had not slept soundly, her mind troubled by the thought of her father potentially suffering from a fever in the dead of night. Just as she had decided to open her eyes, she heard movement. Upon recognizing the visitor as this tiger, her apprehension eased. Her certainty stemmed from her awareness of this tiger's character. He was not a lustful beast. Noticing Shu Tong's gentle tone, Bai Yi appeared quite animated. He said to her, "I understand your reluctance to venture into the rogue beast tribe, but it is unavoidable to ensure your safety. We have devised a splendid plan." Shu Tong felt a surge of curiosity. What was this ingenious idea of his? A false partnership? Or the prospect of cubs? Indeed, what goes around comes around. Her retribution manifested as this tiger. She should never have sought refuge by summoning Yin Mo to escape her fated selection. Though she had temporarily secured safety, the convoluted path had led her into a connection with Yin Mo's sworn enemy. The wheel of fortune turns. It would eventually come back to haunt her. "Speak, what is your plan?" After much contemplation, Shu Tong inquired earnestly. Bai Yi settled beside her, surveying their surroundings and noting that the other beastmen and females were asleep. In a lowered voice, he said, "The way to help you through this predicament is for you to conceive cubs." Shu Tong frowned. While this method had its merits, her frail body posed an obstacle to conception. What was even more astonishing was the fact that this tiger seemed to have lost his mind. Why would he wish to assist her? Was it a sign of deep affection? That seemed far-fetched. They had only met twice, the first encounter being quite unpleasant, culminating in a fight. Was it true that fighting equated to love? That notion was utterly absurd. This tiger was no fool. He would not allow a female to ride on his back without protest. Shu Tong firmly believed that there must be other reasons behind his proposal. After much contemplation, she concluded that Bai Yi was simply asking for trouble, hence the absurdity of his suggestion. "However, I may not be able to bear cubs." Shu Tong took a deep breath and conveyed the truth. Bai Yi's reaction was a hearty laugh. "I never imagined your partner to be so inept. Failing to achieve success in mere days is quite pathetic." Shu Tong rubbed her cheek, pondering whether this was what they referred to as superiority. The comparison between males was so straightforward. Using the ability to conceive as a measure of strength was somewhat hasty. Bai Yi, were the roles reversed, you two would likely be unable to make your partner conceive within 2 or 3 days. So refrain from gloating here. Please, tell me another foolproof method. Shu Tong playfully stepped on his paw. Bai Yi grasped her foot gently, like an infatuated tiger, his dark eyes sparkling like stars, which made Shu Tong shiver. Surely, she had encountered a peculiar individual, and this oddity was none other than a tiger. She immediately withdrew her foot. Bai Yi, with a nostalgic squint, took a moment before saying, then it must fall to me to take action. His expression was serious. Shu Tong suddenly leaned forward, causing Bai Yi to catch his breath. Taken aback as she seized his whiskers, "I knew you couldn't be so benevolent. You are harboring ulterior motives. You cannot be a good tiger. You are still driven by your desires, no different from a younger brother." Shu Tong exerted force, pulling out 2 of his whiskers, causing him to grimace in pain. "You wrong me. If I were truly as you claim, I would have taken advantage of you by now. How could I allow you to step on my foot and pluck my whiskers simultaneously? Do you think rogue beasts possess such gentleness?" Bai Yi extended his paw to rub his aching mouth corner. This little female was quite to his taste. She even enjoyed whisker plucking. Was this a new form of playful banter? After all, they were merely 2 whiskers. They could grow back. However, if this little female's mood soured, it would not bode well for him, that he would surely go mad, spiraling into despair. "I do not know how vicious rogue beasts can be. But one thing I am certain of, from observing you and your brother, is that you are both infatuated to the core. I must earnestly inform you that I was born with an ailment. A few days ago, I was pushed into the water by a female of my kin, resulting in my current fragile state, rendering me unable to bear cubs." Shu Tong stretched her foot out to wipe it against the grass beside her. Bai Yi was taken aback. He did not expect Shu Tong to share such significant information. Was she deceiving him, or was it truly the case? Concern brewed within him that, is it truly incurable to bear cubs like a healthy female? I must continue to recuperate from today onwards. You hold considerable power here. I can trust you to help me restore my health. That I believe that once we reach the rogue beast tribe, things will not be dire. Though rogue beasts lack females, they would not be desperate for a female who cannot bear cubs. Can we not exchange other means for our safety?" Shu Tong spoke earnestly. Having considered numerous alternatives, either they would help find some items, or they would aid the disabled beastmen in the rogue beast tribe, ensuring they would not become a burden to the clan. If those ideas proved unfeasible, the worst-case scenario would be establishing an intimate relationship with the tiger before her. Yet, she would never allow such a thing to transpire. She was no sea king, capable of accepting any individual. Bai Yi pondered, stroking his chin for a while. Though the rogue beast tribe was indeed in dire need of females, it was improbable that they were malicious to the extreme. Therefore, there was some room for negotiation. What can you bring to the tribe? Bai Yi evaluated the feasibility of the situation. Rules must not be broken, yet males were alive. Tell me, what does your tribe truly lack? Shu Tong shot a glance at the white tiger, inquiring. Bai Yi noted her sudden shift from gentleness to assertiveness. He did not understand the intricacies of human interactions, but he recognized that this female looked down upon his rogue beast status. Nevertheless, it did not diminish his affection for her. Females, no matter how willful, could still be accepted by him, especially since she seemed eager to provoke him. The rogue beast tribe primarily lacked females, followed by food. And then healers. Bai Yi was quite forthright, expressing the 3 most sought-after resources in the beast world. Shu Tong raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, "Are there any female healers? You wish to become a healer?" Bai Yi's interest was piqued. That not permissible? Shu Tong replied with a deadpan expression. Bai Yi nodded. "It is not impossible for a female to be a healer. However, you are an outsider. In other words, they may not trust you." Shu Tong sensed their cautiousness and intelligence, that if the roles were reversed, she too would be wary as outsiders. Rogue beasts would hardly unite, making the situation quite challenging. Bai Yi promptly clarified the reasoning. "Not necessarily. Perhaps the beast god will look after me as well." Shu Tong exuded an air of confidence. Her luck was remarkably fortuitous. When she ventured to the stray beast tribe, she might encounter an unfortunate stray beast in dire need of her assistance, thereby showcasing her skills and perhaps securing a glimmer of hope for herself. Bai Yi, observing her unwavering confidence, exchanged a glance with Yi Feng, and a flicker of curiosity danced across their faces. Could it be that this remarkable female possessed exceptional medical prowess? Utilizing her skills to save herself could indeed prove to be a wise strategy. However, while Hal's demeanor appeared gentle, his heart was rife with doubt. How could the customs of their tribe be altered by a mere female? This posed a vexing conundrum, but a smile radiated from Shu Tong's eyes as she sensed a shift in circumstances. If nothing is amiss, I shall retire for the night. She reached out to feel her father's forehead. The beast man, undeniably resilient, had sustained grave injuries, yet after applying herbal remedies, he showed significant improvement, letting out a sudden sigh of relief. She mused, "Then you should rest well." After Bai Yi spoke, he turned and departed. Once they were seated together, Yi Feng remarked, "Brother, this little female is far too fierce." He was still haunted by the encounter. Perceiving Shu Tong not as a mere female, but rather more ferocious than the strays themselves, her piercing gaze was enough to weaken his knees. It is only natural for a young female to possess a bit of temper. Otherwise, how could I possibly be drawn to her? Bai Yi replied nonchalantly, then cautioned, "Be sure not to provoke her. If you incite her wrath, I assure you, I will not be merciful." Yi Feng nodded vigorously. "I shall never dare again, even if she beckons with a smile. She is far too fearsome, and I might end up a crippled male." Only then did Bai Yi feel reassured. "Now you're being sensible. I have warned you countless times, yet you chose to ignore me. Now that you've encountered a formidable challenge, it serves you right." Yi Feng grimaced, questioning if this was truly his elder brother. To demean oneself for a female was indeed perplexing. Was he to forget his brothers in favor of a female? A semblance of respect ought to be maintained, a place reserved in his heart. Should their elder brother fall into the hands of a beast man again, they would unhesitatingly abandon the female to rescue him. If you turn your back on us, we shall then regard the female as a treasure, while the elder brother becomes mere clothing. The female is sharp with thorns. I did not even dare to touch her. Yi Feng was immensely frustrated. His streak of misfortune had arrived. What else could possibly go wrong? Moreover, he genuinely feared retaliation from Shu Tong. Meanwhile, Inchuan had finally ceased her tears, though her eyes were red and swollen, resembling walnuts. "You should drink some water. You've cried away all your moisture." Yin Tong, both anxious and fearful, helplessly handed her a bamboo tube. Yet, Inchuan shook her head. "It is all my fault. If I cannot find Shu Tong, I shall neither eat nor drink." Yin Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "If you starve yourself to death, I shan't shed a tear. After all, this predicament is of your own making." Inchuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Yin Mo's characteristic sharp tongue, which showed no mercy even toward himself. Indeed, he remained true to form, sharp-tongued and composed, a true wolf at heart. "I shall drink." She retorted fiercely, accepting the bamboo tube and gulping down its contents, replenishing a fraction of the moisture her body had lost. Cautiously, she edged closer to Yin Mo and inquired, "If you find Shu Tong, can you take me along? Would bringing you along be a burden?" Yin Mo asked without turning his head. "Could you not speak civilly?" Inchuan smacked his back lightly, having found a much-needed outlet for her pent-up emotions. "Feeling a bit better, I cannot. You are well aware of your own capabilities. Just remain here in the tribe and seek a male of your fancy. Shu Tong is my partner. I shall locate her and bring her back safely." Yin Mo bore no grudge against Inchuan. It was not her fault. It was his own inadequacy that prevented him from providing protection, coupled with his excessive concerns. Ultimately, it was his own issue. He needed to return to the higher continent and required a partner for cover. Shu Tong happened to be the key to overcoming his challenges, while he needed her to shield him from trouble. Each had their own needs, and in truth, neither owed the other anything. Yet, he had made a promise and had developed feelings for Shu Tong. Failing to save her would rob him of sleep and peace. And he was particularly averse to the thought of her being close to other males. Yin Tong observed the silver wolf before him. The tribe was replete with females eager to lie in Yin Mo's bed, hoping to bear robust offspring with him. Alas, Yin Mo was cold-hearted and emotionally detached. He had likely already fathered offspring elsewhere. Regrettably, there were no what-ifs. As he pondered this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon another resting beast man. Just in time to catch sight of a female. That female met his gaze, her eyes sparkling with profound meaning, her expression like a hook capable of ensnaring his heart. Unbeknownst to him, his sister had etched the image of that female into her memory. Casting a cold glance in her direction, intending to find an opportunity to warn her foolish brother not to fall for the female's tricks. When the time came, 100 explanations would prove futile. Hein Yin arrived to announce that they would resume their journey after their meal. They were weary, yet dared not delay or voice dissent. Before their departure, some females lingered hesitantly, deterred by the glaring sunlight that scorched their skin. Hein Yin, unable to find a solution, sought out the fox envoy. The females were reluctant to move. The fox envoy was currently holding a female's hand, feigning a palm reading while actually taking advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, her brows furrowed tightly. Why? Because it is too hot, Hein Yin replied candidly. Bad habits die hard. Even the most precious things must be timed well. She informed them that if they did not move, they would be fed to the strays. The fox envoy's good mood was shattered. She shook off the female's hand, stood up, and shook off her stiffened body at a bunch of troublesome creatures. Had yesterday's ambush been so quickly forgotten? The dead males had died in vain, and no one owed them anything. They were not as valuable as they believed. It was not as if they were the ones being sought after. The females had to go. Fine, Hein Yin said tersely, receiving her orders and departing. The fox envoy watched Hein Yin's retreating figure, recognizing that this black eagle had a promising future. From now on, she must promote him more. Hein Yin approached the open ground and surveyed the area. His voice was cold. The fox envoy had commanded that they set off immediately. Those who disobeyed would be fed to the strays. That on what grounds? We are females. Our bodies are delicate. Who dares treat us this way? The females clamored, expressing their discontent. During the panic and helplessness of the previous night, they had not dared to speak. Now that the crisis had passed, they began to assert themselves. Depart, Hein Yin stated succinctly, turning to leave. The females were ignored, and when they turned to seek assistance from the other males, they found them rising, shaking off their fur, appearing indifferent to this. They grew fearful and dared not cause any further trouble. Inchuan's eyes were swollen like walnuts, unable to fully open. Yet, she still clearly caught sight of Hein Yin's imposing figure, tall and cold. For reasons unknown, her heart raced uncontrollably. Instinctively, she stood up and stepped forward. Where are you going? Silver Copper tidied the hanging basket and turned around to see his younger sister stepping forward. I need to take care of something, she said, weaving through several males and heading straight towards Hein Yin. Keep an eye out, Silver Ink remarked, shaking his body and striding ahead with grace. Understood, Silver Copper seemed to grasp the situation, quickly securing the hanging basket before dashing after her. Just as his sister reached out to touch Hein Yin's arm, he swiftly pulled her back. Behave yourself. Brother, Silver Chuan called out. You have some awareness, Silver Copper muttered under his breath. Silver Chuan surveyed the surroundings and noticed the beastmen beginning to move forward, dispelling any further thoughts. She gazed longingly at Hein Yin, his image lingering in her mind. What if she wanted to get closer? Shu Tong was unaware that her friend had succumbed to infatuation. Later that night, low sobs pierced the silence. She jolted awake, finding her father curled up in a ball. Sleep vanished instantly. She approached him and placed a hand on his forehead. The temperature was normal. He was likely suffering from pain in his broken leg. A tumult of emotions welled up inside her, but she maintained her composure. Father, bear with me. I will find some herbs for pain relief. After speaking, Shu Tong rose and left. Bai Yi, restless in his sleep, noticed the commotion and opened his eyes, seeing Shu Tong hastily making her way to the riverbank. He quietly followed her. Shu Tong searched along the river for over 10 minutes before finally locating the pain-relieving herbs. Uprooting them and starting her return to her surprise, Bai Yi stood silently behind her, startling her. What are you doing? She asked. I thought you might run away, Bai Yi replied, relieved. What you think isn't always true, Shu Tong retorted, hastening her pace. She cautiously unwrapped the beast's skin, revealing blood seeping from the wound, indicating a less-than-ideal recovery. The conditions here were too poor. Feng Xiu harbored unspoken concerns, feeling guilt and frustration that kept him awake at night. Traditional herbal remedies took time to work, so no matter how strong her father was, he would have to endure suffering for a while. Feng Xiu bit his lip, groaning softly in agony. The pain was unbearable, especially at night when temperatures dropped sharply, causing his body temperature to spike. Compounded by the meager evening meal, he couldn't withstand it any longer. After reapplying the herbs, Shu Tong sought out more bee skin to wash by the river. After a considerable amount of back and forth, she finally took a breath, only to notice a tail extending toward her. She frowned, her expression darkening as she asked, What are you doing? Yi Feng, unrepentant as ever, noticed that his leader was sleeping soundly on the side. After a long night of labor, Shu Tong had managed to start a fire and was preparing to brew some medicine for her father. Meanwhile, Yi Feng watched her diligently at work, feeling a surge of desire. The tail involuntarily reached out, a grin spreading across his face, disregarding Shu Tong's displeasure as he used it to pull her closer. Shu Tong, holding a stick, shot him a cold glare, eager to see what Yi Feng intended to do. How bold of him to take advantage under by Ye's watchful gaze. Yi Feng ignored her murderous look, tugging her towards him while greedily inhaling her sweet scent. One hand slid over her hand, slowly gliding upwards. Noticing Shu Tong's lack of resistance, his confidence swelled. With his other hand, he playfully lifted her chin. Shu Tong did not turn away, gazing at his effeminate face, and asked, "Are you seeking death? Little female, why speak so harshly? I have no desire to die, it's just that my tail and hand seem to act of their own accord upon seeing you, always wanting to do something. Care to give it a try?" "I'm quite good," Yi Feng chuckled. Regardless of their species, serpent beastmen tended to have a delicate appearance, with elongated brows and eyes that sparkled alluringly. The darkness of night obscured everything, creating a hazy ambience. While Yi Feng's restless heart raced once more, tantalizingly close to mischief. "Try it." Shu Tong pressed the stick against Yi Feng's chest. If she pushed a little harder, she could pierce his heart. Intrigued, she smirked. "With your little frame, do you think you can manage? Whether I can or not, we must try. Shall we change locations?" Yi Feng's interest piqued, he cautiously glanced around to ensure no beastmen were awake. Emboldened by the sight of their slumbering comrades, his voice turned seductive, and he even flicked his snake tongue. "All right, you choose the place." Shu Tong smiled sweetly, her stick continuing its descent, pointing directly at his heart. Yi Feng had long forgotten his sense of direction, overwhelmed with glee. Wielding his tail, he led Shu Tong into the dense thicket. Bai Yi, just awakening from a deep slumber, stretched and watched the direction they had taken. Smirking to himself, Yi Feng was certainly asking for trouble, and he was curious how Shu Tong would handle it. A few minutes later, Shu Tong adjusted her clothing, exposing her sweaty neck as she emerged from behind the trees. A satisfied smile gracing her features, her eyes crescent-shaped with J-O-Y-D-I-T appeared she had succeeded. Baye's expression darkened upon seeing her, his gaze fixed on her. "Did you agree to him?" Shu Tong flashed a charming smile, tossing the stick aside in a graceful arc, which landed in the fire. The makeshift pot over the flames bubbled vigorously with the herbs. She approached Bai Yi, playfully poking his shoulder with her finger. "Don't worry, he's content for now and will lie there for a while. You needn't fret about him venting his frustrations. Little female, why are you like this?" Bai Yi blocked Shu Tong's path. The sounds he had heard earlier were strange, reminiscent of beastmen mating. He had initially thought Shu Tong would give Yi Feng a good thrashing, but now it seemed she had been drawn in as well. His anger flared. This was the female he had cherished dearly. To protect her from being bullied, he had always sought ways to shield her from even the slightest grievance. So how could she wound his heart so deeply while also involving herself? Shu Tong felt uneasy under his unwavering gaze. "What have I done?" Bai Yi was not as accommodating as during the day. He gripped her wrist tightly, pulling her toward the trees. "I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Yet you let that scoundrel Yi Feng take advantage of you. Are you trying to slap my face, or have you willingly descended into depravity?" Confused, Shu Tong asked, "What are you talking about, since you are so carefree? May I not express my feelings too?" His gaze was piercing, seemingly filled with disappointment. Shu Tong felt utterly bewildered by his reprimand. It was the first time she had been scolded by a male since arriving in the beast realm. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to pull her wrist back, only to find Baye's grip formidable. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and walked away with long strides. Panic set in as she frantically pounded on his shoulder. "Put me down. I need to explain. I knew you looked down on me, always brushing me off. Now it's a bit late for explanations." Bai swiftly maneuvered behind the tree, subsequently pinning her against its sturdy trunk. The force of the impact left Shu Tong's back aching, a clear indication that he had no intention of letting her go. Anger welled within her. She was resolute in asserting, "Do not overstep your bounds. I owe you no explanations for my actions." It seemed he remained oblivious to her true nature, for she was a wanderer, cold and unfeeling. Baye's scarred visage was shrouded in an aura of frostiness as he reached out, attempting to grasp Shu Tong's garment. Suddenly, his gaze drifted over her shoulder to the disheveled thicket. Yi Feng lay motionless upon the ground, resembling a lifeless rag. His bare torso bore numerous marks, and a triangular shape was drawn upon his chest, from which faint traces of blood oozed. He had succumbed to unconsciousness, his once proud vitality now shackled. In a fit of rage, Bai Yi instinctively clasped his legs together and cast a downward glance at Shu Tong. She, too, was acutely aware that her actions had been unmasked. Her instincts urged her to flee, yet he swiftly intercepted her. Is this how you choose to communicate with him? Do you intend to strike me? Shu Tong inquired, her resolve hardening. After all, her previous actions had been somewhat severe, nearly incapacitating Yi Feng. The two seemed like close comrades. Would Bai Yi seek vengeance on his behalf, observing the twitching of his facial muscles? Shu Tong felt uncertain that I would not dare to strike you. However, your methods are rather effective. Pray, enlighten me on your approach. Bai Yi released her, his anger dissipating. With arms crossed, he stepped closer, nudging Yi Feng's form with his foot. Discovering him unable to move, his breath shallow, as though drained of all strength. Shu Tong bit her lip, pondering for a moment. He requested a thrilling diversion, and after much contemplation, I devised a relatively suitable plan. I first bound him with vines, and then inscribed a circle upon his chest, advising him to be wary of this vital point of a serpent. Yet Yi Feng had remarked that the pressure was insufficient, urging me to escalate my actions. His demands were too humiliating for her to accept instinctively. But upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, she acquiesced, swiftly binding him into a chrysalis and giving him a sound thrashing with the stick in her hand. Baye's lips twitched. Was this merely a lesson? It nearly rendered him incapacitated. The intensity of his gaze was unmistakable, and Shu Tong recognized that evasion would not suffice. You are aware of my proficiency with herbs. Thus, I gathered a few and applied them to him, inducing a hallucination. However, I remained merciful and did not sever his limbs. Stealing a glance at Bai Yi, she noted he could hardly contain himself. Hastily clutching his abdomen and crouching down, burying his head between his knees as his body shook violently, he was laughing. Shu Tong, mistaking his mirth for dissatisfaction, hurried towards him. If you find it lacking, I can certainly add more. After all, he has been preoccupied, yearning for feminine company. As she spoke, she meticulously crushed the remaining herbs, allowing their essence to drip onto Yi Feng's nose, while carefully applying the rest over his body. The unconscious Yi Feng instinctively shuddered. You are a female. Do not gaze. Bai Yi swiftly covered Shu Tong's eyes, pushing her behind him. Unable to suppress his laughter at Yi Feng's mortified expression, he nudged Shu Tong again. Is the potency inadequate? Shu Tong immediately turned, consciously disregarding the shameful scene, ultimately striding towards the campfire. The task of administering punishment had proven exhausting, nearly causing her to forget the more pressing matters at hand. Observing this unfold, Bai Yi felt a throb of pain in his head, helplessly waving a hand, only to realize Shu Tong had already returned to the fire, stirring the bubbling concoction. He sighed softly, regretting having been deceived by her seemingly pitiful appearance. This little female possessed a cunning mind, having waited for him here. Gazing at his foolish younger brother, he found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Yet upon reflection, he considered it a valuable lesson for him to learn. Approaching the riverbank, he scooped water into his hands and promptly splashed it onto Yi Feng's face. Once was insufficient, so he repeated the action several times until Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to find his elder brother standing before him, the little female nowhere in sight. Big brother, why are you here? He queried, his entire being aching as though he had endured a vigorous ordeal. Attempting to massage his temples, he realized he was bound and that his embarrassing state had been discovered by his brother. Memories flooded back, igniting a sense of shame and anger. He whispered, Big brother. Did you see? Baye's eyes flickered as he slowly crouched beside him, gently patting his cheek. Meanwhile, by the campfire, Shu Tong poured out the prepared herbal concoction, fanning it with leaves while occasionally glancing back at the commotion. What are these two brothers up to? She murmured, a sudden shiver coursing through her at the unwelcome images that flashed in her mind. Just then, her father's voice rang out. Kai Kai, what are you doing? Is your wound still painful? Shu Tong quickly offered the medicine to him, asking softly, after taking the herbs, does it still hurt? It hurts less now. Kai Kai, you've worked hard, Feng Xiu replied, noticing his offspring's flushed complexion and somewhat disheveled attire. A pang of concern striking him. Could it be that his little one had been bullied? Yet upon observing her joyful demeanor, he dismissed the notion. Hesitating briefly, he cautiously inquired, You haven't been tormented? Have you? Shu Tong promptly shook her head. How could that be? That tiger is here. Feng Xiu remained unconvinced. Kai Kai, or a female, and quite beautiful at that. There are many who covet you. Be cautious when it is convenient. As I cannot assist you now, do not worry. Father, I am fine. Shu Tong reassured him, guiding the medicine to his lips, urging him to drink. The herbs possessed a sedative effect, ensuring that after consumption, Feng Xiu could rest soundly. By the time they reached the Wanderer's tribe, he would be nearly recovered. I trust you to exercise discretion. Feng Xiu refrained from probing further, for the immediate priority was survival. Shu Tong quickly affirmed. Father, rest assured, I will not let myself come to harm. She ensured he finished the concoction, draping a fur blanket over him and replacing his damp cloth. Feng Xiu, feeling drowsy, ultimately succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, the patrolling beastmen, wary of Baiye's imposing presence, kept their distance. Half an hour later, Shu Tong expressed her gratitude, a rare smile illuminating her face as she approached Baiye. What did you discuss? She whispered. Baiye rubbed his face and turned to her. Are you concerned I might betray you? Shu Tong shrugged. It wouldn't be surprising. After all, we have only met twice. You grew up alongside that snake, did you not? Would you truly eliminate your brother for someone unattainable like me? Do you find that worthwhile? Baiye shot her a disapproving glance. Oh, you think we are such petty beasts? Shu Tong hastily shook her head. That I recognize your magnanimity, but relationships require maintenance if they are constantly drained without care. They can turn into enmity. Baiye regarded her with seriousness. My acquaintance with Yi Feng spans many years. When he and his companions were in peril, I intervened to save them, thereby earning their loyalty. After some contemplation, Baiye decided to be forthright. Serpents have always been drawn to such matters. They are immutable, and it vexes me greatly that he spoke succinctly. Shu Tong smiled. You ought to be grateful to me. Had it not been for my intervention, your second brother might have lost his life, for a woman's allure can be as perilous as a blade. Baiye exhaled deeply, fatigue evident as he pinched the bridge of his nose. By your reasoning, I indeed owe you my gratitude. Indeed, my requests are modest. Upon my arrival at the stray beast tribe, I hope you will assist me with unwavering dedication, and in return, I shall grant you what you desire. Shu Tong's smile was genuine, which allowed Baiye to dismiss her. Baiye once again experienced the feeling of being discarded like a spent tool. They all slept soundly that night. When Shu Tong awoke, the sun had already risen. Breakfast was simple, consisting of a meal of roasted meat. During breakfast, Shu Tong encountered the bruised and battered Yi Feng once more. Without waiting for him to speak, his close companions, astonished, asked, Second brother, what happened to you? Yi Feng's face was ashen. Having spent his days training hawks, he never anticipated one day being pecked in the eye by one he dared not meet Shu Tong's gaze. Let alone his elder brother. He could not explain to his comrades that it was his own folly. His desire to bully a female had backfired, leading to his current predicament. He had no choice but to swallow his words. Mixed with blood and teeth, and falsely claim, it was too dark. I didn't see clearly, and ran into a tree that a gray wolf suddenly lunged at him. Out of sympathy, he reached out, his face filled with concern. Second brother, you snake-like beings can't see well at night. Remember to call us when you need help. This time it's your face. Next time, it might be something you hold dear. His gaze fell upon a certain area, and Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. His teeth chattered and feared he truly was frightened. While it is said that death beneath the peony is still a form of elegance, traversing dark paths too often leads to encounters with fierce females, and the one to suffer is himself. The other beastmen circled Yi Feng, observing him with a mix of curiosity and pity, thinking how foolish he was to sustain such injuries even while using the restroom. Among the captured females, one from the fox tribe, who had been at odds with Shu Tong, displayed an exaggerated concern. Seizing the moment while the beastmen were preoccupied, she stealthily approached Yi Feng. "What happened to you? Where does it hurt? Let me take a look." Normally, Yi Feng would relish such flattery from female. But now he could not afford to indulge. He was plagued by psychological scars. "And no need. Return to your group," he replied, his face a mask of distress. Having said that, he turned to leave. The fox tribe female was momentarily taken aback, but quickly pursued him. "Don Tigo, tell me who bullied you. I will help you deal with them." Yi Feng's expression darkened even further, yet she stubbornly pressed closer. I could see that moment. She collided directly with Shu Tong. Seeing the two entangled, the female who had been kicked into the river was relentless, seeking an opportunity to get closer to Yi Feng. This shattered her preconceived notions about the females of the beast world, as she had believed them to be proud and reserved. After a moment of contemplation, she promptly changed direction to find Bai Yi, intent on warning him to be wary of the fox tribe. She feared that everyone might truly be ensnared by her. However, before she could approach, she discovered that Bai Yi was also being besieged by females, a look of desolation on his face. Shu Tong shook her head and turned to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Yi caught sight of Shu Tong and suddenly called out, "Xiao Yi, weren't you looking for something? I'll help you find it." He immediately extricated himself from the throng of clingy females. He had no desire for such attention. Upon being called out, Shu Tong immediately felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her, as though she were about to be devoured. Her face tightened, and she retreated, becoming the target of many eyes. "Have you found it?" Shu Tong inquired. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing back to see groups of females regarding Shu Tong with unsettling interest. Although he might appear simple, he was in fact more astute than anyone else, that he was well aware of the tactics employed by these younger females. Generally, he would turn a blind eye, but since Shu Tong was the female he cherished, those who dared to scheme against her should not expect his leniency. But why was that fox tribe female so attached to Yi Feng? What had transpired between them? Was Yi Feng's beating entirely in vain? Before departing, Shu Tong had warned Bai Yi, "The female from the fox tribe may not be harmless. Although I am not particularly fond of the stray beasts, considering how much you have helped me, you should still be cautious." Bai Yi found her considerably more docile and felt a sense of satisfaction. "I knew sincerity would yield results. My efforts will not be in vain." Shu Tong cast him a glance, but chose not to say more. Her father was slumped on Bai Yi's back, having been administered a concoction before their departure. Her father appeared drowsy, and she sat on Bai Yi's back, accompanied this time by a small white rabbit. As they progressed, the rabbit chattered. "If we go to the stray beast tribe, will we still be able to be together?" Shu Tong glanced at it. "Aren't you afraid?" The little white rabbit replied. "What good is fear? My kin cannot save me. I can only seek a glimmer of hope among the stray beasts. You are so capable. You wouldn't just wait idly, would you?" Shu Tong gently stroked the rabbit's ears. "So soft, so delightful. I feel the same. We'll take it one step at a time." The little white rabbit drooped its ears. "If you cannot do anything, what can I do?" Bai Yi walked ahead, ears perked to listen to their conversation. "Have you forgotten about me?" "Ah, I indeed forgot you were a stray beast. What shall we do now? If they overheard our conversation, will they kill us?" Shu Tong sighed in exasperation. "You spoke so loudly just now. Not only Bai Yi heard you, but so did other stray beast brothers." Observing her naive and foolish demeanor, many beastmen expressed their immediate affection for her. Shu Tong felt her luck should not be so grim. "They would be too busy caring for you to think of harming you." She continued to pet the rabbit's head. The little white rabbit, however, was growing anxious, and why can say that stray beasts are the most ferocious beastmen in the world. When they choose mates, if a female does not perform well, they will be torn apart alive. Their tribe only keeps cubs, not females. What your kin say is true, but I think you are adorable. So that should not be the case. Shu Tong continued to stroke her. Some individuals are just fortunate. The little white rabbit, cute and endearing, endeared herself to Shu Tong. Much less could be said for those males who had never seen a female. They would likely cherish her. In the distance, several females whispered among themselves. "This Phoenix tribe female is truly adept at winning hearts. Did you not see how she tamed that white tiger? I suspect she will choose that tiger. I have my eyes set on that tiger. Once we reach the stray beast tribe, I will strive for myself. Just fear that you have the will, but not the fortune." The females chattered incessantly, while Shu Tong paid them no mind. After walking for about half an hour, they paused for a rest. Upon returning, Shu Tong noticed the little white rabbit was missing. She asked Bai Yi, "Have you seen that little rabbit?" Bai Yi had just emerged from the river, shaking off the water. "I haven't seen her. She probably went off with the other females." Shu Tong furrowed her brow, contemplating the 10 captured females. The only one she could converse with was this little white rabbit. Would she not face retaliation from the other females? The thought tightened her chest, prompting her to search hurriedly among the resting males. There were hundreds. She traversed back and forth until she finally encountered Yifeng. "Have you seen that little white rabbit?" Yifeng instinctively shuddered but still relayed the information to Shu Tong. "She was called away by Hu. Why didn't you stop her?" Shu Tong questioned, exasperated. Yifeng dared not retort. Mustering the courage to reply, "She went that way," gesturing in a direction. Shu Tong merely responded with "I understand" before dashing off. Bai Yi, noticing Shu Tong's anxiety, also rose to his feet. Could it be that these females were bullying the little white rabbit? After all, she was Shu Tong's only friend. If they harmed her, Shu Tong would surely be furious. Thus, he followed suit. The two searched for over 10 minutes, but found nothing. Just as they were about to turn back, they heard a faint sound of weeping not far away. Shu Tong and Bai Yi exchanged a glance. "This is bad," they both murmured in unison. They followed the sound, discovering several females surrounding the little white rabbit behind a large tree by the riverbank. Their expressions were fierce as they interrogated her. "Why are you associating with that Phoenix clan female? Laughing and chatting with her? Can't you see? None of us like her." The little white rabbit's eyes were red. "I just think she's kind-hearted and really like her. That's why we play together. Kind-hearted? Are you blind?" Hu crouched down, seizing the little white rabbit's my eyesight is perfectly fine. I can clearly see whether she is good or bad, the little white rabbit retorted. "I think you deserve a beating." As she spoke, she raised her hand as if to strike. Bai Yi, noticing that Shu Tong was no longer anxious, curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid she'll be bullied? If she doesn't stand strong, others will see her as an easy target." Shu Tong halted not far away. She wanted to observe whether this little white rabbit was truly as fragile as she seemed. If so, she would need to reconsider her stance. However, she sensed there was more to this little white rabbit than met the eye. "Are you curious to see what she will do?" Bai Yi remarked, sensing Shu Tong's conflicting emotions, both concern and fear that the little rabbit might be beyond help. "Just wait and see." Shu Tong had a keen eye for people. This little white rabbit surely harbored some strength, Bai Yi scoffed. With her delicate demeanor, a mere finger could knock her to the ground. "What if you are mistaken?" Shu Tong provocatively replied, "That I am more than willing to follow your lead." And no matter how Bai Yi argued, he had nothing to lose. Shu Tong mused that he would make a fine merchant. Hu's hand did not land as intended on the little white rabbit's face, as she was deftly evaded. "We are all captured females. Why can't we coexist peacefully?" the little white rabbit implored softly. Hu was momentarily taken aback. She had aimed to strike the little rabbit hard enough to knock out her teeth, only to find her easily diffusing the situation. Now, her hand was firmly grasped in the little rabbit's grip. A profound humiliation. "Coexist peacefully? How shameless are you to dream of such a thing?" She scoffed, and the other females echoed her sentiments. "Why should we coexist peacefully? We are all competitors, naturally seeking the strongest males." The little white rabbit shook her head in disappointment. "It seems I must showcase my skills." With a smile, she twisted her grip, causing Hu to scream, "My hand! What are you screaming about? I haven't even lifted a finger," the little white rabbit retorted. Her demeanor now transformed from gentle to devilish. "You have deceived us all." Hu shrieked, her wrist nearly crushed. "When did this little rabbit become such a force to be reckoned with? What have I deceived you about?" "I've done nothing. You simply failed to ask," the little white rabbit replied, gathering her strength once more. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the two observers not far away. Suddenly releasing her grip, she crouched down, cradling her head and pleading, "Don't hit me. I haven't done anything that I won't dare again. Please let me go, I beg you." The other females looked on in astonishment. She possessed. They murmured, witnessing her self-directed performance. Hu, nursing her throbbing wrist, kicked at the ground in frustration. You nearly crush my hand, and yet you dare to act aggrieved. Indeed, do you take us for fools? One female exclaimed. The little rabbit's nimble actions incited dissatisfaction among the others. Shu Tong shrugged. See, I told you she is not simple. The heart of female is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. I willingly accept the gamble, she declared. Bai fell silent, realizing he was being toyed with. Well then, Shu Tong said, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She and Bai continued on their way, when a little white rabbit hurriedly caught up to them that I couldn't hold back earlier. She confessed. Shu Tong remained silent, while Bai frowned. When it comes to competition among females, you must handle it yourself. It's good if you can protect yourself. Bai's tone was neither warm nor cold. The little white rabbit turned to Shu Tong, anxiously asking, will you not play with me anymore? Not at all. You are overthinking it. Since you are not bullied, let us go, Shu Tong replied, shaking her head and allowing the little white rabbit to follow them back to the resting area. After a brief meal, they set off once more. Meanwhile, Yin Mo and the others continued their journey, and stray beasts followed them, and life was relatively smooth. However, the females began to stir. Initially, the fox messenger wore an expression of disdain, forcing them to proceed. Eventually, they collectively protested, refusing to eat or drink, that a number of them became faint from heat and dehydration. The fox messenger was startled. They had a mission to complete if they did not safely escort these females to the city of beasts. The Beast King would surely demand his pound of flesh. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he slowed their pace. They chose to travel during the sunless hours, resting at night. The total travel time in a day was only 3 to 4 hours. This significantly heightened the risk while also exacerbating tensions. The fox messenger scolded them, but the females remained united, unwilling to budge, reveling in their perceived rarity. That night, one female joyfully emerged from the woods. Yin Chuan, seated in a basket, turned to look at her. She was a beautiful Fox clan female, her arched brows and captivating eyes radiating charm. Her collar was open, and she walked with a sway that exuded allure. Yin Chuan rolled her eyes, recalling that just days prior, this same female had been exchanging flirtatious glances with her brother. In the blink of an eye, she was now flirting with another male. How could she not withstand the loneliness? Were all fox females so fickle? As she departed, Yin Chuan inquired of a nearby female, what was that fox female up to? The female leaned against her, contemplating. The fox messenger entered the woods. Before Yin Chuan could respond, Yin Mo shot her a glance. Why do you care about her? I'm not concerned about her. I'm worried she might deceive Yin Tong's affections. Yin Chuan cast a sharp glance at Yin Mo. A single day, without seeing Shu Tong, felt like an eternity, and she could not bring herself to forgive either herself or Yin Mo for it. Her tone was naturally unpleasant, prompting Yin Mo to scoff coldly, shifting his posture with an air of indifference. The night passed without incident, but on the following morning, everyone gathered for breakfast. Yin Chuan spotted a female fox nestled beside the fox envoy, the two of them whispering to each other. The fox female seemed to lack any rigidity, leaning against the envoy, teasing him with deliberate intent. What could she be up to, leaning on the fox envoy like that? Yin Chuan inquired. Yin Tong sighed deeply, feeling as though he had been cast aside without ever having experienced love. He hung his head low, saying nothing. Seeing her brother in such a dejected state ignited a fire within Yin Chuan. Why choose such a female? Of all the options, she had to pick one from the Fox clan, seductive, foul, and poisonous. Now she clung to a fellow fox envoy, only to be discarded in Wanshou City. At that moment, she could only imagine how she would face others then. Yin Mo approached, as cold and unyielding as ever. Grabbing the hanging basket, he jostled Yin Chuan, who still engaged in conversation, causing her to lose her footing. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "You harbor resentment towards me." Yin Mo shot her a glance, as if assessing an imbecile. Were it not for their shared childhood, he might have lost his patience with her. Am I so bored as to resent you? He scoffed. Yin Chuan erupted in anger. Do not underestimate me. I will become powerful, find Shu Tong, and bring her back safely. Her inexplicable fury left both Yin Mo and Yin Tong speechless, gazing skyward. Surely, she had lost her mind. Yin Chuan, be quiet, Yin Tong snapped, having realized the situation. Since the beast attack that resulted in Shu Tong's disappearance, the relationship between Yin Chuan and Yin Mo had soured to an icy chill, often leading to bickering. Yin Mo had endured her insults, but this time, her open ire directed at him due to the fox female was particularly exasperating. He frowned, unwilling to engage further, and continued on his way. Yin Chuan, seated in the basket, abruptly fell silent. Glancing at the taciturn Yin Mo, she felt she had spoken out of turn, but, being a female, found it difficult to lower her pride and apologize. A few beastmen from the wolf clan quickly intervened to ease the tension. Yin Mo's sapphire blue eyes swept over Yin Chuan, remaining silent throughout. Yin Chuan, feeling guilty, dared not utter another word in her current state of exuberance. The males were particularly indulgent towards her, only encouraging her reckless behavior. Yin Tong felt a headache coming on. He regretted listening to their father and bringing this sister along. With the disappearance of the Phoenix clans, Shu Tong and her father, Yin Mo, as her partner, was unable to search for her, while also having to protect Yin Chuan. He bore the brunt of the torment, caught in the middle, and it was pitiable to behold. Observing his sister's spoiled and rude demeanor, Yin Tong resolved to reprimand her at the earliest opportunity. The large group set off, the beastmen lazily gathering, chatting and laughing. This tranquil existence continued for over 10 days until they finally arrived at Wanshou City. The city was grander and more magnificent than they had anticipated. The patrol units stood tall and imposing on either side, their gazes unwavering. The fox envoy led the beastmen and the female into the city. Stone fortifications loomed, bustling with beastmen on the streets, the clamor filling the air. But a sudden tiger's roar split the noise, causing the beastmen on the street to immediately part into two lines, respectfully bowing as they passed. Yin Mo walked in the center, but his fur was too conspicuous. He attempted to shrink his form to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan poked her head out of the basket, marveling at the multitude of beastmen. "Where will we stay tonight?" Walking beside him, Yin Tong, intentionally blocking Yin Mo's line of sight, said, "Wait until the king of beasts gives his orders. Sister, I have a few things to clarify with you. Now that we are in Wanshou City, it is not like the tribe. Here, there are numerous striking females with formidable backgrounds. You must temper your fiery temperament and refrain from stirring up trouble. No one here can protect you." Yin Tong's demeanor turned serious and stern, showing no regard for his sister's feelings. Yin Chuan felt stifled by her brother's reprimand. "Do you really see me as such a reckless fool?" Yin Tong, sincerely nodding, replied, "You are indeed quite tempestuous. Once I ensure your settlement in Wanshou City, I will join Yin Mo in searching for Shu Tong. Until then, you must exercise caution. Recklessness could cost you your life." Yin Chuan felt a pang of hurt but swallowed it down. After all, Shu Tong's disappearance was, in part, her fault. Her feelings mirrored those of Yin Mo's, hoping fervently for Shu Tong's safe return. Thus, she issued her command. "You two must bring Shu Tong back safely. If she sustains even a scratch, I will not let this go." Yin Tong ignored her, irritably swiping a claw through the air. "You ought to focus on your own affairs." Yin Chuan was taken aback, her face turning a shade of blue as she refrained from further protest. The females had arrived safely, and the king of beasts dispatched a commander to greet them. There were 5 envoys, and to her surprise, the leader was a young male from the ape clan. Although not particularly striking, he possessed keen intelligence. Accompanying him was a towering tiger beastman who willingly walked in his shadow. Among the others were 2 leopards and a red-haired female, likely from the snake clan. In the expectant gazes of the beastmen, the fox envoy approached. "Ape, we have returned. It is good that you are back. Did you encounter any dangers along the way?" The ape beastman smiled gently. "Did you not receive the message from the beastmen I sent back a few days ago?" The fox envoy looked puzzled. He had dispatched eagle clan beastmen, known for their swift speed, and logically, the message should have reached them by now. He did not return. The ape explained. "What transpired? We encountered a surprise attack from rogue beasts along the way, resulting in the abduction of 10 females and the deaths of over 100 males. The losses are grievous, and we wonder how we will explain this to the upper continent's 8 major clans." The fox envoy froze, studying the ape's expression and realizing he spoke the truth, his heart sinking in despair. The ape inhaled sharply. So many beastmen lost. The rogue beasts are truly vile that we must report this to the king of beasts and prepare to send out forces to eliminate the rogue beasts. As for the rest, it is fortunate they remain unharmed. Let us return. The king of beasts is quite anxious. The ape calmed himself and spoke hastily. Very well, the fox envoy replied anxiously he had not completed his mission, and he would surely face punishment. Their conversation remained unheard by the beastmen trailing behind. Suddenly, Yin Mo turned his head. You stay here to look after Yin Chuan. Why? Yin Tong asked, perplexed. Though there are many beastmen in Wanshou City, they may not guarantee her safety. Once you settle her in the city, select a strong partner from among the beastmen. Ensure the king of beasts is kept in the dark. Yin Chuan must not venture to the upper continent. Yin Mo frowned. The Wolf King had miscalculated. The lost females were insufficient, and if the upper continent held them accountable, they would have to select from within the city. Yin Chuan might not be able to escape. What should we do? Yin Tong also recognized the trap they were walking into. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan, lounging in the basket, chuckled blissfully, utterly unaware that she had wandered into a den of wolves. Proceed as I instructed. If all else fails, take her with you. Yin Mo's eyes gleamed as he plotted the best course to minimize their losses. Very well. Yin Tong acquiesced. They were initially assigned to an unoccupied dwelling. As soon as Yin Tong settled in, he rushed outside to gather information, hoping to find a robust male for his sister. Whether it be one or two, strength was all that mattered. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan wandered around the house, expressing disdain for its filth and odor, and attempted to step outside. Not now, Yin Chuan inquired. Why not? It's inconvenient for you to go out right now. Don't you realize the strong scent surrounding you? Are you not afraid that the pungent smell of blood will attract numerous beastmen? Yin Mo squatted at the door, his towering figure blocking her way. He longed to dash out in search of Shu Tong. Yet he could not leave without making proper arrangements for Yin Chuan. I am fine now, Yin Chuan stated. That still won't do, Yin Mo replied sternly. Yin Chuan contemplated throwing a tantrum when, out of nowhere, a tall male approached their dwelling. This male was the eagle beast she had been yearning for. Hein Yin, a member of the eagle clan, he bore roasted meat in his hands, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Mo's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. What brings you here? I brought some roasted meat, since you have just arrived in the city of 10,000 beasts. You might be unfamiliar with many things. I have resided here for many years, so feel free to seek my assistance if needed, Hein Yin explained, fixing his gaze intently on Yin Mo without hesitation. Yin Mo accepted the roasted meat, using his wolf claw to inspect. Oh, you have a partner, Yin Mo suddenly inquired. Hein Yin shook his head. When do you plan to find one? He pressed further. Hein Yin cast a glance at him, his gaze drifting over his shoulder to discover Yin Chuan within the house. Only then did he grasp the implication. I've been thinking of finding one soon. What do you think of my sister? Yin Mo then made way, gesturing for him to enter. Hein Yin stepped inside without reservation, sizing up Yin Chuan. She appeared to be on the verge of adulthood. If you do not have a partner and no particular female in mind, my sister would be quite suitable for you. Would you consider forming a bond? Yin Mo inquired, his anticipation palpable, after several days of interaction. He knew Hein Yin was capable and that many coveted his sister. He was determined to act swiftly. Are you certain this female is your sister? Hein Yin asked, his unease apparent. What do you think? Yin Mo replied, eyeing the roasted meat, which was glazed with honey. He pulled it back towards himself and took a bite, savoring the delectable flavor and decent preparation. At least Yin Chuan wouldn't starve. He and I grew up together. He is my brother, Yin Chuan stated, maintaining a poised demeanor in front of the male she admired. Instinctively protective of Yin Mo, I see that I, too, am without a partner. And since you're nearing adulthood, why not live with me? Tomorrow, I shall find you some fruit, and once you have finished eating, you will be my partner. Hein Yin did not decline the proposal. Yin Chuan was indeed attractive, quiet, and, most importantly, unlike other females, she had no connections with the fox envoy. He found that appealing. Really? Yin Chuan was taken aback, slightly dazed by the unexpected turn of events. She had intended to orchestrate a chance encounter, yet here it was, unfolding before her eyes, almost surreal. Indeed, Hein Yin affirmed, speaking truthfully, that I will move in shortly, Yin Mo announced, The situation had unfolded abruptly, leaving no room for delay. All right, Hein Yin consented. When Yin Tong returned, he discovered the house empty, signs of a struggle evident. Yet there was no bloodshed, merely the lingering scent of an eagle he instantly recognized who was responsible and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon locating Hein Yin's residence, he was met with a headache, and no wonder he had so readily agreed. It turned out that several males resided there, adults and juveniles alike, totaling 8, according to Hein Yin. They would all become Yin Xuan's partners going forward. Goodness, this was practically a sanctuary for male beasts. Meanwhile, Yin Xuan, the Na'vi female, laughed heartily, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yin Mo squatted to the side. Helplessly face-palming, he had miscalculated. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Yin Tong pulled Yin Mo aside. What is going on here? It seems we no longer need to worry. Yin Mo, usually calm, found himself at a loss for words, feeling a profound embarrassment. Yin Tong inhaled deeply. With so many mouths to feed, how could they possibly protect Yin Xuan? There were 6 adult males. They were capable, and it was said that all household chores were managed by them, so there was no need for concern. Yin Mo extended his wolf claw to support his head, feeling a twinge of unease despite his words. Yet the situation had escalated to this point, leaving no room for negotiation. And what of the other 2 cubs? Yin Tong struggled to find fault, fearing his anger might surface. They will grow up in a couple of years. Yin Mo stated, his head nearly sinking into the ground. Even the esteemed young master of the Silver Wolf clan had his moments of folly. This was the most difficult truth for him to confront. Very well, Yin Tong could not bring himself to voice any reproach. He could only acquiesce, turning to gaze at his sister, who appeared blissfully ignorant, smiling like a fool. Having multiple partners certainly had its advantages. But could her petite frame withstand it? These beastmen hailed from various races, differing in height and build, and naturally, their resources varied as well. More importantly, the number of offspring they could produce was not uniform. Her entire existence would be dedicated to bearing young. The precious gem her father cherished had ultimately become a mere breeding female. The thought was stifling. Yin Mo completed his task. I must leave now. You stay here, and I will send word when the time comes. Yin Mo could hardly contain his urgency. So eager. Yin Tong was taken aback. Yes, considering the timeline, Shu Tong should also be arriving at the stray beast tribe by now. Yin Mo stretched languidly and cast a glance at Yin Tong, his eyes reflecting a multitude of emotions. Yin Tong understood, I will wait here for you and send news. Yin Tong escorted him out, only to encounter Hein Yin returning with provisions that I am off to find a partner. I leave Yin Xuan in your care. Treat her well, or else when I return, you will not escape my wrath. Yin Mo left a stern warning. Hein Yin, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. They stood before the stone fort, watching Yin Mo's silver figure swiftly disappear. Yin Tong felt a sense of unease. He was venturing alone into the stray beast tribe. Would there be danger lurking? Where was Shu Tong now? Over 10 days had passed. Meanwhile, Shu Tong and her companions had reached the domain of the stray beasts, in stark contrast to the fragrant blossoms and verdant woods. This place was a treacherous labyrinth of jagged stones, infested with snakes, insects, and vermin. Shu Tong suppressed her discomfort, her expression grim. After a prolonged march, the group was utterly exhausted, yet who persistently sought trouble. Many males on the way turned a blind eye. Upon entering the territory of the stray beasts, who suddenly spoke up, we have decided to choose our preferred partners now. Shu Tong, who had been contemplating a remedy for her father, snapped her head up at the unexpected proclamation. The other males turned their attention towards her as well. Seeing the attention her words garnered, who beamed with pride, as females captured together. Why should Shu Tong and this little white rabbit be favored by the leader of the stray beasts? Are they truly more delicate than us? Normally, we would endure, but now that we are in the territory of the stray beasts, we are all equal and I refuse to conform to your preferences or be dictated to. Therefore, I have decided that we shall personally select our favored males and then divide into teams to enter the stray beast tribe. Shu Tong paid no heed. The little white rabbit was even less inclined to engage with her. Baiye's expression grew increasingly solemn. Are you questioning my decision? Why does this tiger constantly support her? Is it merely because of her beauty? We are not lacking in that regard either. Both she and I are females taken by force. You can send her away and rest easy. We can remain safely within the stray beast tribe, free to do as we please. Since we are all prisoners in this hierarchy, let us not pretend to be nobler than one another. Who spoke wisely? Yet, some hearts are indeed skewed. Take Bai Yi, for instance. His interest in Shu Tong undoubtedly stems, in part, from her appearance. However, the greater reason lies in her remarkable abilities. She never causes them trouble. But this female before us, what merit does she possess? Does she truly believe she has the right to command others as if she were a celestial being? Bai Yi stepped forward to stand before her. You are aware that you are a female taken by force. Behave yourself and do not stir up trouble, lest you find me unyielding to who, however, showed no fear, scoffing dismissively. Isn't it true that you are enamored with this Phoenix tribe female? You have laid your heart bare for her, yet she perceives you as nothing more than a fool that I care not for what you do. However, as females, even if we have entered your den of stray beasts, we still possess our own choices. If you believe my words to be incorrect, do not bother to refute me, for you cannot rid yourself of me. Bai Yi was genuinely enraged. Not overstep your bounds. Be wary of my wrath at that moment. Shu Tong stepped in to intervene, gazing at you truly wish to pursue this course of action. Is it not possible to reconsider? Who had long held disdain for Shu Tong. And as she spoke, she avoided her gaze, instead choosing to provoke her. Very well. Let us proceed as you wish. Shu Tong remained unperturbed and readily agreed. Xiao Yi, you are still indulging her, Bai Yi exclaimed urgently, attempting to intercede. Yet who is quicker on the draw? That is splendid. Since you have acquiesced, I shall select the males I prefer. With them, I will no longer need to endure the whims of a certain female, she declared, twisting her fox-like waist as she went off to choose her suitors. The males welcomed her eagerly. Observing her brazen demeanor, Shu Tong scoffed. We shall see about that. Once who departed, the little white rabbit immediately approached. Is what she is doing truly wise? Could it potentially affect us? The little white rabbit, typically feigning fragility, presented herself gallantly before Shu Tong that it should have little impact, though her boldness may lead to her downfall. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out is the first to be shot. She is undoubtedly placing herself in a perilous position, without even entering the true stronghold of the stray beasts. She has already laid bare her proud assets. She remains uncertain whether the stray beasts will consistently treat females well. Yet from Bai Yi's words, it is clear, once a female's utility is exhausted, her fate is sealed, death. The stray beasts do as they please, unwilling to adhere to the conventions upheld by ordinary beastmen. Their temperaments vary widely. Achieving unity among them would require divine intervention. The little white rabbit understood this well and cast a sympathetic glance at Hu. You are courting disaster. We cannot stop you. Bai Yi could not fathom the female's heart, nor did he care to comprehend it. Moreover, his brethren were indeed fatigued. Experiencing the taste of a female was not without its merits. As they approached the stray beast territory, Bai Yi could not restrain himself from speaking. In half an hour, we shall arrive, so you ought to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention, but I fear that something significant may transpire with how recently. Out of concern, Bai Yi offered this caution. Shu Tong nodded. We are aware. They continued on their journey. The dwelling place of the stray beasts could be aptly described as barren. They chose locations that were neglected and devoid of life. They relied on their geographical advantage to evade the vengeful beastmen, while cultivating a ruthless disposition. They neither farmed nor wove, but primarily resorted to theft, resulting in their wild and cruel nature. Whatever they could seize, they consumed, disregarding the feelings of others. Thus, females were merely objects of their amusement. To survive in the long term, one must possess leverage. Bai Yi had never criticized his living conditions. He had grown accustomed to them. However, as he gazed at Shu Tong, he suddenly felt a sense of weariness towards such a lifestyle. The stray beasts lived on the edge, with no guarantee of tomorrow. Once a favored female appeared, the desire for a stable home surged forth. He treaded upon the rocky terrain, letting out a heavy sigh. Ye Feng approached. Brother, why have so many stray beasts suddenly divided into several groups? Is that not a good thing? Since they received a lesson, they have become much more subdued. Moreover, their desires for mischief have been quelled. Upon seeing Shu Tong, their capital holds no sway. He has since been left with a shadow of fear. Now, witnessing the stray beasts splitting into several factions, I wonder if this poses any risk. There is nothing amiss. As long as we accomplish our mission, that is what matters. The brothers are quite exhausted. Upon returning to the tribe, we must first report our mission to Hal before we can return to our quarters and prepare for your arrival. Be sure not to leave your shed skin or waste inside the den. What if it offends the females? Bai Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression stiffened. Brother, at least grant me some dignity. Bai Yi chuckled. Now you care for face. How many times have I told you to change your ways? Yet now you feel embarrassed. How curious that Yi Feng strongly disagreed with his elder brother's sentiment. Our cobras are simply accustomed to such a lifestyle. It is difficult to change. Bai Yi felt a headache coming on. Do not use your habits as an excuse. You are merely lazy, did I tell you? This time we have brought 10 females. Each female will need to select several mates. If you exert yourself, surely you can secure at least one. Understand, Yi Feng understood that excessive words were of little use. Ultimately, he nodded and swiftly departed. Shu Tong absorbed this information, pondering as she gazed at her father, who was being carried by the black bear. He had improved considerably. Once he was fully settled and had taken a few doses of medicine, he would be nearly well. Why that time? She would have to devise a plan for her escape. Half an hour later, they arrived at the stronghold of the rogue beasts. The hills were teeming with orcs, and the rocky slopes were intermittently dotted with remnants of fences, while the rest comprised stones. They resided according to the terrain, with caves carved into the stone walls. Roar! Bai Yi raised his neck and bellowed. Instantly, numerous orcs emerged from various directions, all maintaining their beastly forms. Snakes, geckos, lizards, scorpions, tigers, leopards, wolves, and more. It was as if every creature from the natural world had gathered here. The sheer density of them made Shu Tong feel a surge of claustrophobia. Goodness! Had she inadvertently disturbed the lair of the rogue beasts? Otherwise, how could there be thousands of orcs appearing at once? Each one eager for a fight? Bai Yi set Shu Tong down and specifically instructed Yi Feng to keep a close watch over her, ensuring she wouldn't be harmed by the other orcs. Then he dashed away, vanishing from her sight in the blink of an eye. Shu Tong, holding on her little rabbit, playfully slapped Yi Feng on the head. Where do you all usually reside? Yi Feng could only suppress his anger. Ahead lay a cave, a communal living arrangement. Shu Tong inquired. Within one cave, there were roughly dozens of orcs. Those with partners could have their own cave, but only for a couple of days before they had to return to their respective dwellings. Yi Feng subtly distanced himself, finding this female too fierce as she kept striking her own head. Surely she would be left dazed. Do females have separate rooms? Shu Tong asked once more. Roughly, Yi Feng replied. Understood, Shu Tong said. Continuing her forward march, Bai Yi ascended the mountain and entered the cave, soon encountering Hal. The current overseer of the rogue beast was Hal, while Mu had stepped back, basking in the sun and occasionally emerging to attend to matters. Hal had flowing red hair and sat atop a stone bench, observing the orcs before him. Upon hearing Bai Yi's return, he rose, smiling bashfully yet towering at nearly 2 meters tall, his red hair cascading to his waist in a casual manner. As he turned, his small entourage hastily followed suit. Hal, I heard you captured 10 females this time. How will they be distributed? Questioned a skunk, its eyes darting about with shrewdness. Bai Yi had matured long ago. He would let Hal choose a favorite for himself. Hal's appearance was striking. In the beast world, males relied on their looks, and the more handsome they were, the greater their chances of finding a mate. Hal was no exception. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The skunk hesitated to ask. What is wrong with it? If their ability surpassed Bai Yi's, I would still arrange it this way. Bai Yi's offspring would surely be formidable. How regrettable it is that they aren't born yet, Hal remarked nonchalantly, leaving his statement hanging as he continued onward. The skunk was left speechless, unable to respond. They had barely taken a few steps when they encountered Bai Yi. You're back, Hal said, quickening his pace to pat Bai Yi on the shoulder. Yes, I'm back. How are you, Hal? Bai Yi smiled widely. What happened to your face? Hal noted. Just a minor incident. It's nothing. The mission was accomplished. How will you distribute them? Bai Yi expressed greater concern for this matter. Hal, though shy, had a keen perception that scar on your face from a female scratching you. Bai Yi chuckled shyly, considering it a delightful misunderstanding. Hal, observing Bai Ye's bashful smile, shook his head. Even a brutish beast could possess a tender side. Take me to see the females you've captured this time. Hal requested. All right, Bai Yi replied, feeling a touch anxious. His earlier laughter was now tinged with bitterness. He prayed that nothing would go awry. Exiting the cave, Hal gazed into the distance. The 10 females were surrounded, some trembling, others clinging to the males, while more kept their gazes averted, indifferent. This was not what he had envisioned. With long strides, his tall stature resembled a towering mountain, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Shu Tong had just arranged for her father and was about to scout the terrain when the beast horde stirred. She turned to see a red-haired orc emerging from the cave, advancing towards them step by step, clad in black beast hide. Bai Yi closely followed him, his expression unusually grave. Shu Tong placed her hands on her waist, fixating on him intently. This red-haired orc bore a striking resemblance to Yin Mo. Were they truly brothers, or was there another connection? She could not decipher it, but she was certain that Yin Mo and Hal would eventually meet. Shu Tong. Could that be Hal from the tiger's mouth? The little rabbit grasped Shu Tong's arm, cautiously inquiring that it should be. Shu Tong replied, glancing back at her. The little rabbit then exclaimed, I really like him. Shu Tong was taken aback for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up. Having such a dream is wonderful. Who knows what might come of it? The little rabbit didn't quite understand Shu Tong's meaning, but sensed her lack of confidence in being able to pursue Hal. Though we rabbits may seem delicate, we are formidable in certain aspects, the little rabbit said, her ears drooping, her red eyes appearing particularly dainty. Shu Tong seemed to grasp something. Every creature has its match. What beast form does Hal take? Wolf or something else? A wolf and a rabbit together is not impossible. She chuckled softly. Hal navigated through the beast horde, approaching them. These females are decent. Have any of them formed bonds? He seemed to seek clarification on her understanding. Shu Tong remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, up close. He truly resembled Yin Mo, like a long-lost brother. Yin Mo was cold and aloof, while Hal was shy. It was truly astonishing. Bai Yi fixed his gaze on Shu Tong, silently urging her not to speak. Yet some individuals seemed intent on unsettling her. Fox Who, a voice chimed in, this female from the Phoenix tribe has had a mate. But alas, her partner was woefully inadequate, causing her to lose him. Fox Who displayed his best side, both beautiful and shamefully brazen. At you. Hal took a few more steps, locking his gaze on his Shu Tong. It is Shu Tong finally replied, knowing she could not hide it. Your partner is too weak. Since he cannot protect you, why not select a few strong ones from our rogue beast tribe? Bai Yi is quite suitable. Hal remarked with a mocking tone. His meaning was clear, encouraging Shu Tong to find multiple partners. Shu Tong exchanged glances with Bai Yi, remaining silent. The two shared a tacit understanding to keep their mouths shut. Are you unwilling? Hal seemed to relish the fearful expression on the female's face, reveling in her discomfort. Unfortunately for him, the female before him remained unfazed. I am unwilling, Shu Tong stated firmly. Oh, do you look down upon the rogue beasts? Hal's interest was piqued. With his arms crossed over his chest, he surveyed the female before him from a lofty vantage point. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, and her abilities undoubtedly commendable. Such a beautiful female. How could she possibly find herself with such a feeble male? No, it's just that I'm not feeling well, Shu Tong replied. Are you expecting young ones? Hal inquired with keen curiosity, his gaze sweeping across Shu Tong's abdomen. It was flat, devoid of any excess flesh. Where could there be young ones? Perhaps, Shu Tong responded, her answer enigmatic. What did perhaps mean? Was her partner lacking in capability? Hal chuckled, harboring disdain for the unknown male. That if you truly doubt me, feel free to send for the tribe shaman, Shu Tong retorted, choosing not to elaborate further. Moreover, she was unwilling to argue. This towering male before her might not be able to conceive in just one night. Go fetch the shaman, Hal agreed, and several orcs promptly set off on the errand. Bai looked at her with immediate concern. What did Shu Tong mean by that? Was she truly expecting, or was it merely a strategic pretense? Even if she were expecting, it wouldn't matter as long as he was there to protect her. If it was a ruse and the shaman arrived, uncovering the scheme, Shu Tong would surely suffer. She might be flayed alive, her tendons extracted, and Hal would certainly not be pleased. Bei, what do you think of this female? Hal suddenly turned to ask. Bei's gaze was fixed upon Shu Tong's face, and he answered honestly. I find her quite appealing. Are you genuinely willing to embrace fatherhood? Hal scrutinized Bei closely. They had known each other for many years, yet this was the first time he had seen Bei display such infatuation. Once you fall for a female, you must embrace everything that comes with her, not to mention a young one. Bei spoke earnestly. Indeed, but being drawn to a stray beast can be perilous. Hal's tone turned icy. Perilous? Without her, I would find it hard to survive. I do not fear for my life. Bei locked eyes with him, both unwilling to yield. Ha ha. Hal suddenly laughed, clapping Bei on the shoulder. She belongs to you today. Really? Bei asked. When have I ever deceived my brother? Hal replied generously. This statement also indicated that he held no ulterior motives toward the female he had acquired. It was merely a means to garner loyalty. Bei looked at him with an expression of disbelief and, after a moment, said, I will take her back to the cave now. Go ahead. Hal waved him off. Bei let out a sigh of relief and approached Shu Tong. Let us depart. What about my father? Shu Tong inquired. Rest assured, when the shaman checks on you, he will also look after your father. Bei assured her, understanding her concerns. Before leaving, he instructed the remaining orcs, if you have any requests, speak to Hal. If he agrees, the females brought will be yours to distribute. All right, the orcs responded eagerly. However, they still decided to hold a contest among themselves, for the one who emerged victorious would claim the female. This was a custom established within the stray beast tribe. Hal had set this precedent, but it was only to ensure he did not lose Bei, his right hand in the open ground of the stray beast tribe. The arena was formed, with orcs encircling in multiple layers. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 females were placed in a conspicuous spot to be glimpsed during the fight, to draw strength from. The little white rabbit was eager to leave. But Shu Tong could not stop her and could only offer her blessings. Fengxiu was hoisted over the shoulder of a black bear and transported to Bei's dwelling. Upon seeing the empty cave, a pang of sorrow struck him. His own offspring was so unfortunate. It was all due to his inadequacy as a father. Otherwise, how could his own child have fallen into the stray beast tribe? Thus, he began to plot a scheme. Shu Tong was indifferent. Bei felt a twinge of guilt, and to express his concern, he had Yeffing clean the house and hunt. He gathered animal hides to make a bed and tidy up the space, ensuring Shu Tong had a comfortable home. Just one more hour, and the food will be ready. Bei squatted at the cave entrance, preparing the meal. How do we eat this? Shu Tong asked, seeing the blood coating his palms. His method was crude and brutal, suggesting he was accustomed to raw meat. Did he intend to offer them raw meat slices? She and her father could not endure such fare. Roast it? Bei hesitated. Clearly, you know nothing. Let me handle this, Shu Tong replied, rolling up her sleeves and surveying the surroundings for water. But all she saw were heads, glaring with intent. She inhaled sharply. It was truly terrifying. There was no escape. Now she understood the profound look Hal had given her before leaving. He had anticipated her every move. And oh wonder he had been so audacious in sending Yeffing to assist Bei without restraint. After the lessons of the past few days, the people had become considerably more compliant. It was time for him to settle down. All right. Shu Tong sat at the cave entrance, carefully examining her father's injuries. He was nearly healed. Just then, a young orc was surrounded by others as he approached their cave. Bei, I'm here to check on the little female, spoke a leopard, whose appearance was refined, with a slender build and a gentle demeanor. Leopard June, you've arrived. Please take a look. Bei quickly rose to welcome him, inadvertently smearing blood on himself. Shu Tong frowned at the sight, feeling her cleanliness obsession stir. She pulled out a clean animal hide from the side and tossed it to him. Bei instinctively caught it. Give me your hand. Leopard June's voice was gentle. Shu Tong glanced at him before extending her hand. Comparing the two, one was fair-skinned, the other wheat-colored, revealing a stark contrast in hues. Leopard June swallowed hard. This female's skin was exquisite, a testament to the tribe's careful rearing. His medical skills were exceptional, and he had already assessed her condition while focusing intently. Retracting his hand, he said to Shu Tong, "Did you fall into the water a few days ago?" "Yes," Shu Tong replied candidly. "After falling, did you take any medicine?" Leopard June inquired meticulously that I did, but there's no issue. Is my health truly deteriorating? Shu Tong was aware of her condition and hoped to leverage the shaman's words within the stray beast tribe to spread the news. Not expecting it to happen so soon, Leopard June remarked, "It's not entirely dire, and upon examination, your abdomen does seem peculiar. It appears the timing is insufficient. I cannot ascertain clearly." Bei was puzzled. "What are you two discussing?" "I mean, she might be expecting young ones, but it's too early to tell," Leopard June clarified. Bei's mouth twitched. He was indeed about to become a father. Yet, looking at Shu Tong, his heart swelled with joy. He recalled the words he had spoken earlier and thought to himself, this little female is always deceiving him. How should he be cautious? Bai Yi has not taken a mate, nor has he ever cared for young cubs. They're stray beasts, born and raised in the wild. Survival is paramount. Death is of little consequence. However, Shu Tong is a female, and now that she's in her gestation period, she must be well cared for. Even Feng Xiu beside her wears an expression of excitement. His cubs are remarkable, but alas, his leg is injured. Otherwise, he could run off with them right now. This thought brings a slight discomfort to his heart. Yet, the notion of secretly taking the cubs away once he is healed offers him some solace. These days require particular caution. By Lauda, you must set aside thoughts of finding a mate and ensure the female receives ample meat to replenish her strength. After all, she has previously been submerged in water, and her body has sustained injuries. If she does not nurture herself properly while carrying the cubs, complications during birth could arise. Bao Jun is exceedingly honest, so honest that it makes Bai Yi tremble. The dangers of giving birth weigh heavily on his mind, causing him to shudder. "Can I take medicine?" he asks, his throat dry and unable to resist the query. "It is unnecessary, though you are injured. It is not life-threatening. By Lauda, simply continue as you have been. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to consult me." Bao Jun replies, half amused. Bai Yi feels considerably reassured and promptly sends him on his way, even gifting him a sheep that had wandered by. Upon returning, he carefully cradles several fruits in his hands. "I heard that pregnant females should consume more," he says. "Tomorrow, I will venture out to find you other fruits." He gingerly hands over a few wild berries. Shu Tong inspects them in his palm. Strawberries, raspberries, and prickly pears. The environment here is truly unique. The fruits may be small, yet they are bursting with sweetness. "Thank you." Shu Tong expresses her heartfelt gratitude and own need for thanks. "Focus on nurturing your unborn," Bai Yi replies with a radiant smile. Shu Tong lets out a long sigh. The burden of indebtedness weighs heavily on her. Their relationship is merely one of mutual exploitation. To be precise, she is the one utilizing Bai Yi. He knows full well she is taking advantage of him. Yet he plays along. Is he foolish or astute? She cannot discern that moment. A commotion erupts in the arena as the beastmen engage in battle. A tiger and a black bear collide violently. Within seconds, the black bear is knocked off the platform, spilling blood from its maw. The tiger, bloodied, roars in triumph, a sound of victory. What has happened to the bear? Shu Tong observes from a distance as beastmen swiftly enter the fray, dragging the black bear out. Its head droops, seemingly devoid of life. It's dead, Bai Yi states nonchalantly. Dead, Shu Tong quickly swallows her fruits, nearly choking in the process. Indeed, our stray beast tribe is accustomed to fighting every few days. It is quite normal. The strong survive, while the weak perish, Bai Yi remarks indifferently. Shu Tong rubs her arms, covered in goosebumps. The coldness of their hearts is palpable. "Is this how you all fought before?" she inquires, offering a raspberry to her father, who shakes his head in refusal, but he clearly has no desire to eat, yet his rolling throat betrays him. Shu Tong insists on feeding him a few berries. The father and daughter watch the distant scene, feeling that these stray beasts are excessively brutish and cruel. "Was this how I lived as well? Are you frightened?" Bai Yi's expression darkens, clearly displeased with Shu Tong's question. "No, I simply find your method of fighting somewhat difficult to adapt to," she replies, shaking her head. Difficulty in adapting does not equate to dislike. Once you reside here, you will understand I have already prepared the meat. How would you like to handle it? Bai Yi, who seldom deals with meat, has made an effort today, trying to impress the female, and now finds himself covered in blood, as if dipped in a vat of gore. To be alive is indeed fortunate. To elevate her own quality of life. Shu Tong must roll up her sleeves and wash her hands to prepare a meal. The cave is filled with females who exude a sense of domesticity. Watching her industrious figure, Bai Yi experiences an unprecedented sense of peace. He busily adds firewood, relishing the moment that Yi Feng returns, laden with fresh vegetables favored by the herbivores in the tribe. The void being tidied up by Shu Tong, he desperately seeks ways to keep himself occupied. Once the meal is ready, Shu Tong notices a lingering scent of smoke on her clothes and hurries to the cave to change into a clean outfit. Upon emerging, she discovers that half of the freshly prepared food remains, while the other half has already been devoured. Curiously, she asks, "Where has all the food gone?" Bai Yi licks his claws, unable to meet Shu Tong's gaze, for her cooking is simply too delectable, compelling him to indulge in the remaining portion under Yi Feng's encouragement. By the time he realizes it is too late, Yi Feng has vanished, leaving him to bear the blame. Even if I ate, why is there broth and water everywhere? Shu Tong frowns. I need to clean this up, or the mosquitoes will swarm, and illness may arise. She approaches her father and inquires, "Father, have you eaten?" Feng Xiao nods. "I have already eaten, but my leg feels a bit itchy. After the meal, I will ask the shaman to take another look." Feng Xiao lies back, gazing into the distance. Having committed nearly every sight to memory, it is impossible to escape now. Just eat. There is still so much left on the table, I can't finish it. Bai Yi, has that little white rabbit found a mate? If not, please invite her over. I would like to share a meal with her. Shu Tong feels reassured. Upon returning to her seat, she finds Bai Yi is transformed into his human form and cleaned himself up. He hands her chopsticks. "Eat for yourself. If you cannot finish, I will clean up," but he seems unwilling to share his meal with her. Puzzled, Shu Tong asks, "Is Bai Yi not a stingy beast man? The black bear has yet to eat." Bai Yi remains obstinate. Shu Tong bites her lip and ultimately concedes. She portions out half of her meal for him, keeping the rest for herself, occasionally glancing toward the beastmen sprawled out, some still playfully wrestling. Here there are no small female cubs. While Shu Tong gazes into the distance, Bai Yi sits beside her, blocking her view. "Do not look. You cannot escape." "What?" Shu Tong's heart sinks. Her intentions have been uncovered. Bai Yi notices her bewildered expression. "Little Yi, let me lay it all out for you today. The stray beasts here are not merely those you see. The eyes that watch are everywhere, swimming in the water, flying in the sky, and running on the ground. Almost every living being serves as our surveillance that a female entering the stray beast tribe, if she manages to survive, will bear cubs for the males, and if fortunate enough, will be indistinguishable from females of ordinary tribes." Bai Yi speaks without regard for Shu Tong's unease. She, with a grim expression, replies, "Must I force myself to find a way out? You may, but you will endure unnecessary torment." Bai Yi retorts. This statement punctures the veil that had concealed their relationship. The clearing falls into silence. Sitting at the stone table, Shu Tong, holding her bowl, stares blankly for a moment before continuing to eat. "You may bind my body, but you cannot imprison my free spirit." Bai Yi hurriedly moved closer to her. In comparison to your partner, I treat you quite well, do I not? You are currently with child. And given that your term is still short, I shall not impose upon you. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall send the beastmen to hunt for you, provided that you abide by one condition. Do not leave my side. Shu Tong replied with a grave expression. With so many beastmen in the wandering beast tribe, your kindness towards me does not ensure the same from the others. And no matter how powerful you may be, one fist cannot fend off four hands. Should they ever become enraged and seek to harm you, can you guarantee my safety? My offspring cannot serve many males. Feng Xiao suddenly interjected. He continued, adding, "She is the apple of my eye. And if she is to be trapped in the wandering beast tribe, I, as her father, would rather end her life than allow her to bear offspring endlessly. Females were once cherished as precious treasures. When did they become mere vessels for your procreation?" Shu Tong felt a surge of emotion, If ever there comes a day when I must bear some burden, I shall heed my father's words and end my own life. Bai Yi, as a male, may not fully comprehend my thoughts. However, I still advise you to contemplate whether it is preferable to possess your favored female exclusively or to share her with others. Very well, Bai Ye's throat felt parched, and he swallowed hard. He rose and departed, leaving Shu Tong and her father behind. Dear child, my words are sincere. The father said, if that day truly comes, I hope you can escape and reunite with your mother and brother, and bear offspring anew, that I shall become a star in the sky, always watching over you. Shu Tong grasped her father's arm, her expression earnest. She had already set aside the concept of life and death. What nonsense! You are still young, and you carry a child within you. How could you bear to leave him behind? Feng Xiu said, his face filled with sorrow. I could see that moment. He truly loathed himself. Father, every beast man has their own choices. Initially, I chose to partner with Yin Mo to evade dangers and sought refuge in the upper continent, only to find myself ensnared by the wandering beasts. This is the consequence of my actions. Thus, we must understand that there is no free lunch in this world. Shu Tong continued to pat her father's arm, trying to console him. Feng Xiu still could not accept this outcome, stubbornly refusing to listen or speak. Hoping to change his offspring's mind, Shu Tong sighed and resumed her meal. Bai Yi sought out Horror. He watched as the skunk whispered to Horror. He stood there for quite a while until Horror finally spoke. What brings you here, away from your partner? Bai Yi had steeled himself and said earnestly, I can have only one male for my partner. You came to see me specifically for this matter. Bai Yi, you have far too little faith in me. Having made a promise, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Do you not trust me? Horror rose and approached him, towering over him. Leaning in slowly, he enveloped Bai Yi within his presence. The voice that reached Bai Yi's ears was laced with mirth. It's not that I distrust you, but rather that there are too few females. With so many brothers in our tribe, it is unwise for me to monopolize one female. Hence, I wish to duel with you. Bai Yi tilted his head, his expression serious. To defeat her is to conquer all beasts. Is it not somewhat foolish to fight me over a female? To risk your life for her is truly unwise. That Horror chuckled softly. His gaze icy, he exuded an air of languidness. Bai Yi recognized that he was genuinely angered. Love is not a matter of choice. From the moment I laid eyes upon her, I knew I was lost. I do not seek your sympathy, merely the opportunity to spar with you, whether I am left maimed or crippled. I accept it all, that I simply desire the right to possess a female independently. Bai Yi spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. Love is inherently without reason. Moreover, Shu Tong is remarkably clever. The moment I take her, I must bear the responsibility, regardless of life or death. I harbor no grievances. Her glanced at Bai Yi. You are my right-hand man. To go to such lengths for a female makes me uneasy and stirs thoughts of ending her life. Bai Yi was aware of his own selfishness, selfish to the point of wanting to monopolize Shu Tong. However, before that, he needed to provide her with a safe environment. Thus, he was willing to stake his life as a wager. You will not, Bai Yi asserted, sensing Horror's hesitation. Because you cannot bear to. Bai Yi, only you dare to speak such words in my presence that I truly cannot bring myself to harm you, that we are partners and good brothers. Yet I still advise you. Females are akin to poison. Once entangled, there is no escape. I urge you to contemplate this matter carefully before seeking me out again. Horror patted Bai Yi's shoulder and then kicked him down the hole, watching as his towering figure tumbled down the slope. The pent-up anger within him was finally released. In a forest several hundred miles away, a white silver wolf was racing through the underbrush, leaving only a fleeting shadow before vanishing in the blink of an EYEAT. The same time, his subordinates converged from all directions. As dusk fell, they gathered together. Yin Ting approached with trepidation. Young master, what brings you here? Yin Mo glanced at the beastmen trailing behind him, at least 17 or 18 in number. Bringing them here could expose our identity. He thought that I can manage alone, that we feared you would be bullied in the wandering beast tribe. So we came to assist. Yin Ting dared not meet his young master's gaze, recalling how his careless words had led to trouble for Yin Mei. How is our secret base? And the scruffy wolf clan. Any further news? Yin Mo clearly preferred not to dwell on the past. They had more pressing matters at hand. All is well. The other beastmen are quietly awaiting your orders. The scruffy wolf clan has seemingly encountered great trouble. The newly appointed young master, Ingon, appears to have been poisoned and is currently unresponsive. Control of the tribe has reverted to Yin Tai. Yin Ting reported candidly that I did not expect him to possess some skill. Last time I bit off one of his legs, leaving him a cripple, in such a short time, he has managed to turn the tables. Truly a wolf should not be judged by its appearance. Continue to monitor them. Are they connected to the upper continent? Yin Mo crouched down, licking his claws. He sensed that the situation was far from simple. The beastmen of the lower continent were quite pragmatic. They were not kind to disabled males, let alone the collateral branches of the Silver Wolf clan. Due to their impure bloodlines, they had always faced rejection during the civil strife among the 8 great clans of the upper continent. The Silver Wolf clan had suffered catastrophic losses, and the collateral Scruffy Wolf clan had fled overnight to the lower continent in search of a glimmer of hope. Whether other beastmen were assisting them remained uncertain. But he was certain that the internal strife within the Silver Wolf clan was somehow connected to the Scruffy Wolf clan. Otherwise, why would the great Shaman mention them with such contempt? Young master, shall we continue to follow you? Yin Ting inquired again, his 17 or 18 silver wolves standing tall and serious behind him. Yin Mo rubbed his nose. There is no need for you to intervene. Contact the Pangolin clan. They will dig tunnels that are unlikely to be discovered by other beastmen. You few should remain hidden. Also, keep a close watch on Yin Mei to prevent her from acting recklessly. Understood, Yin Ting replied. Very well. I shall take my leave. Yin Mo left behind a single sentence before turning and dashing away. As the other silver wolves watched their young master retreat, they found themselves at a loss. What shall we do now? The young master has completely lost interest in Yin Mei. The silver beauty is truly stunning, capable of effortlessly altering her form. Never has there been a female on the beastly continent with such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, she shares our lineage, her bloodline pure, ensuring that her offspring will be even stronger. The males engaged in a spirited exchange, while Yin Ting dared not utter a word, for he was not the young master. He had once committed a grave error, resulting in a monumental calamity. Thus, it was prudent for him to remain silent. After a considerable time, he gathered his brothers to seek out the Pangolin tribe. Hoping to atone for his past mistakes, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shu Tong spotted Bei sitting on the slope before a cave, gazing blankly into the distance. "Oh, you have plans for this evening?" she inquired. Bei mumbled a vague response. Still feeling uneasy, Shu Tong contemplated pressing for more information, only to realize that Bei had already risen to leave. Remaining in place, she pondered for a while, but soon felt fatigued. Lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep, tossing and turning for ages. Eventually, she descended from her bed and stepped outside, descending the slope. After walking a few meters, she suddenly heard a voice. Foxhu. "Release me. Do not make a move." Yet Foxhu retorted, "I am not lacking in appearance myself. To be sought by me is a stroke of fortune for you. Obey my words, and I shall grant you what you desire tonight." His voice brimmed with excitement and mockery, seemingly directed at a male. Was the beastly continent truly mad? Males being bullied? Taking a deep breath, she continued forward, about to turn a corner when a hand suddenly yanked her back. She turned to see it was Bei. "What are you doing?" she asked. "And I intend to see if the one being bullied is Little White Rabbit." Shu Tong replied earnestly that "It is Yi Feng." Bei answered that "Why Yi Feng?" Shu Tong's expression shifted. "Why Yi Feng, who perpetually yearned for colorful delights, had been captured by Foxhu today and, instead of relishing his situation, was struggling in vain, intermittent pleas for mercy echoing. Let go of me. I have a female I fancy that it cannot be that phoenix spirit, right? She belongs to your elder brother. You should obediently submit to me." Foxhu sneered, swiftly tugging at Yi Feng's bee-skin skirt. "Are you not going to intervene?" Shu Tong pressed. "Why Yi Feng will not suffer," Bei replied. "Regardless of your thoughts, Yi Feng's voice indicates his discontent. Thus I shall intervene." Shu Tong broke free and hastily moved forward, disregarding Bei's astonished expression, and from behind a concealed rock. She yanked out a dark object to her surprise. It was a beast skin garment, dripping with substances and exuding a foul odor. Disgusted, she discarded it. This action did not disturb them. Turning her head, she beheld Fox Hu, fully exposed, pinning the towering Yi Feng against the stone wall. She resembled a shameless lecher, fingers gripping Yi Feng's chin, her lips poised to descend upon him. Yi Feng, however, was utterly defenseless. What was transpiring? A sudden realization struck her. Yi Feng had been ensnared in a scheme. Just then, a sliver of moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the two of them. Yi Feng was forced to groan. "Let me go. How pitiful." Shu Tong inhaled deeply, ready to step forward when Bei grasped her. "Do not interfere." "Why not? He is your brother, ensnared by Fox Hu's machinations. Too weak to struggle, that if you do not save him, he may not survive." Shu Tong countered, twisting his wrist and using the momentum to push Bei forward. With a forceful impact, a scream erupted. The recently emboldened Fox Hu was sent sprawling by Bei's kick, while Yi Feng collapsed to the ground, looking utterly defeated as he gazed up at the newcomer. Upon recognizing his elder brother, he lamented, "Big brother, look at your pitiful state. How could you let a female manipulate you?" Bei scoffed, yet he still lifted Yi Feng. However, he soon discovered Yi Feng was a mere heap of weakness. His body limp, as if devoid of bones, unable to find a point of support to stand. The anguished cry naturally attracted the attention of other beastmen. A few who shared a good rapport with Bei exchanged glances. A female's voice. "This is bad. An enemy ambush." Several cursed under their breath and dashed out like the wind. Not far from the beast-fighting arena, Bei brandished a cobra, tossing it onto the ground. His newly acquired companion crouched to examine it. Shu Tong furrowed her brow, glancing at Yi Feng with a complex expression. That scream could not have come from the phoenix. Bei would not harm his own brother. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. As she took a couple of steps, a white object was hurled forth, landing before them, reeking of the peculiar stench unique to the fox tribe. "What is that?" the gray wolf exclaimed, startled, delivering a swift kick. The object remained silent, falling unconscious, before they could discern its appearance. Their leader stormed out, sleeves rolled up, seemingly ready to strike. The gray wolf quickly approached. "Boss, what happened?" "Do not ask," Bei replied, his earlier nonchalance replaced by genuine fear. This fox who would stop at nothing. The drug was potent enough to nearly claim Yi Feng's life. Losing a male was inconsequential, but Yi Feng shared a bond of life and death with him. He could not allow such a life to be lost in vain. What exactly transpired? Was that a female who was just thrown? The gray wolf questioned, realizing the gravity of the situation, that we lack females in our wandering beast tribe. "If you kill her with a single blow, Harl will not approve." Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a female, already unconscious. Females desiring to mate with males would resort to any means, and no beastman dared to object. Why was their leader so incensed? They had already offended Harl today. Causing further trouble at night would surely displease him. "She poisoned him," Bei stated. "Isn't that just a drug? Some males are so strong that females, fearing injury, resort to using drugs that not commonplace in our wandering beast tribe." The gray wolf, misunderstanding the severity, adopted a nonchalant demeanor. This, however, ignited Bei's fury. "The poison she used is lethal. If we delay too long, Yi Feng may lose his life. We are brothers. Do you wish to watch him perish?" In the midst of their dialogue, Bei raised his fist once more, poised to strike. This blow would surely claim the female's life. Shu Tong swiftly leaped forward, grasping his fist. "Do not strike. Let us summon a shaman to attend to Yi Feng. He need not lose his life. If you kill this Fox Hu, your leader will not consent." Shu Tong's grip was formidable. Despite Bei's attempts to break free, he found himself unable to do so. Glancing down, he noted that Fox Hu lay unconscious, unable to move. Harl and others, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. The nearby skunk, upon seeing the female sprawled on the ground, cried out in distress, "Harl, look! They're about to kill the female." Harl remained unperturbed, his expression stern. "What on earth is happening? Since your return, you have been restless. What brings you here at such a late hour, seeking vengeance?" He added, "Bei, have you lost your mind to strike a female so ruthlessly?" Bai did not defend himself. Instead, he approached Yi Feng, lifting his feeble form once more. Har's gaze was sharp as he observed Bai bringing Yi Feng before him. The latter stripped bare, with a vacant expression. The collective silence enveloped the scene, but Har's eyes scrutinized Yi Feng, akin to a spotlight, lingering for a considerable time. Yi Feng did not weep like a female would. His silent stillness rendered the atmosphere particularly oppressive. The skunk tribe swallowed hard, pondering when this once mighty cobra had become so weakened. Having fallen victim to the machinations of a female, it was troubling enough that he had been outmaneuvered, but to do so in such a public space was utterly disgraceful. The beast world was excessively indulgent towards females, which led to repeated incidents of this nature. They would mock the actions of males, offering no sympathy. I end this solitude, Yi spoke. Everything revolves around procreation, thus we never meddle in the unions of males and females. Yet this vixen from the fox tribe has dared to drug Yi Feng, rendering his formidable strength impotent, leaving him at the mercy of others. He emphasized the word mercy. Yi Feng, leaning against Yi, instinctively shivered, overwhelmed by shame, wishing to find a place to hide. Noticing Har's unchanged demeanor, Yi sensed a tinge of surprise in the typically bashful Har. Yi continued, "We shall not take any action against the female. But should the same be done to you, Har, even to the point of ending your life, do you believe that our tribe would not suffer the consequences?" Har opened his mouth, but found himself unable to retort. The nearby skunk acted as a mediator. "Enough, enough, the matter has passed. Let's not dwell on it. Hurry and take him back to see the shaman." Yi remained resolute. "Har, how do you wish to handle this matter?" Har gazed up at the overcast sky, the moon obscured by clouds. His mood mirrored the dismal night, absurd, anxious, fearful, ultimately leading to a complex web of unspoken thoughts. "Let it disperse," he declared, and the gathered beasts scattered in haste. Who was also taken away to be attended to by the healer. Shooting, standing aside, frowned. This Har was indeed culpable, letting things spiral out of control, and would inevitably lose his beastly heart. Yi, supporting Yi Feng, cast a glance at Har, then said nothing more and turned to depart. Shooting followed him slowly, whispering, "You seem troubled." Yi, maintaining a stern expression, replied, "I am not troubled. I merely feel that Yi Feng has been too complacent of late." Shooting chuckled. "Complacent? If you hadn't suddenly lost your temper today, I would not have chased after you and witnessed this scene. However, Yi Feng's proclivities will be addressed today, so you must provide who with a head of sheep." After harboring feelings for so long, Yi found himself at a loss for words. Shooting furtively glanced at Yi Feng, who resembled a withered vegetable, his body seemingly pale. Thankfully, her keen eyesight allowed her to spot Yi Feng's posterior, his peach-like rear. How enviable! Yi Feng was rendered speechless, suspended in his predicament. Yi naturally noticed Shooting's expression and furrowed his brow. "Oh, not look." Shooting promptly covered her eyes, laughing. What a pity to miss such a splendid view. Yi rubbed his temples, feeling as though his head might explode. "You, a carefully nurtured female of the Phoenix tribe, are treated like a deity by your father. Yet, why has he never told you not to look at a male's backside?" Shooting tilted her head in contemplation, replying innocently, "Father is a male, so it would be inappropriate for him to say so. What about your mother? Has she never imparted this wisdom to you? As a female, you should maintain a certain decorum, refrain from constantly gazing at the bodies of males. Yi Feng more formidable than I, stronger. If you wish to admire him, you might as well look at me. Does that not suffice for your peculiar tastes?" Yi deftly diverted the conversation. Shooting halted abruptly, staring at him, her gaze flitting over Yi's form. Having mustered the courage to speak, Yi felt a sudden tension in his body. "What are you looking at?" Shooting replied earnestly. "Your physique. Didn't you encourage me to observe? I thought the beasts of your tiger tribe had poor physiques." Yi was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. Struggling to respond, that moment, Shooting took a couple of strides, positioning herself beside him, steering the conversation back on track. "Your tribe's shaman is skilled, but they cannot cure the poison afflicting Yi Feng." "He was poisoned?" Yi exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, this poison is rather peculiar. It must be extracted from a deceased creature. I wonder who acquired it. Though she can provide the poison, she may not possess the antidote. Especially since you just kicked her. She is frail and will need to rest for 10 days to 2 weeks. Yi Feng cannot afford to wait." Shooting spoke candidly, reciprocating the assistance she sought from Bai Yi to scout the terrain of the wandering beast tribe. Looking for an opportunity to escape. How did you discern this? Bai Yi's mind was a blank slate, his thoughts solely occupied with the poison, having completely overlooked Shu Tong's medical expertise. Our tribe's shaman taught me. Shu Tong fibbed with a straight face. It seems you are quite confident. I've already sent Grey Wolf to fetch the shaman. Today, in front of so many beasts, you have said quite a bit. Har is bound to be furious. For the next few days, you should remain in the cave and not venture out. Bai Yi, finding the pace too slow, hoisted Yi Feng onto his shoulder, feeling his limp. Feeble form only heightened his concern. The two fell into silence once more, Shu Tong glaring at Bai Yi's back, troubled. Why can't you be a bit harsher? When you captured the female, you should have used your claws to keep her in check. It would have spared her this current predicament. Walking behind in silence, the two remained quiet for a long time. Bai Yi finally spoke. Your sudden appearance and my impulsive words have already stirred discontent. Shu Tong agreed. Once they returned Yi Feng to the cave, their close companions would be made aware of the situation. In the past, they would shift into beasts and roll on the ground in laughter. This time, however, the atmosphere was somber. Yi Feng's eyes brimmed with tears. Bao Jun arrived, having been brought over. The gaze of the crowd slowly turned towards him, amplifying his sense of pressure. Being the focus of collective expectation felt peculiar. Yi Feng was now draped in animal skins. Bai Yi, unlike before, approached with care, extending his hand gently. Bao Jun hurriedly wiped his hands on the skins before placing them on Yi Feng's wrist to check his pulse. Shu Tong stood outside the cave, appearing entirely unfazed, as though the earlier events had no bearing on her. Feng Xiu, dragging his injured leg, approached. Kai, what on earth happened? Shu Tong took a deep breath, sitting beside her father, and quietly explained, that cobra has been outmaneuvered by the beast, the female. Feng Xiu inquired hesitantly. Yes, the one who opposed me. Shu Tong confirmed. How remarkable. Feng Xiu wore a look of disdain, while Shu Tong found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, her father's observations were indeed valid. Having learned a lesson the last time, it seemed foolish to fall into the same predicament again. Like stumbling into the same river twice, it could only be deemed an act of sheer foolishness. Suddenly, Feng Xiu grasped Shu Tong's sleeve and whispered, Shall we seek an opportunity to escape? Shu Tong pondered this possibility earnestly, but ultimately shook her head. The chances were currently scarce. Feng Xiu's hand, which had clutched her sleeve, suddenly fell to the ground, his expression grave. The prospect of escape appeared bleak. When would they be able to leave? He cast his gaze downward in despair, enveloped by a shroud of gray despondency. Shu Tong could distinctly sense her father's helplessness. Do not fret. Father, once your legs have healed, we shall be free, she encouraged, patting his back to bolster his spirits. Very well. Feng Xiu managed a smile that was more tragic than sorrowful. This time, he had learned his lesson and refrained from voicing his despondency in front of Shu Tong. Not wishing to burden the young one with excessive pressure, he too needed to find the strength to persevere. Before long, Bao Jun emerged, his demeanor more serious than ever. I have heard you possess healing abilities. Is it true that he may be bettered for 10 days, or even half a month? Shu Tong inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. It is even more severe. He seems to have suffered a grave injury on his way back. His physical state is not too dire, but he has developed an aversion to female contact. Disgusting, in fact. This is the first time I have encountered such symptoms, and I am unable to treat it. Shu Tong was taken aback. This implied that the incident on the way had been a prank. Leaving Yi Feng with a psychological scar that diminished his interest in females, this thought. She suddenly bowed her head, struggling to suppress laughter, though it was a futile endeavor as her shoulders shook with mirth. Do not cry. This matter does not concern you. Bao Jun, seeing Shu Tong's trembling shoulders, mistakenly thought she was weeping. Shu Tong quickly covered her face, peering through her fingers. The young healer appeared flustered, wanting to pat her back yet hesitating. His innocence evident. She found the situation both amusing and exasperating, realizing a misunderstanding had arisen. However, it was ultimately a positive development. Yi Feng's issues had been addressed, and he now needed to undertake his own healing. It is just that I feel Yi Feng, as a cobra, possesses an exceedingly fragile psychological endurance. Shu Tong expressed her sentiments to Bao Jun after rubbing her face vigorously. You are not crying? Bao Jun sighed in relief. She could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. Bao Jun stood beside her, giving her a look of exasperation. This female truly evoked a mix of laughter and tears. Meanwhile, Yi Feng lay in the adjacent cavern, feeling utterly dejected. His affliction had been entirely cured. From this point on, he could not harbor any feelings for females. Was he to change his preferences entirely? Bai Yi squatted nearby, burying his head in his hands, feeling irritable and inclined to lash out. The gray wolf beside him refrained from making any sarcastic remarks this time. Boss, does this mean Yi Feng can only seek companionship among his own kind from now on? Not necessarily. After all, serpents are omnivorous and have varied tastes. Bai Yi replied listlessly. It was precisely because of this flexibility that he refrained from venturing out to beat the fox half to death. Boss, can my poison be cured? Yi Feng finally managed to speak, albeit with a thick tongue. Perhaps, Bai Yi responded uncertainly. Why Yi Feng's heart was filled with regret. He lamented not bringing along his brothers before venturing out today. Now, it was all too late. As the shaman had predicted, he would no longer be interested in females. Upon encountering them, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The possibility of fathering offspring had been extinguished. His desires and carelessness had cost him both happiness and the chance for progeny. Tears streamed down Yi Feng's face, transitioning from silent sobs to uncontrollable wails. The gray wolf felt a pang of sympathy. Do not despair. There must be a way. The other beastmen in the cave remained silent. Suddenly, Bai Yi stood up and strode out, noticing Shu Tong following Bao Jun down the slope. Where are you headed at this late hour? He inquired. We're off to fetch some medicine. Shu Tong replied. I will accompany you, Bai Yi declared, understanding that while Shu Tong was sharp-tongued, she harbored a kind heart. He soon transformed into a magnificent white tiger before her, inviting her to ride upon his back. She graciously accepted, seizing the opportunity to explore under the moonlight and gather information. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a colossal silver wolf raced with fervor. The wolf tribe was known for their swift speed and endurance. He tore through the forest with relentless tenacity, the moonlight casting itself upon him intermittently as he ran. The silver wolf grew increasingly prominent, the rush of wind filling his ears as he sprinted with all his might, his heartbeat quickening in response. Creatures of the night were frightened away by his aloof gaze. After what felt like an eternity, he finally halted. He could advance no further, any closer, and he risked the watchful eyes of the stray beasts. He paused by the river's edge, crouching down to drink tea. That moment, a female eagle beast appeared, seemingly drawn to him. She fluffed her beautiful plumage and approached cautiously. The silver wolf, focused on drinking, did not spare her a glance. The female, with her delicate steps, crept up behind him. Male, she called softly. She was the most exquisite of her kind, standing at 1.60 meters, petite and charming. Her flower-gray fur cascaded down her back, with a wildflower pinned at her temple, exuding a delightful fragrance. Typically, she would not attempt to charm males, but today, at this moment, she had spotted the formidable silver wolf. In her memory, such pure-coated wolves were a rarity on this continent. Instinctively, she felt that this silver wolf was exceptional and desired him as a partner. Yet, the silver wolf remained indifferent. Male, my name is Ning, a female of the eagle tribe. I have just come of age and am seeking a companion, she said, her voice laced with timidity. The silver wolf shifted aside, distancing himself from her. Ning mustered her courage and shamelessly approached. I see you are alone here, surely without a home or a female. Would you allow me to be your companion? The silver wolf's cold gaze finally landed on her. Your coming of age is irrelevant to me. It certainly is relevant. Now that I am of age, I can seek a partner, and I happen to have set my sights on you, Ning said, fidgeting with her fingers, her anxiety palpable. She found herself enamored with the silver wolf's boldness. It was love at first sight. Although she knew such feelings might not be reciprocated, a tall, strong, and capable beast man was inherently attractive. This was a natural result of evolution, as males would strive to enhance their appearance to attract mates during the mating season, showcasing their allure to secure companionship. if a female were to take the initiative. The male would be expected to respond. Yet the silver wolf was an exception. He had no interest in this eagle female. How thick-skinned can you be? I already have a partner, he retorted, rising to leave. However, Ning blocked his path. Your partner must not be as beautiful as I am, right? If she were half as lovely, you wouldn't be out running in the night. Thus you must be dismissing me. After all, I am a beautiful female, while your partner is an eyesore. How could she possibly compare to me? Yin Mo dismissed her with indifference, lacking even a modicum of self-awareness, such arrogance and hubris. If only she would take a moment to glance into the river and see how unappealing she truly was. Yet she dared to speak of Ning. Just yield to me, Ning implored, from this day forth. You shall be my companion, and I shall ensure that you suffer not even the slightest hardship. Silence. Yin Mo interrupted, weary and yearning for rest. Why was it so difficult? Ning looked at him incredulously. She had been scolded. Yin Mo added, your beauty bears no significance to me. With that, he leaped to the opposite bank of the river and vanished into the woods. Once she regained her composure, Ning smiled. This male was indeed captivating, and she found herself genuinely fond of him. Since he was here to drink, it indicated that he would remain for some time. She resolved to seek him out again tomorrow. Turning away with a contented stride, Yin Mo, on the other hand, collapsed onto the clearing on the other side, gazing up at the sky. When would he see Shu Tong again? It had been half a month since their separation, and unwittingly, he found himself longing for her. This marked the 16th occasion he had thought of her, reminiscing about her laughter, her lips, and most of all, her scent. A heavy sigh escaped him as he turned to observe the darkened cave nearby, where shadows flitted ominously, their eyes glowing red. He had no inclination to concern himself with it. Shu Tong remained oblivious to Yin Mo's fervent longing for her. She hurried through the night, 3 figures plunging into the dense foliage. The air was rich with the scent of grass, which she greedily inhaled. The moonlight was hazy, obscuring many details, but Bao Jun, being a leopard, possessed exceptional night vision. Following Shu Tong's instructions, he successfully retrieved several items. Emerging from the thicket, looking rather disheveled, he held up a purple flower, which appeared black in the poor light. This is the one. What are the others? Shu Tong dismounted from Bao Jun's back, landing steadily on the ground. The darkness made it difficult to gather everything. Would the absence of this one herb affect the concoction? Bao Jun shook his head. The names of the herbs Shu Tong mentioned were quite peculiar. Ones he had never heard of, and he was unsure of their effects. It may have some impact, but it shouldn't be too troublesome. Yifeng is simply unfortunate. Shu Tong exhaled deeply, just when I thought it couldn't get worse. It does. How do we manage? Bao Jun inquired. Boil 3 bowls down to 1. Let him drink that, and I will search for the rest, Shu Tong instructed earnestly. Understood. Bao Jun nodded, disappearing into the moonlight. Shu Tong cast another glance at the night sky and said to Bai Yi, let us depart. Let us search a bit longer, Bai Yi insisted. Reluctant to give up, he was preoccupied with Yi Feng's predicament, overlooking Shu Tong's intentions, inadvertently assisting her in the process. Yes, they traversed the woods. Shu Tong continued to sift through the underbrush. Searching for herbs at night proved arduous. They ambled through the forest for an extended period, unknowingly encroaching upon the territory of the head eagle beast. Cuckoo! The sound of the head eagle echoed through the night, causing Shu Tong to rub her arms against the chill. The night had grown late and quite cold. Observing this, Bai Yi considered shedding his own garment. Don't. If you take it off, you'll have to walk bare, Shu Tong refused. What is there to fear? Bai Yi retorted, wild and carefree. Shu Tong promptly covered her eyes, straining her ears to listen to the rustling sounds. Before long, a piece of beast hide was draped over her shoulders, instantly warming her. Yet Shu Tong grimaced. Haven't you bathed? Is there an odor? Bai Yi looked taken aback. Was it not normal for males to have a scent? That was merely a masculine fragrance. Shu Tong opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent. There undoubtedly was. However, the forest was quite chilly, and she had no desire to suffocate from the smell. You little wildling, how dare you disdain my scent? Suddenly, Bai Yi's hand slipped beneath Shu Tong's armpit, lifting her onto his shoulder. You nearly frightened me to death, Shu Tong exclaimed, playfully striking his head. Bai Yi laughed like a playful tiger, ignoring her as he continued onward. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Mo, merely a mile away, was unaware that his companion was in the woods searching for herbs. He lay on the grass, unable to sleep, and decided to rise and wander. While strolling, he stumbled upon a cave, where an old acquaintance awaited him. "You have arrived?" Not long after, a trembling old beast man emerged, holding an oil lamp. "Indeed," Yin Mo replied tersely. The old beast man walked ahead in silence, the cave remaining quiet save for the occasional scurrying of a mouse. They ventured deeper into the cave until they settled in. After a moment, the old beast man remarked, "You ventured into this territory at great risk." "My companion has gone missing," Yin Mo stated plainly, looking at him. "Companion?" the old beast man exclaimed in surprise. Yin Mo nodded. The old beast man fell silent for a considerable time before asking, "What clan is she from? How old is she? Is she of age? Is she formidable?" He seemed to be conducting an inquiry. Yin Mo, not growing impatient, replied, "She is of age, from the Phoenix clan. During our journey to the city of beasts, we were ambushed and became separated. She was taken to the stray beast tribe." "Have you heard any news?" "I have indeed heard. The stray beast tribe has gained 10 new females, all of whom are beautiful. Yet how has made a change this time?" The old beast man nodded, tossing a stick into the fire. Sparks crackled, illuminating his wrinkled face, which appeared somewhat fearsome. "What change?" Yin Mo inquired with curiosity. "They may now choose their partners freely, without resorting to combat." The old beast man wrapped his blanket tighter around himself. The cave was rather cool. Why had Hal changed his mind this time? What was he waiting for? Yin Mo attempted to rise, but suddenly realized the cave was somewhat cramped. He inadvertently bumped his head, sending dust cascading down, that he merely shook it off, bending low as he turned several circles within the cave. "I am uncertain, but there are some of our kin in the stray beast tribe. I will arrange a meeting for you tomorrow." The old beast man stood up and continued deeper into the cave. They needed to rest early. Tomorrow, they would see what developments the stray beast tribe had in store. "Very well. I must see my companion as soon as possible." Yin Mo could only bend down once more, struggling to move forward. The two of them traversed the cramped, low cave, making their way deeper inside. Upon exiting, the night wind surged up from the cliff, tousling their hair. They stood at the cave's entrance, gazing at the mountain peak across from them, where occasional sparks flickered, indicating that orcs were still awake. Beneath the cliff lay a pool of water, where the wandering beasts would come to drink. Orcs would frequent this place, providing a means to trace the path into the territory of the wandering beasts. Yin Mo let out a soft sigh, turning to leave from the other side. The old beast man watched his retreating figure and shook his head. Although he had gained a sense of humanity with attachments, it had also rendered him vulnerable, a significant trouble for what lay ahead. Time slipped away swiftly. By the time Shu Tong and the others returned, it was already well past midnight. Yi Feng had taken his medicine and had long since rested. Wu Yi and Biao Jun made their temporary abode in their cave, remaining vigilant in case Yi Feng faced any complications. After a brief wash, Shu Tong lay down. The environment was quite rudimentary. With only a thin layer of bee skin to cover her, she curled up for the night. The following morning, she was awakened by a cloud of smoke that choked her. Without time to wash up, she rushed outside, bending over and coughing violently on the slope. Cough, cough, cough. She nearly coughed up her lungs. After managing to regain her composure, she turned her head and nearly exploded with rage at Bai Yi. "How can you not even start a fire?" Shu Tong's gaze fell upon Bai Yi's face, which was smeared with soot. He was struggling against the smoke, tossing in damp firewood, which promptly extinguished the flames. "We usually don't light fires," Bai Yi said calmly. "You eat raw meat," Shu Tong retorted, fanning the thick smoke away as she sidled past him. She picked up a nearby stick and poked the remnants of the fire, only to find it completely out. Bending down to inspect it closely, she saw no gaps, only wet wood. "Even if you try to start a fire for a lifetime, you wouldn't succeed," she shoved Bai Yi aside, scolding him. "With your skills, do you really think you can find a partner? You seem more inclined to torment her." Bai Yi, feeling aggrieved, protested, "I never intended to torment you. I would gladly give you my heart." "Oh please, sweet words galore, but when it comes to action, you're utterly useless," Shu Tong snapped, nearly exasperated by his absurdity that you're a complete inept in daily life. A fragile female beside you would be ruined in a day. Females never consume raw meat, that if they do, they suffer from diarrhea and will soon die from dehydration. Your affection is too burdensome. Teach me, Bai Yi implored, wiping his face vigorously, standing up to follow Shu Tong. Eager for her guidance, such a towering beast man, unable to manage this small task, filled Shu Tong with concern for their future together. With a child growing within her, the constant smoke could be perilous. If the cub remained unharmed, she could very well suffocate. The thought of potentially becoming a female captured and subsequently suffocated by a wandering beast was pitiful. Watching from the side, she remarked, starting a fire should be simple. But with your fumbling, it feels more arduous than hunting a wild beast. Her tone softened considerably. Were it not for their shared trials, she would have kicked him out long ago. Oh, is it too late for you to learn? You're only seeking the toilet now that you've already soiled your pants. She shook her head in resignation, collecting clean branches and some easily ignitable scraps. She motioned for Bai Yi to use the flint. With a loud crack, Bai Yi, exerting too much force, broke the flint in two. This ignited Shu Tong's fury that you've shattered the flint. What else can you do? Top of the class in eating, yet dragging your feet in work. You've regressed significantly. Bai Yi stood there, utterly speechless and mortified. Just then, a beast man emerged from the adjacent cave, witnessing Shu Tong with hands on her hips, mercilessly scolding their leader, leaving him utterly petrified. This was no mere female. It was as if they had summoned an ancestor. Moreover, her insults were diverse and relentless. What are you still doing? Hurry and ignite the fire. As she turned, she poured water into the pot, only to find Bai Yi still inactive. Frowning, she called out, Bai Yi. After a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly struck the flint. This time, Shu Tong refrained from anger, merely casting a mild glance his way before entering the dwelling. She washed her hair in the basin, then donned a clean bee-skin skirt. Upon her reappearance, the fire was ablaze, yet Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a pangolin was squatting by the stove, deftly adding kindling. Cautiously, it approached Shu Tong upon noticing her. Is this fire acceptable? It asked in a hushed tone, as if intimidated by her icy demeanor. Shu Tong glanced briefly. It's fine. Where's Bai Yi? The leader went hunting, replied the pangolin. Shu Tong was taken aback. Quickly lifting her gaze toward the mountainside, the wandering beast tribe appeared lethargic. The sun was nearly reaching its zenith, yet they had not yet risen. Those preparing to cook were households with females. Otherwise, they would only eat twice a day, aiming to maintain hunger and readiness for battle. It was troubling that he had gone hunting on an empty stomach. Yes, she turned to leave. The pangolin tugged at her shoe. What is it? Shu Tong asked, perplexed. Your shoe has a tear. The leader asked me to mend it. The young pangolin, rather diminutive at around 1.5 meters tall, appeared youthful and handsome, with slender fingers and fair skin, looking gentle and harmless. Yet, one had to wonder, when did pangolins learn to mend shoes? Was there a trend of internal competition among the beastmen? Reluctantly, Shu Tong removed her shoe. This was hardly a proper shoe. It was merely flattened and stitched bee skin, a temporary measure to prevent her feet from being chafed. Moreover, the skin was not breathable, and her feet had already developed blisters. She reached for some herbs to apply. The pangolin continued, Your delicate feet need care. If you ever need shoes or want to send messages, you can come to me. Shu Tong felt something amiss. The pangolin emphasized the message part too strongly. Was it hinting at something? Uncertain, she replied. All right, rather dismissively. Has that fox woken up from last night? She asked, glancing at the bubbling water as she washed her hands and added some ingredients. Turning back, she inquired, Aren't you the one who keeps track of everything? You should know this. The young pangolin settled on a nearby stone, skillfully stitching the shoe. Yes, fine. She just needed a night's rest. Really? Shu Tong was skeptical. The fox had sustained serious injuries, particularly from the wolf's kick that had slammed her against the rock wall, leaving her heavily battered. I even saw her spitting blood, she added. The pangolin offered no explanation, merely continuing its stitching. Suddenly, it shifted the topic to, I heard you had a partner before. Why didn't they protect you? You are not merely a gossip, but you also harbor a penchant for idle chatter. There are far too many vagabonds. He cannot contend with them alone, Shu Tong remarked with a light-hearted demeanor. You have also welcomed offspring. The pangolin continued to inquire. What is the purpose of your questions? Do not tell me you wish to become my partner. Shu Tong's vigilance was aroused. This little pangolin's intentions were unclear, persistently probing into such obscure matters. It appeared he was not to be underestimated. I favor gentle females, the pangolin stated, his gaze unwavering. The nearby beastmen merely turned over lazily, finding their conversation exceedingly dull and choosing to disregard it. Shu Tong was amused by their banter, realizing they were insinuating her ferocity. Goodness, you have all become rather astute. You are busy, Shu Tong remarked, leaving those words behind as she turned to prepare food. Here, even rice and flour were scarce. In the early hours, they dined solely on meat broth, which made her stomach uneasy at the sight of such fare. She yearned greatly for rice and noodles. Overindulgence in meat could lead to constipation, and she feared that she would eventually be suffocated by it. Feng Xiu, dragging his injured leg, sat beside the fire. Observing the pangolin, he deftly crafted a pair of shoes for Shu Tong in just a few moments. After a brief glance, he diverted his gaze once more. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the ground beneath. Bei returned, his back laden with beast hides filled with supplies. He leapt over the scattered fence and landed steadily on the ground. Gazing at the mouth of the cave, nestled halfway up the hillside, that a few beastmen were merrily feasting, their eyes sparkling with amusement. After taking a few steps, he was halted by Hao. Are you off to exchange for rice? Indeed, my partner is with child, and she cannot subsist solely on meat. Bei replied candidly, without the slightest hint of concealment. Hao spoke coldly. You indulge her too much. This will spoil her temperament and allow her to manipulate you. Manipulate? She has no desire to engage in such behavior, Bei replied, seemingly unfazed. Hao, witnessing his obstinacy, felt a twinge of regret for his earlier decision. Words once spoken are akin to water spilled. They cannot be retracted. Bei, too, allowed no thought of retracting his words. Following their exchange, the two resolved to engage in a sparring match that afternoon to intimidate the newly arrived females. Once Bei departed, Hao gazed after him, his expression melancholic. The skunk emerged once more. Leader, Bei no longer confides in you. What do you mean by that? Hal inquired. Ever since he returned from that excursion, bringing back this Phoenix Clan female, his demeanor has shifted. He is utterly obedient, and I fear he may have been incited by the Phoenix to turn against us. The skunk's eyes betrayed a certain dishonesty as he avoided meeting Hal's gaze while speaking. Hal was unclear about the skunk's true thoughts, yet he recognized one truth. Bei could indeed be swayed by the female's influence, that we must keep a close watch on her. It is best to let her go. Hal concluded, displaying his astuteness in devising the most prudent course of action. Why the female? The skunk asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. The females of the vagabond clan led lives that were both fulfilling and burdensome, leaving little time for social visits. Moreover, Shu Tong was not easily deceived. She was exceedingly astute. Hao replied nonchalantly, only a female can comprehend the sentiments of another female. They are quite lonely in a vagabond clan. Having a friend makes life more bearable. Gradually, familiarity breeds openness. The skunk could not help but give a thumbs up, impressed by his leader's cleverness. This plan was indeed viable. Hal dismissed him from his thoughts, focusing instead on strategizing for the afternoon's confrontation. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in physical activity. Only when matched against an equal could he truly unleash his vigor. His time spent with Bei had been thoroughly enjoyable. Previously, Bei would cheer him up, prompting Hal to prepare a sumptuous feast in return. The two were inseparable. However, this time, the acquisition of a female had created a rift between them, leaving Hal with a bittersweet sentiment. Tears welled within him. My dear brother, you have forsaken me for a female. The skunk observed his leader's complex expression, refraining from uttering a word that on the hillside. Shu Tong dined sparingly, engrossed in herbal studies alongside Bao Jun. After a considerable period of busyness, Bei returned. Upon seeing the steaming dishes on the table, warmth enveloped him. The gray wolf declared proudly, Brother, this little female's cooking is exquisite. Even the usually listless Yefeng devoured a bowl, just now. Bei cast a cold glare at him and could see that moment. Bao Jun smacked the gray wolf on the head. Did you not see your leader's darkened expression? How dare you let his partner prepare food for you? You have some nerve. Bao Jun's words finally penetrated the gray wolf's understanding. He slinked away, tucking his tail between his legs, attempting to minimize his presence. His brother was evidently jealous, and he feared retribution would befall him. Nevertheless, the thought of the fragrant breakfast lifted his spirits. I see you haven't eaten much, so I went out to procure a bag of rice for you. You can enjoy it at lunch, Bei stated, placing the rice sack on the ground. He washed his hands and sat at the stone table to eat. Shu Tong, still clutching herbs, finally escaped the clutches of the inquisitive Bao Jun. She stood, stretching her stiff legs, and approached. Upon opening the beast hide bag, she beheld the glistening white rice within. Where did you acquire this? She raised her gaze to meet Bei's voracious appetite. It seemed he had run quite a distance. Likely on an empty stomach, he quickly devoured a large bowl of the meal left for him, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Bei rose and rummaged through the makeshift kitchen, taking a few bites of the greens he had prepared for Shu Tong before revealing. There's a tribe not far ahead, known for cultivating grains, that I exchanged a hunted creature for this. Bei felt a sense of fulfillment. Transforming into a majestic tiger, he sprawled at the entrance, stretching his limbs. His white fur glistened in the sunlight, exuding a soft sheen. Such pure fur reminded her of Fungi, the so-called mixed feather phoenix among the clan. Since their last parting, she had not seen him again, and she wondered how he fared. After all, he was the beast man favored by the original owner. Impressive, she mused, pulling her hand back as she came to her senses. Bei had done so much, she could not remain indifferent. Hearing from the clan that he would spar with Hal that afternoon, she felt the urgency to prepare for potential injuries. Suddenly, the rice felt hot in her hands. Unable to resist, she rubbed her arms and glanced at Bei. Are you truly going to fight this afternoon? Bei kept his eyes closed, offering no answer. When Shu Tong attempted to inquire further, he simply rolled over, presenting her with his back. The sun mercilessly beat down upon the earth. Shu Tong stood behind him, her delicate figure casting a shadow over Bei. He extended his paw, gently resting it upon her head, as if to caress her. His lowered lashes obscured his gaze. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. It will be fine. I have not sparred with Hal in quite some time. Indeed, he was preparing for battle. Shu Tong sighed, taking 2 slow steps forward before playfully kicking his rear to Bei's body, stiffened momentarily as he suppressed the urge to retaliate. Did Shu Tong truly not know that a tiger's rear is off-limits? I merely listened to Shu Tong. While it may suffice for the two of you to engage in a friendly exchange, the words you uttered yesterday may have been taken seriously by your commander, leading to a dire consequence for you. What if your unfortunate fate results in your demise? Baiye's lips twitched. Is this a curse upon oneself? Yet, Shu Tong's tone suggested otherwise. Feeling a surge of emotion, he gently reassured her. Fear not. I assure you I shall not perish. Should I encounter any unforeseen calamity, I shall implore them to protect you. And if they fail in that duty, I would rather let you return safely. Shu Tong, perceiving his words as infuriating, playfully stepped on his tail. Baiye, incensed, leapt up, soaring 3 feet high. Little Wild, do you not know that a tiger's tail and rear are to be avoided at all costs? Why? Shu Tong inquired, perplexed. Over the course of their interactions, her initial aversion to Baiye had gradually transformed into recognition and a peaceful coexistence. She certainly did not wish for Baiye to lose his life because of her. The guilt would haunt her eternally, a burden that is most difficult to repay. Baiye, though appearing aloof, possessed a delicate inner world, yet when angered, he became unmanageable. Shu Tong felt distressed at the thought of Baiye clashing with her commander, as it would challenge the commander's authority, a serious taboo. However, Baiye was not the type to be easily swayed. She found herself at a loss and could not resort to coercive measures against him. Coercive measures, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within her. Shu Tong, cupping her chin, pondered deeply. The attire she wore lacked sleeves, and standing under the scorching sun caused a prickling discomfort all over her body. She turned to seek refuge in a shaded area. Just as she settled, Baiye approached her. What scheme are you concocting? His voice, laced with amusement, resonated above her. Shu Tong immediately lifted her gaze to meet his. What if you and Hal do not engage in conflict? What then? Bai Ye's massive tiger visage was etched with confusion. What do you mean by not engaging? That sounds peculiar. It would change nothing. He replied. Then all is well. Shu Tong smiled. Not harbor ill intentions. Hal detests such underhanded tactics. If he finds out, he will tear you apart. Bai Ye pressed his paw against the wall, executing a wall slam toward Shu Tong. His vast head lowered, but she deftly pinched his nose. Not seek opportunities to take advantage. Consider the fate of Yi Feng. Bai Ye's tail flicked, realizing this little wild one was not easily swayed. He contemplated using his barbed tongue to lick her face. Yi Feng nearly faced ruin. Bai Ye remarked. Indeed, if you entertain other thoughts, you may meet a similar fate. Shu Tong's gaze fell, making Bai Ye's skin crawl. He promptly withdrew his claws and retreated to a corner, curling up to sleep. Unable to confront him, she chose to evade. After finishing his breakfast, Bai Ye took a nap. Shu Tong changed her father's bandages and cast a glance at Yi Feng. The cobra had proven remarkably resilient. The antidote from the previous night had significantly reduced his venom. Suddenly, Shu Tong recalled something. Why Yi Feng? She called out. The recently roused Yi Feng opened his eyes wide upon hearing her voice, locking gazes with her. What is it? He stammered, visibly startled. Isn't the venom of your kind particularly potent? Shu Tong settled comfortably before him, having been researching the cobra's vulnerable spot, the area near Yi Feng's heart. Yi Feng trembled, cautiously asking, What do you intend to do? Were you afraid of? I'm not a beast. I merely wish to inquire whether your own venom could potentially lead to your demise. Shu Tong's nonchalant voice echoed in his ears. Why Yi Feng froze. Are you suggesting I become a subject for your experiment? He seemed to grasp her intentions, for he was not foolish. To use one's own venom to kill oneself was a conundrum without resolution. Shu Tong's beautiful visage bore a smile. How clever of you. Why not give it a try? I refuse. Do you wish to poison me? Yi Feng retorted sharply. He had already learned a lesson on his way here. Now, with his condition still precarious, he had no intention of experimenting with his own venom. Was he courting death? I am merely asking. What are you so fearful of? Shu Tong felt unperturbed.